Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 123. Poof. The sharp blade pierced the heart. Blood splattered. In everyone's astonished eyes, the black sword Chu Shui came out from Nobunaga's back. But Nobunaga, whose heart was pierced, seemed to have no reaction and rushed to Chen Nuo with the sword in his mouth. Hey hey! He grinned, revealing his white teeth, and the sharp sword fell. It hit Chen Nuo's neck directly. Boss Chen Nuo! Boss! That BD! Madman! Absolutely a madman! Not only these players, but Gon, Killua, Biscuit, and others behind Chen Nuo were also shocked. Chen Nuo's neck was cut off by Nobunaga, and his whole head rolled to the ground. Dead, dead! Gon's pupils dilated and he muttered as if he had lost his mind. Killua also stood frozen. Biscuit looked even more disbelieving. This is my master. How could a powerful being whose strength far exceeds his own die so easily? And he still died in front of everyone? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Is it a clone? Yes, definitely a clone. But a full 3 seconds passed. Chen Nuo's severed head still fell to the ground, and his headless body stood in place. If the clone suffered such shocking damage, it would explode on its own. But what appeared now seemed to tell her a fact. That is, what happened in front of me is absolutely real, it is not a clone, it is my master who suffered the fatal injury. And died. Boss Chen Nuo. Guo Linu stayed on the spot, stupidly unable to believe it. Hang Ji and Yashida also had a blank mind. Razor also said he couldn't believe it. Is this a powerful mental pressure that is enough to support the entire GI game world? So gone? Etc. No. Chen Nuo is, still online. Razor's eyes almost popped out of his head. The Chen Nuo with the severed head in front of him is definitely not a clone. Because after the telepathy clone withstands such a level of air, it will naturally explode and dissipate. However, this clone has not disappeared now. Instead, it is still in place, including Chen Nuo's fallen head. It still rolled to the ground, as if it were real. But how to explain that Chen Nuo is still online? The online game means that players still exist. Does it mean that Chen Nuo's vitality is too strong? Even if his head is broken, he can survive for a short time. Is this the only possibility? No. Brother Nuo's neck is not bleeding. What is going on? Gon, who was almost on the verge of collapse, seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw. He suddenly realized an important problem. Yes. Chen Nuo's headless body was standing there, but there was no blood gushing out from the broken neck. Only a golden fracture was seen. It's like the light is cut off. Ah? What did you say? Yes, Master didn't bleed? Why is this? Biscuit was also stunned. She had never seen anything like this. Mr. Razor, are there any cards in the game that can put players in Chen Nuo's situation? Killua said anxiously. Is it administrator privileges? Razor. Gon said directly. Administrator rights? This word made Killua, Biscuit, and others stunned for a moment. Razor also stayed where he was. Ada, does this happen? Razor did not answer immediately, but instead asked about Ada and Elena. Because these two sisters have the ability to monitor the entire game, including monitoring the player's status. They were also the ones who discovered the disguised Hisoka and Nobunaga. According to the game data we monitored, all of Mr. Chen Nuo's vital signs are very normal and there are no changes. But we can't explain why this situation occurs. Mr. Razor, please, the so-called game rules issue. There are no cards in the GI game that can do this. I think, this should be a special ability that Mr. Chen Nuo has, right? Ada replied with a wry smile. Since Chen Nuo joined the game, the entire game world has undergone earth-shaking changes. Although the rules of the game have not changed, Chen Nuo's ability is too violent and can even violate the rules of the game, which is equivalent to a bug-level existence in the entire game. So they couldn't come up with a better explanation for these. It turns out that there are no cards or permissions in the game that can do this, but, maybe Mr. Chen Nuo is still alive. Razor could only say uncertainly. Razor, let's do it together. Help Arnold deal with that guy. Gon couldn't help but said. Razor nodded. No matter what the situation was, the current situation must be broken. Then there is no need to care about the rules of the game. Chen Nuo is the only source of game intelligence chosen by administrators like them that can replace or even surpass gold. Once Chen Nuo dies, it means that the entire game will collapse. Because without the energy supplement of gold, GI games will eventually decline. Look. Boss Chen Nuo's wound has no blood. Yes. How could this happen? The neck was clearly cut off, but not a drop of blood was seen. Is this a telepathic clone? No. If it was telepathy, the clone would have disappeared long ago. This is definitely not telepathy. Then, what exactly is going on? Other players also noticed Chen Nuo's wound that had no blood flowing out. This is incredible. Totally illogical. But at this time, Nobunaga, who cut off Chen Nuo's head with Itachi, was extremely excited. I finally got my revenge. Revenge for Yuvajin. He, being able to die so quickly is an advantage for you. Remember in the next life, don't offend me, the sword demon. He. Nobunaga grinned, revealing his white teeth, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. But his skin has been chapped due to the demon sword mode, the blood in his muscles has been burned out, and the rolled muscles are grey-white. But at this time, his expression was extremely excited and crazy, as if he was in high court. Oh, it's a pity. I might have to disappoint you. I'm still alive after you fell into hell. Aren't you disappointed? Chen Nuo's voice suddenly sounded. Nobunaga was stunned for a moment. The other players nearby were also stunned. Everyone looked around. I was shocked to see Chen Nuo's head that fell to the ground talking. His expression was so relaxed. The whole place fell into an eerie silence. All eyes seemed to be glued to Chen Nuo's head. Everyone's mind is blank. Including Nobunaga, Razor, and others. Ah, Brother Nuo. Brother Nuo is talking? Is his severed head talking? Gon's confused and downcast expression. No, right. Killua also opened his mouth and was completely unable to understand. Ah, help! It's haunted! Biscuit suddenly screamed. Her voice broke the silence, and she ran behind Gon and Killua in fear, trembling all over. My master is dead. Only one head is left talking. There are really ghosts in this world. As the game manager, Razor suddenly lost control of his expression management, and even heard the panic calls of Ada and Elena in his earphones. The two women were also frightened. It definitely sounded like a ghost. Who can still speak after their fallen head? Ah! Boss Chen Nuo ascended to heaven. Hiss, you are indeed the boss. Even after you die, you can turn into a ghost and ask for your life. Oh my God! Amen. God save me. Hurry and invite Taishang Lejun. Guo Linu, Hang Ji, and other players were also scared to death. This scene is so scary. At least they have never seen anything so weird in their entire lives. Everything is seen with my own eyes. Nobunaga was stunned. He looked at Chen Nuo's head falling to the ground in disbelief. This guy, wasn't it obvious that he had his head cut off? Why? Why can I still speak? Are you surprised? Well, I'm sorry to scare you, mortal. Chen Nuo smiled lightly, and his headless body walked towards the falling head. Nobunaga seemed to have reacted, and suddenly pulled out the sword from Chen Nuo's body and stabbed it through. Poof! The sword pierced Chen Nuo's body. The other party had no intention of resisting at all. But there was just a shining hole in Chen Nuo's body. Transparent hole. Not a trace of blood flowed out. Damn it! Why? Why is this like this? Why? Nobunaga almost collapsed. Because he found that he didn't know whether his attack would work or not. It may not work, but his fetal knife clearly poked transparent holes in the opponent's body. Such holes are absolutely fatal to ordinary people. But if it works, even though there are so many holes pierced, the other party doesn't seem to be in any pain, and even the voice of speaking is extremely smooth, without the slightest emotional fluctuation. This is definitely not a pain that can be tolerated all the time, which proves that the other party Yiping was not harmed. This was so weird, completely beyond Nobunaga's 3 views, that it was shattered and overturned on the spot. In everyone's shocked eyes. The protagonist, who had countless transparent holes pierced all over his body, walked to his head and allowed the opponent to attack him without making any resistance. Instead, he leisurely picked up his head that fell to the ground. A headless body holding its own head in its hands. This scene was like a frightening scene in a horror novel, making all the players present unable to help but make the hairs on their backs stand up. Even Biscuit, who is the apprentice of the protagonist, feels her heart beating violently. She is still in a state of confusion and sluggishness. The whole place was eerily quiet. Nobunaga even forgot to attack. Everyone watched in horror as Chen Nuo put the head on his head. It just happened to be installed backwards. One side of the face is at the back. This feeling. The players present felt that their hearts could not bear it. Even Razor, who prided himself on being bold, couldn't help but take a step back. Nobunaga's pupils were dilated, and his face was filled with surprise and confusion. Sorry, it's the other way around. Chen Nuo's head spoke, and he straightened his head with both hands and returned to normal state. That's much better. After the head was installed, Chen Nuo moved his neck and even made a bone-rattling sound. The neck that was clearly cut off by Nobunaga could not even see a single wound. Gilu, I am not dreaming, am I? The head is connected. I'll buy it. Chen, is Boss Chen Nuo a ghost? Oh my god, what on earth is going on? Help, can someone help me wake myself up? I must have fallen asleep. This horrifying scene made all the players almost jump to their feet. At this time, in front of everyone was a monster that had just installed its own head, but its body was pierced by Nobunaga and was riddled with holes, and the light was still shining through. If ordinary people are mature enough to suffer from this disease, let alone persist. If I tell everyone while I'm standing, I'm afraid I'll burp right on the spot. However, no blood can be seen flowing out of the protagonist's body. Every transparent hole is blooming with a pale golden light, which looks like sunlight passing through a dustpan and scattering countless mottled light and shadows. Brother Arnold. Gon was already numb. Killua. Razor 967. Biscuits. Oh, this seems a bit impolite. Chen Nuo glanced at himself, seeing light everywhere, especially the direction of the bird's nest, which was even more shining with golden light. I only saw him reaching out and gently flicking these areas of his body. The next moment, all light holes disappear. Those transparent holes quickly dissipated one by one and returned to their normal flesh and blood state. You can even see the delicate skin and no trace of wounds. If it weren't for the traces of holes still left in the torn clothes, no one would be able to tell that Chen Nuo had just suffered astonishing injuries. Okay. Awesome. Boss Chen Nuo. What ability is this? So perverted. It's just like cheating. As expected of Boss Chen Nuo. How did you do that? Nobunaga couldn't help but speak. He just couldn't bear it anymore. This is absolutely hell. After killing someone for so many years, this is the first time I have encountered someone so difficult to kill. In other words, the guy in front of me is probably not a human at all. No wonder, when he decided to do this, Captain Crollo once dissuaded him. Could it be that Captain Crollo knew that this guy was a monster before this? Want to know? Chen Nuo said with a smile, making an expression as if he was about to speak. Nobunaga, who was almost dead, suddenly became serious. Really? Human curiosity cannot be dispelled until death. I will not tell you. Chen Nuo gave the answer. Nobunaga, pfft. Spit out a mouthful of old blood. ICNM. Hey, I didn't lose. Nobunaga suddenly looked strange. He did not rush towards Chen Nuo, but instead rushed towards Gon and Killua. What is this guy going to do? Gon and Killua were stunned. Suddenly Nobunaga's body actually swelled. No. The mental pressure in this guy's body is skyrocketing. It's an excessive amount of suicide bomb. Razor suddenly exclaimed. Warnings have been sent from Ada and Elena. Excessive stress. Unlike Chen Nuo himself, Nobunaga has a bomb completely installed inside his body. Hee. Ha 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 ha. Do you remember the bomb demon? His ability now belongs to the leader. Compared with that kind of idiot, the leader can really use the bomb to its extreme. It was planted in my body before he came. 10,000 times more bombs are enough to destroy the entire game. Ha 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 ha, no matter you win or lose, you will definitely not survive today. Come and be buried with me. Damn you brat! Nobunaga roared in pain and excitement, and his body was completely torn apart. Terrifying thoughts surged within his body. You can even vaguely see the amazing super bomb in his body. Chapter 124. Outside world. In the real world, Hisoka was packing his things, and it was not difficult for him to kill this helper. Suddenly he stopped moving. It's not a bad idea to keep spying on me, right? Crollo. Hisoka turned his head slightly and glanced at the inconspicuous corner next to him. Oh, haha, as expected of Hisoka, you discovered me so easily. Crollo's calm laughter came from the corner. But at this time, he was completely different from the person he used to be. In other words, the person who appears in front of Hisoka now is completely an ordinary person, an inconspicuous passerby. The only special thing is that he has a Crollo-like mark on his forehead, and his expression is extremely calm. He has a temperament that is completely different from his mediocre appearance. Hisoka was stunned for a moment and looked at Crollo in front of him in surprise. It seems that you have become stronger again. He finally said after a few seconds of silence. Once upon a time. The target of his challenge is Crollo, the leader of the Spider Syndicate, and he regards him as the highest target. Including Gon, Killua, and Chen Nuo, these are only secondary targets. But now, after coming into contact with Chen Nuo, he regards Chen Nuo as his first challenge target and Crollo, the leader of the Spider Shadow Group, as his second level. At least in Hisoka's perception, Crollo's level is about the same as his, or even weaker than him. But now that he has been missing for a short time, since Crollo has new abilities, it seems that all of this comes from his other books of telekinesis. Haha, you know, times are changing now. Originally, I was not prepared to absorb this ability, because my book of mind power has an upper limit. Having one more book means one less option. But it is undeniable that this ability, the life-saving effect, is very good. At least, when facing a monster like Chen Nuo, you can escape unscathed, don't you think? Zissou. The mediocre man in front of him, Crollo, smiled lightly. Puppet thoughts. This is a special kind of telepathy that he specially found. This telepathy has the ability to control targets. Certainly. If the person being controlled has amazing telekinesis and is very strong, then the difficulty of control will be very high, and the degree of control will be relatively shallow. But for ordinary civilians, Crollo can achieve perfect control, which is equivalent to his second area. The man in front of Hisoka now is the puppet he has mastered, which allows him to perfectly possess the five senses and experience the current situation. Hisoka was silent. He looked at Crollo with complicated eyes. The other party actually directly stated the weakness of his book of telekinesis. In other words, the ability to seize the body of a target is not unlimited, but has a certain limit. And according to Crollo, it seems, once the ability to seize the target's body is obtained, a quota must be occupied. Cannot be cleared. That is to say, even with Crollo's abnormal ability, he actually has the upper limit of body seizing. But with the current puppet power, I can control dozens of ordinary people at the same time. As you know, this messy feeling in the head is not very good. All their perceptions will converge on me. Crollo rubbed his head and made a somewhat painful expression. Hisoka frowned slightly. Controlling dozens of them at the same time. This guy is indeed the monster he likes. Are you here just to show off your new abilities to me? Hisoka said calmly. But the card in his hand has been quietly held tightly. As long as any situation is not dealt with, he can kill the puppet in front of him immediately. Even if it is controlled by Crollo, the guy in front of him has no telepathy at all. In other words, it is completely equivalent to a mobile perspective and can be easily killed. Don't be so nervous, Hisoka, we are not enemies. In fact, I don't mind sharing more information with you. Half of your and Nobunaga's sneak attack must have failed. Crollo suddenly smiled. Hisoka's eyes suddenly became sharp. Because his collaboration with Nobunaga is completely top secret. Could it be that that guy Nobunaga secretly revealed the news to Crollo? Nobunaga didn't betray you, but he has my puppet telepathy in his body, so I can see his every move clearly. He even came to me specifically before entering the game world. No telling any reason, he asked me to plant a bomb in his body, a bomb enough to destroy an island. In order to condense this bomb, I spent almost all my telekinesis, and almost squeezed out the host who possesses the telekinesis of the bomb. Crollo yawned and smiled. Before Hisoka could speak, Crollo waved his hand, and the video of when Nobunaga found him appeared directly in front of Hisoka. Video recording. Nobunaga asked Crollo to help him, but behind Crollo was the bomb demon Ganchu, who was tied up and turned into a vegetative state. This guy's arms were broken, and his three younger brothers were cut off directly by Crollo. His abilities were completely taken away by Crollo. Finally, Crollo didn't ask why, but just told Nobunaga that this was his last help as a member of the brigade. A super bomb is implanted in Nobunaga's body. Crollo is obviously very haggard, especially Ganchu, the host of telepathy, who has become skin and bones. This special ability to take away other people's abilities will consume the host's vitality. Hisoka thought to herself. Obviously, Crollo's ability is not that incredible. He can indeed seize many abilities, but obviously these are limited. First of all, the upper limit of the abilities he can seize is limited, and seizing abilities requires a certain process, meeting the necessary specific steps, and the person who is captured must ensure that the person being captured is completely alive. In addition, every time he uses his ability, it will cause a certain amount of damage to the person being captured. If the ability is overloaded, it may even cause the person being captured to die on the spot. Everything in front of him proved Hisoka's suspicion. It turns out that Nobunaga guy has such a terrifying bomb inside his body. The current situation. Even Nobunaga can't handle it at all. Look at it, Hisoka. Crollo suddenly smiled. Strange thoughts emerged. The scene in the game world appeared in front of the two of them. Astonishingly from Nobunaga's field of vision. It is a red and shaking vision. He chose to self-destruct in the direction of Gon and Killua, and he looked extremely miserable in demon sword mode. This guy. Seeing this scene, Hisoka couldn't help but frown slightly. At first, he was surprised by Nobunaga's amazing momentum in demon sword mode. There are two completely different states when this guy turns on the demon sword mode and when he doesn't turn it on. If he wants to defeat Nobunaga in this state, he seems to be a little stressed. It's just that Hisoka didn't expect it. Even Nobunaga, who is said to be invincible in Demon Sword mode, is actually defenseless. Completely tortured by Chen Nuo. Too strong. The seed I was interested in has completely exceeded my expectations and grown into a towering tree. The roles of hunter and prey have now been reversed. Now, even when he sees Chen Nuo, a terrifying sense of crisis emerges from his heart uncontrollably. It feels like he is facing a huge beast. It seems that if you make one wrong step, the opponent will devour you and kill you in one bite. There is no chance of luck. This is an unprecedented sense of life and death crisis. Ordinary people would only feel endless fear under this terrifying sense of crisis, but at this moment, Hisoka was extremely excited and enthusiastic like never before. This is the excitement you want. That's it. So delicious. Simply so exciting and delicious. Hisoka's narrow eyes were filled with unprecedented enthusiasm and madness. At this time. Game world. Ha 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 ha, let's die together. Nobunaga, who turned into a huge meatball and seemed ready to burst at any time, laughed wildly. He was completely out of human form. The mental pressure value has exceeded the threshold. This guy will destroy the entire game. Get out of the way. Chen Nuo. Razor's expression changed wildly. Because a blaring alarm sounded from his headset as the Game Master system. Ada and Elena were already pale in beauty. This is like the nightmare torture that the little fat man inflicted on the people of Sakura country. Master. Biscuit's pretty face showed a rare look of fear. She had an unprecedentedly strong premonition, and she could clearly feel that once the big meatball in front of her exploded, a terrifying shock wave would erupt. The surrounding building islands and houses will be moved to the ground, and everyone including himself and the players present will be buried together. This is a terrifying power that the bomb demon has never had. What on earth did this guy do? Brother Arnold. Brother Chen Nuo. Gon and Killua, who were within the explosion range, also exclaimed. Nobunaga's body has begun to break apart. The bomb inside his body exploded. There is no sound. But the terrifying shock wave spread in all directions with him as the center. Nobunaga's expression suddenly became extremely painful and crazy, his internal organs were twisted and broken, and his whole body was rapidly falling apart. In this world, you shouldn't have taken action against my prey. Hisoka's eyes were colder than ever before, and he stared at the screen. Crollo didn't speak, just looked at the screen quietly. It seemed that he would never admit this before seeing Chen Nuo's body. GI Game World. Well, it seems that there is no shortage of madmen in this world. Chen Nuo sighed. His eyes instantly turned golden. In an instant, the whole world seemed to slow down in his field of vision, and he could even clearly see some dust floating around him. Nobunaga's broken flesh. Move faster than light. The shining fruit ability developed by Chen Nuo himself. He instantly turned into a golden beam and passed through Nobunaga. Then it soared into the sky. Or. In that bullet time, extremely slow world, a golden ball of light appeared in Chen Nuo's hand and pressed on Nobunaga. The ball of light instantly expanded into a transparent light film. Then he directly lifted Nobunaga into the sky and flew away. Soared over the planet. In just a few seconds, Chen Nuo had already rushed out of the atmosphere and into space. Boom! Nobunaga exploded with a bang. It is like a gorgeous firework in the dark universe, blooming with gorgeous ripples. But this shock wave was very small compared with the planet below, and did not pose the slightest threat. After all, even if it is the so-called bomb demon's ability, let alone the bomb demon, even if a nuclear bomb or a hydrogen bomb falls, to a planet of the level of the Earth, it is like a human being. I have a pimple on my face, but I don't care too much. Nobunaga's self-explosion was at best, a poor expansion. And in the ruins of the bar below. Boom! The shocking aftermath exploded. These are the remnants of the shock before Nobunaga was taken away. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread in all directions, and the players who were impacted were thrown out one by one on the spot. The bar, which was originally quite dilapidated, could no longer withstand the aftermath of the inflating. With a huge explosion, the entire bar collapsed and was completely razed to the ground. The clothes of Gon and Killua, who were closer to the center of the explosion, were directly shattered, and their bodies were dripping with blood. They were like sandbags and were heavily smashed against the ruins wall in the distance. Biscuit transformed into a King Kong Barbie, with her muscled legs digging into the ground to survive. Razor also had his top burst into pieces, with streaks of debris on his strong muscles. The cuts were obviously just superficial injuries. Is it over? Coco. What exactly happened when you made a sound just now? Then, that guy blew himself up? We are still alive. The power doesn't seem that scary. Some sluggishly said. Other players rubbed their eyes and struggled to get up from the ground in pain. A large crater with a diameter of 100 meters appeared in the place where Chen Nuo and Nobunaga fought just now. But Suo Daikeng seems to have only swept away a thin layer of buildings on the ground. Brother Nuo. Where's Brother Nuo? Master. Brother Chen Nuo, good Nuo. Chen Nuo. After reacting, Gon suddenly noticed that Chen Nuo was not in the center of the explosion. Could it be that his brother Chen Nuo had fallen into pieces in the explosion just now? How could this happen? Maybe my brother is so strong, how could he die here? But why can't I find Chen Nuo? Gon felt the urge to go crazy. Whoosh! A golden light fell. It's Chen Nuo. At this time, Chen Nuo looked a little embarrassed. His shirt was completely torn, but his expression was extremely calm. There were still traces of red and hot traces on his perfect body and skin. This is a side effect of faster than light movement and air friction. Ah! Boss! Amazing! Boss just avoided that BDS self-destruction. Ha 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 ha, you are worthy of being the boss. Asterisk number 73. Seeing Chen Nuo's return, other players present couldn't help but cheer excitedly. Including Guo Linu, Hang Ji, Yoshida, and others also showed expressions of surprise. Very nice. Biscuit couldn't help but burst into tears. She had really felt sorry for her master for 3 seconds just now. If Chen Nuo dies, his apprentice will be somewhat sad. Razor was a little surprised. Because, as a game administrator, he clearly knows how terrifying the explosion just now has. It is definitely not something that can be dealt with just by causing the situation in front of him, including his own actions. Within, all players will die absolutely, without any possibility of repetition. Then there is only one result, and that is that this is not the center of the explosion at all. What happened just now? I didn't even see what Chen Nuo did. This guy is such a monster. Outside world. Hisoka, who had already announced Chen Nuo's death sentence, stayed silent at the store. Hisoka. Crollo. Chapter 125. It was super speed movement. That guy just moved Nobunaga into the sky. The real source of the explosion was in the sky, not on the ground. Hisoka frowned, staring at the screen. That incredible speed has exceeded the limit of the human body. Even you, I'm afraid I can't do it. I even suspect that Netero can't do it. Crollo looked solemn. He was not absolutely sure that Nobunaga could really kill Chen Nuo, but he didn't think that Nobunaga's self-explosion did not cause serious injuries to the other party, and even any other effects made Chen Nuo look like he was unscathed. This was a bit beyond his expectations. Neither of them spoke again, but at this time everyone knew very well that the enemy in front of them was Chen Nuo on the screen, and his strength was probably far beyond everyone's expectations. This guy, within 10 years, will be another Netero. Crollo sighed. Seems to have an unprecedented sense of frustration. If there are other members of the Spider Shadow Corps here, they will definitely be extremely surprised. This leader who has never shown any frustration, for the first time, actually showed some frustration. In fact, even when he once faced the joint pursuit of the previous and current patriarchs of the Zoldyck family alone, Krollo never showed any unbearable situation. Even in the crisis of life and death. As the leader of the brigade, life and death have long been put aside. Or when the brigade was established, all members put their own life and death aside and understood that after joining the organization, death will not be a fearful thing, or they have joined the organization with the awareness of death. But now, an unprecedented sense of frustration surged in Krollo's heart. This frustration did not come from other reasons, but simply because the gap in strength between the two sides was too huge. No. You are not completely right. 10 years later, this guy will definitely not be the next Netero. Hisoka said with a relaxed frown. The Krollo puppet looked over. This guy will definitely surpass Krollo in 10 years, and will most likely become the strongest professional hunter. Hisoka pondered. Oh? Then, are you going to give up? Krollo suddenly laughed. Hee hee, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. This is an unprecedented challenge. Just thinking about going to fight such a terrifying monster, I feel that the blood in my body is shaking with excitement. If I can die in his hands, it will definitely be a fascinating thing. Hisoka's face showed 890 extremely crazy colors, and his voice trembled a little. I join your team. Krollo. He looked back and smiled. Krollo was stunned for a moment, then smiled, welcome. In the GI game world, Nobunaga's death announced the end of the attack. But now the tavern that was destroyed by a flat bottom looks a bit devastated, but all the players are in a very good mood. At least if Chen Nuo hadn't resisted, I'm afraid all the players present would not see the sun tomorrow. For them, this is the joy of surviving a disaster. This is the reward that has not been given to you yet, Chen Nuo. Razor walked up with a smile. Seeing that Chen Nuo was intact, he finally let go of his hanging heart. A card was handed to Chen Nuo. The only one. 000 Ruler's Blessing SS1. Description: the winner of the quiz contest can get a castle with a village of 10,000 people under the castle. The people in this village will live according to the laws and regulations you set. A very simple and clear description, but this is the only card in the whole game. You can only get it if you pass the final assessment. Or it can be said that this is an extra card. It is an extra reward. It's just what Dwon left behind. It's a reward for the highest scorer. This thing is most suitable for you. Razor said with a smile. Are these people also telekinetic? Chen Nuo took the card in his hand and was a little curious. I don't know about this. You can try it yourself. After all, I didn't participate in the production of the card. I don't know whether it is a thought or a specific place. Razor said with a smile. Okay. Chen Nuo smiled, but didn't open it now, because it was a good time for customers to open it now. Ha ha ha, gone, don't look at it like that. I don't have any information about your father on it. As if noticing Gon on the side, Razor laughed loudly. How do you know what I'm thinking? Gon couldn't help scratching his head. No need for others, anyone knows what you're thinking. You almost wrote what you want to say on your face. You're really a guy who can't hide your emotions. Biscuit looked at him with contempt. Wow! I never thought that Jin would be on Greed Island. Gon sighed. Ha ha ha, worthy of being Jin's son, that guy is also a person who can't sit still, how could he stay on the island? And that guy is also very lazy, and he doesn't want to participate in the management of the game at all. He just left in a hurry after helping to deal with the things at the beginning. Razor explained. Now you have collected all 100 types of cards. So there is one more thing to happen. Why not open your card collection book and click 10 times? Razor said. Chen Nuo, Gon, and Killua opened their own card collection books. The card collection book that had many pages before has now disappeared, including the cards inside. Instead, there is an exquisite box. After the box is opened, there are only 3 grooves, and each groove seems to be just the size of a card. You can put 3 cards in this card collection book. The cards in this groove can be brought back to the real world for use, but you cannot put more than 2 cards with the same number, and you can only choose 3 cards from the 100 cards specified in your card collection book. Razor said. Awesome! We finally cleared the game. We should be the first players to witness this scene. We are so lucky. Yes, there will definitely be many legends about us in the future. Being able to participate in this game is also an extremely precious memory for us. Boss Chen Nuo. Awesome! I wonder what 3 cards Boss and his friends will choose. The other players present couldn't help but get excited. They also looked forward to seeing what 3 cards Chen Nuo and his friends would put in. After all, these cards can be used in the outside world. Some cards look ordinary in this game world, but they are extremely amazing in the outside world. For example, pets that can drop gold powder on time every day, extremely beautiful maids, etc. These things can definitely be sold at sky-high prices if they are taken outside. Gon, Killua, what cards do you want to place? Chen Nuo looked at the 2 of them and said. As for Biscuit, I'm sorry, there are only 3 slots for cards, and that guy is his disciple, not a member of the original group, so it is reasonable that he can't get the right to obtain the card. I listened to Brother Eno. Me too. Gon and Killua said full of satisfaction. If the original historical line develops, here they will definitely choose to obtain Jin's clues and find Gon's father. But now, because of the appearance of Chen Nuo, Gon does not seem to be so strong in finding his father, because finding his father is a big wish in his heart to get the feeling of family warmth, but because of Chen Nuo and Aunt Mito, this kind of family warmth protects Gon all the time. So, he is now more willing to follow the arrangements of his brother Chen Nuo. What card has the strongest healing effect in this game world? Chen Nuo turned his head and looked at Razor and said. If it's just a healing effect, Archangel's Breath is the strongest healing card. Unless it's a fatal injury like a head falling off or being destroyed, even any terminal illness or other illness can be completely cured. This healing effect is indeed incredible. As for the specific reason, don't ask me, after all, I don't know. Razor said. Then exchange for 3 Archangel's Breath. Chen Nuo said. 3? No. There are only 3 of these cards in the whole game, and according to the rules of the game, this box cannot take out duplicate cards. Razor said in a daze. Yeah, Uncle Razor just said that we can't take out duplicate cards. Gon was stunned. The other players in this game were also confused, because according to the rules of the game, they couldn't take out so many cards, let alone 3 identical cards. Once all these cards are taken out, it means that there will be no Archangel's Breath card in this game. After all, this kind of card is limited. The rules are dead, and the game is set by humans, right? Yanzie. Chen Nuo smiled but said nothing. Now as a game administrator, he has access to higher authority, and naturally knows that there are rules that cannot be crossed for many players in this game, but this is not the case for them as game administrators. If an ordinary player wins, he naturally cannot violate the rules and take out more cards, but Chen Nuo is different. He is currently the administrator with the highest authority in this game. Okay, you guy. It really gives me a headache, but there are only 3 Archangel's Breaths in total. If you take all the cards out, it will affect the balance of the entire game, so you can only take out 2 cards at most. What are you going to take with the remaining 1? Razor did not give Chen Nuo a chance to go further. Indeed. Even if Chen Nuo promised to join this game and use his own telekinesis as a new energy source, once all the Archangel's Breaths are taken out, it will cause some loopholes in the rules of the entire game. It will cause some data to be unbalanced and various bugs will appear. So even if it was difficult, Razor had to stick to his bottom line. 2 cards, but it's almost enough. Chen Nuo smiled. 2 Archangel's breaths would be enough if he used them in the future. Because in the subsequent plot, if nothing unexpected happens, some important people will die soon. If he has these 2 cards, he can save them. If he could be there, those tragedies might not happen, but after all, he can't guarantee that he will be there at all times. Sometimes these cards are also a good help. As for his own phototherapy, it does have a healing effect, but in terms of real healing, this card is better than his own phototherapy to some extent. After all, the breath of the Archangel can easily remove the poison of terminal cancer, and his elementalization can naturally have the same effect on himself, but it cannot achieve a similar effect on other companions. Therefore, it is necessary for Chen Nuo to store 2 very practical cards. At present, even as an administrator, he cannot make the breath of the Archangel. It seems that the production of this card seems to involve some other problems. These things can only be studied step by Chen Nuo in the future. Maybe some special materials of the Dark Continent are used. For the remaining one, take the Blessing of the Ruler. Since it is the winner's card, take it out to see what it is. Chen Nuo said with a smile. Okay, as you wish. Razor waved his hand, and immediately 3 cards designated by Chen Nuo fell into the card collection book. Then it's our turn to hold a grand celebration ceremony for the winners. All players present in the next few days. The game will enter the carnival day, please enjoy all the food carnival in the game. Razor handed the technology to Chen Nuo, and then looked at everyone with a big laugh. Wow! Great, the game is finally cleared, and the carnival day is coming. I have been looking forward to it for a long time. The prices of those delicacies are ridiculously low. Now I can finally enjoy them happily. Everything is thanks to the boss Chen Nuo. You must have fun. Everyone couldn't help but get excited. Soon. The carnival day started for 7 consecutive days. All the cities in the game fell into an unprecedented grand carnival. All the players received unprecedented grand treatment here. Chen Nuo, Gon, Killua, Biscuit, and others enjoyed all kinds of food and services. Guo Linu, Hangzhe, Yoshida, and others were also invited as VIPs. The game will not end after the game is cleared, but it will still exist, and according to Razor's announcement, the game will usher in a major update, and there will be more grand activities and game content. More players will pour in. During these 7 days, Chen Nuo has become known as a super big eater. As the highest administrator of the entire game, he is also the current winner. A large number of NPCs help Chen Nuo to hunt for those special monster materials. So much so that every day, countless monster ingredients are delivered to the highest mansion where Chen Nuo is located. Under Chen Nuo's superb cooking skills, they are turned into popular delicacies, which have aroused the admiration of countless players and the surprise of countless NPCs. And Chen Nuo's attributes have also ushered in an unprecedented blowout surge. 7 days later. In the VIP room. Chen Nuo ate the last bite of the rare ingredients known in the game world. All the rare ingredients in this world have been tasted by him. The attribute panel is completely updated. However, according to Razor's news, it seems that Li Site and Duan have also completed the redesign of the game. And they came to the door in person. Chapter 126. Ding! You have tasted the meat of the B-level gourmet explosive dragon, and the gourmet talent is activated. The last system prompt sounded. Chen Nuo's attribute panel is updated in this game. He has eaten all the precious delicacies and obtained attribute bonuses and gourmet points. Now Chen Nuo's attributes have exploded. Name, Chen Nuo. Times of crossing, 1. Current world, Hunter x Hunter. Strength, 1737. Agility, 1861. Spirit, 1933. Food points, 6207. Talent, Gourmet. Skills, Cooking of Max. Sword skills, Sword drawing and heaven slashing technique, Xian level. Ninjutsu, 3-body technique. Abilities, Mind, Gold, Armament Haki, Moon Step. Special, perfect version of the Shining Fruit, Will of the Saiyan King, Saiyan Bloodline. Items, Level 3 Armor, Hulk Underwear, Bigu Pill *100, Resurrection Stone, Fusion Card, First Aid Kit, Viagra, Instant Noodles. It is a very simple attribute panel, but Chen Nuo's attribute values have undergone earth-shaking changes, which are completely different from before. And Chen Nuo's hidden circle range is infinitely close to the exaggerated area of 20,000 meters. This 20,000 meters is not just the surrounding plane, but even includes the location. Of course, because there are many soils underground, the penetration effect is not as good as in the air, but it is enough to penetrate thousands of meters to an amazing degree. Perfect. This is truly heaven-defying. Feeling the surging power in his body, Chen Nuo's heart couldn't help but be a little excited. Now, even if he is just a simple attribute, suppression is enough to easily deal with the previous strongest human professional hunter President Netero. In the face of absolute attribute power, any skills are meaningless. Breaking all laws with one force refers to the current situation. As long as one's own combat power is strong enough, any skills are like a clown. Absolute power does not care about any skills. Mr. Chen Nuo. We have made an improved version of the game. As soon as he appeared in the room, Duan was very excited. At this time, he looked a little haggard, with two big panda eyes, but his expression was extremely excited. This is definitely an epoch-making change. Unprecedented design. Because of the limitations of Jin's own abilities before, the game was restricted and could not reach their ideal level. But now with the appearance of Chen Nuo, the improvement of the game has been able to reach their theoretical level. In his hand, he held a strange golden hexagon, which looked magnificent and seemed to be shining with mysterious light, as deep as the galaxy in space. Chen Nuo. Li Site, who was traveling with him, looked at Chen Nuo in astonishment, with a look of surprise, confusion and puzzlement in his eyes. Unlike Duan, Li Site is not only a true gaming genius, but also a powerful professional hunter. The Nen owner's sensitivity to the strong is far greater than Duan. At the moment he did this, he clearly felt the change in Chen Nuo's aura. If a few days ago, Chen Nuo stood in front of them, like a dormant prehistoric beast exuding a terrifying pressure. But at this moment, Chen Nuo stood in front of them, and there was a sense of majesty as if he was facing the abyss or the ocean. This feeling is hard to describe. Before, facing Chen Nuo would at least make people feel fear, and even have a slight impulse to resist, but now facing Chen Nuo, Song was shocked from the bottom of his heart. Amazement. Even a sense of surrender from the instinct of life. Li Site even suspected that what he saw was not a human life form. This feeling was too wonderful. You have become stronger again. Swallowing his saliva, Li Site finally squeezed out a few unbelievable words from his teeth. What are you talking about? Hasn't Mr. Chen Nuo always been strong? Hurry up and take out the new game chip we designed. This is definitely an epoch-making change, but this chip has extremely high requirements for Chen Nuo's strength. If this requirement is not met, it may not work perfectly, but we can improve this chip and adjust it to the level that meets Chen Nuo's requirements. Duan was already too excited. Li Site could only look at Chen Nuo deeply and wipe away the fine beads of sweat on his forehead. He took a deep breath to calm himself down and shifted the topic to the chip. He also understood that under the current circumstances, it was impossible to cause any trouble to Chen Nuo. And as a game developer, Chen Nuo can be a partner of this game, and now it is very likely that he will become the real core of this game. Then the two introduced to Chen Nuo in detail the new research and development ideas of this chip, which is different from the previous chip adapted by Jinchuo. If the previous GI game chip was an old age machine, then this chip has definitely reached the level of an epoch-making super-intelligent machine. It is equivalent to the former Zioba Wang learning machine, and now it is a real super 3D masterpiece. Not bad. I didn't expect that telekinesis could be used in this way. 10 refreshing ways. After hearing the two people's explanation of the chip, Chen Nuo's eyes became brighter and brighter. Now his spiritual attribute has reached a level close to 2000. Spiritual power does not represent intelligence, but only represents the internal data of various aspects of one's own spirit. But at the same time, the higher the spiritual power, the clearer the mind will be, and the understanding will also have a certain increase effect. So now even some extremely profound theoretical knowledge of fitness has become extremely easy for Chen Nuo. He quickly understood the design ideas of the two, including the real core technology of this game. In essence, this game world is in a real world, and what they have to do is to use their own telekinesis as a basis to teleport those players who have telekinesis to this world. And in this world, because of the absorption of some special energy from the Dark Continent, some strange NPCs can be created, thus achieving a complete virtual real-world effect. The greed that created this game at the beginning can definitely be called a last talent. So what do you want me to do? Chen Nuo smiled faintly and looked at the two of them. This is the telekinesis strength tester we designed. If you want to reach the ideal level of the game, the strength of your telekinesis must be at least 10,000. But we are not sure what level your training strength is, so before injecting telekinesis, we hope to test your telekinesis strength. If you can maintain a constant telekinesis of more than 10,000, then the chip we designed can run completely, and then the number of players logging into the game will definitely be more than the hundreds of people in front of you. Li Site said calmly. Ordinary players may not have any concept of the telekinesis strength of 10,000. But as a game developer, he deeply understands how terrifying telekinesis is needed to reach this level. An ordinary professional hunter has a telekinesis strength of about 100, and an elite hunter can reach a level close to 500. And those who want to break through to the 1000 level are basically those old and famous professional hunters. According to their original settings for the game, Jin's telekinesis strength is 5000. It was also the best Jin could do at the time. A strange black wristband was placed in front of Chen Nuo, with a small display screen on it. It's very simple to use, just wear this wristband on your hand and then push your telekinesis. Li Site demonstrated. He put the wristband on his hand and pushed the power. The number on the display screen jumped quickly and finally stopped at 2200 in the blink of an eye. Wow! You have made great progress over the years. I remember that the last time you were tested, you were only over 700. Duan was surprised. That was 12 years ago. I am a professional hunter after all, but I don't have much time to practice, so my ability is much worse. According to this level of strength, Razor's strength should be between 3000 and 4000. Li Site pursed his lips, but his eyes were full of pride and pride. I am afraid that in the world, there are not many professional hunters who can break through to the 2000 level. It is definitely enough to be called a star hunter. And he just used his spare time to practice. It is conceivable that this kid's talent level is still very high. If he concentrates on practicing telekinesis, he will definitely become a top powerhouse in the future. But it is obvious that he does not care much about his own practice, and is more committed to the development of the game. He is also a little monster. 10,000. Chen Nuo looked at the wristband in his hand curiously. It was indeed a very good thing, a bit like the glasses used by Saiyans in Dragon Ball to test their combat power. Don't be so nervous, Mr. Chen Nuo, it doesn't matter if you can't reach it. After all, this requirement is too demanding. Even if it's only a few thousand, we can set the applicable range of the chip according to your strength. Duan comforted him hurriedly. Even if it's only a few thousand, in his opinion, it will definitely be much stronger than Li Site, and the probability will be around 7,000–8,000. At this level, it is definitely enough to be used as an energy pillar for game development. Of course, it just means that it can't produce a general change of renewal and transformation, but it just upgrades the current status of the game. Oh! Chen Nuo smiled faintly. If he had come to find me a few days ago, it might be difficult to reach 10,000, or he would have needed to output it with all his strength. After all, before he ate these special delicacies in the game world a week ago, his attribute value was only about 1/4 of the current level. It was indeed difficult at that time, but now it is easy for Chen Nuo, and it is not a problem to get the silk. Ask for flowers. Practice. Just a slight movement of his mind, and suddenly the amazing pressure spread out in all directions with Chen Nuo as the center, and the black wristband on his hand seemed to have eaten chicken blood. The numbers on it increased at an alarming rate. Zilla! Before the two of them could see clearly what the number was, they heard a broken sound, and a wisp of black smoke floated up from the wristband, emitting bursts of burnt smell. Hey! Li Site and Duan were a little dumbfounded. What's going on? Is this wristband broken? This is a special wristband, including the core components inside, which are made of very precious materials. No. You can't use a fake one for Mr. Chen Nuo, you guy. Duan said in astonishment. Impossible, the two wristbands were produced together, there is no quality problem, but just now, it broke directly. The gold stone inside should not be so easily destroyed by telekinesis? Is it really some error? Li Site was a little self-doubting, but he immediately took off the wristband on his hand and handed it to Chen Nuo. Try this, can you, slow down the speed of telekinesis transmission a little? As if he thought of something, he said with some disbelief. Oh, okay. Chen Nuo took the black wristband and put it on his hand, and then slowly entered his own calendar according to the requirements of the two. Oh! Shua shua shua! The numbers on the wristband screen soared at an astonishing speed, even though Chen Nuo's speed of inputting telekinesis was already very slow, but the numbers on it were skyrocketing. 1,000. 2,000. 3,000. 8,000. 9,000. 10,000. After reaching 10,000, the value did not stop, but continued to increase rapidly. In the eyes of the two people who were in disbelief, the value directly increased to 29,999. Then a wisp of black smoke came out with a squeak, just like the previous wristband tester, this tester also followed suit. It was directly burned to a crisp. Exceeded the standard. It actually exceeded the test limit. Realizing something in an instant, the two looked at Chen Nuo as if they were looking at a monster. 30,000. This is the human limit of the mind pressure that Li Site and Duan calculated. Theoretically, it can only reach this limit, and it is believed that in reality, any professional hunter or an owner can get infinitely close, but this limit value is absolutely unreachable. Just like absolute zero. But now the scene witnessed with their own eyes may have taught the two a lesson. Mr. Chen Nuo in front of them actually reached the limit of human beings in a calm and carefree manner. Is this guy a human? A shouting voice sounded in the hearts of the two. Oh, sorry, I broke your tester again. Is this a big deal? Chen Nuo said apologetically. In fact, 30,000 is not his limit. His attributes have now completely piled up to the growth of monster attributes, which is definitely not determined by mere addition and subtraction multiples. Today, he can completely beat 10 or even more of himself 7 days ago. Ahem. No problem, absolutely no problem, this is really great. Mr. Chen Nuo's ability is beyond imagination, just like a monster. I really can't imagine you. You are actually a human. If I hadn't seen you with my own eyes, I would rather believe that you are a monster. Duan was amazed. At this time, any pride and complacency in Li Site's heart disappeared. He used to think that he was a genius. But now in front of Chen Nuo, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. How can I call myself a genius? I am afraid I am not even a fool. The gap between 2,000 and 30,000 is too big. The difference is definitely not just 10 times. Moreover, he knows that even if he only uses the strength of mental pressure, the opponent can suppress him and make him kneel on the ground and can't get up at all. Absolutely no problem, but Chen Nuo, your performance is beyond our expectations, but I can guarantee that this time the game will definitely undergo revolutionary changes, so please follow my instructions to input your mental power into this chip. After recovering from the shock, Li Sai took a deep breath and respectfully handed the chip out. For the first time, he used a honorific to address Chen Nuo. At the same time, he and Duan understood deeply. I am afraid that today is the day when they will witness miracles or create history with their own eyes. The era of mankind will change from today, and they are the witnesses of everything. Chapter 127. With Chen Nuo's beautiful input, the golden hexahedron in front of him was changing rapidly, from the previous dots of light to as bright as the starry sky, as dazzling as the sun. What an amazing telekinesis! I have never seen such a powerful force. Li Sai was extremely shocked. Look! The chip is evolving? The program we designed is actually evolving. Duan widened his eyes in disbelief. And Chen Nuo's body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and automatically floated up, including the golden hexahedron in front of him, which was the core of the game. The two gradually rose, but still emitted a dazzling light. In the end, Li Sai and Duan couldn't look directly. Outside the castle, those passing residents or players were also surprised to find that it was like a brilliant sun, rising slowly from the sky above the castle, shining on the whole world. Bathed in this strange golden light, everyone felt a warm feeling. What is that? It's the sun. Why is there a sun rising in the castle? This golden light is so strange. I feel so comfortable under this light. My wounds are healing quickly. It's amazing. I feel like my abilities have become much stronger. What's going on? Gradually, these players felt the difference between themselves and before. Under this strange golden light, the attributes of all players have increased to a certain extent. Even the serious injuries they suffered before have been healed directly. The data of all old players has been updated? No, Mr. Chen Nuo used his ability to repair their wounds and gained a certain increase. Li Sai was extremely shocked. Although there are not many old players now, only a few hundred people, the energy consumed by each player is a very amazing number. And what really surprised him was that the energy was not focused on improving these old players. This was just some incidental effects. Its real effect was to evolve and upgrade the chip of the entire game, bringing the entire game to an unprecedented height. For a long time, bathed in this golden light, the two finally saw Chen Nuo slowly descending from the sky. Chen Nuo looked no different from before, but he gave people a very different feeling, as if he was bathed in the spring breeze and the morning sun, making people feel inexplicably comfortable. He felt as if he had merged into everything. I have upgraded the game chip. Let's take a look at the specific effect. Chen Nuo smiled slightly. The spiritual attribute of up to 2000 made him familiar with modifying the game chip to upgrade and purify it. There was no difficulty in operation. Ah! The number of login ports is as high as 1 million. How is this possible? Li Sai was almost surprised at the first glance. As one of the real developers of the entire game and a core developer, he naturally understood the difficulty of the login port for this game. Even before, based on Jin's telekinesis, the number of login ports was only a few hundred people. Moreover, a considerable number of these hundreds of people were old players at the time, and only more than 100 login ports were truly open to the outside world. Otherwise, in the outside world, a login port chip would not be sold for more than 8 billion ringgits. But now, Chen Nuo's upgrade directly promoted this rare game to the popularization of Mandarin and even the whole people. 1 million login ports, in the current world of Hunter x Hunter, this number is quite large, far exceeding the number of professional hunters. So many login ports, but if that's the case, the number of players may not be enough, because the prerequisite for logging into the game is that the player himself has telekinesis to be able to respond to the telekinesis in our port. Duan couldn't help but say. Chen Nuo didn't speak, but motioned them to look at the new login port. The two looked over at the same time, and after seeing the specific situation of the login squat, they couldn't help but open their mouths in amazement. It doesn't even require telekinesis, this is simply incredible. Li Sight was stunned. You know, although this is called a brand new virtual game world, it is actually a real world. Just through the transmission of the link, the player is teleported to an unknown area. Without telekinesis, it means that the player cannot open the teleportation array. But now, in the login port designed by Chen Nuo, there is no link requirement, or in other words, as long as any player gets the login port, he can directly log into the game through the specified login method. Moreover, according to the game rules in the core chip optimized and designed by Chen Nuo, the attribute bonuses obtained by the player in this world include some item rewards. After reaching a certain level or completing a certain achievement, it can be taken out directly. In addition to the card collection book, Chen Nuo also combined some of his understanding of online games in his previous life, integrated some more advanced online game concepts in his previous life, and perfected this game more beautifully, somewhat similar to Sword Art Online. It's actually possible. I didn't expect to see such an epic-making work in my lifetime. This is incredible. Duan was so excited that he was incoherent and burst into tears. Li Sight even called other game administrators directly, including Gon and Killua. Wow! So amazing! Brother Arnold, is this the new game you designed? There are actually 1 million game players. Doesn't that mean this game world will become a real world in the future? Gon was extremely surprised. More than a real world, this may become the second world of mankind. In this world, all businesses and even other industries will be more precious than in the real world, because the attribute bonuses and some rewards obtained in this game world can be directly brought to the outside world. Killua was amazed. The whole world will definitely go crazy for this game. Teacher. Biscuit's eyes were shining with surprise. At this moment, she completely expressed her heartfelt admiration and respect for Chen Nuo. I have to say, you little guy is definitely a cross-air monster. In less than a year, I'm afraid our game will be popular all over the world. Razor was amazed. Even as a person like him who has spent gold, he can see the terrifying potential behind this game. Not to mention that in this game, you can encounter thrilling fighting scenes and monsters that are different from the real world, including starting a second life as a second player. Simply upgrading in this game, you can get attribute bonuses. After completing certain task requirements or reaching a certain level, you can take equipment and some items out. These 2 points alone are enough to make ordinary civilian players in the outside world crazy. Because for ordinary civilians, the requirement to become a professional hunter is to have telekinesis. The reason why they want to become a professional hunter is that they can enjoy various welfare benefits far beyond ordinary people, and their status is far higher than that of ordinary people. The difference between professional hunters and ordinary people is that they have telekinesis and stronger combat power. But in this game, even ordinary people can get their own attribute growth as long as they get attribute bonuses after logging into the game as ordinary players. This means that ordinary people have the ability to catch up with professional hunters or even surpass professional hunters. Hunters' possibility. Especially for those players who have amazing wealth in the real world, who are sick or weak, this game is a huge temptation for them. As expected of Master Chen Nuo. Too amazing. Ada and Elena also had beautiful eyes shining with heart-beating stars. At least in Jin's era, this game was just a rare game, circulated among some elite people. But now, this means that the game will have an unprecedented and amazing influence. As game administrators, or so-called game creators, they will surely become legends recited by countless people. As the highest administrator, I will now list Killua and Biscuit as administrators. What do you think? Chen Nuo smiled and looked at the other administrators present. I agree. Gon was the first to raise his hand. Biscuit was a little stunned, but she soon realized. So this is the so-called administrator meeting. I am afraid that she was summoned here because of her relationship with Chen Nuo. If Chen Nuo did not exist, I am afraid that this meeting would not have her at all, and she would naturally have no interest in the development of the game. Master. Biscuit was moved in her heart. Although she has lived for nearly 50 years, she has never felt this way. It turned out that, it was a feeling of spring. A virgin for more than 50 years. Now for the first time, she felt that the man in front of her was glowing and hot. Even if she just looked at him, she would feel her heart pounding. I agree. Razor also raised his hand. I agree too. We agree. Agree. All administrators voted unanimously. Killua and Biscuit also successfully joined the management. Killua was deeply moved. If it weren't for Chen Nuo's appearance, he would probably still be trapped in the fear of his brother and couldn't find his life goal at all. It was Chen Nuo who pulled him out of the quagmire, allowing him to see the sun and feel the warmth of friendship. Brother Chen Nuo, I, Killua, swear to you as the legitimate son of the Zoldyck family that from now on, the Zoldyck family will never betray you, and I will always stand in your camp at any time. Killua's expression was extremely serious. As everyone voted unanimously to pass this resolution, a faint golden invisible light fell on Killua and Biscuit. Ding! You have passed the permission of the top administrator and all administrators and become one of the core administrators of the GI game. Congratulations! Two similar voices sounded in Killua and Biscuit's minds. They directly had the administrator's perspective. Is this the administrator's authority? So powerful! Feeling the completely different perspective in front of him, Killua couldn't help but marvel. After becoming an administrator, you will be able to see the properties of some items, including some conditions of other players. The information obtained is far more than that of ordinary players, and you have 10 walks of authority. Now this game is completely different from the past, and it can even be said to be an upgrade. It is far superior to previous games. As the real creator of the game, please give this game a new name. Li Site suddenly spoke. Yes, Mr. Chen Nuo. This game is absolutely epic-making, and your name will become a legend sung by countless players. Duan was very excited. Razor and other administrators all looked at Chen Nuo. Everyone understood that from now on, the human world is very likely to undergo major changes because of the existence of this game. What's the name of the game? Let's call it Hunter God Domain 1.0. Chen Nuo thought for a while and finally spoke. In order to commemorate my past life and to record my present self. I never thought that one day I would develop a game like the one in the anime in my past life. No. It even surpassed Sword Art Online. After all, Sword Art Online is just a brand new game for old machines, but the game I developed is the real world. With the power of telekinesis, it has reached an unprecedented reality. Hunter God Domain 1,07. Razor was a little stunned. 1.0 means that the initial version will be updated with the passage of time and the continuous addition of players, right, Mr. Chen Nuo? Li Site took the initiative to explain. For Chen Nuo's address also changed from Mr. to adult. Because he understood that from today on, the man in front of him, 4.3, would become a godlike existence. Yet. Chen Nuo nodded slightly. Okay. Let's call it Hunter God Realm, the realm of gods. This is definitely a transcendent world, so let's release this game quickly, I can't wait to see the surprised scenes of those players after entering the game. Duan was extremely excited. A few days later. In the outside world, a certain Brazil. Have you heard about it? Now there is a popular game called Hunter God Realm. I heard that this game is an upgraded version of the GI game that required a starting price of 8 billion ringgit. In this game, it is more real, and even ordinary people can enter the game, and as long as the attribute points obtained by upgrading in the game can be brought to the outside world. No way, is it true? Such bragging, if it is true, this thing should be very expensive. The price of the login device is 10,000 jin. 10,000 jin? Did I hear it wrong? Do you know what you are talking about? Don't you brag without thinking. I swear, I'll bet my inferiority complex for more than 20 years. Damn it. I don't believe it. Let's go and see it together. The news about the opening of Hunter God's domain game resounded all over the world. Countless bars and ordinary people were discussing this thing. At this time, in an inconspicuous corner of the bar, two men shrouded in shadows sat opposite each other. They ordered a simple drink. Their eyes were fixed on the few people who had just chatted. Did you hear it? GI has been upgraded? And ordinary people can step into the realm of God. One of the men said. Chapter 128. The two people in the dark corner of the bar frowned slightly. They had heard about the GI game a long time ago, and even wanted to see it in person before, but after going to the auction to learn about it, they were discouraged by the sky-high auction price of more than 8 billion. GI has been upgraded? That's really interesting. I heard that this thing was left by a previous star hunter, and it may even be linked to that dangerous place. Do you want it? One of the bearded men said in a deep voice. The other strong man in a suit with a pipe in his mouth shook his head slightly. If Chen Nuo was here, he would definitely recognize the person in front of him. This guy is Mo Lao. No need for now. Compared to understanding this game, we have more important things to deal with now. Mo Lao said. He drank a glass of wine and continued. During this period, I have come into contact with some commissions from the kingdom of Abrato. Some monsters began to run wild and attacked human villages, especially some ants. I am worried that those things may not be native species. The bearded man in front of him was silent for a second, with golden light flashing in his eyes. So what do you mean? I will go and find out in person. Nicolo has not been working in the association for a while. I don't know where he has gone. I can't contact him. It's really a headache. If you have time, help me find that guy. The association is short of manpower at this critical time. Mo Lao said. I understand, but you have to be careful. The Spider Brigade hasn't appeared much in the market recently. I'm worried whether they are planning some big moves. The bearded man said. Don't worry, ha ha ha, I'm Mo Lao, at least a 2-star hunter. Mo Lao grinned and picked up the beer glass, but his eyes couldn't help but look at the guys who rushed to the Hunter God domain game. It's really a headache. The Warcraft invasion has not been resolved yet, and now so many things have happened. If Chen Nuo is here at this time, it will be great. That guy must have a better way. In the present world. In a certain chamber of commerce. At this moment, it has been surrounded by people, and countless ordinary people have crowded up. Don't worry, everyone has it, we got the God Domain Hunter cooperation rights, the first batch will open 10,000 places. Each login card is priced at 10,000 rings. But if you want to play in it, you need to charge a card, 1,000 rings per hour. The boss of the Chamber of Commerce who was standing on the stage and shouting loudly was beaming. He also received a cooperation from a weird guy 2 days ago. Originally, he sneered at this kind of cooperation. This is a joke. The virtual reality game that claims to be more perfect and advanced than the previous GI game development actually only needs 10,000 rings for the login card? You know, the backward GI game login card mentioned by the other party was sold at the auction at the time, but each one was as high as 90-100 million yuan. Isn't this equivalent to telling you that you can buy a Lamborghini for 100 yuan? No one would think this is true. I'm afraid they would sell you a car model at most. But after the other party took out the other cards and demonstrated them to him on the spot, and he logged in himself, he was completely convinced. He realized one thing instantly. That is, the times are changing, which will inevitably become earth-shaking changes, and will even change the pattern of the entire human world. He is lucky to stand in this wave of reform. Can enjoy this wave of dividends. So that night, he even sold all his assets just to get this Hunter God's domain game agency rights. At first, he planned to set the price of the game login card at around 1 billion. After all, this was already a sky-high price. It was just that the other party took out too many cards, so he didn't dare to set it higher. But he never thought that the other party directly required that the price of each game login card be 10,000 at the cost price. And the other party directly required that the Hunter God's domain login card could not be sold at any other price, otherwise the agency rights would be permanently cancelled and a sky-high fine would be imposed. As a businessman, he was very curious about how the other party would make a profit. Unexpectedly, the other party proposed such a genius operation of game point cards. Any player who wants to continue playing after entering the game must recharge the point card, which requires 1000 yen per hour. As a game agent, any player who recharges here can get a 1% commission. This sounds absolutely very small at first, but after the other party said that the game login card would be sold at least 1 million or even tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, he was completely shocked by this huge hand. Because this is different from any other commodity transaction in the past, this is a dividend that can almost be enjoyed forever. In addition, as a game agent, you can get some additional permission cards, that is, after logging into the game, you will get some permissions granted by other game systems, which is equivalent to some additional benefits given to him by the game development company Hunter God's Domain. So that night, he sold all his property without hesitation, just to get the agency rights of this game. The other party did not embarrass him, nor did they take any kickbacks from him, but handed over the agency rights to him, and the two parties signed a contract. Sure enough, after he released this game today, it became completely popular. At first, there were still a few players who didn't believe it when he personally asked them to come forward to try it. After experiencing it, they were completely conquered and instantly became fanatical fans. The price of 10,000 is equivalent to giving it away for free. You know, not long ago, the price of this thing exceeded 8 billion. The enthusiasm of countless residents in the entire city was instantly ignited. Because the number of open agents is limited, it even led to other cities. After knowing it, those players did not hesitate to spend expensive prices to rush from other cities in order to grab a login card of Hunter God's Domain. In just 2 or 3 days, the first batch of login cards have been sold out, more than 500,000. And this is entirely because Chen Nuo's team is not fast enough to make cards manually. At this time, Hunter God's Domain, in the City Lord's Castle. Wow! Crazy! I saw that 500,000 login cards have been completely sold out, almost all sold overnight. Now the number of players logged into the entire game has exceeded 500,000. Duan was extremely surprised and his face flushed with excitement. It's amazing. I just went out and met a lot of new players, and the game has been updated by Arnold. It's so much more fun. There are so many types of monsters and the number of tasks. Gon couldn't help but say excitedly. Killua's eyes were also shining. Compared with the previously released GI games, the Hunter God realm in front of us is completely overwhelming and top level. According to our calculations, the current upper limit of the number of players who log into the game is about 2 million, but as long as Chen Nuo's strength continues to grow, this number of people who log in online can continue to increase. We have adopted a new algorithm. Li Site was also amazed. As the highest game administrator, Chen Nuo can naturally see the specific situation of these players in front of him clearly. It's like the visual sense of Sword Art Online, looking down on these players from a god's perspective. Chen Nuo was full of admiration. This hunter god realm will be the best means for him to intercept the resources of the entire world. There are currently 500,000 online players, with a recharge quota of 500 million per hour. There will be 12 billion terrifying funds in a day. This is just one day, it is completely pure profit, because the operation of the entire game consumes only some of Chen Nuo's energy here. It will not affect him at all. And as the number of players continues to increase, the daily net profit will also grow at a terrifying rate. Even after the dividends are distributed to other executives, the money that falls into Chen Nuo's pocket every day is a terrifying number. It can be said that from now on, Chen Nuo is not short of money at all. According to other game administrators, Chen Nuo has made the most important contribution to this game. He alone enjoys 70% of the net profit, and the rest of the profit is divided between them and the agents. Even so, it is definitely a very terrifying number. The current Chen Nuo has 8.4 billion in revenue every day. When the number of players increases in the future, this revenue will be even more terrifying. Of course, because not all players are online all day, this calculation method may not be accurate, but it can also give a rough estimate. Master, I have already followed your request and offered bounties in all the black markets and major hunter associations around the world to buy the top ingredients. Biscuit walked in and said respectfully. She now admired this master very much. As the latecomer administrator of the game, she got 3% of the share. This may not seem like much, but it is actually very scary. It is enough for Biscuit to buy any sapphire he likes in the world. It doesn't matter if he doesn't have the title of gem hunter. The money is enough to drive all other hunters in the world to find the gems she wants. From now on, the operation of the game will be handed over to you. In addition, bring me another magnetic link. Chen Nuo smiled and ordered. Now he is the real developer of the game and the highest administrator. Naturally, he can stipulate all the game procedures, including the previously formulated game clearance rewards, which can also be modified at will. This is the benefit of the highest administrator. Here. Elena handed over the card coquettishly. If you have any troubles that are difficult to solve, you can call me at any time. Of course, I will leave a telepathic clone here. He is enough to deal with ordinary star hunters. Chen Nuo smiled and left a black ring to Li's sight. He is the second in command of this game besides himself and the real top developer. In terms of combat power, he is not inferior to Razor. Understood. Li's sight was stunned for a moment, and then carefully took the ring. It's worthy of Chen Nuo. A telepathic clone dares to say so confidently that it is comparable to a star hunter. How powerful is this? In my heart, I can't help but respect Chen Nuo more. Okay, the game is left to you, Biscuit. Your telepathic beast is very good, and there are directions worth developing. During this period, I still need you to help me find food. The armed color and moon steps outside the room cannot be left behind. Chen Nuo said with a smile. Yes, Master. Biscuit agreed happily. She also wanted to follow Chen Nuo to the front line, but now there is something more important. She needs to find those precious ingredients for Chen Nuo. And she is also one of the three major combat forces in this game. Now as the manager of the game, she naturally has to manage the operation of the game, which is equivalent to stabilizing the rear for Chen Nuo and having enough funds to set up reserves. Everyone knows that Chen Nuo now even has the strength to establish a country. This game alone can absorb a huge amount of funds from all over the world every day. And in terms of high-end combat power, Chen Nuo and what is in front of him are enough to become the backbone of the country. However, Chen Nuo does not seem to have the intention of establishing a country, so everyone did not mention this matter. No matter what choice Chen Nuo makes, they will follow Chen Nuo unswervingly. Leaving the castle, Chen Nuo led Gon and Killua on the road. Brother Chen Nuo, I found a bug in this game. Killua suddenly said. Oh? What bug? Tell me quickly, Killua. Gon asked curiously. Chen Nuo also looked at Killua unexpectedly. I found that now our lover's domain can log in directly at any time and anywhere. Once you enter the game, the main body will disappear in the real world. This means that if we fight and encounter an enemy that we cannot resist, we can avoid entering the game. Killua pondered. He couldn't help but look at Chen Nuo. Have you been discovered? Chen Nuo smiled. This is indeed the ability that the hunter domain now has. Our hunter domain can indeed achieve this effect, and it is difficult for enemies to find us in the real world after logging in. However, this does not mean that you can avoid being hunted by enemies. Ah! Killua was surprised. Because when you leave the game, you will appear in the place where you just logged in, so if you want to use this to avoid being hunted by enemies, the premise is that you have enough point cards, or you are not surrounded by enemies. Otherwise, it will be more troublesome to face the siege after appearing. Chen Nuo laughed. Wow! So that's how it is. Then aren't we very safe? We are game administrators and we don't need a card to enter the game. Gon said excitedly. Killua's eyes lit up. Brother Chen Nuo, is this considered taking care of us? Administrators don't need any cards, which means they can stay in the game world forever, while ordinary players need to enter if they want to stay here forever, and it is probably difficult for ordinary people to do so. But for those rich people, Hunter God's domain is definitely his second world to save his life. The cost of a mere 1,000 yuan per hour to save his life is not much money at all. Gon, don't you miss your father now? Chen Nuo suddenly said. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. The two people who were originally laughing and joking suddenly became quiet. Killua couldn't help but look at Gon, because from leaving home to participating in the Hunter professional examination, Gon's goal was to find his father. I didn't bring it up before because I took into account Chen Nuo's needs, but now that Chen Nuo has brought it up in person. I thought about it before, but since I haven't seen him for so many years, I don't want to waste 1 or 2 days. Gon said very considerately. He knew that if he wanted to find his father, he needed to use the companion card in the game, but unfortunately no one had this card. You can't find your father with the companion card, because when Jin set the rules, the companion card would reach his students. Only the magnetic link can directly reach your father, so I asked for this card. Chen Nuo said with a smile. Ah! There is such a thing? No wonder. Gon suddenly realized. So, do you want to find your father? The legendary star hunter Jin. Chen Nuo said with a smile, and took out the magnetic link. Gon looked deeply at the card, then looked at Chen Nuo and Killua, and finally nodded heavily. Chapter 129. Dark Continent. On an unknown wasteland, a huge and ferocious monster was chasing food. A figure stood on a mountaintop not far away. Chu, who is thinking about me? Jin Fujili, a man in ragged clothes and full of beard, rubbed his nose. He casually clicked on his interface. GI game has indeed had problems. Has even my administrator privilege disappeared? Jin muttered to himself. Then he performed a series of operations and modified his original settings, including the use of magnetic links to find him. Now I can't leave the Dark Continent yet. There are still important things to do here, so everything that happens in the outside world can only be left to Razor and others to deal with. Or I can only leave it to fate and pray that they can live in peace. At this time, in the Hunter God realm, Chen Nuo took out a card. It was a magnetic link. Biscuit, when Gon, Killua, and I are not here, this game will be handed over to you. Chen Nuo smiled and said. Biscuit looked at Chen Nuo with tears in her eyes. After this period of time, she has deeply fallen in love with this boy who is much younger than herself. If it was decades ago, she would definitely pursue Chen Nuo regardless of her own safety. But now, at her real age, she is even old enough to be Chen Nuo's mother. But even so, she can't stop her admiration and love for Chen Nuo in her heart. Maybe the relationship between the two parties now is the best relationship. He is her master and she is his apprentice. Well, don't worry, master. I will use everything I have to protect our hunter god realm. If you miss me, just contact me at the administrators' meeting. I am waiting for your call at any time. Biscuit's eyes were slightly red. Everyone, Hunter God Realm has also gotten rid of you. Chen Nuo sent a message in the administrator's communication interface. This kid. Go now, don't be so sentimental, it's not a life and death separation, you have administrator privileges and can come back anytime, anywhere, and meet us in the game. Razor sniffed and made a proud expression. Master Chen Nuo. Ada will miss you. Me too. Sister Yi made a crying expression. As for Li Side and Duan, these two guys are now busy running the entire game, including re-establishing some internal programs. They are so busy that they have no time to look at this chat window. It is estimated that when he sees it, Chen Nuo has already left here. Okay. Everyone, Congress. Chen Nuo smiled. In this game, he also released his telekinetic clone, so there is no need to worry too much, and he can come back anytime, anywhere. Let's go, use the magnetic link. Chen Nuo glanced at Gon and Killua and used the card in his hand directly. Now he is the highest administrator of the game, so he can naturally use any card anytime, anywhere. The next moment, a golden beam of light directly enveloped the three people, and the figures of the three disappeared on the spot and flew into the sky. I don't know how long it took, the three people only felt a white vision in front of them. Finally, the vision of the three people became clear, as if they were in a huge snowstorm. The air temperature around them became very low. Not far away, under a dry tree, a figure could be seen leaning against the tree and fishing. When seeing this scene, Chen Nuo was a little confused. A familiar scene. This guy, isn't this guy Kate? I clearly used a magnetic link. To reach Kate, I must use a peer. After checking the game administrator's interface and noticing the invisible Jin Fujili, Chen Nuo seemed to have figured something out. It is likely that this guy noticed the changes in the game and modified the conditions for finding him. I didn't expect that my appearance changed the fate of many people, but it also produced a butterfly effect like a butterfly. I can only sigh at the strength of historical inertia, and it seems that I still hope to develop in the original direction. Is it gone? Hey? And you? The man who was fishing seemed to notice the three people who arrived here. He turned his head and looked at the three people. Suddenly, his eyes stopped on Chen Nuo. Because Chen Nuo was the tallest among the three people, he naturally looked the most conspicuous. And Gon and Killua behind him looked at Chen Nuo with admiration. At a glance, I knew that Chen Nuo was naturally the boss among the three people. Of course, the most important thing is that Kate noticed Gon behind Chen Nuo the moment she turned her head. He had seen his master's son when he was very young. Even though he hadn't seen him for so many years and many changes had occurred, Kate could tell with this breath and perception. That is, Gon is the master's son. Ah! You have grown up a lot, Gon, why did you come here? And you? Are you Gon's friends? Kate stood up and said in surprise. This place is a long way from the Goldfish Island where Gon lives. Then there is only one possibility, that is, according to the arrangement of his master, Gon has cleared the game cards he left behind and found himself through the peer card. Ah? Kate. How come you are here? Where is my father? Gon couldn't help but exclaimed. Are you talking about Master Jin? It's a long story. My name is Kate, hello, I am the disciple of Gon's father, you can call me by my name directly. Kate put down her fishing rod, walked slowly to greet the people present, and extended her hand to Chen Nuo very friendly. Chen Nuo is Gon's elder brother, and Aunt Mito, who originally sent a wandering person. Chen Nuo introduced himself. Killua is Gon's best friend and Chen Nuo's best brother. Killua said. Kate greeted several people and gradually learned about Chen Nuo and others. She didn't expect that Gon had found so many good friends over the years. He grilled the fish he caught by the campfire for everyone, and talked about his past here while grilling the fish. Chen Nuo also learned from Kate that he was the apprentice of Gon's father. When Gon was still young, Kate held Xiaoji in her arms, but after that, Gon's father left here and went to the Dark Continent. As his apprentice, Kate was actually looking for his father, but it was obvious that there was no progress over the years. It is true that the master took me into that game a long time ago. I forgot whether he used a fake name to enter, but this is indeed his style of doing things. Kate said with a smile. Humph! Damn it! He fooled me. Gon was so angry that his teeth itched, because in the game they always thought that the name used by his father was his original name, but they didn't expect it. When using this name to open the magnetic link, it was Kate who arrived. It was obvious that the guy must have deliberately cheated and used a fake name. I thought I could see your father here, what a pity. Gon was also very emotional. Chen Nuo did not express any opinions, but thought about some other things in his heart. The Kate in front of him was the comrade who died in order to cover Gon and Killua in the future, and was transformed into a puppet by Catwoman. It can be said that the ending was quite tragic. Of course, maybe he turned into the last baby in the belly in the future, but this kind of thing is really unpredictable. Jin has always been this kind of person, not following the rules, ha 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 ha. Seeing Gon, who was so angry that his teeth itched, and Killua, who was confused, Kate couldn't help laughing. Kate, have you found my father? Gon couldn't help but ask curiously. It happened a long time ago. Now I have become a hunter who can stand on my own. Do you want to know where he is? Kate said with a smile. In fact, he didn't know the specific location of Jin, but he knew that he went to the Dark Continent. Even a professional hunter would only be at the bottom of the food chain in the past. Jin even told Kate clearly when he left. He hoped to entrust his son Gon to him, because he might not have time to come back from the Dark Continent and some things could not be completed. Of course, if his son unfortunately encountered an accident, or Kate didn't want to, he could also go to the Dark Continent to find himself. Obviously, as his disciple, he still followed Jin's wishes and waited for Gon here. No, I want to find that guy myself. Gon said bitterly. Under the moonlight, a group of 4 people ate grilled fish while talking about past interesting things. From time to time, bursts of laughter came. Such a life made Chen Nuo feel a little emotional. He didn't expect that in a foreign country, he could feel this unprecedented ease and comfort. But now that Kate has been found, based on my understanding of the anime in my previous life, I am afraid that the disaster of the Chimera ants will come soon. That is the real turmoil. At this time, there is the southern end of the Balusa Islands in the Libyan continent. A creature was pushed to the shore by the ocean. It has a human mentality, but a body structure similar to that of an ant. The ferocious compound eyes and segmented legs are covered with scars. I can't die now, I must not die, I still have a mission to undertake, I must give birth to the king. This weird monster struggled to get up from the beach and walked onto the beach with trembling all over. If Jin was here, he would definitely recognize the guy in front of him. Chimera ants from the Dark Continent? No. It should be said that the very rare Chimera ant king. It raised its sharp and injured claws, grabbed the fish swimming in the sea water directly, and swallowed it in big mouthfuls. What is surprising is that after eating these fish, the wounds on his body were repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. The moon sets and the sun rises. In the blink of an eye, it was already afternoon of the next day. Chen Nuo and the other 4 were on their way. So it was lost with you, Jin's hunter license. Kate was a little surprised. Because Jin had mentioned to him many years ago that his lover's license seemed to have been lost. According to the original regulations of the Hunter Association, professional hunter licenses are not reported lost. Once the hunter license is lost, the professional hunter status will be lost directly, and the various state subsidies and benefits will not be enjoyed. This is a very important thing for ordinary professional hunters, but Jin's hands were placed casually, and it was lost many years ago. Well, I deposited it in the bank's safe, in a place called Yokiksen, together with my license, Killua's license, and Brother Chen Nuo's license. Gon nodded. Hunter licenses are not convenient to wear, especially in battle. Once your clothes are damaged, it is easy to lose them, so most professional hunters will put their licenses in the bank's safe. Yuksen? It's really far away. Almost across several oceans. Kate murmured. He hadn't been back for many years and had been in Carden country, but he was familiar with the places he had been in before. After all, the place Gon mentioned is the most. The auction place of life. Kate, is this important to you? If it is, let's go back and get it. Gon said. It doesn't matter. I was keeping it originally. It's only right for me to give it to you now. Help me return it to Jin, even though he said he didn't want it. Kate smiled. I see. Gon smiled. By the way, Kate, Brother Chen Nuo has developed a new game, Hunter God Realm. Any ordinary person can log into the game directly. We arrived here directly through Hunter God Realm. Brother Chen Nuo, can we also go back to the previous place through Hunter God Realm? Killua also looked over curiously. Kate had a revealing expression on her face. Hunter God Realm? What? I shouldn't have been out for a few years, is it out of date now? It's the GI game developed by Jin before. We have further developed it based on that game. Chen Nuo explained. So it's GI? You can't go back with GI. After all, you used a limited time card to get here. You didn't tell me that you also took a limited time return card, but even if it's a return trip, it can only allow you to go back, not all of us. If I remember correctly, you can only get 3 cards after completing the game. Kate shook her head. Oh? You mean the return trip? I have them here. Gon took out a return card from his pocket. He fumbled for a while and actually took out 4 or 5 return cards. I forgot to tell you that Kate promised that Big Brother has upgraded this game. As one of the highest administrators of the game, we can use the cards in the game without restrictions. Gon said excitedly. Hey! Kate felt like she was listening to a ghost story and widened her eyes. How is it possible? He just heard Chen Nuo say that he had improved the GI game. I thought he was bragging. The game was created with Jin's telekinesis as the core. My master's telekinesis is probably the absolute top in the whole world. And Chen Nuo in front of him is only a teenager. At this age, even if he has been practicing since his mother's womb, he can't have such a strong telekinesis. Now the name of this game is Hunter God's Domain, and there are more than 1 million players logged in. Chen Nuo said with a smile. Hey? Kate's jaw almost dropped when she heard this. Although he seldom played this game, as Jin's disciple, he was naturally aware of his masterpiece. He had entered the game world before, and he had his own understanding of the game world. Isn't this pure bragging? At the beginning, hundreds of login places were created with Jin's telekinesis as the core, and even the cumulative number of players would not exceed 1,000 at most. Now that I am told that there are more than 1 million players, doesn't it mean that almost everyone in several countries can play the game? Isn't this pure nonsense? I didn't expect that Gon's big brother really likes to brag. Yes, now the registered and logged in online players of Hunter God's Domain have exceeded 1 million, and the dividends given to us every day are as much as several billion ringgits. And Chen Nuo. Big Brother has also improved the game, and these ordinary people can get strength improvement in the game. It will definitely become the second heaven for mankind in the future. Killa also got excited when he got to this game. Kate. You guys are all bragging to yourselves, right? Chapter 130. A few minutes later. After Kate entered the Hunter God realm and tried the game himself, his concept was completely changed to what the protagonist said, that this game has achieved a real million players online. Compared with when Jin first developed this game, the scale inside is unprecedentedly grand. Moreover, he also registered an account and personally experienced the gameplay inside. Compared with the previous game, the monsters, NPCs, and tasks in this game have become more diverse and richer, and even various dungeons have appeared. But what really shocked Kate was that the experience value attribute bonus obtained in this game can indeed slightly improve his own attributes. You must know that after reaching his level, it is extremely difficult to improve his own strength a little bit, but in this game, there is actually an improvement in CPU. If it is this kind of bonus, for those ordinary people who are not professional hunters at all, it is definitely a qualitative leap. No wonder this can make all humans crazy. I am really ignorant. Hunter God domain will become the second world of mankind in the future. There is no doubt that you will all become legendary. Mr. Protagonist, I am deeply sorry for my rudeness before. After playing this game, Kate's view of the protagonist has completely changed. Before, he thought that the protagonist was Gon's companion, including having a good relationship with Aunt Mito, so he paid attention to the protagonist, but now, putting aside everything, as the main developer of Hunter God domain, the existence of the protagonist will become an existence that cannot be ignored. As Jin's disciple, he naturally understands how difficult it is to develop a game of this kind of power. Jin's strength was extremely amazing at the beginning. But now in the hands of the protagonist, this game has exceeded 1 million people, which means that the protagonist, who seems to be only in his teens, is so powerful that he may have surpassed his master Jin, not to mention himself now. In the world of Hunter, strength is always the most respected trump card. From this moment on, Kate's attitude towards the protagonist has changed greatly, and she respects him as a junior. By the way, would you like to watch some animal videos later? I have recorded a lot of rare animals here. Mr. Protagonist may be interested in some ingredients. Kate invited enthusiastically. He has been here for a while. He was originally commissioned by the Kingdom of Carden to investigate the creatures here. His main job is to investigate new species and ecological environment, because some villagers reported that there had been a large-scale death of species here. For any country, maintaining biological diversity is also an important measure. Oh, that's great. The protagonist was immediately interested. The ingredients he needed were basically from various precious animals. The monsters in the game world had been hunted down. This continent, the Goldfish Island where he started, and the previous continent, are relatively isolated, which means that the species here will be very different from those seen before, and there may be some surprises for himself. In addition to us, there are several other groups investigating the changes in the habitats and individual numbers of alien species. Kate said with a smile while searching for her videotapes. That means there are other people investigating here besides you? Gon asked curiously. Yes, there are 7 of us in total. We will introduce them to you when they come back. Although they are also amateur hunters, they are all very good. Ah! They are back. Just as they were talking, several figures appeared not far away. One of them was a fat and strong man with a very burly figure and looked like a brown bear. Kate, we are back. Who are they? The few people who came back looked at the protagonists in surprise. Kate introduced them and also introduced the team members present to the protagonists in detail. In addition, the protagonist was introduced, and it was said that the protagonist was the real top developer of Hunter God's domain, including Killua of Zoldyck family. Oh, you are the famous assassination family. When Chia was introduced, the investigators present were stunned, and sweat broke out on their faces. There was no way. The Zoldyck family was well known, not only in the previous area, but also in this continent. After all, their family business was very big, and the assassinations were all some famous bigwigs. Wait. Kate, you just said that this is the developer of Hunter God's domain. No way, Hunter God's domain was just released not long ago, and I got the 10 registration cards first. I tell you, this thing is absolutely genius, absolutely a cross-era invention. It will definitely become the second world of mankind in less than 10 years, not just 5 years. Fat Bear became excited, and his eyes sparkled when he looked at the protagonist. The protagonist naturally went over to introduce himself, and by the way, he verified his identity as the founder of the Hunter Divine Domain, which made the investigators exclaim in excitement. The Fat Bear was called Wenta Uras, and the others were Lin Kesi, Kabeo, etc. The group of people had a great time communicating with each other. Wow! It turns out that Mr. Protagonist is also proficient in cooking. I just happened to have these ingredients that I just hunted. I would like to trouble Mr. Protagonist to show us your skills. Of course, we will come to help. Fat Bear said excitedly. Soon, several people took out some ingredients from their packages as investigators of this jungle. They are much stronger than ordinary people. Some are botanists, some are biologists, and some are senior hunters. After forming a team, they can easily survive in this forest. The protagonist took a look at the ingredients they hunted, which were all relatively ordinary ingredients. But think about it, although these guys are quite strong and much stronger than ordinary people, they can't hunt those powerful monsters with meat rich in energy. However, these are not problems. The protagonist can also handle ordinary ingredients well. After all, he now has the cooking skills of a chef god. Soon, under the protagonist's operation, these ingredients have become delicious and are directly served. After smelling these top-notch delicacies, everyone present, including Kate, couldn't help drooling. Gon and Killua rushed up very skillfully and began to share the food. Seeing this situation, the others no longer insisted and shouted that they were addicted one by one. They devoured the food made by the protagonist with relish and excitement, and almost swallowed their fingers. At the same time, on the other side of the island, the Ant King who escaped from the Dark Continent has now devoured various foods. His wounds have healed, and Kikai Xiao Xiao seems to have gradually recovered his vitality. In the Dark Continent, it is extremely difficult for ants to survive, but I didn't expect it to be so easy here. This is definitely a paradise for my disadvantages. The only regret is that the creatures you do are extremely weak, even if you devour them. It is impossible to intercept those powerful gene fragments. But at least for the current Ant King, he can recover his strength here and survive. Maybe he needs to go out and see a wider world to find creatures with stronger genes. Time passed quickly, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The protagonist and Kate's teammates gradually got to know each other, and also got some good and delicious ingredients, but the protagonist was a little disappointed that the ingredients here were very different from the previous place. After all, the regional gap led to the change of species. But the ingredients here are not as good as those in the original game world. Maybe those ingredients were not obtained from here, and the monsters and so on in the Hunter God realm created by the protagonist now are more from the evolution of his own mind power, rather than really captured from another world. Could it be that Jin put those monsters into the game from the Dark Continent? Suddenly a thought emerged in the protagonist's mind. It seems that if there is a chance, I still have to go to the Dark Continent. Maybe that place is a paradise for gourmets. CDDJ, however, after just half a month of getting along, Kate and all the members present have great enthusiasm and friendliness towards the protagonist and others. As travel companions, the protagonist and others also accompanied Kate to hand over the task. The place where he handed over the task was not far from the forest. As the reward for this mission, it was nearly 3 million rings. This is not much for professional hunters, but it is a considerable gain for ordinary people such as Kate's other teammates. After all, it is very difficult for ordinary people to earn rings. Ordinary people only make a few thousand a month. Of course, this kind of work is dangerous, and it does not mean that everyone can complete this mission next. They are all recognized as the best. Okay, let's stop here. This mission is really hard. Since everyone has received the reward, I am planning to go back to accompany my family. Fat Bear said with a smile. Yes, I have my eyes on a house in the city. Now that I have this money, I can buy it. I'm going to buy a car. I finally have enough money to buy a luxury car. What I want is an ancient book, but that thing is only available at the auction. With this money, I should be able to buy it. The other teammates spoke up one after another, and they were obviously very satisfied with the rewards this time. Gon and S felt a little complicated watching this scene. Because they are now the original shareholders of Hunter God's domain, the dividends alone can exceed 100 million Genie every day. It can be said that there is no need to risk their lives so much to get these meager incomes. 3 million Genie is definitely an astronomical figure for ordinary people, but in the eyes of the protagonists, it is not even a drizzle. Owning Hunter God's domain means that they will inevitably become the largest interview in the world. Absolutely no one. Even Kate is not aware of the terrifying money-making ability of Hunter God's domain now. Mr. Kate, can you stay here? After sending away the other members, the person in charge here suddenly stopped Kate, with a somewhat embarrassed look on his face. Please go ahead. Kate said in a friendly manner. He glanced at the protagonist and others and explained, they are my friends, and they are all professional hunters. Ah? So you are all professional hunters. I am very sorry for my negligence just now. Hearing this, the chubby person in charge suddenly became surprised and delighted. To be honest, I actually have a more dangerous commission here. I want to ask you. Because you are all professional hunters, if you can do it, it would be great. Ordinary people may be in great danger. Dangerous commission? What is it? Gon and Killua both looked expectant. During this period of time, their strength has improved a lot with the protagonist, and they have not encountered any strong opponents. They have always wanted to try. They are eager to get some more difficult tasks. Kate naturally would not refuse his strength far exceeding Gon and S. Even among professional hunters, he is at the top level. Of course, Kate herself is not clear about the comparison with the protagonist, but in her self-awareness, since the protagonist can create the hunter god realm, then in terms of pure energy, it is probably far beyond her. So her own strength is probably not the opponent of the protagonist. It's like this, someone living in Nanpai sent some strange creature's limbs, because it may violate the regulations and unregistered creatures cannot be listed, but the person who found it said that it is better to sell it to licensed hunters at a high price than to be taken away for free by those stingy state agencies. The person in charge told everyone about this task. As the protagonist's time traveler, she naturally analyzed what he said in detail, and suddenly remembered something. The protagonist's expression changed slightly. If the judgment is not wrong, I am afraid that these things the person in charge said should be the initiator of the real disaster in the hunter world. Chimera ants. Chimera ants that escaped from the Dark Continent. I just didn't expect that things seemed to develop faster than I expected. Has the plot advanced to this point? It seems that Kate's death in history was also due to the completion of this task. However, this time, the history line should change due to my presence. After hearing the introduction of the person in charge, Kate did not take the task directly, but looked at the protagonist with a slightly asking look. It seems that in his eyes, the protagonist has become the leader of everyone. If it is not too troublesome, let's take it. After all, only professional hunter can solve this kind of thing. The protagonist smiled and said, "What do you think, Kate?" "That's exactly what I want. I am also curious about what kind of species I have never seen before." Kate readily agreed. At the same time, in a cave in a dense jungle, the current Chimera Ant King has undergone tremendous changes. After devouring a sufficient number of creatures, although the species' abilities are very low level, they are all wild boars, monsters, tigers, and the like. But the sufficient energy has allowed it to smoothly enter the ovulation period. And in this cave, the first batch of its offspring on this continent began to be born. Soon the eggs of these ants grew and broke. Some hideous monsters struggled out of them. There were strange insects with crab-like shells, guys like seahorses, guys like mantises, and guys like batwings, but all of these monsters have one thing in common: their body structures are similar to those of ants. Compound eyes, segmented legs. There are even huge ants with claws as tall as a person. If there is a professional hunter with telekinesis standing here, he will definitely be surprised, because he will be surprised to find that these monsters actually exude a powerful aura. Each one is far superior to tigers, wolves, snakes, and leopards. Chapter 131. Although they are all inferior guys, they are my first generation of people after all. Soldiers, in order to give birth to a stronger king, I must take in more nutritious food. Go find better food. The Chimera Ant King issued an order to these first-generation ants. Now he does not know human language, but he can convey his will through pheromones and some ants' information communication methods. After receiving the will of the king, these Chimera ants rushed out with strange cries. And in this dark cave, there are still many ants hanging, and the eggs have not hatched yet. And the Chimera Ant King has already thought that this place seems to have insufficient space. In order to give birth to a stronger king, it needs a larger space. At the same time, Chen Nuo and others were also led by the person in charge to the place where the so-called strange limbs and broken bodies were found. Inside was an ant's arthropod, but it was hard to imagine that it was so small. Now the ant has such a large arthropod. If we simply judge from the limbs and broken bodies, I am afraid that the size of the ant is close to the height of a normal person, or even an adult. Amazing! Is this thing really an ant? How can an ant grow so big? And the shell seems to be very hard. Gon was surprised. Yes, we tested this part when it was brought back. The defensive strength of this thing is even comparable to that of an ordinary thin iron plate. The person in charge who followed introduced, if we simply take the feces from these broken limbs, the lethality of this thing is even greater than that of tigers and lions. If it is an invasion of alien species, it will cause the ecological balance of our area to be destroyed, so I hope you can help us investigate what this thing is. Can I take this part of the specimen away? Because I will probably need a reference object at that time. Kate picked up a part of the nail and said, "This thing looks extremely sharp, especially at the edge, there are even jagged growths. It is hard to imagine that this is a body structure similar to that of an ant. Of course you can take this away. If you have any news, please inform us as soon as possible," the person in charge said quickly. After Chen Nuo and his group continued chatting with the person in charge, Kate took some of the specimens away, and then everyone left. "Kate, please try not to leave me too far for this investigation," Chen Nuo suddenly spoke. Dell. Kate was stunned. He didn't understand why Chen Nuo said such a thing, but since it was Chen Nuo's arrangement, he could only nod. What Chen Nuo was worried about was that because of his crossing, the timeline had changed a little, and the Chimera ant had invaded this world. It is not clear how much the Chimera ant has grown. If Catwoman has been born, Kate will definitely die once she encounters it. Of course, Kate may be able to escape by landing in the Hunter God realm, but Chen Nuo has not seen Catwoman in person and does not know the guy's attack speed. If the opponent's attack speed is fast enough to your boot speed, it still cannot be used as a means of escape. Soon the group arrived at the beach where the broken limbs were found. There are still many tourists here every day, but the previous specimens have been cleaned up. But because they were led by the person in charge, they still found the residents who contributed the specimens. According to the other party, he found these monster specimens on this beach. This should be an ant, but this is the first time I have seen such a big ant. The overall length is probably up to 2 meters. The person in charge who followed introduced. Suddenly, Chen Nuo's phone rang. It was Mo Lao from the Hunter Association. Hey? This guy actually came to me, I wonder what's going on. Chen Nuo was a little surprised. Is it Chen Nuo? You should be near Khan village now, right? Mo Lao suddenly said. You are really well informed. We just arrived at the reception to complete a commission, but I didn't expect you to find us. Chen Nuo couldn't help but laugh and curse. Now he and Mo Lao are already acquainted, and the other's disciple has also become his disciple. The relationship between the two is relatively trustworthy. Of course, we are the Hunter Association, and our intelligence network is also spread all over the world. Chen Nuo, I would like to ask you to go to the Mito Federation. It seems that there are some big troubles there, and I can't leave here. I heard that a group of guys directly attacked humans, and they look more like monsters. Mo Lao said solemnly. In fact, it's not just the Mito Federation. As a senior executive of the Hunter Association today, he received dozens of reports of major accidents in one day. And these all seem to be very similar, as if some monsters attacked the village and abducted humans. This is the first time that the Professional Hunter Association has been established for decades. After all, in the past, at most criminals robbed and killed people. Now, monsters attacking human villages is still very rare. The most important thing is that these things seem to have erupted collectively in the past few days, that is, a large number of monsters have poured into the human world, and he must find out the source of these monsters. Now the Professional Hunter Association also has a lot of things to do, and the staff is too busy to spend money, so he had to help. 10 times, Chen Nuo and others who were not far from the case. I see, well, you should also pay attention there. If I guess correctly, the invading human world should be a special kind of ant. They are very large, and it is very likely that they will strengthen themselves by devouring humans. Chen Nuo frowned slightly and spoke. Mo Lao was stunned on the other end of the phone, because he didn't expect to learn such important information from Chen Nuo. Although he was curious about how Chen Nuo knew the news, he didn't get to the bottom of it out of respect for Chen Nuo, and what Chen Nuo said was very healthy. The other party had no reason to deceive him. Even the people that President Netero had told to pay special attention to, Chen Nuo didn't need to join the Hunter Association. Okay, I understand, thank you for your advice, I will pay attention. Mo Lao was silent for a few seconds and hung up the phone. He had learned from Chen Nuo's information that these ants were very likely to evolve by swallowing. Wow! Brother Arnold, is there really such a monster as you said? Evolving by swallowing other species, wouldn't it become stronger and stronger? Gon was extremely surprised. I have never heard of this species. If it really exists, I am afraid that other species on Earth will have no living space. Killua also couldn't understand. Kate expressed doubts. Yes, if that thing is not owned by the Earth itself, but has entered our Earth during this period. Chen Nuo said. Ah? How could it be? Wait. Brother Chen Nuo, are you saying that it came from the Dark Continent? Gon was stunned, but his face changed slightly after he reacted. Not only Kate but also Killua couldn't help but change color slightly. The Dark Continent is a forbidden area for humans, and even professional hunters dare not easily set foot in it. There used to be some powerful professional hunters who claimed to be strong and entered the Dark Road, but in the end there was no news, and even no news was sent back. So far, no one has really come back from the Dark Continent. It is known as the place where humans die and has been designated as a forbidden area. No one is willing to set foot in it. Now it has even become a secret that only a few people know. As Jin's disciple, Kate naturally knew the danger of that place. Hearing Chen Nuo say this, he finally realized the seriousness of the problem. If that's the case, we must find these guys immediately because the things coming out of the Dark Continent are definitely very dangerous. Ordinary humans can't handle it at all. Kate worried. Well, let's go now. Chen Nuo nodded. Since the chimera ants can be killed in the cradle earlier, he and his part have no intention of dealing with those guys. Just when Chen Nuo and others went to explore the location of the chimera ant nest. In a barren jungle. Several figures were approaching secretly. Hehe, it should be that direction. I specially observed the damn ants before, and they flew into that cave. A masked man with a scar said with a greedy smile. I didn't expect there would be such big ants. Those guys are really dangerous. Can we succeed? One of the teammates was a little worried. We are professional hunters, are you still worried about this? If professional hunters can't handle it, then the whole world is over. Yet, we can get 5 billion genie just by getting one egg. Where can we find such a great thing? As long as we get one full of genie, we can lie down and become rich for the rest of our lives. Yes, if I didn't have some friendship with those guys, I'm afraid such a good thing would not fall into our hands. Shut up, don't talk here, it will be bad if we are discovered. According to the previous plan, we will go in and steal the eggs. The scarred man, who is the captain, scolded. The other brothers also shut up. They are experienced professional hunters and their strength is quite good. However, even as professional hunters, after so many years, they can only be said to be at a well-off level. Because as a professional hunter, often the entertainment expenses are very high, including the purchase of weapons and other expenses. Up to now, their savings are pitifully small, sometimes even stretched to the limit. Now seeing such a high-priced reward, naturally very happy and excited. And according to the other party's description, it seems that this mission is not difficult, the only trouble is that there are a lot of ants, if they are discovered, they may be in danger of death. Asking for flowers 00. However, as the leader of this team, he has the telekinetic characteristics that can just hide everyone and form a transparent energy shield. The means of hiding the breath are absolutely top-notch. At least in his own opinion. Not only can the breath be hidden, but also the sound and so on can be hidden, and even create an illusion so that people around cannot find the changes in the area. And in this team, there are masters of digging holes, masters of excavation, and other elites with various abilities. Hunter. So it didn't seem too difficult to complete this commission. Although they came here with the mentality of making a lot of money, when they saw these Kunhei, catching a large number of humans in the air and flying towards the cave, the few people present felt their scalps tingling. Because in their hunter career, they have seen various pet beasts, but they have never seen monsters that can catch people and even have certain intelligence attributes. And they were surprised to find that among these flying ants, there were actually a few guys who looked like humans. That guy looked exactly like a human face and even spoke human language. This was simply unbelievable to them. But for the sky-high reward, they couldn't help but want to try it. Finally, after waiting for 4 hours, these ants seemed to have caught almost all the humans in the nearby area. The number was definitely more than thousands or even above. Let's go, don't make too much noise. If anyone dares to violate the previous agreement, we will kill you as long as we get out alive. The scarred man threatened fiercely. 0 This is a bloody matter. Once they are discovered, they will definitely eat up all the residue. Of course, boss. It's all for making money. No one wants to go against their own life. Of course, boss. The other people present also took a deep breath and held their breath. Following the scarred man, they slowly sneaked into the cave. As they sneaked deeper, the faces of the people present became more and more ugly, because they were surprised to find that the cave was terribly deep, like a long corridor. After walking for several thousand meters, it became wider and wider. And in the end, it turned out to be an extremely vast church-like empty cave. From this shape, I'm afraid the whole mountain has been hollowed out. What really shocked them was the strange insect eggs attached to these mountains. When they saw the production process of the insect eggs with their own eyes, they were so shocked that their faces turned pale. Those humans who were still struggling and screaming were sent to the so-called Ant King by the ants and were directly dismembered in front of him. The eaten humans soon became energy in the Ant King's stomach, and these energies quickly gathered and turned into strange insect eggs. They were spewed out and hung on the mountain wall. Those dense white things turned out to be insect eggs. If you get one, you will get 5 billion. The eyes of several people present were straight. If the price was really 5 billion as the bounty said, those present could probably buy the whole world. Even the most calm and fierce scarred man couldn't help swallowing his saliva, his heart pounding wildly. Not only him, but the other hunters were so scared that they were trembling all over. If it weren't for his ability to hide everyone's information, he would probably have been discovered in an instant. What frightened them was not the ants, but the birth of these ants. The new ants born from the eggs still had human heads and faces, but their hands and feet were very strange. What was even more terrifying was that these ants could move normally in just a few minutes after breaking the eggs, and could even speak human language. Even with their professional hunter experience, they could clearly feel that these newly born ants had a powerful aura far beyond the monster-like ants before. Their strength was definitely increased by more than 10 times. What a joke, this guy can actually mass-produce such powerful monsters, even one of them, I feel I can't deal with it. At this time, everyone in the team felt a little bit embarrassed, and even the scarred man wanted to retreat. Money is indeed important, but if you lose your life, what can you spend it on? Captain, how about we retreat? Finally, one of the professional hunters couldn't hold back his fear and made a suggestion. The other teammates surprisingly didn't refute it, but instead showed acquiescence. Gurgle. The scarred man swallowed his saliva and was about to speak. Boom! A huge explosion instantly resounded throughout the cave. In his horrified eyes, a bomb was attached to the shoulder of a teammate behind him. The bomb exploded, and the teammate turned into flesh and blood, and his own hidden energy shield exploded instantly. In an instant, thousands of eyes were all on them. Chapter 132. Outside this cave. On a big tree about several kilometers away from this cave. From here you can clearly see a large number of monsters flying up from the mountain where the cave is located. You are more cold-blooded than I thought. If you do this, I am afraid that most of the human countries will be destroyed. The growth rate of those ants is very scary. A man with a strange symbol on his forehead said with a smile. This guy is Crollo, the former leader of the Spider Shadow group, and next to him is the magician Hisoka. Of course, Hisoka cannot be called that now. He has now truly joined the Spider Shadow group and served as the deputy leader. Unlike other members, the relationship between the two seems to be closer, to be precise, because of the appearance of Chen Nuo's group. As a result, the two now have some sympathy for each other. Chen Nuo's growth has far exceeded the expectations of the two. Even if the two of them joined forces, they were not Chen Nuo's opponents. And the two also discovered the public announcement of Hunter God's domain, including internal point card consumption and the attribute growth that players can obtain. This is an amazing discovery. Crollo and Hisoka both understood one thing: Chen Nuo's financial resources are growing at a terrifying rate. It won't be long before Chen Nuo wants to, and the other party can directly arrest them through the underworld organizations and black markets around the world. At that time, he will never have peace. The only thing to be thankful for is that they discovered not long ago that the chimera ants that arrived in this world from the Dark Continent disappeared, and witnessed the invasion of many human villages by the ants. After observing for a few days, they were surprised to find their amazing growth rate. As a member of the human race, Crollo and Hisoka did not choose to organize a team to kill this 733 danger that was almost enough to threaten the entire human race. Instead, they let it grow and even deliberately arranged for these elite hunters to arrive at the nest. They really want to see how these ants will grow after devouring the elite hunters with telekinesis. Save the world, are you kidding? You want to kill that guy more than I should. Hisoka chuckled indifferently. For a person like him, saving the world is more like a joke. The only meaning of his life is to hunt these delicious fruits. Now it has been proved that his growth rate is far behind Chen Nuo. It is almost impossible to hunt these delicious fruits in the future, so he can only choose other ways. How could he give up such a godsend opportunity now? Okay, let's leave here quickly. These guys grow too fast. Just ordinary humans are enough to give birth to such powerful soldier ants. If they devour these elite hunters, who knows what kind of monsters will be born. I plan to leave here and find an island outside for vacation during this period of time. I will come back when things calm down. Do you want to go together? Hisoka. Crollo said with a smile. Go ahead. I'm not interested in resting. I want to see this world turned upside down more than those things. It would be a great relief if I could see that guy being eaten by ants in the end. Maybe that old guy Hotaro will die faster. Hisoka sneered. Okay, then I won't wait for you. I'll go first. Crollo smiled, and the puppet he controlled fell down like a sack. His eyes lost their light, and the mark on his head disappeared. Tisk, what a good way to save your life. Looking at the corpse lying on the ground, Xisuo couldn't help but sneer. At this time, in the cave of the Chimera Ant King, the former hunting team leader was now the only one left, and his left arm was missing. All the teammates behind him had died, not because of the bomb explosion, but because they were swarmed by the ants. Only the incomplete corpse and skeleton were left, and there was no trace of flesh and blood on the head. It was completely devoured. His face was filled with fear. Because he was surprised to find that each of these ant monsters in front of him was as powerful as himself. His Nin attack could not cause fatal injuries to the opponent, but only a short skin injury. // 47$705. The Chimera Ant King in front of him made intermittent sounds, and seemed not very familiar with human language, but his compound eyes were full of desire for human flesh and blood. Especially the elite hunters of the hunting team that he had just eaten, the taste was completely different from that of ordinary humans. One was like a low-end product that was everywhere, and the other was definitely like the taste of top-grade Wagyu. And after swallowing those elite hunters, the Ant King clearly felt the energy expanding in his body, which was unprecedentedly powerful, and he also knew some tricks to control the special spiritual power of humans. Several completely different eggs were laid by it. The captains saw with their own eyes that these eggs were born because they swallowed their companions. What kind of monster is this thing? It can reproduce directly after eating it just now. Moreover, from the transparent membrane in the eggshell, it can be vaguely seen that the offspring born inside seem to be getting closer and closer to the mentality of humans, and there is even an illusion that they are his former teammates. Crack, 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 crack. Suddenly, the egg born from the fat boy who was eaten first cracked a crack. A monster that looks like a human fat man but has the body of an ant was born from it. Oh, he. He laughed a strange laugh that made people's scalps numb. The scarred captain stared at the monster in front of him in horror as if he was touched by a ghost. This guy is 50% similar to his teammates in his lifetime, but completely different. He looked at him with an extremely evil and ferocious expression. His eyes were full of desire. I surrender. Let me go, I will tell you who arranged me to come. He wanted to survive and tried his best to explain something. But unfortunately, the fat man did not listen to him continue to talk, and his originally bloated head suddenly opened, like a carnivorous plant. It was cracked to an exaggerated degree, and inside it was full of fangs, which bit off his upper body with a fierce bite. Crack, crack. It was like eating crispy KFC, making the sound of bones being chewed, and a mouthful of juice and blood flowed down from the fat man's ferocious mouth. What a wonderful taste, it's really great. He made an unclear human voice, and his weird laughter made people's scalps numb. An unprecedented strong breath spread out in all directions with him as the center, suppressing the nearby ants so that they couldn't raise their heads at all, and they trembled and shivered all over. If measured by the strength of human telekinesis, the strength of this fat man's training directly increased to more than 10 times that of when he was alive. It is equivalent to being promoted from an ordinary hunter to the level of a star hunter. On the vast grassland, Chen Nuo and his group were walking forward with Kate. After crossing the border, they finally arrived at a new country. NGL country. The people who live here are weird. Since you want to visit, this place is also weird. What can be in such a remote place? We have brought in 10 groups of passengers like you in one day. The car driver was very curious. Hey! His words surprised Kate. It seems that there are quite a few people who arrived here before us. Everyone should be careful. NGL is not like other countries. It is not just a simple environmental protection group as its name suggests. Kate reminded. Is there any other story here? Gon asked curiously. There were other travelers who were going to reach the border. There are many black rumors about them, but it is not certain whether they are true or not. But you'd better be careful. It is not safe here. Many people die here every year. If it is not something important, I advise you to leave here as soon as possible. A kind traveler reminded them. But when he was asked what the specific matter was, this guy didn't seem to want to say it. The group had to give up. Finally, after several hours of bumpy ride, everyone arrived at their destination. These are 2 extremely huge ancient trees. The tree holes of the ancient trees have decayed, but the internal space is extremely vast. What are you doing here? Before they set foot, they were stopped by 2 middle-aged men. After Kate took out the relevant documents and letter of authorization, she was let in by the 2 after confirming that there were no questions. Please come this way. If it weren't for the commission from the kingdom, we wouldn't let you in. The leading man said to himself. Chen Nuo looked around curiously. This seemed to be the inside of an ancient tree, but the space was extremely wide, and there were actually many computers inside. There were some staff members in front of each computer. Rather than saying that this was a base, it was more like a research site. Isn't it said that electronic products are not allowed in the country of NG? Killua asked curiously. Because the destination that I want to investigate this time is very strange. It aims to protect nature and eliminate all modern technology. It can be said to be a very retro country. I really don't understand how such a country can still exist smoothly in this world. But everything in this cave looks obviously incompatible with the so-called natural environmental protection style of modern technology. Of course, the country of Eagle prohibits all electronic equipment, including mechanical equipment, as well as any metal products, petroleum products, glass, and everything that does not meet the regulations. The leading man introduced in detail. No way, is it so excessive? Even glasses are not allowed. The tour guide who was on the mission was shocked. Not only glasses, but also clothes, belts, shoes, underwear, everything containing plastic, chemical fiber, and metal components must be taken off. Another person said. Isn't this too much? Killua and Gon couldn't help but complain. Not only them, Chen Nuo felt a little unreasonable. This guy is still quite exaggerated. There is no way, this is the national regulation. If you want to go in, you must do this. We should follow his regulations, otherwise it will be very troublesome. Kate comforted helplessly. Okay, just do what they said, but we don't have any other metal products on us, fortunately we are not nearsighted. Chen Nuo smiled. Needless to say, his body, as for Gon's fishing rod and other things, he put them directly into the system space. With his strength, he would not be discovered by these guys, so for everyone, it was just a matter of changing shoes and clothes. Even clothes did not need to be changed. Finally, after a strict inspection, Chen Nuo and others, including the question mark arranged by the client, finally passed the inspection of these guys. Ladies and gentlemen, the stay in NGL is 3 months. If it exceeds 3 months, we will directly repatriate you. Please remember the time. The man in charge of border inspection said solemnly. Understood. Chen Nuo smiled faintly. What a group of old-fashioned guys, so strict. Yes, all pursue naturalism, without any technological elements. I really don't understand how such a country survives. Gon and Killua both complained. Because the resources of this country are actually not much, and the environment in this area is relatively harsh, there are few natural enemies. It may be because of various factors that it can survive smoothly. However, if it is in this country, we should try to talk less about these issues. Kate explained. Not far from the checkpoint, we saw a horse farm in front. Welcome. The daily rental fee for a horse is 10,000 yuan. 2,000 yuan. If the horse is severely damaged due to human factors, a fine of 5 million yuan will be imposed. The owner of the horse farm received the people enthusiastically. Oh my god! 5 million yuan? This is too exaggerated. This is not much different from robbery. Such an expensive price is not as good as robbery. Gon and Killua were shocked by the price and couldn't help complaining. Oh, this is not robbery, this is the official price. You don't have to use our horses, but if you want to meet horses, I'm afraid you have to go more than 1,000 kilometers. The owner of the horse farm seemed to be accustomed to it and acted very calmly. Let's take a few horses. These things can save us some energy and make it easier to travel. Kate paid for 5 horses directly. This little money is nothing to him. The main reason is that the terrain here is already mountainous and rugged. Cars and the like cannot travel here at all. Only horses are the most suitable means of transportation. Only a little grass is consumed per kilometer. Well, what a profiteer! Gon and Killua complained. Chen Nuo didn't care, but he sprayed some long-lost delicious ingredients on this land. Maybe he would get some unexpected surprises here. Now with his strength, except for the Dark Continent, there seems to be no place in this hunter world that can hinder Chen Nuo's steps. It's more like a trip that can go on at any time. The place we are going to is here. We will search every village along this coastline. If we still don't find any clues after visiting all of them, it means that the business is not in this country. Of course, the premise is that the people of NGL will not hide anything from us. The guide took out a map and showed the direction to everyone. Just as they were looking at the map to study the route, Chen Nuo suddenly noticed that on the hillside not far away, there were a few people who seemed to be looking at this place with unfriendly eyes. Chapter 133. Not only Chen Nuo, but even Kate and others easily found the guys who were monitoring us. Those people are really abominable. They are actually monitoring our whereabouts. Killua said with some hatred. In the distance of the hillside, there were some local natives. After noticing Chen Nuo and others' arrival, they had quietly followed behind. Forget it. We don't have high expectations for the people in this place. I'm afraid we can't count on them. Based on my intuition, I think the target is here. Kate said in a deep voice. Hey! Chen Nuo suddenly hesitated and looked at another place. What's wrong? Brother Arnold? Gon asked curiously. Killua, Kate, and others also looked over. In their consciousness, Chen Nuo was naturally the most powerful existence. Now that even Chen Nuo had found out something, they were naturally quite concerned. 5 kilometers away, someone is fighting. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the guy we want to find. Chen Nuo said calmly. 5 kilometers away? Fighting. Chen Nuo's words made Kate stunned on the spot. Not only him, Gon and Killua also looked at a monster. 5 kilometers? Mr. Chen Nuo, are you serious? Are you guessing or what? Kate hesitated. He can also use his chi to sense the surroundings. But his perception radius is only a few dozen meters. If he was told that Chen Nuo used his chi to sense 5 kilometers away, wouldn't that be seeing a ghost in broad daylight? Telekinesis. Chen Nuo answered calmly. There was no hypocrisy on her face, as if she was telling a true fact. This attitude and temperament made Kate suppress the questions she wanted to ask in her heart. It's true. A voice suddenly rose in his heart. As a top warrior, his intuition told him that there was nothing wrong with what Chen Nuo said. He was not lying. Let's go. Let's go and see. Kate decided instantly. Now is not the time to doubt Chen Nuo. Even if he didn't find what he wanted to find, it would only consume some physical strength for everyone, which is not a big problem. Ah? Are we leaving now? As a guide for 23 people, he was at a loss. He was not very good at riding horses, and judging from the looks of these guys, they were going to run straight over. 5 kilometers is not a short distance for an unfamiliar place. Well, gone, you take care of the guide, Mr. Chen Nuo, Killua, we'll go ahead. Kate arranged. Then let's go. Chen Nuo also gave an order, and the three of them rode on their horses and rushed quickly, while Gon took care of the guide and chased slowly from behind. 5 kilometers away. In a jungle with few people. Because the forest here is extremely dense, there are many kinds of wild animals on weekdays, as well as some precious mushrooms and other plants. Medicinal herbs, so there are also some powerful hunters in this jungle. They rely on extracting precious materials in the jungle to make a lot of money. Lon is a very famous hunter in this area. It has a sturdy body and amazing strength. It has even subdued a ferocious black bear with its bare hands, becoming the pride of the village. But at this time, this brave hunter looked extremely embarrassed at this time, with scars all over his body. He was holding a huge dead tree and waving it, as if he was resisting some monster. Don't come over! He roared in fear. He couldn't help but retreat step by step. Standing in front of him was a monster wearing a suit but looking like a koala. Originally, Lon thought that this guy was a prey to be hunted, but he never thought that the other party could speak human words and called him a weak ant with contempt. He even laughed at his archery. Not only that, this guy who seemed to have no lethality had just killed several of his hunter companions with his own hands. Absolutely intolerable. But after a contest, Lon was horrified to find that he was not the opponent of this little koala, which was really incredible. How dare you, a low-level creature, point fingers at high-level humans? Lon roared angrily, waving the giant tree in his hand and smashing it hard on the other's head. Low-level creature? High-level humans really don't understand what the difference is between you and me. The koala in a suit looked at him calmly, holding a drink in his hand, not caring about the other's attack at all. Boom! Accompanied by a dull loud noise, the little thing was not smashed to the ground as Lon expected. Instead, the hardwood actually shattered. It broke directly in the middle, but the other party still stood there intact, without even moving a step. What kind of monster is this? Lon felt that his three views were somewhat collapsed, and he looked at the broken wood in astonishment. Compared to the power of self-confidence, he could swear to smash the other party even if it was an ordinary car, but such a koala monster that looked like a rag doll was intact. What on earth is wrong with this world? Really, didn't your parents teach you to answer other people's questions properly? This gentleman, you are hopeless. The suit koala looked at Lon with some displeasure and threw the drink in his water directly out, splashing the other person's face 10 times. See you in the next life. Koala put one hand in his pocket, his expression was extremely calm. The hunter who was splashed by the drink soon screamed, and his expression quickly turned purple like sulfuric acid, and then he was in pain and crazy. He died on the spot with blood flowing from all 7 orifices. So weak, just want us to catch these weak chickens and bring them back to the king? I really don't understand what's good about such food. Compared to catching these guys, I would rather go to sleep. The koala in the suit complained. Oh, you killed him. Suddenly, the stone wall next to him spoke, and a hoarse and low voice came. The stone wall next to him twisted slightly, and a guy wearing a hood and similar to a chameleon slowly emerged from it. There is no way to preserve the dead body, oh, it's really troublesome. The chameleon complained. Humph. As long as it is made into meatballs and presented to the queen within today, there will be no problem. I hate this kind of people the most. They don't know the high and the low. The rabbit's escape is even more adorable. The koala in the suit was full of contempt. Tisk, didn't you just shoot a crying and running child yesterday? If it were me, I wouldn't resist, I would capture him cleverly. Your words don't move are meant for me, the division commander. Chameleon laughed. The two were in the same team, but his rank was higher than that of the koala in the suit, and he was considered the leader of the other party. To be exact, he was a chimera ant born earlier than the koala, so in a way, he was more experienced than the koala. And he was born after the ant king ate human flesh, and he is considered a new generation of chimera ants. After all, he looks more and more like a human, unlike the koala in front of him, who was born after eating animals, and looks so backward and old. Pa! The koala spitted disdainfully. There are not so many rules in their ant tribe. Whoever is stronger is the boss. He has long disliked this guy. And his so-called leader is really a bit different. This guy actually told all his subordinates to catch them alive and not kill them. They are ant monsters, how can they let these humans go easily? In their eyes, these humans are food. Is there any difference between life and death? Anyway, they are all eaten into the stomach. What a hypocritical group of guys. The koala in the suit complained a few words in his stomach, but did not say it out loud. Because the opponent's strength is indeed stronger than his own, there is no way, he can only swallow his anger. Don't be so arrogant. I don't care about you because I'm broad-minded. Since you like killing people so much, why don't you go to the cannibal army? The chameleon, the division commander, shrugged. His expression suddenly changed. Who? The chameleon suddenly became nervous and disappeared on the spot. What's going on? The suit koala was stunned and looked around in confusion. Why did his commander suddenly disappear? Could it be? He found that there were enemies around, but even if there were enemies, he shouldn't react like this. He is such a coward. Oh, there are enemies. Soon he saw 3 horses galloping over quickly. A cruel smile appeared on the face of the suit koala. He didn't expect that his luck was so good today. He just found 1 food, and now there are 3 more. I'm afraid that the prince will praise me for my ability after I go back this time. Thinking so in his heart, the 3 horses had quickly stopped in front of him. The people who came were Chen Nuo and his group of 3. I didn't expect that the evolution of this group of ants has been so fast that they have evolved into a monster that is almost human-like and can even speak human language. Kate was a little surprised. You know, the last time I saw a specimen, it was clearly in the form of an ant, but now even monsters like koalas have appeared. Leave it to me, alive or dead. Killua got off the horse and said coldly. Alive, because we still need to find the whereabouts of the Ant King from his mouth. Kate was stunned for a moment, but soon agreed. With him and Chen Nuo here, this guy naturally can't run away, and he is also very curious and wants to see with his own eyes what level this so-called descendant of the Zoldyck family is. After all, in the outside world, the Zoldyck family is rumored to be very famous and even has the potential to be the first family in the assassination world. Don't worry, I will make sure he is alive. Killua glanced at the painful body of Hunter on the ground, and his face became a little colder. Oh? Is this considered as humans looking down on me? They only arranged a little guy like you to come up to deal with me. It should be an appetizer. Koala looked at Killua in confusion, and then looked in the direction of Chen Nuo and Kate. I thought these guys would attack me in groups like the hunter before, or flee after finding that they were defeated, but I never thought that the other party would arrange a little brat to come up. He has killed hundreds of little brats like this. It is not challenging for him, and he can even blow it down with a breath. But the next second, the view of the suit Koala changed, and he saw Killua rushing up at an astonishing speed. So fast! A thought flashed through the mind of the suit Kara. Bang! Almost instinctively, he barely blocked the opponent's attack. But the suit on his body was directly torn into 4 holes by Killua's hand. Especially at the position of the heart, even a trace of blood appeared. If I had reacted a little slower, I'm afraid that my heart would have been pierced. UBD, don't you know that my suit is very valuable? But you ruined it after finally getting the right one. Suit Koala got angry instantly. You know, this is his favorite suit. In order to get this suit, he even destroyed an entire town with his own hands. In the end, the poor tailor finally made a satisfactory suit for him after more than 10 companions died. So every time he went on a mission, Suit Koala liked to wear this suit to show his elegance and wisdom, but now, this precious thing was Killua destroyed it as soon as he moved his hand, and now he almost died. This made him realize instantly that these guys in front of him were definitely not something that those ordinary humans could deal with before. This meant that these foods were definitely top quality. If he took them back, he would definitely receive special praise from the Queen, and maybe he would be promoted directly to the head of the division, and he would not be stepped on by that BD chameleon in the future. After thinking it through, these suits could no longer hide any strength. He suddenly roared, and his muscles swelled rapidly, and the whole suit was directly stretched and burst. The body that originally looked like a rag doll was actually short. In just a few breaths, it grew to a huge height of nearly 3 meters and turned into a muscle monster full of tendons. It looked extremely burly and terrifying. Muscle Koala. It was a power-type chimera ant. The gene gave it a strong power attribute. Although he always liked skills, he also understood that strength was the absolute advantage to a certain extent. After transforming into a muscle monster, his power defense had a substantial increase. But because of his own muscle defects, after transforming into a monster, Koala's eyes were full of bloodshot, his sanity declined rapidly, and there was even a tendency to degenerate into a beast. This BD actually turned on the beast state here. The chameleon hiding in the dark couldn't help cursing, but he also wanted to see if his big subordinate could deal with this tough guy. The koala, who turned into a muscle monster, roared and waved his huge fists and body repeatedly, trying to tear Killua in front of him. But he had the urge to vomit blood. This seemingly short guy was so fast that his every attack was almost close to the opponent's side, and he couldn't touch the opponent at all. Although he had powerful strength and defense, his own attacks became futile. If this situation continued, it would not take long for the koala in suit to be exhausted and finally fall into disadvantage. This BD, these guys are so powerful? Especially the 2 guys who didn't take action. The chameleon hiding in the dark was amazed. Roar, humans are all cowards. If you have the ability, take my attack head on, don't hide like this. The koala in suit roared. Humph. As you wish. Killua snorted coldly, and a layer of dark-armed color quickly appeared on his arms. He roared. His hair even moved without wind, and he felt like he wanted to stand upside down and become a Super Saiyan. His own momentum suddenly increased. Boom! The huge collision sound that made people's teeth ache and smoke rose up. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the chameleon hiding in the dark felt that his eyes almost fell out, and even forgot his heartbeat. In his unbelievable eyes, he clearly saw the power that his koala in suit subordinate, who had transformed into a beast, was proud of. The arm with tendons and flesh like steel and the opponent's dark arms. The huge fist of the hammer actually burst like a watermelon. Blood splattered. The koala in suit's arms broke on the spot like tatters. Even the white bones were exposed. Pure power confrontation. Complete defeat. Chapter 134. The shrill scream soon spread throughout the forest. The koala in suits who used to like to torture humans, now screamed in great pain. His body shrank rapidly, and his arms were completely broken. Killua, with his chest rising and falling slightly, walked slowly in front of him. He stepped on his face. Nothing more than a beast. Killua sneered. Kate, who was watching the battle, was surprised. Chen Nuo also admired Killua's progress during this period of time. It was obvious to all. He was much stronger than before. His strength just now was definitely at the level of an ordinary star hunter, but he didn't expect to be defeated by him directly. Okay, I've caught this guy, and the rest is up to you, Kate. Killua clapped his hands and the black-armed color on his hands faded quickly. The battle just now consumed a lot of his physical strength, but he also gained a lot of insights. What a great fighting technique! I've never seen such a strange skill. What is that black ability? Although he knew it was not good to ask others about this kind of thing, Kate couldn't help but speak up. Because in his decades of fighting experience, he had never seen such a strange ability. He could clearly feel that when this layer of black-armed color was attached to the S-arm wall, his own defense and strength were significantly improved. Before this, he and Jin had challenged masters from all walks of life, but they had never found this unique skill. Could it be that this is the so-called unique skill of the assassination family? Are you talking about armed color? Gon also knows these words. Brother Chen Nuo taught us. Killua explained. Hey? Did Mr. Chen Nuo teach you? Kate was stunned. He could clearly sense that if it weren't for the armament Haki taught by Chen Nuo, it would not be so easy to defeat the suit koala in front of him. Obviously, this is an absolutely top-level combat skill. Once you have it, your combat power will change dramatically. This is called armament Haki. You only need to practice and there is a certain probability that you can practice it. Do you want to learn it, Kate? Chen Nuo smiled faintly. DB. I didn't expect Chen Nuo to teach me such a precious martial art so easily. This made Kate a little embarrassed. After all, for every strong man, some abilities belong to him, and his signature skills will never be easily passed on. Even those who know this combat skill may be killed. But I didn't expect that in Chen Nuo's amazing memory can be passed on casually. Really, really? Embarrassed Kate originally wanted to refuse politely. After all, it was a bit inappropriate to ask for such an important thing from others. But the battle that just showed really opened his eyes. He was very curious about this ability. Now Chen Nuo said that he could teach him to learn this kind of thing. It felt like putting 100 million on your own. Do you want it? What kind of codders can withstand such a test? Of course, why not? Of course, but this process requires a lot of suffering. Of course, if you are talented enough, you may be able to learn it quickly, but you need more time to practice in the later stage. Chen Nuo said lightly. Okay. Then, should I call you master? But I have already. I thought of something. Kate was embarrassed for a moment, because he was already Jin's disciple. If he now worshipped Chen Nuo as a master, it would mean that he was out of the master's school. What's more, Chen Nuo is the heir of the Hunter Divine Domain, which is equivalent to taking away the property that originally belonged to Jin. As Jin's disciple, he did not help his master to take back the property, but instead joined the other party's sect. This feels a bit like betraying his master and ancestors. You don't have to care about these, they are just some small tricks, we can still call each other friends. Chen Nuo smiled and sent a thought to Jin directly. This is about the practice of armament Haki. Chen Nuo's mental power is already very terrifying, so this small trick of directly transmitting part of the spirit through the mental link. It is not a difficult problem for him, but this trick also shocked Kate. After all, he is also a top-level strong man, but he has never seen such a wonderful method. Now in his eyes, Chen Nuo seems to have become a god in a new world, which is completely beyond his expectations. Of course, Chen Nuo's approach is not without risks, because in the original history, Kate died in the Chimera Ant. If she died, it is very likely that the armament Haki taught by Chen Nuo will fall into the hands of the Chimera Ant. Once those guys master this ability, their strength will probably rise to another level. However, Chen Nuo does not want to think too much about these things. He even hoped that those guys would not be too weak, so as not to make his battle so boring. It is indeed a complicated skill. Thank you for your guidance. I will practice well. After feeling the information coming from his mind, Kate couldn't help but take a deep breath, with a look of shock in her eyes. Armament Haki is not simple to say, nor is it complicated to say, but the practice system is completely different from the hunter world. It can be said that the person who can develop this thing is definitely a true genius. Okay, go ask this guy questions, and you can give it to me after asking. I still have some use for it. Chen Nuo suddenly said. Soon. Kate directly began to interrogate the suit koala. The suit koala who lost his arms no longer had any fighting power, and was completely a fish on the chopping board. The chameleon hidden in the dark stared at the suit koala. His expression was extremely ugly now. He wanted to rush out to rescue his subordinates, but any of the three people in front of him made him feel extremely terrified, especially Chen Nuo just now. Because just now when the chameleon moved, he felt that Chen Nuo seemed to sense its presence. How is this possible? His ability is absolutely hidden. Not to mention Chen Nuo, even anyone, including the future king, cannot discover its existence. But what disappointed Chen Nuo and others was that this guy did not know more about the past, or his level was too low. He could not directly see the Ant King and could only see the level of the division commander. Even in the end, this koala had chosen to shut up. Compared with humans, the subordinates of these ants seem to be more loyal. It's a pity that I can't ask a lot of useful information. Chen Nuo sighed and walked over. Seeing Chen Nuo coming over, Kate and others automatically made way. The suit koala had lost too much blood at this time. He looked at Chen Nuo dizzily and felt extremely scared. He couldn't help but speak. What do you want to do? The koala who had been extremely arrogant before had a rare fear in his tone at this time. Facing death, it seems that any creature, even these chimera ants, cannot remain absolutely calm. Me? I don't want to do anything. We are just a little hungry. You happen to be the only food around here, so I'm sorry. Chen Nuo said with a smile. Ah! Koala in suit felt that his worldview was about to collapse. Because since he put on the suit, more guys regarded him as a monster in human form, but the guy in front of him actually said that he wanted to eat himself this. What the hell is going on? And the key is that when he said he wanted to eat himself, the little ghost next to him who cut off his own body actually drooled, with an eager expression. Are these guys still human? Do humans also eat human flesh? Don't worry, it won't hurt. It's just a moment. If you want to eat it, I can give you a piece at that time. Chen Nuo smiled. With a wave of his hand. Koala in suit felt that he was a little unstable and fell to the ground. Then he was horrified to see that his right leg was cut off at some point, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror. It fell directly to the ground. And after Chen Nuo picked up his right leg, he just brushed it a few times, and then his right leg was directly cleaned and turned into a delicious steak. Oh my god! This. Kate also felt a little creepy when she saw this scene. Chen Nuo also wanted to try the energy of this chimera ant. As for the gap in his heart, there was indeed a little. After all, this guy is already closer to humans, just like humans rarely eat monkeys, but it is not ruled out that some places, Sanji and his friends can eat monkeys. Even San Sao will not let go. Chimera ants can eat people, so why can't Chen Nuo eat them? In a world of survival of the fittest, only the strong can survive. What's more, the main thing is that the system, this BD, actually prompted that the koala in front of him was a top-grade ingredient, and the rating was actually 6. B-grade ingredients are rare good things that are hard to miss. Don't worry, Kate, Brother Chen Nuo's cooking skills are definitely the best in the world, you will know when the time comes. Killua's mouth was already drooling. And finally at this time, Gon had already led the guide to arrive. Wow! Brother Arnold is going to cook again. Great, you will definitely have a feast today. Gon seemed to be a big-headed guy, and didn't even look at the poor koala lying on the ground. Guide. Koala, you are the devil. Soon after a period of cooking, the popular and fragrant barbecue came out of the oven. Ding! Congratulations on your successful production of koala barbecue, rated A. The system prompt sounded. The aroma of the barbecue was so delicious that everyone present couldn't help but drool. Even Kate and the guide felt a little numb at the sight. But after smelling the aroma, their stomachs started to growl. Even the koala lying on the ground couldn't help but feel hungry, and the chameleon hiding in the dark wanted to eat this thing. You're welcome, everyone, start eating. Chen Nuo said with a smile. You are devils. The koala in a suit fell to the ground and screamed in fear, but no one on the scene listened to him. In fact, including Kate and everyone present, they all understood that in this environment of the survival of the fittest, if the other party can eat people, then people can also eat the other party. People were born from wild beasts. If you want to survive in this endless monster siege, then eating monsters is also necessary. This is nothing for a professional hunter. After all, professional hunters dare to eat raw meat directly, and even have to do other things that challenge their mentality. The people present devoured the popular roasted meat, and Chen Nuo also ate several mouthfuls without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations on tasting the A-level gourmet roast duck and barbecue, and congratulations on getting 300 gourmet points. Ding! Gourmet talent is activated, congratulations on getting attribute rewards, strength plus 80. Agility plus 30, spirit plus 15. Ding! Gourmet talent is activated, congratulations on getting a random talent, Berserk. After using this ability, your strength attribute will double, your own defense will double, and your agility and spirit attributes will decrease. The system prompt sounded like the sound of nature, and countless energies from the dark flowed into Chen Nuo's limbs and bones, quickly transforming and strengthening every cell. It was like a warm current, making people moan. It felt so comfortable, even more comfortable than taking a hot spring bath. As expected of a gourmet, his talent only needed to keep eating to become extremely strong. It seemed that this chimera ant was definitely the greatest gift from God. In the later period, these monsters were almost the same as humans, but in fact, they did not regard humans as life at all, but more like toys to be ravaged at will or livestock to be hunted at will. Countless humans died in the hands of these monsters. Now Chen Nuo has traveled here. If it were not for the existence of the system, I am afraid that once the disaster of the ants spread, it might become the food of these monsters. But now Chen Nuo, who holds the system, has stood at the top of mankind. It can only be said that this is the arrangement of fate, so Chen Nuo does not have too much psychological burden in his heart to eat them now. Instead, I felt inexplicably happy. It's a B-level ingredient. It actually gave me so many attributes after just one bite. This dish has so many blessings. It's really amazing. If it was an A-level ingredient, it would be even more amazing. This guy should be just a low-level ant. And it actually gave me a very good ability attribute. Giving this guy a berserk is simply a waste of talent, but if it is given to me, it is absolutely meaningful. Chen Nuo looked at the additional attribute in his attribute panel with surprise. Ability, Berserk. Although the speed and spirit will decrease after using it, For him, Zhao Li Zhao, this decrease has no effect at all, and will not affect his sanity at all. This means that once this ability is used, Chen Nuo's selected attribute will directly increase. Blood profit. Absolutely blood profit. The suit koala who witnessed this scene was so frightened that he almost fainted. Before, he killed humans easily as a monster without any feeling. But now a human is eating his body, this fear is indescribable. Just like ghosts are afraid of ghosts. Burp, it tastes good. But it's a pity that since you are no longer useful, there is no need to stay here. After eating and drinking, Chen Nuo stood up and walked to the front of the suit koala, sighing softly. The suit koala was terrified and wanted to say something, but at this time he was so scared that he almost peed. The crisis of life and death made him want to surrender immediately, and do his best, even if he became food in other people's mouths, he wanted to live a little longer. But Chen Nuo did not give him this opportunity. In his field of vision, Chen Nuo's horn stepped directly on his face. With a snap, like a broken watermelon, his head was directly crushed by Chen Nuo. The guide under this scene was terrified. But Killua, Gon, Kate and others did not react at all. As professional hunters, they clearly understood that in this world of survival of the fittest, it is either you die or I live. If everyone's strength is weaker, then this time it will not be this koala who dies on the ground, but themselves. But Kate is for Chen Nuo was so decisive in killing that his evaluation of him could not help but be greatly improved. The chameleon who witnessed all this no longer dared to stay, and did not even have the slightest thought of resistance. He tried to control his heartbeat and fled desperately. From here. Just when he thought he was not discovered, I don't know when the weak spiritual thought hit him directly. It stuck directly to his body and returned to the ant's nest with him. Chapter 135. In the ant nest. Ha ha ha, are you telling a joke? I always knew you were timid, but I never knew you were so timid that you could make up such a joke. It's ridiculous. If you have this much courage, I advise you to resign from the position of division commander and let someone else do it. Idiot! You were scared to death by a mere human. I'm dying of laughter. It's embarrassing to be a colleague with you. The chameleon came back and explained what he had experienced today, but he never thought that after he finished explaining these things, all the other division commanders in the scene unanimously believed that he was lying to find an excuse for the death of his unmanned subordinate. It was nothing more than to cover up his incompetence and cowardice, and they all laughed at his weakness. UBD, I'm definitely not lying. The chameleon was also a little furious. But the division commanders present laughed at him one by one. If it weren't for this, Koala wouldn't have died on the road. That group of humans was too powerful, especially one of them. I didn't even have any idea of resisting. That guy's power was definitely far superior to ours. Chameleon explained. Are you making excuses for your cowardice? As for why Koala died, do you still have to ask us? A leopard-like weirdo grinned. Yeah, since you killed him, just kill him. We won't blame you. Why make so many excuses? If that guy didn't die, there would be fewer positions for other weirdos to rise. But you don't have to brag about how powerful humans are. Isn't that pure nonsense? Humans, are you talking about those delicious and sweet humans? Ha 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 ha. It's not just one, but a group of chameleons. You are getting more and more timid now. No wonder you are the most timid among all the division commanders. Yes, if it weren't for you being the queen and the first to be born, you wouldn't have been able to become a division commander. None of the monsters present believed the chameleon's words, and some even laughed at him. Only one strange man with a human face that looked like Lei Zhenzi seemed to believe his words. Where did you meet that person? The two-winged birdman asked with a slight frown. Normally, humans shouldn't have this level of strength, but the strength of this dragon guy is equivalent to a very powerful 920 professional hunter. The penguin monster, who was the most intelligent and known as a think tank, was puzzled. Among all these monsters, he was the only one with low combat power but high IQ and extremely high wisdom. It was precisely because of this that he was respected by other monsters, but of course, some battle maniacs like the leopard disdained him. However, due to the presence of the two-winged birdman, the other division commanders were not easy to get angry, because this birdman was the first of all the division commanders to be born as a descendant of eating humans. So, in terms of this qualification alone, all other monsters cannot compare to this one. It's in the forest a few kilometers away. Chameleon explained in detail what had just happened and described the scene where Kayla was killed. It's just a senior soldier ant. There's no need to care so much. If it encounters a powerful division commander like us, it won't be our people who die. Yet, you are the division commander but you hide and don't want to face the death of your subordinates, and you come here to blame others. Incompetent trash. The words of the chameleon did not resonate with everyone, but made some other monsters look at him with provocation. For these monsters, strength is the most fundamental, and as monsters, they have a strong war factor. In this big group, everything is based on strength. As long as you defeat this monster, you can replace him as the division commander. Shut up. Since the chameleon has said that there will be some dangers, we should not let down our guard. The two-winged birdman growled. We are not a weak chicken division like you. A monster with spikes all over his body, similar to a porcupine, grinned. He was a member of the leopard monster team, and he was the one who laughed at Chameleon the most. Compared to the relatively gentle handling methods of the two-winged birdman team, the other members of the leopard monster team were obviously more bloodthirsty and more like a group of beasts. They tend to be beasts, not humans. This BD. The remarks of these people made Chameleon look a little bit angry, but he could only suppress his anger, because compared with other teams, his team was too weak. The koala in the suit was his most powerful subordinate before, but now he has been killed, which can be said to be equivalent to a commander without troops. The only reason he can stand here now, CD, is that the two-winged birdman has a good relationship with him, and both sides are more inclined to humans. In fact, there are various factions in this ant army, including the beast faction that is more inclined to beasts, and the humanoid faction that is more inclined to humans, and even imitates humans in all kinds of behaviors. Faction. In the eyes of these beast factions, imitating humans is a shameful act, because in their eyes, humans are like lambs to be slaughtered and delicious cakes, and they are more powerful than the above. But the two-winged bird people are different. Because they are the offspring born after devouring humans, they have higher IQ and more controllable emotions, as well as a desire for knowledge similar to humans. The leopard monster and the porcupine monster are obviously the offspring born after the queen ant devoured the wild animals in the jungle, etc., and are obviously more impulsive. The chameleon who was about to attack just now could only swallow his anger. Look, you guys who want to learn from humans, to put it bluntly, have no power. Trying to control others with so-called wisdom, isn't this pure nonsense? The porcupine monster laughed wildly. You are you, I am me, you are the division commander, and I am also the division commander. Since you have decided to find that person, you can find him. I am not interested in these. If he dares to stand in front of me, I will definitely tear him apart with my own hands. The leopard monster sneered indifferently. His words immediately made the veins on the forehead of the two-winged birdman in front of him bulge, as if he was about to explode. But it was obvious that the two-winged birdman finally endured it. In terms of seniority, he was the most powerful among all the monsters, because he was the first generation of monsters born after the queen ant devoured humans, and he had higher wisdom. But in terms of strength, he might not be better than this grumpy leopard monster. This guy was indeed born by the queen ant. But wild beasts often have stronger physiques than humans, which means that they have more advantages in combat power, are more bloodthirsty, more manic, and more warlike. Hee hee. The leopard monster smiled coldly and led his team away. The porcupine monster even deliberately brushed past the two-winged bird man, showing a disgraceful smile. Even though he was not the division commander, his arrogant attitude was even more excessive than that of the division commander. Hee, what a sad scene. As the first human offspring born by the mother, he was actually ridiculed by these beasts. It's really embarrassing for us. Suddenly, the sneer sounded from not far away. The sound was not loud, but it clearly sank into everyone's ears. The leopards who were about to leave stopped one after another. The leopard monster, who was the division leader, could not help but turn his head and look over. It was obvious that three people were coming not far away. The wretched man was a guy with scars all over his body, who looked ordinary in human form. Next to him was a fat man with a fat head and big ears. On the right was a charming woman holding a leather edge. However, from their appearance, they still maintained some of the beast form. The guy in the middle seemed to be the captain, and there were some snake-like scales on his face. When the fat man laughed, his mouth could be split to his ears, and he held a huge black iron ball with sharp corners in his hand. My woman holding a whip had a curved and upward tail like a scorpion. Descendants of monsters in human form. After seeing these people appear, all the monsters present couldn't help but have some information in their minds. Now in this ant army, the Netherlands has been divided into two groups, beast form and human form. The monster case is equivalent to the old and new forces. Most of the old forces are in the form of numbers, but as the ant queen devours more and more humans and gives birth to more and more offspring, it seems that there are more and more human forms. The leopard monster looked at them with eyes full of hostility. Newcomers. The chameleon was also stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but speak curiously. Because I haven't seen these weirdos in the previous team, so there is no need to think about it. They must be the descendants who were born again after devouring humans. If they are ranked by seniority, these guys must belong to the new generation and the old generation. They can't be compared at all. Moreover, the chameleon has a clear feeling that these guys in front of him don't seem to be much different. If it weren't for their lives, the tails behind them and some weird forms on their bodies, reminding these guys that they are weirdos, otherwise they are more likely to look like ordinary people. You are really a few little ghosts who don't know the height of the sky and the thickness of the earth. Haven't you ever taught you to use honorifics when talking to elders and division commanders? The porcupine monster laughed grimly, and his hand suddenly raised up, and suddenly squeezed the black shadow and shot out with sharp iron teeth like steel needles in his hand. These steel needles are so fast that they can even penetrate steel plates directly. Dang 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 dang. A series of clear collision sounds stood in the middle. The scarred snake-scale man did not speak, but a pile of twisted and broken steel needles fell in front of him. The one who took action was the scorpion girl holding a whip on the right. This guy. He did not hit the opponent as expected, but his attack was blocked by the opponent. This sudden change made the porcupine come over and mess with him. Not only the leopard monster, but also his pupils shrank slightly at this time. Because the porcupine monster was a very powerful general under his command, especially the use of this steel needle, which was simply superb and faster than a bullet, but in the blink of an eye just now, it was blocked by the opponent. What a rude guy, if the legion is full of old guys like you, relying solely on the advantages of 100, then what future do we have? Strength is everything here. The snake-scale man sneered and looked at them with a cold expression. As soon as he finished speaking, the scorpion girl on his right had disappeared. When everyone reacted, they saw that they had stood at the position of the porcupine monster, and the scorpion needle on its tail had pierced his heart, piercing him directly. Vub 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 vub. The porcupine monster's mouth kept spurting blood. He wanted to say something, but his eyes were round and he looked at the scorpion girl in front of him in disbelief. He couldn't believe how he was attacked, and the position of his heart was empty. His heart was taken out directly by the scorpion girl, and then she stretched out her heart-breaking tongue in front of everyone, licked it with great enjoyment, and then swallowed it in one gulp. The sound of chewing the heart gently seemed so clear in this extremely quiet childhood. All the other weirdos standing here at this time couldn't help but feel a tingling scalp. This is a porcupine monster. Although this guy's strength is weaker than the division commander, he is definitely a strong man under the division commander. But just now, all the weirdos didn't see clearly how these children attacked, and they arrived at the position of the porcupine monster like lightning. And the porcupine block's own defense is not weak, but such a strong guy was killed silently. His defense is as fragile as paper in front of this scorpion tail. This BD. The one with the most distorted expression was the arrogant leopard monster. His face was almost twisted into a red ball. He stared at the scorpion girl not far away from him. His heartbeat was already extremely high. Speed. Speed is his most confident talent. Just when he was not paying attention, he only noticed a shadow and someone approached, but he never thought it was the scorpion girl. This guy's speed is definitely not inferior to his own. When did these guys appear in the Legion? And looking at the situation of these three guys just now, it is clear that the middle Scarming is the captain, which means that three extremely powerful captains appeared at the same time. If the sneak attack just now was aimed at himself, even if he didn't die, he would most likely be seriously injured. You know, the leopard monster is proud of his speed. In the entire Legion, those who are stronger than him are not as fast as him. The speed of those who are weaker than him is even less. Therefore, even when facing other division commanders, the leopard monster is extremely arrogant and has an absolute speed, which means that in any battle, he will be in an unbeatable position from the beginning. Not only him. Birdman monster, chameleon monster, penguin monster, etc., other division commanders present also changed their faces slightly, looking at the three people with extremely bad faces. Don't be nervous, we are a legion after all, I will not kill you all, don't worry. The snake-scaled man spoke, and his calm voice was like a blade that spread through everyone's heart. An unprecedented meaning emerged, which made some weak monsters unable to help but tremble all over their bodies. Even some smart divisions and commanders present have clearly felt this terror. If the other party is willing, does it mean that they will kill everyone? No monster spoke, and they stared at the three people with nervous and fearful faces. Okay, from now on, you are still the division commanders, but please remember that I am your corps commander and they are the deputy corps commanders. You should not object. 11. The snake-scaled man smiled and walked slowly towards them. As the man approached step by step, an unprecedented and shocking sense of oppression emerged. The chameleon and the two-winged birdman, who were the first to bear the brunt, only persisted for a few seconds, and couldn't help shaking all over, and fell down on the spot with a bang. The leopard monster who was about to resist seemed to be trapped in a quagmire, and seemed to be carrying a mountain, and his face showed a look of pain and anger. But in the end, he only persisted for more than 10 seconds, and couldn't bear it anymore, and knelt down with a bang. Chapter 136. In a dense forest. Screams and fighting sounds continued to sound, startling the birds in the nearby jungle. A man who looked like an explorer had been pierced and fell to the ground with blood dripping. There were several strange guys beside him, one was similar to a mantis, and the other was similar to a beetle with a shell all over his body, but they were all in human form. This thing is so useful. I didn't expect these fragile guys to invent such a good thing. The beetle monster took the pistol snatched from the man, fired a few empty shots into the sky, and couldn't help laughing excitedly. This thing was the first time he saw it. It was very convenient to use. Although the attack power was not very good, it was better than doing it himself. Boss. He seems to be dying. A strange man who looked like a turtle next to him said. Yes, the queen said that he likes to eat alive the most, but it doesn't matter if he is dead. It can be preserved for a long time if made into meatballs. Another mantis monster said. Above this dense forest, there is a small cliff platform. On the platform, several people have been peeping. If there are familiar people here, they will definitely see the appearance of the people in front of them. They are the archer Bakuer, the bee-girl Pengxi, who participated in the professional hunter assessment, and 2 friends they have met during this period. These monsters are too powerful. It is difficult to deal with them with our manpower alone. Yes, it's too scary, especially the beetle, which can't even be broken by bullets. How can such a weirdo appear? Go to the association for support immediately. If this goes on, we can't deal with it at all. They originally came here to complete a simple task commission and accidentally discovered the adventurer who was washed by the washing machine. At the beginning, B was still planning to rescue the guy, but when he saw that the opponent's bullets couldn't break the monster's defense, he chose to temporarily endure it. He never thought that the more he went on, the more frightened he became. Whether it was the beetle-like monster, the turtle monster, or the mantis monster, these guys all had amazing defense and reaction speed. Even in their eyes, those guys have definitely reached the level of elite professional hunters, and the strongest among them is just an ordinary hunter who has just become a professional hunter not long ago, and is no match for the 3 people. No, the other party still hasn't received the message, which means that the ownerless lovers who have been in contact with us may have all been killed. Peng Si looked a little embarrassed. She released her bees, but now she has not received any reply. There are only 2 possibilities, either her bees have been killed on the way, or the recipient no longer exists. No matter which one it is definitely a very embarrassing situation for everyone now. Should we go back now? Staying here may be a death sentence. One of the thin and weak men, trembling all over, couldn't help but speak. He thought that his strength might not be as good as the explorer who was eaten below. If there was a head-on conflict with those monsters, he would be the first to die. Instead of staying here to save others, it is better to protect himself first. Let's go back. We can't convince this kind of creature by ourselves. Let's leave NL first, and then announce this fact to the world and form a regular expulsion team. Beokul said in a deep voice. He also felt that in this situation, if they really wanted to fight, even if all of them were added together, they would probably be at a disadvantage, and there would even be a great risk of death. Instead of doing this, it would be best to spread the news first, let the fact that this weirdo appeared work, and gather those powerful professional hunters to come and fight, which is the most appropriate. Yeah, I think so too, anything is fine, as long as we leave quickly. The thin man quickly agreed, staying here, in his opinion, is just waiting to die. But before he finished speaking, everyone suddenly heard a violent breaking sound, and then felt the ground shaking violently. There was a loud bang, and a dark voice came out from the ground, and suddenly appeared behind the thin man. There was only a click, like the sound of an eggshell breaking. Originally, it was fine. The math man who stood in front of everyone had turned into a headless corpse. His head was smashed by the guy who just came out. The sudden attack made everyone present change their faces instantly, especially when they saw the guy who was alive in front of everyone just a second ago, but his head was moved in the next second. The head of the thin basket was not broken, but was cut off and fell on the grass. Even though he was not completely dead yet, he showed a horrified expression and looked at the monster that suddenly appeared behind his headless corpse. Later, it was a monster with huge claws like crabs, but with a head similar to that of ants. It was the monster that cut off his head instantly with his huge claws. Damn it! 7-color bow and arrow. As the strongest person, Baku reacted instantly. He roared, jumped high, and condensed a colorful bow and arrow in his hand. 7-color bow and arrow. Red. The red bow and arrow is his most powerful attack. Boom. The bow and arrow in his hand instantly turned into a red light and shot out of the chicken coop, but what was shocking was that the ant monster actually dodged the red bow and arrow, which was less than 1 meter away from him, and hit the ground behind him, instantly exploding a black hole with a diameter of 1 meter. DV. Seeing this scene, Bakuer's face instantly became extremely bad. This red bow and arrow was almost his strongest attack, and he was caught off guard just now and attacked the opponent, but he was dodged by the opponent at such a short distance. It can be imagined how much difference there is between the two sides. If this continues, there is only one way to die. Escape here quickly, their companions are coming. Bakuer roared, and his breath perception vaguely sensed that something was approaching. Although it was not particularly clear, as a hunter's instinct, he felt that the thing was extremely fast, and the attitude was very bad, extremely dangerous, and even the VR it emitted was stronger than the thing in front of him. As soon as the voice fell, before Peng Si and the other burly man could react, they heard a whoosh. A guy with a human face but 8 legs like a spider was flying down the cliff. What kind of monster is this guy? Why is he a human face? Shoot him to death quickly, shoot him to death quickly. Ah! The people present were all scared. It was the first time they saw such a monster with a human face. It felt like a corpse lying on the ground, also coming towards them quickly, and this guy's face looked extremely ugly, with a Mediterranean thick lip. Bakuer did not hesitate at all and drew his bow and sword at this guy, shooting several consecutive orange arrows. This is his telekinetic arrow. The penetration and attack effect are only higher than the real one. The orange bow and arrow is its fastest bow and arrow, more than twice as fast as the previous red one, and there is no reason to dodge at such a close distance. But the next second, not only him, but the other 2 people present suddenly became extremely ugly. The opponent did not dodge the arrow, but was hit by the red arrow in the middle of his eyebrows. But to be precise, the red arrow stopped a few centimeters away from the spider monster's forehead and could not move any further because it was caught by the opponent. What are you kidding? Caught. Bakuer's forehead was covered with beads of sweat. He knew the power of his arrows very well. This seemingly ordinary swordsman could definitely shoot a truck directly, but the opponent caught the fastest orange arrow among his 7-color arrows so easily. Yo, what? It's obvious that you can see it clearly. Oh, I forgot. Xiaobing probably can't see this kind of thing, but it feels easy for me. And the vitality wrapped in you is the source of this weapon. For Her Majesty, this is the highest level of nutritious food. The spider monster made a strange cry, and he suddenly stood up straight, the body raised its big belly like a pregnant woman, and the bulging belly suddenly contracted. Just as everyone was shocked, Dao Simin shot out from his belly button. In an instant, he hit the burly man. The teammate who seemed to be burly and strong could only scream in fear at this time, and was dragged back by the spider monster in an instant. Before Baoker and Pengsi could react. Crack! It was like chewing a brittle bone. In the horrified eyes of the 2, the spider monster held the burly man with its arms and legs, and then bit the other's head directly, and ate it on the spot like eating a watermelon. Ah, weird! He ate my prey again. Reflexively, prey destroyed by soldiers cannot be presented to Her Majesty the Queen. Ah! The disabled lady is going to be angry. The Spider-Man holding the body of the strong man made a strange cry, as if he was upset about what happened just now. UBD. Having witnessed this scene, Bakuer could no longer bear it. His index finger and thumb opened like a bow, and his right hand suddenly pulled back. An invisible arrow of strength training quickly condensed between his 2 hands. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The arrow flew through the air, but of course it did not cause any harm to the sponsor, and was easily caught in one of the opponent's arms. But Bakuer had no intention of stopping, instead he rushed up, his right fist suddenly clenched a telekinetic arrow, and smashed it hard at the opponent's head. Ah, ah, ah! What made him extremely desperate was that Spider-Man only had one arm free, easily caught him, and attacked with all his strength. Damn it! Damn it! Bakuer felt unprecedented anger and horror. He originally thought that his strength had become extremely powerful after going through the professional hunter assessment. But he never thought that he had no resistance in front of this spider monster, and it could even be said that the opponent had a completely crushing level of strength. Zhou Chuan hit Spider-Man's face fiercely, but the hand felt as hard as leather, and this punch definitely did not cause any substantial damage. Bakuer was extremely horrified. Wait a minute, I still have something in my hand, it's really unreasonable to do this. The spider monster made a teasing sound, as if it didn't feel the slightest bit threatened by the attack that Bakuer had fought with all his might. Furious, Bakuer suddenly pulled away from him slightly, drew his bow and aimed an arrow at his face. Good chance. The arrow almost hit the opponent's face. This arrow will definitely hit. No. Suddenly, the spider monster screamed, but the scream was not directed at him. This scene made Bakuer a little confused. Before his arrow fell, he suddenly heard a muffled bang, and then his eyes went black and he completely lost control of his body and fell down heavily. Peng Si, who was standing next to him, witnessed everything. At this time, she was trembling all over and her palms were sweaty. Because she was shocked to find that a woman with a charming and beautiful appearance, a perfect figure, and a scorpion tail appeared behind Bakuer. It was this monster woman washing machine, Bakuer. Slayer, your fighting style is still so clumsy. Isn't it enough to throw away the things in your hand? The charming and enchanting scorpion woman in a bikini said with a smile. Ah? Yes, yes. Thank you for reminding me. The spider monster called Slayer reacted and quickly loosened his other arms. The headless body of the burly man just now also fell at his feet. Go back, this guy's nutritional value is 1000 times that of an ordinary person, it's very good. I heard that the Queen has obtained similar food not long ago, and several super powerful compatriots have been born. To be honest, I don't want to take these guys back. No one wants to have more powerful competitors, but this is the Queen's order, and we have no reason to object. You did a good job this time. The bikini scorpion monster smiled. Yes, yes, Division Commander. Thank you for your compliment, I am honored. By the way, there is another one over there. The spider monster danced excitedly, and the face of the man was even more blushing. He quickly told Pence next to the scorpion girl. Miss Pence, who was stared at by two monsters, instantly became extremely ugly. Run! It was just a moment. She made a decision. Even Bakuer couldn't defeat the opponent. Although he got the title of professional hunter, it was actually because of the luck of that assessment. In fact, his real combat power might not be as good as Bakuer. So in this situation, running away is the only way to survive. On the way of escaping, Pence also quickly released his bees to pass on the information he saw here as much as possible. Ah, she's going to run away. The spider monster laughed strangely, and quickly fell to the ground and chased Pence with his hands and feet, at a very fast speed. Hee, go ahead, try to leave them alive. The taste is much worse when they die, and this kind of people only have the special life energy in their bodies when they are alive. The bikini scorpion girl smiled. Don't worry, sir, I won't let you down. Run, little baby. The perverted laughter of the spider monster came from the distance in the jungle, like the beginning of a hunting game. In a remote part of the NGL Republic, Chen Nuo and others are investigating the biological invasion under the leadership of Kate. Chapter 137. According to the information from the nearby villagers, the traces of those weirdos should have appeared in this generation. If nothing goes wrong, maybe we can find some clues. Kate looked into the distance. Hey? What is this? Suddenly Kilo let out a light hey, and saw him jump high and directly catch a buzzing bee. Wow! Why is there a small note on this bee? Open it and see what is written on it. Gon asked curiously. Is this Pence's bee? Kilo reacted instantly. Chen Nuo naturally recognized the familiar bee at a glance. Isn't this the bee that the girl could control in the professional hunter assessment? How could it appear here? Because the protagonist is not particularly clear about some detailed details of the subsequent lover story. So the protagonist cannot make an accurate judgment on some subsequent details. Oh, right. It seems that the Ant King gave birth to the real Chimera Ant King because he devoured the strong man with telekinesis among humans, and that guy was the archer Bakuer at the time. Could it be that the little girl penses with Bakuer? As if thinking of something, the protagonist's mind turned quickly. It's a letter of help from the internal area of NGL. The other party is a human with telekinesis. The situation is very dangerous. Do you want to go together? Kate saw the note clearly at a glance. Of course. We are also professional hunters. Killua and Gon agreed immediately. Mr. Protagonist, what about you? Kate asked in a tone of inquiry. I will naturally go with them. Anyway, we came here to find those weirdos. Now that we have the news, we can't miss it. The protagonist smiled slightly. Well, let's go quickly. It's still a long way from the destination. I'm sorry, Miss Translator, we are in a hurry. Kate said to the tour guide who had just been invited. Because the world is not familiar with this generation, we found a villager who is familiar with this area in a nearby village. The other party also has a horse. Naturally, he became the tour guide of the team. I can make the horse run faster, don't worry. The village girl said. At least it's too slow. You go back to the border and meet up with others first, and then contact the association to tell them that the highest level of dangerous creatures have been found here. Please. Kate jumped off the horse directly. Compared to his speed and the speed of the three protagonists present, the speed of the horse is indeed too slow. Okay, I understand, Mr. Kate, don't worry, I will definitely take the news out. The tour guide quickly agreed. Then let's go, time waits for no one. Kate gave the protagonist a look. Before he could speak, Gon and Killua had already set out. Swish! 2 streams of air swept past Kate, leaving him stunned. So fast! Kate was amazed. He keenly saw that the legs of the 2 little guys had turned into a pitch-black color of armament Haki. So that's it. Armament Haki actually has such a magical effect. When it is applied to the legs, it can directly increase the speed by such a large amount. It's amazing. As expected of the protagonist, he can actually develop such an unprecedented and powerful martial art. Hey? The tour guide and the 2 horses standing behind and watching the group leave quickly were also stunned. Before this, the tour guide thought that these guys were just rich people who came here to explore, but she never thought that they were running at a speed that was not human. Half an hour later, Kate and Chen Nuo were already far ahead, but Gon and Killua were chasing them closely. So fast! As expected of Mr. Chen Nuo, he actually has such amazing physical strength and speed. Even until now, I haven't felt any changes in his heartbeat. Is this guy really a human? After running at full speed for 30 minutes, Kate's forehead was already slightly sweaty, but he was extremely surprised at this time. The protagonist running parallel to him did not look tired at all, and he didn't even breathe. This physical strength is too exaggerated. In front. Suddenly the protagonist stopped. Kate also hurriedly stopped, because she was too hasty, she almost bumped into the protagonist's back. The Netherlands in front of him was an ordinary village, with low wooden houses and some farming tools, but what was surprising was that the village was silent, and no one spoke, which looked extremely weird. As the protagonist and Kate walked a few steps in the village, they vaguely saw some clothes dropped on the ground and a special smell floating in the air. It's blood. Kate frowned slightly. As a professional hunter, he could naturally clearly perceive what this smell belonged to. Brother Arnold. Brother Chen Nuo. Brother Kate. Who? At this time, Gon and Killua finally caught up with the speed, and the speed of these 2 little guys was still a bit slower than that of the protagonist, but fortunately they were barely not too far behind. Ah! What is this? Too cruel! The lady suddenly exclaimed. Because he suddenly saw several dead animals stuck on the dry tree in front of him. Like a sacrifice, but I haven't heard of any place with such a sacrificial custom. Killua frowned. This is the habit of the red-headed shrike, sticking food on branches. But such a big red-headed shrike? Kate thought. All the memories he wanted to change did not find a huge red-headed shrike that could stick cattle and sheep directly on the tree trunk. Suddenly, a slight sparse sound came from behind the four people. Ah! What is this guy? It's so close to us, but it wasn't discovered. Seeing this figure suddenly come out, Gon and Kia couldn't help but change their faces slightly. Kate also fell into deep thought. He could naturally sense that the other party had completely concealed his breath, which was a kind of application of telekinesis. This application is not very advanced, but it is extremely difficult, especially when facing a stronger opponent. It is very difficult to really profit from it perfectly. But it was obvious that the opponent's hidden breath strength was absolutely extraordinary. Podgy podgy. The sound of gnashing teeth sounded, and the monster with rabbit ears but human body walked in front of several people, with a ferocious and terrifying expression. A bunch of trash, those things are all mine, you are not allowed to get close. The rabbit monster screamed. He pounced on them and threw them at Gon and Killua. However, before their attacks fell, Kate had already taken action and took the two little guys away directly. As for the protagonist on the side, he stood quietly in place, looking like a passerby, generally without the slightest breath. This guy, so strong. If you fight him, it should be difficult to win. The rabbit monster's expression instantly became extremely ugly and stared at his breath perception. Kate in front of him was the strongest person. As for the weakest person, it was the protagonist. The guy felt like the villager he had killed before. It seems that he is unlucky this time. These stored foods will be snatched away by these guys. But what surprised the rabbit monster was that Kate did not declare war on him directly. Instead, after putting Gon and Killua down, she crossed her arms and walked to the other side. Gon, Killua, you guys deal with this guy. He is just a soldier. We will continue to see guys of this level on the road. I can't help you deal with every one of them. If you can't even beat him, you can just go back, right, Mr. Chen Nuo? Kate looked at the two little guys expressionlessly, and then looked at the protagonist with a hint of asking for instructions. Of course, future monsters will only be more troublesome than this guy, so Kate and I will not take action unless it is very necessary. You can also regard this commission as a training experience. The real warrior comes from the battle on the edge of life and death. Chen Nuo said lightly. Understood. Brother Chen Nuo. Yes. The expressions of Gon and Killua changed instantly. Instead of laughing and joking as before, they became extremely serious. Especially Gon. He had experienced a real life and death trial in the hunter assessment, and he was truly awakened. Now he is a real warrior. Hey? You actually let these two little ghosts deal with me? You humans actually look down on me so much. The rabbit monster's anger also rose instantly, and his eyes became a little scarlet. As long as you can defeat them or kill them, we will let you go. The protagonist walked forward and said calmly. This guy. The rabbit monster was stunned, but when he looked at Kate's eyes, he found that the other party was not angry at all, but looked like the protagonist was the leader. Could it be that his eyes were wrong, and this guy was the boss of the whole team? Or is it that the human organization is like this, inexplicably not taking the strong guy as the boss, but a mediocre weakling? Then I will kill you now. The rabbit monster, with a ferocious expression, directly attacked. But what surprised him was that the two human brats who looked insignificant just now seemed to be completely different and exuded an amazing aura. It was comparable to the Scion's violent effect. Gon, don't use the armed color, let's see who can deal with this guy first. Killua said. Okay, I won't lose to you. Gon was not to be outdone. The two turned into a shadow and flew up. Gon was the first to punch the rabbit monster in the face. Ignorance! This human brat dares to provoke me! The rabbit monster roared in his heart. He also punched directly, and he had prepared in his heart to smash the kid in front of him. Although he was the offspring born after the queen devoured the rabbit, his strength was even greater than that of tigers and lions. It was definitely not something that the human kid in front of him could contend with. Crack! The sound of bones breaking that made people's teeth ache sounded. The sharp pain came from his fist, and the rabbit monster's expression changed instantly. He admired his fist, which was smashed into pieces by the little ghost in front of him. It was obviously a human fist, but it was almost like steel after hitting him. Before he had time to deal with the little ghost in front of him, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and then his body was kicked up uncontrollably. Killua was the one who did it. Try my lightning! The little ghost who was obviously below him jumped high and appeared above the rabbit monster's head, then held some blue-white lightning in his hands, gathered it crazily in his palms, and gathered it towards him with a bang. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, the rabbit monster was instantly hit by the falling thunder. It felt as if his whole body was being burned. Indescribable pain, even felt that his muscles were about to be torn apart, and waves of burnt barbecue smell emanated from his body. The rabbit monster fell from a high altitude and suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Damn it! How could I be defeated by these two guys? The rabbit monster screamed. It was a pity that his anger did not seem to bring him more strength. Even though his eyes were red, the veins on his body were bulging, and the rabbit monster, who had obviously entered a rampage state, was still no match for Gon and Chia. Boom! Gon shot over like a cannonball and hit the rabbit monster with a heavy headbutt. Kaka! The sound of bones breaking, the rabbit monster screamed, and was knocked out like a sand pit, rolling to the ground, with only less inhalation and more exhalation. Killua's CK also missed the attack that was originally intended to pierce the heart, but was avoided by the rabbit monster. It seems that I am still faster, Killua. Gon said excitedly. He had no psychological burden to kill this kind of monster that destroyed the entire village, and along the way, the protagonist had taught him more, making him understand what is true justice. Ah, well, you win this time. Killua sighed. Dang dang. Just as the two were settling the battle, two slight crisp sounds were heard. Two small stones collapsed in front of them, and at the same time, two black and shiny needles that were poisoned like steel fell together. It's not a good habit to attack without saying hello. Kate spoke slowly, his waist-length hair fluttering behind him. He walked slowly to the two of them. You did a good job. You go back first. Some troublesome guys are coming. Let me deal with this. Hee hee. There were several figures coming in front of him. The human-faced spider monster and the bikini scorpion girl before 0.4. At this time, the two guys were leading a group of monsters and carrying two big cocoons. Only the head of the two cocoons was exposed. One of them was Bakuer, who was knocked unconscious before, and Peng Si, who tried to escape. The two seemed to want to struggle, but they were obviously drowsy and desperate. What a wonderful food, it seems to smell more delicious than these two. I didn't expect our luck to be so good that we can bring back so many delicious foods today. The queen will definitely be concerned about us. The spider monster danced excitedly, and a perverted blush appeared on his face. The bikini scorpion girl twisted her slender waist and walked in front of several people in an extremely charming and seductive manner, with seductive eyes. Master, save me, save me. The rabbit monster, who was lying on the ground and almost dead, saw the people in front of him, and his desperate eyes burst into a desire to survive. He crawled towards them with difficulty, and muttered in his mouth. Puff! A slight sound came, and in the surprised eyes of everyone, the scorpion girl's lightning-fast scorpion tail fell instantly and pierced directly into the rabbit monster's head. The rabbit monster, who was able to survive just now, struggled and twitched with his limbs, and then stopped moving. Then, like a drink, its muscles and bones melted quickly, and just like drinking milk tea, it flowed into the body of the scorpion girl along the opponent's tail. Degree. Wonderful taste. The failure has no chance of survival. In this case, you might as well contribute your strength as a part of me. Don't worry, I feel your hatred, and I will avenge you. After eating the rabbit monster, the scorpion girl's height actually grew a little taller, and her body size also obviously expanded. It seems that devouring her own kind can make her stronger. Of course, she looked a little ugly at this time. Chapter 138. Killa and Gon felt their scalps tingling when they saw the rabbit in front of them. This guy devoured his companion in front of everyone, which was extremely cruel and bloody. Our queen likes whole food. If you give up resistance now, I won't hurt you. The scorpion girl looked at Chen Nuo and his group and smiled. While they were talking, the human-faced spider had circled behind them without knowing when. Swish! A slight sound of breaking through the air was heard, and several white spider silks shot out from the belly button of the human-faced spider. At the same time, the scorpion girl also swung her scorpion tail at several people, and suddenly a series of purple scorpion tail needles pierced through the air. Not only is her scorpion tail extremely hard, but it also has a highly toxic paralysis effect. Once hit, it can selectively make the prey fall into the god of sleep. But what disappointed her was that the original cooperation with the human-faced spider was seamless. But it was completely blocked by the thin man with waist-length hair in front of her with the weapon in his hand. Even Chen Nuo, Gon, and Killua behind him did not make any moves. Sure enough, he is a tough guy. Are you really going to take action? I haven't made up my mind yet. The scorpion girl giggled. But her figure suddenly moved. She turned into a residual image and disappeared. So fast! Gon exclaimed. Even if he and Killua activated the condensation, they could not accurately capture the movements of the scorpion girl in front of them. Compared with the previous weirdos, it is obviously not the same level. If the previous weirdos are ordinary soldiers, then the scorpion in front of them has definitely reached the level of a regiment commander. No, even compared to the so-called division commander, it is definitely much stronger, at least the deputy commander, or even the commander level. A series of harsh collisions sounded in the void, in the dazzling movements. Gon and Killua were extremely surprised, because they could not see any human figures in their field of vision, but Kate had already fought with the scorpion girl. In a few dozen seconds, the two sides did not know how many hundreds of times they fought. Two figures fell. Kate's waist-length hair was broken in a small part, and there were also some cut marks on her sleeves. The scorpion girl standing opposite him looked extremely embarrassed. The proud scorpion tail was cut off a little at this moment, and there were 2 more wounds on her abdomen and shoulders. After a fight, it turned out that the scorpion girl was at a disadvantage. My lord! This scene made the human-faced spider who followed him change his face, and even showed a trace of horror, because in his mind, this scorpion girl seemed to be invincible, but now she was injured by this ordinary long-haired man in front of her, and she was at a disadvantage in the fight between the two sides. Damn it! Damn it! The scorpion girl who fell to the ground no longer had the calm expression before, but became extremely ferocious. Her eyes became extremely scarlet, as if she had inherited the characteristics of the rabbit. In the angry roar, the body gradually expanded, and the tendon muscles like steel bulged at a speed visible to the naked eye. The scorpion girl's height actually increased again. At this moment, she looked more like a ferocious monster. The claws on her limbs became as sharp as blades. You succeeded in irritating me. Damn BD! The scorpion girl growled. Kate frowned slightly. He also noticed the changes in the weirdo in front of him. After this guy turned into this hideous and ugly appearance, his own aura increased by at least 3 times, and even gave him a tingling feeling, which was very dangerous. Kate. Chen Nuo, who was standing aside, spoke slowly. Kate naturally realized that the situation was not good. Naturally, there was no more nonsense, and she directly used her nin. Although I don't like to use this, there is really no other way. I hope I have good luck today. Kate sighed softly. Nin crazy clown. A magic wand similar to the clown's spinning top fell into his hand, and then as the ability was activated, the clown opened his mouth, and a big number appeared in it. 2. What ability is this? Gon and Killua, who were watching the battle, were extremely surprised. Although there were many strange abilities in this world, it was the first time they saw Kate's. It's a pity, you drew the weapon state that I least want to get. I can only hope that you can hold on longer in the next battle. Kate sighed slightly, and the crazy little hand in her hand suddenly turned into an exaggerated crescent sickle. Haha! Die! The scorpion girl, who also entered the frenzy state, didn't care at all. Now he is definitely the strongest since his birth, and he can clearly sense that the breath level of the guy in front of him is definitely not as good as his. As long as he catches the other party, he will definitely kill him with one blow. At least in his simple brain cells, the result should be like this. The two did not say more nonsense, but rushed forward directly, and the speed increased to an extremely terrifying level. This time the confrontation was not like the previous one, but just a brief flash. Gon and Killua on the side only felt a flash in front of their eyes and a strong wind blew past. After the strong wind stopped, 2 figures stood in front of them. Kate holding a huge crescent sickle, and the scorpion girl with a ferocious and arrogant expression, limbs raised high like Wolverine, and a hard scorpion tail. The scene fell into a brief silence. The next second, a crack. It was like the sound of something breaking. The scorpion girl standing in front of everyone was like a broken vase, with cracks appearing on her body. First, her extremely hard tail broke, scratching away pieces of steel-like fragments, and then her body. In an instant, it fell to the ground like a sack and turned into pieces of meat. $75. Even as a genius of the top assassin family, Killua was shocked at this time. Because he didn't see Kate's movements at all, especially the huge sickle in the opponent's hand was simply terrifying. Kate sighed lightly, gently waved the huge sickle, and the blood on it fell out, but there was no excitement of killing the enemy on his face, but a little lonely. Number 2, Waltz of the Grim Reaper. Because the lethality is too great, he doesn't like his weapon to become this form. Especially after holding the death scythe, even if you are usually very calm, you will feel a violent and bloodthirsty emotion from the bottom of your heart. The scorpion girl's warrior let the man who was about to attack from the side face him, and the spider was terrified and stagnant in place. He couldn't imagine that the leader, who was invincible in his impression, was killed by the opponent in a single encounter. When did humans become so powerful? Aren't they all the food of the heroine? Go and put them down. Chen Nuo whispered, and Gon and Killua hurried forward to release the 2 people who were wrapped into cocoons by the spider web. The seemingly ordinary spider web was as hard as steel. If the 2 did not have the armament Haki, it would probably be difficult to open it for a while. Ah! Chen Nuo? Gon? Killua. Bakuer, who had just witnessed all this, was very excited at this time. He looked at Chen Nuo with a look of great gratitude. He no longer had the hostility towards Chen Nuo that he had in the hunter professional assessment. If Chen Nuo and his group had not come out, I am afraid that he would have become food for these monsters. But what surprised Bakuer was when Chen Nuo recognized such a powerful person in front of him. Thank you for saving me. After being rescued, Pence was also very grateful. The 2 of them survived the disaster. Now seeing the corpses of these weirdos, they are still very scared. Are they your friends? Kate asked curiously. Yeah, we took the hunter professional assessment together at the beginning, and they were also in the same batch of candidates. This is Bakuer and this is Pence. How did you get here? Gon introduced very enthusiastically. Bakuer and Peng Si told the story of the two of them. It can only be said that their luck is too bad. They just came here to complete an ordinary commission, but they never expected to encounter these weird people. However, it is also possible to accept such a high commission at this time. Those guys must have bad intentions and want them to test this place. Several people talked to each other, and even forgot everything. This made the guy very embarrassed in front of the people next to him. You should be able to understand what we are saying. Kate suddenly looked at the pale-faced human-faced spider on the side, with the huge sickle in his hand raised high. DF. The human-faced spider was frightened instantly. Although he was a pervert, at the moment of life and death, nothing could compare to survival. Tell me, what is going on with you guys? And where is the so-called Ant King? Kate asked in a deep voice. Things have now developed far beyond his expectations. It has only been less than a week since he first discovered the ants that invaded the village. Now these weirdos have produced such a strong person, and even have a certain intelligence. This evolution speed is far faster than humans. If we don't find those damn ant kings early, I'm afraid that the whole human race will face a huge disaster. Kate has already smelled an unprecedented strong crisis. The human-faced spider's expression suddenly became a little ugly. Just when he was hesitating, Kate's hand was already on his neck, so fast that he didn't even have any time to react. I'll tell you everything, but please, don't kill me, please. The human-faced spider almost had weak legs and quickly vomited, wanting to say everything. Puff. Dang. Kate's face changed slightly, and she suddenly jumped back, blocking the huge sickle in her hand directly in front of her. There was only a crisp collision, like the sound of a golden bell. Everyone then noticed that there was a fist-sized hole in the chest of the human-faced spider in front of them, and a purple-black steel nail that was thicker than the previous scorpion girl, like a sniper bullet, suddenly fell in front of Kate. What's going on? The sudden change made everyone's face change slightly, except Chen Nuo, who was standing aside, just slightly looking towards the direction of the dense forest in the distance. Sorry, according to our management regulations, these editors are not the place where the little queen of insincerity is. If you really want to find the queen. If you want to say it, I'm afraid it will come from my mouth. A light laugh sounded. In the eyes of Chen Nuo and others, a group of figures were seen in the distance, walking slowly towards this side. The two people who had just been rescued, Baoker and Pence, suddenly turned pale, and couldn't help but retreating, hiding behind Chen Nuo and others. I only saw that a large group of weirdos had surrounded this place tightly without knowing when. The wretched person was a beautiful woman similar to the previous scorpion girl. Compared with the previous scorpion girl, the weirdo in front of me looked more charming, beautiful, and moving, more like a real human, and even her skin was extremely white and elastic. Only the scorpion tail raised high behind her told others that he was not a real human. And next to the scorpion girl, there were other weirdos emitting a strong breath, including the leopard monster, tiger monster, and lion monster. There were also densely packed, some other soldier-level monsters. 313. Dead? He deserved it. Looking at the corpses on the ground not far away, the leopard monster showed a disdainful expression. The scorpion girl killed by Kate was originally his competitor. She didn't treat him well in the past. Now she died in Kate's hands. It was naturally very much in line with his wishes. As a weirdo, they don't have too many human thoughts, but just want to occupy the selfish desire. This guy. Mr. Nuo, I'm afraid we are in some trouble. Kate's expression finally changed at this time. Even his pupils couldn't help but shrink suddenly, because in his perception, the weirdo in front of him and the scorpion monster he killed before were completely two different categories. Because the weirdo in front of him actually had energy fluctuations that made him very familiar. Telekinesis. How could it be possible? How could this guy have telekinesis? This is a characteristic that only humans have. This feeling is like going to the zoo and suddenly seeing a group of gorillas pointing guns at you. Inexplicably, my scalp is numb. Moreover, from Kate's perception, the opponent's training strength actually gave him the illusion that it was far stronger than his own. If his telekinesis was comparable to a mountain, then the monster in front of him was definitely a mountain. However, what made him feel relieved was that among the many monsters in front of him, only the scorpion girl had telekinesis, and the other leopard monsters, tiger monsters, and lion monsters, who also had strong auras, did not have this special ability. Yet, leave some troubles to me, Kate. You, Gon, Killua, are responsible for dealing with those division commanders. Bakuer, Pengxi, you just need to protect yourselves. Chen Nuo walked slowly, came to the front to look at Kate and said calmly. Bakuer and Pengxi were stunned, especially Bakuer. He thought that his strength was not weak, at least compared with Xiaoji and Killua, there should not be a big gap, but now Chen Nuo's arrangement actually asked them to just save their lives, which was a bit contemptuous. However, after what happened just now, he didn't have much pride in his heart now, he just hoped to survive smoothly. As for Chen Nuo's arrangement, try to follow it. Okay, Mr. Chairman, you must be careful, this guy is definitely not the same level as the previous ones. Kate was silent for half a second, and finally took a deep breath. He felt that the shoe girl with telekinesis in front of him was completely different from the shoe girl before. Don't worry, it will be quick. Chen Nuo smiled slightly, patted Kate's shoulder gently, and then seemed to relax and retreated to the team. Oh! Seeing this scene in front of her, the scorpion girl couldn't help but feel a little confused, because in her perception, Kate was definitely the strongest, and the guy in front of her looked mediocre, even worse than Pence, who looked the weakest. Why do all the people seem to be led by him? Chapter 139. What an arrogant BD! Doesn't he know who he's talking to? Ha ha ha! It's funny. Humans are such fragile creatures that they can't even tell the difference between the big and small kings. Boss! Let me deal with this guy. You don't need to do anything. Chen Nuo's words instantly made the weirdos present burst into laughter. In their eyes, Chen Nuo was like an ant who overestimated his own abilities and dared to directly provoke their legion leader. Compared to these ordinary weirdos, the scorpion girl in front of them was completely on another level. And the scorpion girl in front of them was definitely not the scorpion girl in the bikini before. Although the two sides were somewhat similar, they were not on the same level at all. The first to stand out was the leopard weirdo. With a playful smile on his face, he looked at Chen Nuo, Kate, and others provocatively. The scorpion girl standing behind did not make any moves, but just frowned slightly and looked in the direction of Chen Nuo. The telekinesis gave her a good perception, and as an animal-type weirdo, her own perception was also extremely sharp. Although she couldn't detect Chen Nuo's breath, the atmosphere in front of her made her feel a little uneasy. Out of her own vigilance, she naturally chose to let her subordinates take the lead. Oh, haha! Chen Nuo smiled slightly. He was tall, dressed in white casual clothes, and had a famous sword slung across his waist. He looked like an adventurer who came here to travel, without the slightest demeanor of a strong man. However, what surprised the weirdos present was that Kate, Gon, and Killua behind him did not react at all, as if they were full of confidence in this seemingly ordinary man in front of them. But as the fastest leopard monster among these division commanders, he was also extremely confident at this time, because his speed was no worse than that of the scorpion girl and others as the legion commander even if he did not awaken his telekinesis. It far exceeded other attacking monsters. As long as he had a fast enough speed, he would still be invincible even if he faced a strong man far superior to himself. This was naturally the source of his confidence, and after so many years of fighting, he always believed that speed was everything. Hey! Aren't you going to draw your sword yet? Human! The corner of the leopard monster's mouth slightly raised, revealing his rich strength, and his face looked at Chen Nuo with a ferocious expression. Draw your sword! Chen Nuo shook his head. If I draw my sword, you won't have any chance. Use your fastest speed. Tisk! Then you go to hell. Chen Nuo's words naturally angered the leopard. He was proud of his speed. Even in the entire monster army, no one dared to despise it. He even killed some human warriors in person. The voice fell. The leopard monster's figure turned into a residual image and disappeared on the spot. As expected of a division commander. So awesome! This guy is the fastest among all of us, no one can beat him. Yeah, that human idiot is too confident. Aren't all humans like this? They can be the masters of the world. Ha ha ha! I bet that guy will definitely be cut into 3 pieces. No, no, no. The division commander's habit is to cut his opponent into 5 pieces, definitely 5 pieces. The weirdos standing behind him laughed and even started talking about how Chen Nuo would die. Chen Nuo still stood there, and the wind almost brushed past him. Then, blood splashed on the ground. Successful! Almost all the monsters couldn't help but shout in their hearts. The scorpion girl also breathed a sigh of relief. She knew the speed of the leopard monster. This guy was second only to her. But when she saw the people behind Chen Nuo, her pupils shrank slightly, because there was no worry on the faces of these humans behind her. Instead, they were extremely calm and confident, as if they were watching an extremely ordinary thing. And don't humans, a group of weak creatures, have extremely high sympathy and compassion? How could they not feel the slightest bit of emotion about the death of their companions? Or they were full of confidence in their so-called leader. How could such a fragile human being stop his subordinates? Some doubts emerged in the scorpion girl's mind. He an ant. The leopard monster finally appeared behind Chen Nuo, with a confident smile on his lips, and blood marks on his claws. The fool who didn't know how high the sky was and how deep the earth was dared to provoke him. But the next second he suddenly felt dizzy. The scenery in front of him spun uncontrollably, and then in his shaking vision he was horrified to see a body standing behind him that was very similar to himself, but without a head. That? What was that? Some thoughts emerged in the leopard monster's mind, but before he could think clearly, he felt his consciousness gradually leaving. The weirdos in front who were laughing suddenly stopped, and their eyes widened as if their jaws were about to drop, and their faces became extremely wonderful. Looking in the direction of Chen Nuo in disbelief. The leopard monster who claimed to be a division commander actually turned into a drone and fell down, while Chen Nuo was still standing intact, and the knife on his waist seemed to have never moved. A gust of wind blew over the white t-shirt and it fluttered gently. There was not even a trace of blood on it, and it was impossible to tell that a fierce battle had just taken place. Dead? No, how could this happen? What happened just now? Can someone tell me? Damn, I'm definitely dreaming, hurry up and pinch me, why is this happening? Master Shi, how did the leader die? After coming back to his senses, all the weirdos were in an uproar. Everyone's face showed a look of horror and dread. After proving that this was not a dream, all the weirdos' faces became extremely shocked and wonderful, looking in the direction of Chen Nuo, and even a trace of fear emerged involuntarily. In front of the power of the position, all creatures will be afraid. They don't know why the extremely powerful division commander leopard monster was kissed in seconds just now. Not only them, but also the chameleon weirdo who was hiding in the distance watching all this. His expression became extremely wonderful at this time, his face was as white as wallpaper, his whole body couldn't help but tremble, and looking in the direction of Chen Nuo was already full of unprecedented fear. It's him, it's this monster, this guy is definitely a monster, too strong, how could he be so strong, even stronger than the Legion commander? Chameleon screamed in fear and wanted to move, but found that he couldn't move at all. Because of the excessive fear, he was just shaking all over and couldn't move his feet. The only thing to be thankful for is that he is still in a hidden state now, and there is still a distance of several thousand meters from the station. At this distance, the other party will definitely not be able to find him. It's worthy of being Brother Arnold. This speed is so fast. Gon couldn't help but said excitedly. Yes. Brother's speed is too fast, even now, I still can't see your speed clearly. Killua couldn't help but sigh. As a so-called assassin family genius, his speed is naturally the most proud. For an assassin, speed is naturally better than strength, but when facing Chen Nuo countless times, especially after witnessing Chen Nuo's horrifying speed, SS heart is still filled with unspeakable shock. Chen Nuo's speed is absolutely inhuman, too exaggerated, almost beyond the limit of the body. Kate couldn't help but open her mouth slightly at this time, and her eyes were full of shock. Even if he was prepared in his heart, he was still shocked by this amazing scene after witnessing Chen Nuo's battle with his own eyes. In the scene just now, he only saw the leopard monster attacking Chen Nuo. The opponent's speed was indeed very amazing. Even if it was himself, he had to be careful to deal with it, but Chen Nuo's movements were only a faint trace of movement. Chen Nuo's thumb moved slightly, and the knife on his waist launched an attack at that moment. But it was too fast, the movements of drawing and putting away the knife were almost completed in an instant. This is simply not the speed that humans should have. If it is this speed, even if I do it myself, I am afraid that before I can pull out the knife, the powerful inertia will first break my hand bones. This terrifying speed naturally means that my muscles and bones will bear amazing pressure. This is by no means a simple speed. What can be determined is that I must have a transcendent physique. This person who truly stands in front of the strongest man in the human world is far superior to my master Jin. Kate was shocked. Bakuer and Peng Si, who were standing farther away, were completely dumbfounded. This was simply a scene like a fairy tale. They couldn't see clearly what happened just now. They only saw that the leopard monster crossed with Chen Nuo and then turned into a headless corpse and fell down. Peng Si. Bakuer, but even if they didn't see the action just now clearly, they also deeply understood a truth, that is, the peer in front of them who once participated in the trial with them has now far surpassed them and stood at the peak of human power. They didn't even have the possibility to look up. Ridiculously strong. What a fast attack! The pupils of the scorpion girl standing behind her suddenly shrank and turned into a narrow shape. In her field of vision, she could vaguely see Chen Nuo flicking out his sword with his thumb at the moment when the two sides fought, and then killing him with lightning speed. Too fast. This guy. If I were to fight him now, the probability of winning would not be particularly high, and I might even be seriously injured, so. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A slight sound of breaking through the air was heard, and only a few dark steel nails and sharp thorns were seen shooting out from the scorpion girl's tail. Instantly hit the fallen leopard monster corpse, as well as several legion leader monsters that came with it, lion monsters, werewolf monsters, tiger monsters, etc., including the more powerful soldier-level monsters among them, such as human-faced spiders, etc. The silk thread that was invisible to the naked eye connected to the dark steel nail, and a strange energy was absorbed along the steel nail and then poured into the body of the scorpion monster along the silk thread. She let out an excited and hysterical roar, and her eyes turned scarlet, as if she was enduring great pain and joy. Mr. Legion Commander. What are you doing? We are your subordinates. Let us go quickly. Damn it. You are absolutely crazy. We are all subordinates of the Queen. How can you attack us? This BD, these threads can't be cut at all. Help! The monsters who were hit shouted in shock and anger, trying desperately to tear off these transparent threads. But surprisingly, the seemingly ordinary sight was extremely hard. Even a monster at the level of a division commander couldn't cut it off. And after these steel nails were injected into their bodies, they would release special effects. Their bodies began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the muscles and bones were all turned into branches and leaves, and were absorbed along the steel nails and silk threads into the scorpion girl's body. In just a few breaths, these originally aggressive monsters had quickly turned into shrunken skins with no combat power, including the division leaders. As for the other monsters that were not affected, they screamed in fear and fled wildly. The chameleon monster watching the battle from a distance was also trembling with fear. The legion leader actually attacked his own subordinates. This was absolutely unprecedented. But soon after killing so many subordinates, the scorpion girl in front of us changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her body size expanded rapidly, from the normal 1.6 meters to nearly 3 meters. The muscles on her body swelled and bulged, and tiger-like stripes grew on them. It had 3 tails, each of which was shiny black and shimmering with a metallic luster. Her hands turned out to be 8 like the human-faced spider, each of which was sharp and hard. What was even more terrifying was the head of the Chong girl. There were actually some air eyes on it, which looked like bees and made people's scalps numb. Hee, it's such an ugly appearance. I don't like this kind of appearance, but this is what I feel when I am in full combat mode, right? This unprecedented strength, ha 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 ha. The scorpion girl laughed loudly. Her voice turned into visible ripples, which spread in all directions. The trees that were hit by these sound waves along the way were directly broken. Peng Si and Bakuer couldn't bear it and made a painful sound. Killua and Gon held them tightly and didn't blow them away. Mr. Chen Nuo's aura has increased by at least 10 times more than before. We are now. Kate's face became extremely solemn. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw 10 after-images flashing in front of him. So fast. Only this thought emerged in his mind, and he didn't even have time to react to swinging his weapon. This speed was definitely much faster than the leopard monster just now, even reaching about 10 times. Even Kate couldn't cope with it in a hurry. Bang! A row of sparks splashed. The sound of metal collision sounded. Kate was pushed back more than 10 meters by a huge force. In front of him was Chen Nuo, who had drawn his knife. At this time, Chen Nuo had blocked in front of him at some point, but was directly knocked back about 10 meters by the opponent's attack just now, and 2 deep grooves were dragged out on the ground. The faces of the people standing behind who witnessed this scene suddenly changed. Chapter 140. Brother Arnold. Brother Chen Nuo. Gon and S exclaimed, with worry on their faces. After so many battles, this was the first time they saw Chen Nuo being repelled by the opponent. Did he resist? But at this time, the scorpion girl's expression became extremely solemn. She stared at Chen Nuo in front of her, and couldn't help but be surprised. Now her speed and strength are far beyond the past, especially after devouring these division commanders. Her speed and strength have reached a very terrifying first step, which is definitely the strongest state since her birth. The fatal blow that could have killed the opponent in seconds was actually blocked so easily by the guy in front of her, which really surprised the scorpion girl. And she looked at her hard-jointed foot that had just collided with the opponent's long sword. The dark and steel-like golden seal shell actually cracked at this time, and a small hole opened. The defense that she was proud of was actually broken by the opponent. Then how about this? The scorpion girl growled, and her abdomen suddenly lifted up, revealing her dark belly button, brushing against the dense silk threads on her shoulders, and shooting out in all directions with her belly button as the center. But surprisingly, these silk threads did not bind towards Chen Nuo and others. Instead, they turned into a huge bird cage, generally covering an area of more than 100 meters around. Hey, you have nowhere to escape now, all of you have fallen into my cage. The scorpion girl laughed excitedly. The Bakuer behind him had condensed into a red bow and arrow and shot towards the spider web. But he never thought that only a little spark of light would pop out. It quickly dimmed. This thing. My bow and arrow can't break the defense at all. Bakuer was a little dumbfounded. Be careful. These silk threads are quenched with anesthetic poison, and they will paralyze the nerves after being touched every day. Peng Si exclaimed. As a master of reading, she naturally knew the power of these things. This guy had the abilities of other monsters, especially the human-faced spider, after devouring them. Kate also swung her knife repeatedly, but what surprised her was that even her attack could not cut off these spider silks for a while. 043. It's useless. Hehe, my silk thread is 30 times stronger than steel. Not to mention yours, even I find it very difficult to break free. I will give you one last chance. Put down your weapons and choose to surrender. I can keep a whole body for you as my last mercy. The scorpion girl laughed excitedly. Alas, ignorance is really pathetic. Chen Nuo, who slowly raised the black knife Chu Shui in his hand, shook his head, with a hint of disappointment on his face. I originally thought that the scorpion girl in front of me would be a good opponent, but now it seems that this guy's performance is really disappointing. What a look! You don't even know you're about to die. Seeing Chen Nuo's expression, the girl was immediately furious, and she pulled hard with her legs. The spider silks around her gathered in her direction like steel wires, and the sharp and transparent spider silks actually cut the ground like tofu. Ah! Those silk threads! Oh no! If this continues, we will all be cut into pieces. Seeing the silk threads around them constantly gathering towards the crowd, Baoker and Pengxi, who were present, became extremely nervous and terrified. Hehe, you don't want to cut my silk threads with the knife in your hand, that's just a foolish dream. To tell you the truth, these lines are not only hard in texture, but also integrated with my telekinesis, so it is impossible to cut them off. Xianyo laughed with some complacency. Now she is definitely the most powerful state in history. But the smile on her face didn't last long, and her expression suddenly changed. Swish! As soon as the dazzling golden light lit up in her vision, she only saw her eyes light up, and Chen Nuo's long knife was pulled out directly, without any pause, and directly cut the transparent silk threads. Bang bang bang! Just like the sound of metal wire breaking, a huge bird cage of 100 meters in an instant was cut into two halves by Chen Nuo's sword. Starting from Chen Nuo's long sword, a 300-meter long and several meter wide gully appeared. The trees and rocks on both sides of the congratulations were all shattered and turned into dust. Zhan Tian draw sword and cut. One of Chen Nuo's sword techniques. At this moment, Kate finally saw Chen Nuo's attack clearly. Indescribable experience and exaggeration, this sword fell and gave her a feeling that even ghosts and gods could not resist. The spider silk that Kate could hardly cut was extremely fragile in front of Chen Nuo's attack. The dazzling golden sword light almost brushed past the face of the scorpion girl, and the sharp and amazing sword pressure made her face sting. The scorpion girl was dazed in place, her expression suddenly dilated, and her mind was blank. She was still replaying the terrifying blows in her mind. If they fell on her, there would be no other way. She might die on the spot. Is this still a human? How could a human have such an exaggerated fighting power? Run! Almost in an instant, she made the wisest decision. Apart from running away, she really couldn't think of another way to deal with the monster in front of her. Go to hell! But before running away, the scorpion girl suddenly turned around, and a dense steel nail shot towards Chen Nuo's back. The target of the attack was naturally not Chen Nuo, but the people behind her. As long as this guy spared his energy to resist these attacks, the probability of my escape would become extremely high. The current message must be passed to Her Majesty the Queen to let her send a more powerful existence to deal with these guys. If Her Majesty the Queen can devour the bodies of these monsters in front of her, perhaps the real king of her latest idea can be born. Ding ding dang dang! But what surprised her was that Chen Nuo just raised her left hand, and suddenly a golden transparent barrier appeared in front of her. All the attacks of the scorpion girl were blocked by this golden transparent barrier. The seemingly transparent barrier, at this moment, burst out with a defense strength that was harder than steel, and none of the steel needles could penetrate it. What kind of ability is this? The scorpion girl was a little dumbfounded. From birth to now, she considered herself one of the most powerful offspring born by the queen, and also one of the few weirdos with telekinesis. Naturally, she looked down on any human strongman, but the fighting power shown by Chen Nuo in front of her, as well as these various strange methods, had already exceeded her expectations. Kate and others standing behind Chen Nuo were also shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. They had never thought that this scorpion girl would suddenly go berserk and launch such an amazing attack, but fortunately, all the attacks had been blocked by Chen Nuo, and did not cause any harm to the people behind her. While Chen Nuo was resisting these attacks, the scorpion girl had already retreated rapidly. In just a short breath, she had already escaped 100 meters away. At this time, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief and look at Chen Nuo and others with eyes full of hatred and provocation. I have to say that you are the most powerful humans I have ever seen, but I am sorry to tell you that I am not the strongest existence of Her Majesty the Queen. There are many stronger than me. I will tell them the news. You just wait for endless hunting. Soon you will all become the Queen's delicacies, ha 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 ha. K'teg. The scorpion girl laughed wildly. She is indeed a Legion Commander level combat force, but now in the Chimera Ant Colony, including the Scar Man and the Big Mouth Man, these two guys are stronger than herself. If the three of them are together, there must be a great chance to take down Chen Nuo. Oh no! This guy is going to run away. We must not let her go, otherwise we will be unable to move forward. Kate exclaimed. She has realized that these ant monsters in front of her have extremely high IQs. If it is true as the scorpion girl said, they still have other powerful monsters, then the entire team will face great danger in the future. Even with Chen Nuo present, it may not be able to withstand the crisis that exists all the time. Damn, this guy is too fast, I can't catch up at all. Killua chased for a few steps, but was soon defeated. Her speed was nothing compared to the scorpion girl, and the other party was running at full speed, and in just a blink of an eye, she ran away hundreds of meters. I'll go first, I must not let her escape. Kate was already anxious at this time. She naturally saw Chen Nuo's attack just now. That attack must be extremely powerful, and the consumption of herself was naturally extremely amazing. I'm afraid Chen Nuo would not be able to use the same attack again. Kate thought so in her heart, so if she wanted to chase the scorpion monster, she had to be herself. But before she rushed out, Chen Nuo suddenly spoke. Shoot it, laser gun. Chen Nuo's long knife suddenly pointed at the scorpion monster in the distance. The guy's eyesight was naturally amazing. He saw Chen Nuo pointing his long knife at him from a distance, but he was suddenly Nuo was so angry that she laughed. Ha ha ha, are you kidding? Don't you know how far we are now? Puff. A dazzling rainbow shot from a very far distance and arrived in an instant. It was like Chen Nuo's long knife, which instantly turned into a sharp light belt, one end in Chen Nuo's hand and the other end on her body, to be exact, at the heart of the scorpion monster. The golden light gun accurately hit the heart of the scorpion monster, and the amazingly high temperature burned her heart into powder in an instant. No, impossible. How could it be possible? The scorpion monster widened her eyes and looked at her heart pierced by the golden light gun in disbelief. She even smelled the smell of her own burnt flesh and blood. This is a distance of nearly 300 meters. At this distance, the opponent's attack came in an instant. This is simply... She had a lot to say and wanted to struggle, but the rapidly fading vitality made her helplessly close her eyes and fall down with a bang. The whole place was silent, not just Kate, but also Gon, Killua, and Ji Pengxi. Everyone looked at Chen Nuo as if he were a monster. Too powerful. This kind of attack is not like a human attack at all. More than 300 meters, this is more than 300 meters. Bakuer muttered in a daze, she felt like she was dreaming. As a top archer, she naturally controlled the distance very accurately. Even some bows and arrows could not shoot so far at a distance of 300 meters. But the light gun that Chen Nuo just shot hit the opponent instantly. BSB. Peng Si was dumbfounded. Originally thought. After leaving the professional hunter assessment test, the gap between her and Chen Nuo should be gradually narrowed after the hard training during this period of time, but she never thought that now. After witnessing Chen Nuo's attack with her own eyes, she realized that the distance between the two sides not only did not narrow, but became extremely amazing, like a natural chasm. The two are not even in the same world. Too strong. Brother Anno. Godlike speed. Gon and Killua were also extremely shocked. Chen Lord Nuo, what is this move called? Kate looked at Chen Nuo with a trace of inexplicable admiration and fanaticism. The strength of the scorpion monster was definitely the same as hers, and even stronger than hers. However, even such a terrifying opponent was like a younger brother in front of Chen Nuo. Light gun, it's a special attribute of my telekinesis. Chen Nuo smiled, and the golden light that started from her turned into colorless fragments, dissipating the black knife in her hand, and Chu Shui also returned to normal. However, the scorpion monster, the leader of the fleeing monster army, had turned into a corpse and fell down. Light gun, is this the development of telekinesis? Master, as you said, I finally saw the existence who developed telekinesis to the extreme, it is this Mr. Chen Nuo. Kate's yang seemed to be suddenly enlightened, and couldn't help muttering. Let's go, this scorpion girl is a very rare ingredient. We can consider cooking part of it, and throw away the part that looks too much like a human, it's still hard to eat. Chen Nuo slowly put away her saber, a smile appeared on her face, a gust of wind blew through her white t-shirt and black short hair, and she looked indescribably leisurely and calm. This scene made Peng Si, who was standing behind her, a little stunned. At the same time, not far away from the scorpion monster fell. On a tree, there was an inconspicuous bird, watching everything happening at this time. Surprisingly, there was a strange and familiar mark on the forehead of this bird. To be precise, it was the unique mark on the forehead of Krollo, the leader of the Spider Brigade. Chapter 141. Outside. In a hidden hotel. Two tall men were sitting on the sofa, looking at the telekinetic screen in front of them with gloomy expressions. It was the magician Hisoka and a man with a passerby face. There was a strange pattern mark on the man's forehead. Damn it! The protagonist has become stronger again. If it were you, I would have had a hard time resisting the sword slash just now, especially the amazing attack released later. This was a distance of 300 meters, which was comparable to the speed of light. Hisoka frowned. His face no longer showed the calmness and composure of the past, but instead had an unconcealable anxiety. It is worthy of being the seed that Hisoka-kun has chosen. Now your seed has grown into a towering tree. I am afraid that even we can hardly resist it. The latter attack, I even suspect that it has exceeded the power of Netero. Apart from using puppets, I can't think of a second way to avoid it. The thin man sighed. The scene in front of the two people was exactly the scene where the protagonist just killed the scorpion monster. Or in other words, after Hisoka and Krollo specially assigned the group of elite hunters to the nest of the chimera ants, they have been tracking everything that happened. But they never thought that the development of things was far beyond their expectations. The evolution speed of those special ants was extraordinary and could not be explained by existing science at all. What was even more abnormal than those ants was the growth speed of the protagonist, which was simply like cheating. Now they no longer have the urge to fight the protagonist head-on. Even Hisoka, who was very eager for such a battle in his heart, deeply understood that there was only one result for him to fight with the protagonist now, that is, death without a complete corpse. Hisoka. I'm thinking about something. The puppet controlled by Crollo on the side suddenly spoke. Hehe, since you have the ability of a puppet, I'm afraid I won't see your real body in this life. Hisoka sneered. Since he had the ability of puppets, Crollo almost never appeared in normal vision. Even Hisoka didn't know how many puppets this guy had made. Now the world is too dangerous. Whether it's those ants, the protagonist we are going to hunt, or those guys in the Hunter Association, they will find some clues sooner or later, so you know, it is very important to save your life. The puppet controlled by Crollo said as a matter of course. But I want to try something now. Hisoka, do you think there is a way to extract the super evolution factor in these ant monsters? Are you crazy? Hisoka was stunned. He didn't expect Crollo to say such a thing. These chimera ants are definitely not something that should exist in the human world. It is 100% an invasive species from the outside world. If this thing was born on Earth thousands or tens of thousands of years ago, then there would definitely be no human world now, let alone human civilization. Such an astonishing evolution speed, even the strongest in the association, now known as the highest combat power of mankind, Netero definitely doesn't have such an exaggerated evolution speed. Yes, evolution. Unlike the protagonist's terrible growth rate, these ants in front of him are truly evolving. Which means that their offspring will also have a higher starting point. After a few generations of repeated reproduction, humans will become real ants. Yes, the crisis is still spreading. I didn't expect these ants to become so powerful after devouring humans with the ability to refine. I now doubt whether the decision I made at the beginning was right. Crollo's puppet suddenly sighed. Are you going to be a good guy and stop these ants? Hisoka suddenly laughed. Because not long ago, Crollo and he actually provided the address of a branch club of a human hunter association to the Chimera Ant Army. If nothing unexpected happens, I'm afraid that the most unlucky hunter association fulcrum is now full of corpses and has become food for the Chimera Ant Army. That's of course impossible, forget it, I'd better concentrate on studying this ant swallowing factor. Crollo shook his head. At the same time, where the scorpion girl fell, everyone had a full meal. Before, everyone still had some psychological shadows about these weirdos, but after following the protagonist to enjoy so many delicious foods, coupled with his extremely superb cooking skills, after processing these ingredients very perfectly, everyone no longer disliked them. It was quite like Hannibal's vision. In fact, these monsters devour humans, so why can't humans eat these monsters? In essence, these monsters are just new monsters born from ants combining some genes. They are not essentially humans, but other species. Burp, it's so delicious, and after eating these things, I feel that I have a lot more strength. Gon waved his fist excitedly. Killua was still eating non-stop. As for Peng Si and Bakuer, they were a little scared of this kind of cooking at first. After all, from their perspective, these monsters are still part of human beings. Wanting to eat these monsters always makes people feel uneasy. But after seeing everyone feasting, and smelling these self-baked delicacies, it really makes people's appetite increase. They can't help their curiosity and finally start to taste one. After tasting, they completely like this super delicacy. Wow, I can't imagine that one day I can eat such delicious food. The strength of this scorpion girl is beyond most professional hunters. Bakuer's mouth is full of oil. It's really delicious. It's really too bad to be disgusted. Peng Si was also amazed. The poor scorpion girl and the previous spider monster have now become food in everyone's stomachs. They have been eaten to death. Kate couldn't help but sigh. He followed the protagonist all the way and enjoyed the food that he had never tasted before in his life. Let's hurry up. Since these monsters have discovered it, I'm afraid other monsters will also notice it. If there are more and more of us, it will be a big trouble. Kate was very surprised. After eating these delicacies, his physical strength was quickly restored, and even the wounds on his body were automatically repaired. This magical delicacy is really amazing. And he specially packed a small portion and put it on his body as a first aid kit. Yes, if it is discovered by other monsters, it will be troublesome. Monsters at the level of Scorpion Girl are extremely dangerous. If there are too many other monsters, it will be a big trouble. Gon and Killua also agreed. Are you going back? The place we are going to is very dangerous. If you go there, you may die easily. The protagonist's words were very straightforward. Although it might be a bit hurtful, it had to be said that this was a fact. They were going to the nest where the Ant King was. That place was very likely to be very dangerous. According to the current situation, the Scorpion Girl was already a telekinetic monster. There must be other more powerful monsters in the nest. I plan to follow you. My bees can alert everyone. Although I can't help much, I can explore the surrounding information for everyone in advance. Peng Si actually plucked up the courage to say. She understood. After graduating from the Hunter assessment, the partners who had participated in the assessment together have now reached a height that she can hardly look up to. If she does not take advantage of the opportunity now to follow them, she may never have the chance to meet these friends again. Moreover, the protagonist and others saved them. If it were not for the appearance of the protagonist and others, they would have become food in the mouths of monsters. This kindness made Peng Si unwilling to leave. Oh? That makes sense. Your bees do have some good effects. The protagonist nodded in agreement. Compared with the alert and information detection capabilities of other people present, Peng Si's bees definitely have an innate advantage. The protagonist looked at Bakuer. Bakuer, are you going to leave? If you want to leave, I will arrange for Gon or Killua to take you out. Bakuer's face suddenly turned blue. Compared with Peng Si, he found that he was extremely afraid of death at this time, especially after being captured by these monsters, the feeling of hanging by a thread, he never wanted to feel it again. Although the organization is very powerful, once faced with many monsters, he absolutely dare not guarantee that he can and will survive. Following the protagonist is definitely a very big risk. I plan to leave. Sorry, I will only drag everyone down here. I don't have the ability of Peng Si, and my bow and arrow can't hurt the powerful monsters at all. Baokuer smiled bitterly, a little afraid to face everyone. He used to be high-spirited. When he participated in the Hunter assessment, he vowed to become the champion and the strongest. But now when he really faced these dangers, he found that he, who was extremely confident in the past, has now become a tail-end existence, but what he said is also the real fact. In terms of the effect on the team, he is not even as good as a girl, which is understandable. His bow and arrow attack power has indeed become mediocre at this stage. Don't mind it, Bakuer. A true hero knows how to be afraid and how to advance and retreat. Not following me is a wise choice for us. Leaving here is a very good choice for you. I hope you will work hard and live well in the future. The protagonist patted Bakuer on the shoulder. Bakuer's eyes suddenly turned red. Once his opponent had stood on the same starting line, and even participated in the preliminary and final rounds of the Hunter professional assessment together, but now he has become a senior who cares about him. I will contact the Lovers Association outside. If you are in danger, I will bring them to save you. Bakuer said with a determined look. No need. This trip is very dangerous. Even other professional hunters outside may not be able to get any benefits here, unless it is the president, but I am afraid he doesn't have much time at this time. 0. Don't worry. If you encounter difficulties that you can't resist, I will take everyone away. You know my speed. No monster can catch up with us. The protagonist smiled and comforted. Yes, go with peace of mind, Bakuer. Gon said. Let me take you out, Bakuer. I'll chase after Anno after I get you to the exit. Killua took the initiative. Bakuer finally nodded and thanked him. He knew in his heart that from today on, he would have to train himself harder and harder, train himself with all his strength, and hope to catch up with the protagonist one day. At least, he would catch up with Killua, or Gon. Okay, then Gon, you go and take Bakura out, and we'll slow down and move around here for a while, explore other information, and see if we can collect some things we need. The protagonist arranged. Well, Anno. Killua led Bakura away. His speed was the third fastest in the team, second only to the protagonist and Kate. At this time, in the Chimera ant nest, several weirdo captains were talking about something with ugly faces. The Legion leader is dead. I swear, I definitely saw it with my own eyes. The chameleon was shaking all over, and his voice was trembling. UBD, know what you are talking about. The female Legion leader of the Scorpion Woman is one of the 3 Legion leaders at present, how could she die? A weirdo with hands all over his body, similar to a centipede, screamed. He, it's best if he dies, so that our boss can become the Legion leader. The winged fly girl next to him laughed. Several other captain-level monsters not far away looked ugly, including the Birdman monster who was the first to devour the human being but was left. At this time, he looked seriously injured and was lying on the ground. And the one who defeated him was the centaur-like monster. He, you said you were the first batch of old people, you old-fashioned things should have self-awareness, this era does not belong to you. The centaur laughed strangely, and the iron-like hoof stomped heavily on the bird monster a few times. The seriously injured bird monster was in a very bad state. He tried desperately to resist, but his own strength was not as good as this second-generation monster. He, since it is almost dead, why don't you eat it for me? Suddenly, a rough strange laugh came from behind, like 2 pieces of steel rubbing against each other. The monsters turned around and looked. Suddenly, they saw a round monster with almost only a head left, jumping from behind, and almost only the mouth was seen on his head. But such a monster actually exuded a terrifying pressure, which made the pot monster and the blue-tailed girl in front of them tremble all over. It's telekinesis. A telekinesis monster of the same level as the scorpion girl. Chapter 142. A big-mouthed monster and a scarred man appeared in front of everyone. Especially the scarred man, who seemed to be somewhat out of tune with these weirdos in front of them, because he looked almost the same as a human, if you ignore the astonishing number of scars on his body. However, judging from the walking posture and position of this big-mouthed monster and the scarred man, it seemed that the big-mouthed monster was vaguely led by the scarred man. Hearing the voice of the big-mouthed monster, the centaur turned his head and looked over, his expression was a little cold. And behind this centaur, there was actually a chain dragging, and at the end of the chain there were actually a few humans. Song was the captive humans who had their heads shaved at this time. Like a pet dog, he knelt on the ground with chains on his head, his eyes full of fear. 174947494749. The big-mouthed monster didn't care at all, staring at the Birdman monster lying on the ground with bulging eyes, as if he wanted to eat this guy. Although this guy is very weak, he is the first human form born by Her Majesty the Queen, so you'd better shut up. The scarred man glanced at the big-mouthed monster, crossed his arms, and his expression was extremely cold, like a hard steel knife, giving people a chilling feeling. Woo, got it, boss. Even though he wanted to eat this Birdman monster, facing the order of his boss, the big-mouthed monster did not dare to resist at all, and could only follow the scarred man with grievance. The 2 monsters walked one after the other. The other monsters present did not dare to stop them, and some guys even took the initiative to make way for the 2 to leave. Until the 2 guys walked away, these weirdos breathed a sigh of relief. What happened just now? I was actually a little afraid of this guy. Me too. As long as I get close, I feel like I'm facing a steel knife. This feeling is too weird. This guy is definitely at the level of a Legion commander, and we are no match at all. The weirdos present whispered. As chimera ants, their perception is very sharp. Especially the battle instinct. Although the Scar Man and the Big Mouth monster did not show any means, and did not even release any breath, their sixth sense was very amazing. This was like a fear of the lower life from the genetic instinct of the upper life. Boss! The centipede monster and the fly woman looked at the centaur monster with complicated expressions. That guy is very troublesome, but he is not my opponent, but there is no need to fight for that guy here. The centaur monster sneered and pulled the iron chain in his hand. Suddenly, a human tied with an iron chain was pulled in front of him, and then stepped on the back by the centaur monster. The latter screamed in fear and pain, his hands and knees were completely worn out, and even a lot of steel nails were hit in his head. But even so, he looked at the centaur, without any resentment, only bone-deep fear. In the past, the centaur would have tortured this guy and then let him go. Centaur likes to torture humans very much, especially enjoying the fear and screams of pain after being tortured. But what happened just now made him feel very embarrassed, and in anger he stepped on the human with one foot. Bright red internal organs and blood splattered. The human tied with the iron chain screamed a few times and soon stopped moving. The fly woman hesitated. The birdman lying on the ground showed a trace of fear. He is indeed the first chimera ant born by the chimera ant queen who can speak. In the wasteland, Killua has sent Baku away, and Chen Nuo and his group explored the surrounding environment. When Killua arrived, he found that everyone had stopped. What's wrong? Killua was stunned. When he was about to ask, he saw the scene in front of him and understood instantly. There was a jungle in front of him. The tall trees were full of corpses, and the grass was also full of corpses. Even the lively trees not far away were dyed black and red by blood, and the air was filled with a strong smell of corpses. Look at this! Gon suddenly took a few guns from the corpse. These people did not die from those monsters, but killed each other. Is this the dark side of NGL? Killua was stunned. Pence felt even more incomprehensible. She didn't understand why they were all human beings and killed each other. No, they did die from killing each other, but not voluntarily. Kate said. Del. Gon and Killua were a little curious. Because the guns and ammunition on the ground, as well as the bullet holes and the scars in the world, all proved that they were killed by guns and killed each other. Look at these bullet holes on the ground, their number is far more than the bullet holes on the bodies. Kate squatted down and frowned slightly. This shouldn't mean anything. If you attack each other, there is no guarantee that every bullet will fall on the opponent. Pence asked curiously. No, this is deep in the NGL. Those who can reach here are definitely not ordinary people. At least they are elite mercenaries. And you can see that the distance where they fought was less than 10 meters. At such a close distance, the bullets could not be so crooked. Kate analyzed. What do you mean, Brother Kate? Gon was stunned. It's very simple. They were threatened to kill each other. Even when they were fighting, there might be chimera ants watching not far away. Kate stood up with a cold expression. Ah! Hearing this news, Peng Si was so scared that she couldn't close her mouth. In her worldview, humans, as the highest civilization on the earth, are definitely the masters of the entire earth. All battles are internal friction between humans. How could there be a threat from monsters? But she has experienced so many things these days and seen real monsters. If it is really as Kate said, then I am afraid that the situation of the entire human race is definitely not optimistic now. There. Chen Nuo, who rarely speaks, suddenly spoke. At this time, he had walked to the cliff at the end of the forest. Everyone followed him. When they arrived at the cliff, everyone's expression was extremely wonderful. Because from this direction, you can see the lush and green summer breeze, which is the dense jungle, and the towering peaks in the distance. It's just amazing that those peaks are no longer wrapped in green vegetation, but instead present a strange reddish-brown color. There are dense holes on the hillsides of these peaks. These holes are like the nests of some animals, which are extremely amazing. What are those things? Pens pointed at the caves in the distance. Gon and Killua also looked extremely solemn. Because the scene in front of him was too unexpected, it was completely incredible. It's a chimera ant nest. These peaks are not peaks at all, they are nests of chimera ants. Kate's expression was almost cold to the extreme. He never dreamed that chimera ants had developed to such an astonishing extent, and the scale of their numbers was beyond imagination. Ah! How is it possible? Peng Si staggered back a few steps in fear, her pretty face was extremely pale. Not only her. Gon and Killua's faces were also extremely ugly. If it was really what Kate said, then the number of these habitual people in front of him was definitely beyond imagination. A simple mountain, these densely packed holes, even if there was only one weirdo in one hole, it was simply scalp-numbing and unbelievable. The nest of the chimera ants is not a cave dugout, but a mixture of soil and feces. Once you step into this area, it will be extremely dangerous. So from now on, we must be 12 points vigilant. Peng Si, you walk in the middle. Kate ordered. Peng Si nodded nervously. Chen Nuo, the rear guard is left to you, Gon and Killua are responsible for the flanks. Kate arranged. Don't worry, but you have to be careful. It's the most dangerous to walk in the front. Chen Nuo nodded. All of us should gather our own aura. These chimera ants are extremely sensitive. Try not to confront them head-on. Kate said. Understood. Gon and Killua quickly agreed. Chen Nuo casually shot a breath to Peng Si, which can protect the opponent and create a concealment effect. After all, Peng Si is the weakest in the whole team, no one else. The four of them quietly explored the chimera ant nest. Soon after. Inside the nest. Surprisingly, this is not a simple passage but a man-made one, extremely spacious and bright, and there are some messy goods placed inside, and even some refined goods. To be precise, it should be some equipment needed for chemical pharmaceuticals. So this is the dark side of NGL. Drug factory. Gon exclaimed. Yes, this is the second most popular drug on the market, which is made in this factory. This drug is extremely addictive, even professional hunters can't resist it, and once used for a long time, it will cause mental disorder, and eventually lead to nervous breakdown and death. Kate said in a deep voice. If it's not unexpected, the raw materials of these drugs nearby, the field is not far away, the so-called nature reserve here is really ridiculous. Kate sneered. The group passed through several caves. Instead of the expected encounter with those ant monsters, they arrived at a large field of D2 potion raw materials. From a distance, these raw materials looked like lush crops. They generally grew very well and looked quite pleasing, but no one could have imagined that these things would become D2 poison, which poses a huge threat to humans after being refined. These bastards actually put such a heartless thing here, and it's a pity that this is a nature reserve, and they even deliberately put these things close to the chimera ant nest. Gon clenched his fists, indignant. Outside, D2 potion causes a large number of deaths every year and causes countless families to break up. Once you get addicted to this thing, you will become addicted, and even turn a strong-willed and masculine person into a complete drug addict. It is something that is strongly opposed by all countries, but I never thought that the base would be here. No, maybe it's not that these guys deliberately set up their base near the nest, but that the nest of these ants has expanded here, otherwise we arrived here without anyone to defend. I'm afraid they also suffered from the disaster of these ants. Killua rubbed his chin. The chimera ants have destroyed this place. Ordinary guns can't deal with those monsters at all, and these things obviously have no effect on those ants, so they were left here. Kate analyzed. What about the head of NGL? Gon asked curiously. Either they were eaten or they escaped. Anyway, things are very troublesome. Kate shook her head. It can be said that the Chimera Ant, which did all the evil, did a good thing. At least it destroyed the manufacturing base of the D2 potion, which is more or less a good thing for the people outside. Bang 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 suddenly. Just when several people were checking the conditions of these bases, the sound of iron chains came from 3 dark caves not far ahead. The people present instantly tensed up and stopped what they were doing, staring at the dark caves in front of them. 2, 3, people and things have come out of the caves on both sides. 3.5. Kate said in a deep voice. Kate can actually use a circle? How many meters is your search radius? Killa was surprised. Circle is a high-level technique for using telekinesis. Even in the original Phantom Troop, only Nobunaga could use it openly. Nobunaga's circle is only a few meters. But at present, everyone is at least 40 to 50 meters away from the cave, but the situation inside was discovered by Kate directly, which really surprised Killua. About 45 meters, depending on the physical and mental conditions, there will be a fluctuation of 1 to 3 meters. Kate narrowed her eyes slightly, her expression solemn. Chen Nuo, what about you? He suddenly said curiously. Me? I can only detect about 5 or 6 kilometers now. Chen Nuo said calmly. Kate, hey. Gone, Killua, hey. Pants? What? What is it? This guy, okay, no more jokes, be careful, the guys who came out are very dangerous. Kate curled her lips. Chen Nuo hit it really well. We were all friends, but he didn't even tell anyone about it. But it was understandable that everyone's secrets were related to life and death battles. Hey, I'm so lucky today. I didn't expect that one of my pets just died, and now I have a few more. It's really exciting. The one who came out of the cave in horror was a centaur with an iron chain. There were 2 humans who were tortured beyond recognition on his iron chain. Standing behind him were the respectful centipede and fly monsters. Chapter 143. Compared to my current pet, you guys look much better, so there's no need to keep my current pet. The centaur looked at the human tied to his iron chain with some disdain. This guy was originally one of the leaders of the drug trafficking organization, but now he has been completely degraded. Even after hearing the signal that the other party wanted to kill him, he knelt on the ground and barked like a dog, begging non-stop. Damn it! This BD! Stop it! Gon was stunned. This was completely beyond his expectations. These monsters in front of him simply had no humanity at all. Even though the human tied to his iron chain was once a sinful guy, he has now been tortured to the point of being degraded. Don't be impulsive. Gon. Kate's eyes changed slightly, and she grabbed Gon. There is more than one opponent. He stared at the centipede monster and the fly girl behind the centaur with a serious expression. Although the strength of those 2 guys did not reach the level of the Legion leader, they were definitely not far behind. If Gon rushed forward so impulsively, his life might be in danger. Damn it! Brother Kate! Brother Arnold! Gon closed his eyes painfully. Even though he had experienced countless dangers and faced a large number of monsters along the way, he still felt a dull pain in his heart when he saw this scene. Don't close your eyes, in case the enemy comes when you are not prepared. Kate reminded. Brother Chen Nuo. Killua stared at the monsters in front of him with vigilance. Peng Si's pretty face turned pale, and her bees were buzzing and screaming, but they were quickly swallowed by the fly girl, and they were scared and hurried back here. Gone. In the future, you will not only face these monsters, but also humans, and even more cruel scenes. If you want to become really strong, you need to face all of this. Go and deal with the centipede man. Killua, fly girl. Chen Nuo said calmly from the back. Yes. Brother Arnold. Understood. Brother Chen Nuo. Gon and Killua both saw the determination in each other's eyes. After so many things, they are no longer the rookies they were at the beginning, but have become real warriors. This scene today made them deeply feel the horror of war. If they fail, this world will become a world of monsters, then humans will always be at the bottom, and will always be the existence of the monster with dog-like feet. Oh? He, you actually let this kind of kid deal with me? You really look down on people. The centipede monster screamed with a hideous expression. Since they have chosen you, you go, remember to leave a whole body. The centaur monster sneered and ordered. His subordinates, the centipede monster and the hawk girl, all went to their respective opponents. Then, my opponent. The centaur monster swept his eyes in front of Chen Nuo and others. Of course it's me, Chen Nuo, Peng Si will be handed over to you. Kate calmed down slightly, her eyes cold. If he hadn't seen the human being abused before, he might not have been so angry, but now that he had seen it, he would never sit back and watch. Haha, interesting, what a ridiculous race, it's a pity that they can't tell the situation in front of them. The centaur sneered. And in the direction of Gon and the centipede, the battle had already begun. Ah! The centipede monster made a strange sound, dozens of hands clenched into fists, like steel spikes, and fell madly towards Gon, raining down. He. Fighting with me, aren't you asking for trouble? The centipede monster grinned. He had dozens of fists, and this kind of head-on fight was the most suitable. But what surprised him was the airtight fist fell on the opponent's body, but there was a sound like steel hitting. Gon's arms turned black at some point, just protecting his head tightly. All its attacks fell on the opponent's arms, and there was no expected sound of broken bones, nor did it directly break the opponent's arms. Instead, it burst into a series of sparks, and each of its attacks could only leave a white mark on the opponent's dark arms. Damn, what's going on? How come this guy's arms are so hard, even harder than steel? How can humans train to this level? This hardness is even stronger than our chimera ants. The centipede monster was stunned. Unless it is a beetle chimera ant born from the queen ant, I will never have such a high defense, but the one standing in front of it is obviously a human, and the opponent is definitely a prisoner. Is it just this level? You can't even break my defense. It's really disappointing attack power. Gon slowly moved his arms away. Exposing the back, his eyes flashing with anger, he stared at the centipede monster in front of him and spit out every word. Kr. The centipede monster was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Well, now it's time for you to taste my fist. Gon gnashed his teeth and said in hatred. Condensation. His training power gathered frantically towards his fist. The seemingly ordinary fist actually emitted a frightening energy fluctuation. What is this? What is this? How could this kid have such a strong energy fluctuation? How is it possible? This is almost enough to rival the Legion leader. Isn't he a human? The centipede monster felt that his three views were about to collapse. He could clearly feel the energy drawn in the hands of the kid in front of him. As a weirdo, his perception of energy was extremely sharp. Run! Almost in an instant, the body's instinct told him that he could never take this punch. If he took it hard, he would definitely die, so he turned around and ran without any area. This BD. The centaur monster standing behind and witnessing this scene couldn't help cursing. This centipede monster was his subordinate, and now he was running away from the front battlefield. It was really embarrassing. But this anger didn't last for a few seconds and soon turned into surprise. Boom! Gon's fist fell down with a bang. The terrifying fist wind gathered. It almost condensed into a substance. The centipede monster had already escaped several meters away, but that fist wind that seemed to be real. With a loud bang, it hit his back heavily, accompanied by a sound like steel breaking, and the centipede monster's proud shell and defense. It broke like a biscuit, and the dark green juice splashed. The whole cave of the wonderful maternity leave imagination was in the eyes of everyone in shock. The extremely powerful centipede monster was actually he was smashed into the stone wall, his back had completely collapsed, and he was almost broken into 2 pieces. He was not going to survive. I. How could I lose to such a little devil? Even before he died, the remaining half of the centipede monster turned his head and looked at himself in horror. He still couldn't believe that he actually lost, and lost to a little devil. Peng Si behind him also covered her mouth in astonishment, her pretty face full of surprise, and her face was pale. Too strong. Is this gone? Is this still the Gon she knew? The kid who took the lover test with her? Now he is so powerful, much stronger than the previous Bakuer and other elite hunters. So powerful that it is hard to describe. Where are you looking at? Suddenly, the fly girl who was fighting Killua was stunned by the death of the centipede monster. She never dreamed that the centipede monster, who was almost as strong as her, would die so easily in the hands of the puppy, and the opponent had no intention of taking shortcuts or sneak attacks, and completely smashed his armor with a frontal fist attack. This is simply... Wait. But in an instant, when she came to her senses, Killua had already appeared in front of her. Fighting distraction, damn it! Killua's cold voice sounded. An extremely smooth hand knife slashed. The fly girl only felt her neck slightly cold, and then the vision in front of her quickly rotated, and the whole world became dark. Plop! In the shocked eyes of everyone, the fly girl, who was also quite strong, rolled her head to the ground. She still had a look of unwillingness on her face, as if she could not believe why she lost until her death. Killua, he too. Peng Si was even more shocked. Killua's attack looked even more terrifying than Gon's. She clearly saw that the other party just brushed past the fly monster, and then the fly monster's head rolled down, and she couldn't even see how Killua did it. 2 idiots! The centaur cursed. Seeing that his subordinates were so weak, after all, they were carefully selected by him and found from that pile of garbage. The strong goose servants couldn't even hold on for a few rounds and turned into corpses. This was really disappointing. The human dog tied by the chain in his hand wanted to beg for mercy. But what greeted him was the angry foot of the centaur Guan. There was only a bang, and he directly stepped on his head and broke it, just like a big watermelon was stepped on and exploded, and red and white things splashed out. We won! Brother Chen Nuo! Brother Kate! Gon was very excited. The centipede monster in front of him should be one of the most powerful monsters he has defeated so far. Full of sense of accomplishment. And just as he ran towards Chen Nuo direction, the centipede monster that was hit in the waist by his fist and split into 2 actually raised its head and looked in his direction, revealing a ferocious and hot expression. Puff! But Kate was faster than him. He didn't know when he had a strange rifle in his hand. One end of the rifle was a gun muzzle, and the other end was a clown's expression. The clown was holding a number 4 in his hand. Wisps of green smoke came out of the muzzle of the rifle. The rifle just fired a bullet, which directly penetrated the head of the centipede monster, causing the opponent's prepared sneak attack to fail. Don't think that cutting off their bodies means they are destroyed. The vitality of the chimera ants is very strong. Even if their heads are separated, they can still survive. Make sure to completely destroy their heads in one day, which is the fatal injury. Kate spoke calmly. If you have higher requirements, you should kill people quickly and keep absolutely quiet. He spoke slowly, walked over, and crushed the head of the fly girl. Not bad, Kate is worthy of it. Chen Nuo smiled slightly in his heart. He could clearly feel that although the 2 monsters were defeated, they did not die directly. The vitality of these monsters was too strong. Even if they were divided into 2 parts, they could still last for a while. So if you want to completely threaten them, you must crush their heads completely. Gon and Killua's current combat power is indeed very good, but they still lack combat experience. After all, they are too young. However, Chen Nuo is naturally quite relieved with Kate's help here. Brother Kate. That's it. Seeing the centipede monster that just died, Gon finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was still sweating coldly on his back. If Kate hadn't acted in time, he would have been attacked by the old centipede monster. It was all because of his carelessness that he classified the opponent with ordinary humans. Ordinary people would definitely be fatal if they suffered such injuries, but the opponent was a chimera. I see. Killua was also shocked. Because the monsters they had dealt with before were not as strong as this. Basically, as long as they were mature and seriously injured like humans, they would die directly. However, once the monsters were stronger, their vitality would be more terrifying. Brother Kate. Is this your nin? What a strange ability. Gon looked at the weapon in Kate's hand curiously. The roulette numbers in the mouth are different from 1 to 9, and the weapons that appear are also different. That is, please level up more for this crazy clown. The weapon in Kate's hand spoke excitedly. This guy can actually speak. Gon and Killua were stunned. It was really surprising, but before the clown finished speaking, Kate had cancelled the summons. I guess so. Kate smiled faintly. Brother Kate, does the roulette mean that you can't choose the weapon you need? Wouldn't it be quite troublesome if you are unlucky sometimes? Gon asked curiously. Well, that's about it. Also, if the weapon is not used to its full potential, it cannot be replaced or made to disappear. It must be used before it can disappear, so sometimes my ability is quite annoying. Kate sighed. DB. Gon, Killua, and Peng Si were still embarrassed. This is indeed a very troublesome ability, because no one knows what their ability will turn into during a tense battle. If they can't help, it will really be a joke. It is such a powerful professional hunter, but it has such a useless ability. It is really touching. Chen Nuo standing behind clearly understood. 0138122223 Filo 2100505540 Kate's ability is quite abnormal. On the surface, he can't control what numbers his clown will pop up, but in fact, Kate's ability has a special predictive effect. It will select the most suitable ability according to Kate's environment. It is precisely because of this strange ability that Kate did not die directly and was reborn in the Queen Ant's body. This thing is quite amazing. Chapter 144. Just a few bastards, if they die, haha. The centaur grinned, revealing a cruel look. He just stepped hard and trampled the last human pet tied to his chain to death on the spot. Then the sound of horse hooves like thunder was heard, and his figure disappeared on the spot. Boom! Be careful! Kate exclaimed. He wanted to stop it, but he was too slow. Gon's muffled groan was heard in the violent collision. The mountain wall not far away exploded directly. Gon was knocked out and blood was shed along the way. Hee, one is solved. The centaur grinned. Its speed and impact force were extraordinary. The sudden attack just now was hard to defend against. It only took a moment to solve Gon. Ah! Gon! Peng Si, who witnessed all this from behind, couldn't help but cover her mouth, her beautiful eyes full of horror and fear. The speed and strength of the centaur just now were simply unparalleled. If an attack of that level fell on me, I would probably explode into 10 balls of blood on the spot. So, the remaining few, you have to play with me well, and make me have fun. Don't die easily. The centaur grinned and looked at everyone with contempt. It felt like he was playing with everyone from a high position. Master Chen Nuo. Gone. Peng Si couldn't help but speak. Because she knew that Chen Nuo was the core of the team, but he didn't respond to the attack just now, and Gon should be one of his best friends. Why is that? This is a battle, Peng Si, as a professional hunter, you should face these life and death battles. This is a battle for Gon and his friends, so I won't interfere. Chen Nuo spoke calmly. He did have the ability to easily deal with the centaur in front of him, but if he had to take action himself to deal with such a small boss, how would they grow? He was not a nanny and could not protect them all his life. If they wanted to grow up and become real warriors and truly powerful professional hunters, they must have an indestructible heart and the courage to face life and death, as well as more combat experience. Hee, interesting, you don't think you will be my opponent, do you? The centaur grinned. He wanted to see fear on the faces of the other people in front of him, but what surprised him was that these people didn't seem to have any fear, and even seemed to be unmoved by the scene that he had just killed with one blow. Have humans become so ruthless? Have they become so indifferent that they don't care about the life and death of their companions? No wonder these people are more difficult to deal with. It turns out that they are quite cold-blooded like themselves. But the more this is the case, the more interested he is. Only by killing these cold-blooded guys can he find it interesting. This battle will be handed over to Gon and Killua. Kate, sometimes, a knife needs to be sharpened to be sharp. Chen Nuo behind him suddenly spoke. Kate was stunned. From his perception, he could clearly sense that the centaur in front of him was definitely at the level of a legion commander. Although he had not yet awakened the rather troublesome ability of telekinesis, his own physical fitness was quite amazing. If his master Jin was here, Kate would definitely not have the confidence to hand over such an important and dangerous battle to two children, but he inexplicably trusted this Mr. Chen Nuo. Yes. Brother Chen Nuo. Gon, don't sleep. Brother said that this battle will be handed over to us. Killua took a deep breath and put on a serious expression. Ah! This scene made Peng Si a little dumbfounded. What is going on? Are they really not afraid of the centaur in front of them? The centaur's terrifying attack just now, I'm afraid that ordinary professional hunters can't bear it at all. Why? Why do the two of them have such great courage? And didn't Gon die just now? Countless doubts emerged in Peng Si's head. Okay. Brother Arnold, I will never lose. Boom. The rubble pile burst. A bloody figure rushed out from it, and it was Gon with torn clothes and a hideous wound on his chest. I'm responsible for restraining his speed, and you are responsible for resisting head-on. Gon. Killua gave a battle plan. Understood. Gon immediately stood in front of the centaur again, and Killua quickly moved around the centaur. Yo? He, you are really a confident human? Don't you know what you are doing? You are looking for death. The centaur laughed. It's really interesting. I never thought that the dignified legion commander would be looked down upon by two little devils one day. The other side obviously has 5 people, but is only willing to send 2 people to deal with him. Isn't this a naked provocation? Then he will let the other side know how to write the word death. Go to hell! The centaur roared, and the sound of hooves was like thunder. His huge body ran again, at a very fast speed, like a wind and lightning. At your 6 o'clock direction. Killua shouted. Understood. Gon promised, and almost without any hesitation, he went in the direction Killua pointed, and his fists were quickly wrapped in a layer of black milky brown and threw out heavily like steel. Boom! A deafening sound like a metal collision exploded, and a visible air wave swept in all directions, blowing the clothes of other people present. Peng Si's pupils dilated in the back, and her beautiful eyes were a little dull. An unbelievable scene appeared. The centaur, who was as tall as 2 people, stopped in front of Gon. The opponent only used a pair of black fists that looked extremely weak. He hit his extremely hard iron hoof head-on. There was no fracture as expected. What surprised everyone was that the centaur, which was like a high-speed train, was stopped in front of him by the pair of black fists. The ground under Gon's feet burst one after another and a deep gully of more than 40 meters long was plowed. How is this possible? How can this kid block my attack? The centaur was shocked and couldn't help himself. He couldn't believe what he saw. But the facts slapped him in the face and told him that everything in front of him was real. Where are you looking? Do chimera ants like to be distracted during battle? Killua sneered. A dazzling knife fell. Sizzle. A sound like steel breaking, accompanied by splashing blood and the angry roar of the centaur. In Peng Si's astonished eyes, Killua cut off one of the centaur's hands, and the cut was very smooth. The tool used to cut off the centaur's arm was just the opponent's hand knife, which was also covered with armament color. The centaur held his broken arm in pain and pulled away. Fine cold sweat had already appeared on his forehead. His ferocious eyes were more shocked and angry at this time, and even had a trace of inexplicable fear. He stared at the two boys in front of him, his expression full of disbelief. These two guys were human boys, but why did they have a physique stronger than the chimera ant? My body was absolutely hard, but the opponent actually cut off my body with his hand. Are you surprised? It seems that you are not as confident as before. You are not going to run away, are you? Killua sneered and shook off the blood on the hand knife. This scene made Kate's heart tremble slightly. So strong. This little guy named Killua, whether it is his speed reaction ability, his ability to adapt to changes, or even the provocation he just used, in his opinion, is definitely a thoughtful guy. Whether it is his mind or his strength, he is definitely the best choice. Is this the genius member of the legendary Zoldyck family? No. He and Gon have the same armament Haki, and this armament Haki comes from Chen Nuo. Or the most fundamental reason why the two of them are qualified to face the Legion leader monster head-on is because of this armament Haki. Ordinary humans' arms can't compete with these monsters head-on. Roar, damn you two bastards! I'm going to tear you apart. The centaur was instantly furious. He felt that his dignity as the Legion leader was trampled on here and was worthless. He is the leader of the Chimera Ant army. It is second only to the King's Guard. It roared angrily to the sky, and its body was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was originally only nearly 2 meters tall, but now it has risen to more than 3 meters, and every muscle on its body is deeply bulging, shining like steel. However, his severed arm still cannot be restored. Obviously, he has the ability to strengthen himself, but not the ability to heal himself. Be careful. This guy's aura is now stronger than before, more than 3 times stronger. Kate warned. Face the enemy. A strong enemy also has weaknesses. While his body is strengthened, his speed also decreases. Find the enemy's weakness and then defeat him. Chen Nuo's voice sounded. Gon and Killua, who looked solemn, suddenly had their eyes brightened. Just now, they were a little nervous because of the sudden explosive growth of the centaur, but after Chen Nuo's reminder, they also noticed that the opponent's defense and strength had obviously increased greatly, but it was obvious that the speed had decreased. It sacrificed its own speed to gain more violent power, and its rationality seemed to have entered a declining state. Killua. Snakeskin movement. Gon shouted. Understood, Kai tactics start. Killua grinned. Boom. The place where he just stood had been trampled by a huge horse hoof, and the ground exploded, blowing up a deep pit with a diameter of more than 3 meters. The centaur seemed to be a huge monster that fell from the sky and rushed through the narrow cave. It was simply unstoppable. And as his opponent, Gon, and Killua was as agile as a butterfly flying through flowers. He shuttled between these huge monsters and could not stop the centaur monsters from colliding for a moment. Amazing! Peng Si exclaimed. If she was facing such a dilemma, she would be too scared to move, not to mention running away, let alone dealing with this powerful monster. As an experienced hunter, Kate saw something unusual and paid close attention to it. The armament Haki of Gon and Kia in front of me has been condensed from the direction of their arms to the direction of their legs, and their speed has obviously increased greatly. I didn't expect that this ability can not only increase defense and attack, but also increase speed. It is a powerful fighting skill for professional hunters to fight in close combat. As expected, the centaur gained stronger defense and attack attributes by strengthening its muscles, but it was obvious that its rationality became lower, like an exposed buffalo, and it only knew how to charge. On the contrary, Gon and Killua, after adjusting their armed color, did not lose the upper hand at all through snake-like positioning and kite warriors. Instead, they seemed to be at ease, and no matter how the opponent charged, they could not touch the corner of their clothes for a moment. After this kite tactic lasted for half an hour, the huge centaur finally gradually showed signs of fatigue. Its size gradually began to shrink, and the arrogant arrogance before had disappeared, replaced by unprecedented fear and horror in its eyes, because after experiencing this energy explosion, the energy in his body had been almost exhausted, and after this frenzy, he would fall into a short period of weakness. Not to mention the centaur in the weak period, even the centaur in full state now could not be the opponent of Gon and Killua, so he knew that if he continued to fight like this, he would only die. The centaur, knowing his situation, had already turned around and was ready to flee. How could Gon and Killua give him such a chance? The two cooperated with each other, and the armament Haki was condensed on their arms again. It was like two black cheetahs quickly caught up with the centaur, and then a dazzling knife flashed. Just two very ordinary knives easily cut off the head of the centaur, which had already fallen into a weak period. Looking at the head rolling at the feet, Peng Si's pretty face was pale with astonishment, and she showed ecstasy after reacting. We won! We actually won! So awesome! Gon! Killua! Peng Si was happy, excited from the bottom of her heart. This feeling of surviving a disaster was really exciting. And I didn't expect that in just a few months, the two teammates who participated in the hunter assessment together have become so powerful and terrifying now, and even become powerful masters who can stand alone to face the Legion leader level. Gon and Killua removed the armament Haki. The two high-fived each other, celebrating the victory. We won! Yet, Gon, Killua and the other were very excited. During the battle just now, there were several mistakes. It could have been easier, but it almost got me into trouble. The two of them were not happy for long when they heard Chen Nuo's voice not far away. The two people who were originally full of joy immediately corrected their attitude and listened to their brother's teachings. The expression was like that of a primary school student in the classroom, and the attitude was also very correct, without the slightest pride of victory. This scene made Kate and Pence dumbfounded. Especially Kate. As a top professional hunter, he has seen countless geniuses and strong men, but he has never seen a genius like Gon and Killua who obeys teachings so well. Or he has never seen a mentor as talented as Chen Nuo. Finally, after listening to the teachings for nearly half an hour, the two little brothers finally left the trial as if they had found a treasure. Killua! What a monster! Kate laughed bitterly. He suddenly thought of something and walked towards Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo, I have an unwelcome request. I wonder if you can. Chapter 145. I wonder if I can use the skills that Gon and Killua just showed me. Kate said embarrassedly. As a top professional hunter, he also understood that some abilities were the bottom of the box for professional hunters, or even personal secrets. It was very offensive to ask others about these tricks so abruptly. But what surprised Kate was that Chen Nuo responded with a smile before he finished speaking. Armament Haki, a high-level physical skill. If you are interested, Kate, we might as well exchange ideas with each other. There was no mention of sneak attacks, but the name of exchange. Peng Si, you can also come with us. If you can learn it, as for how much you can learn, it depends on you. Chen Nuo said with a smile. Ah! Yes, thank you, Master Chen Nuo. Peng Si nodded excitedly. She was extremely grateful for her decision this time, although it was quite dangerous to follow the team to arrive here, and even life-threatening. But if she could learn such an amazing skill, it would definitely greatly improve her strength. And this Chen Nuo looks much better than I had imagined. But he doesn't have the cold feeling he had during the competition. Instead, he seems quite approachable. No wonder Killua and Gon trust him so much. So, the group led by Chen Nuo stayed there for a short time. He gave a detailed explanation of armament Haki and personally demonstrated the training conditions of armament Haki. 3 days passed. Buzz. Accompanied by a slight energy fluctuation, it was surprising that Kate's arm gradually turned black. Armament Haki. When his arms collided, it actually made a sound like steel. He is indeed the top hunter. His perception of power is far beyond that of ordinary hunters. It only took him 3 days to master armament Haki. As for Peng Si, it was obviously much worse. She can't perceive armament Haki now. Maybe she doesn't have the mind, or maybe it's due to other reasons. But as long as she follows Chen Nuo's instructions and persists in practicing for a long time, I believe she will be able to awaken armament Haki in the near future. Chen Nuo, thank you. Kate said from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for Chen Nuo, he would never have learned such a unique skill. This may seem like an ordinary skill, but it can even save his life at a critical moment. How can it not be a great favor? It's okay. Chen Nuo smiled slightly, but someone is coming. Hey! Chen Nuo's words made everyone present stunned. Kate was even more confused. Because in his perception, he didn't notice anyone coming nearby. Killua and Gon stared at the distance as if they were facing a great enemy. Peng Si couldn't help but get nervous when she saw this situation. Don't be so nervous, they are still 2 kilometers away, but they are coming around us, they should be some chimera ants. Chen Nuo said lightly. 2,000 meters away. Kate was in awe. Is this too exaggerated? Could it be that the perception range of more than 5,000 meters mentioned by Chen Nuo just now was not a joke, but a real existence? This guy is simply too strong. The group simply waited here. After all, if mosquitoes are driven away, they will probably keep buzzing around and chase them all the way. It is better to wait for them to gather and catch them all in one fell swoop. Sure enough. After waiting for a few minutes, sparse sounds can be heard from the jungle not far away. The sound is very slight, and it is obvious that the other party is deliberately restraining. Oh, you actually stay here. Unfortunately, I tell you that you are surrounded. Now let's decide the order and tactics. The first person to come out was a toad monster wearing a black coat with his hands behind his back. He looked like he was sure of victory, looking at the people in front of him, and making tactical arrangements. I'll give you 3 choices for the 3 targets. One is to arrange the battle order, the second is to try to escape, and the third is to give up resistance and surrender. The toad monster smiled at everyone. If you choose one, you must fight one of us in a duel, and there is a certain chance of survival. I personally don't recommend you to choose the second option, because it will destroy our nature, and you will be tortured for a long time after being caught. There is no need to choose the third option, because it will make us more angry than the first option. What do you mean, Kate? Chen Nuo smiled faintly at Kate. I'll listen to you. These guys are at the level of army captains. They are weaker than the legion commanders, but much stronger than the centipede monsters and fly girls before day. Kate said. Well, Gon, Killua, choose your suitable opponents. This kind of training opportunity doesn't come every day. After all, it's a waste not to train with the thugs who come to your door. Chen Nuo ordered. Yes. Let's choose one. Choose one. Gon and Killua immediately said seriously. Haha, not bad, it seems that you have no self-awareness at all, but this is just right for us to have more fun. Who wants to go first? The toad monster laughed. I'll go. The first monster to walk out of the group was a pangolin monster. How do we determine the rules of the game? What is considered a win and a lose? Gon asked. Of course, the one who is beaten to death loses. The pangolin monster said. What if I admit defeat? Gon asked curiously. What nonsense are you talking about? If you can let us go if you lose, then we have come all the way here. Whoever loses will become the queen's meal. This is a life and death duel. The pangolin monster cursed. Oh, it doesn't matter to me. I just think that if you lose, you will not die. So I just want to confirm that you will let you go if you say I admit defeat, but you must promise not to eat humans in the future. Gon said seriously. The pangolin monster in front of him did not have too strong aura of killing. It was obviously a monster that had just been born and had not caused much killing to humans. But Gon's words instantly made all the monsters present burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, does this guy know what he's talking about? It's just a fool's dream. I don't take you seriously at all, Baro. This is definitely the most courageous opponent we have ever seen. Don't let yourself get into trouble here. Many weirdos laughed. The pangolin weirdo called Baro looked extremely ugly. He rolled on the spot and turned into a huge spherical chariot, rumbling towards Gon. The ground and trees along the way collapsed. Unstoppable. Good reaction speed. You don't think you can escape my pursuit by running like this, do you? I'm very fast. Chariot ejection. The pangolin monster screamed, and at the moment of rapid rolling, it turned sharply and hit Gon directly. Bang! A dull crash. The monsters present couldn't help but get excited. The attack of the pangolin is quite domineering, especially after rolling. Its own inertia plus its own weight is enough to deal a heavy blow to the enemy. If this kind of kid is hit, I'm afraid it will at least break its bones on the spot. If it's almost, it may be crushed into meat paste. What surprised them was that the guys who followed this group of kids didn't have any worry on their faces at this moment, and even acted extremely calm. As if watching a play. Don't these guys have any humanity and don't worry about their companions at all? The splashing mud dissipated. The laughing pangolin chimera ant was stunned. Because he was surprised to find himself suspended in mid-air, to be exact. He was actually grabbed and lifted up by the little ghost in front of him with his dark hands, even though he weighed hundreds of kilograms. What are you kidding? How could this little ghost have such strong power? I am at the level of a military captain. The pangolin monster finally panicked. He was a little terrified at the power and speed that he was proud of. After accelerating, his collision was even praised by the Legion commander, but now he never thought that he would be caught by a human little ghost. Is it just this extent? That's really disappointing. I thought you would give me a bigger surprise. It seems that if your strongest tool is just this kind of tool, then we may have to stop here. Gon's chest rose and fell violently, but his voice was extremely cold. Damn it! Little devil! You underestimate me too much. The pangolin monster was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. It was exposed in an instant and almost jumped up. He broke free from the opponent's restraints, and then let out a beast-like low roar, spinning like a chariot at the fastest speed in history, even rolling the soil and gravel on the ground into debris. He swore that this was definitely his most powerful attack ever. Even if the person in front of him was the Legion commander, he would never be able to easily take his impact. Come on! Gon growled, and the dark armament Haki on his arms spread rapidly, almost covering his entire upper body and head. From a distance, he looked like a half-forged steel man. This scene shocked Kate and Pence. It turns out that armament Haki can not only cover the muscles of the arms and legs, but also the whole body. If it really covers the whole body, wouldn't it be invulnerable to swords and guns? Kate was secretly surprised. He now can more and more appreciate the horror of armament Haki, which is definitely enough to make professional hunters divine skill that changed his fate. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded wildly, and the smoke and dust blew so hard that people around couldn't open their eyes. The trees next to him were directly broken by the strong wind. It was like the copper of steel was hit hard, and the sound waves visible to the naked eye burst out. In the shocked eyes of everyone, the smoke and dust slowly dissipated. After seeing all the situations clearly, the faces of all the monsters became extremely ugly. The smile on the face of the toad monster standing in the first place disappeared, and was replaced by a face full of disbelief. The pangolin monster was still in front of Gon. But now, the hard shell that he was proud of was actually pierced by the opponent's fists. Dark green blood slowly flowed down Gon's fists. Because of the strong inertia of the pangolin monster, the wound was torn very large, and he looked seriously injured. But Gon only had scratches on his arms. Ahem! How could I? The pangolin looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. The severe pain in his body told him that all of this was real. He was defeated by a human kid, and was completely defeated. The attack he was proud of was taken by the opponent head-on but ended in failure. This was absolutely a great shame. As long as you say you lost, I can let you go. Gon said calmly. The vitality of the chimera ant is very tenacious. If a monster of the level of the pangolin monster is released now, he will naturally not die. How could I lose to a human kid? I am the army commander. BD, don't look down on me too much. The pangolin monster's shoes, hysterically roared, and his scales swelled up one by one. Not good. Gon. Kate, who realized that something was wrong, quickly warned him. But Gon was faster. The hands wrapped in the armed collar pulled and tugged violently, and only heard a sound like tearing silk, as if steel was twisted abruptly, and the pangolin monster let out a shrill scream. The whole person was split in two. The smelly internal organs fell to the ground, including the trick he was just about to die together. The pangolin monster at the level of army captain was now broken into two halves and fell to the ground, bleeding. At this moment, it was terribly quiet. Peng Si's beautiful eyes were stunned. And these army captains, led by the toad monster, all had extremely wonderful expressions. Those beast-like faces were full of disbelief, aggressive anger, and even a trace of fear. Lost? The pangolin guy was a military commander, but he lost to an ordinary human. This is incredible, and the opponent is still a child. It seems that your luck is not very good. What's wrong? Are you going to break the agreement and attack in groups? Chen Nuo suddenly stepped forward and smiled. The corner of the toad monster's mouth twitched. He waved his hand to signal the army commanders who were ready to attack to calm down. His extremely cold eyes stared at everyone. We are military commanders, and we can't be compared with those ordinary monsters. Naturally, we must keep our words. Then continue. The toad monster said coldly. Hee. Chen Nuo also smiled and took a step back. 0138122223 Philo 2100600340. Since the other party did not intend to succeed, he would continue to play with them. Next, me. Killa stood up, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Let me be your opponent, little devil. Like a ghost grinding its teeth, a creepy voice sounded, and a figure walked out from among the many army captain-level weirdos. Chapter 146. Let me be your opponent, kid. Just be rampant one last time, and I'll let you see what hell is. A voice came from the crowd, and a minotaur came out. This guy is a real minotaur, with horns on his head. It's a bull's head and a human body, and a tail, but his tangled muscles are as hard as steel. He is indeed a chimera ant. This guy has a much stronger aura. Kate couldn't help but frown slightly and reminded him. In his perception, he could clearly sense that the minotaur in front of him was much stronger than the previous pangolin monster. Don't be careless, turn over. Gon also hurriedly said. Hey! Listen, don't compare me with that guy, my strength is 10 times his. The minotaur grinned with great confidence. Even if they are both army captains, there are differences in strength. The pangolin monster is also a military captain, but his attack power is relatively weak. His strong defense is far inferior to the Minotaur in terms of real strength. There is another important reason. The Minotaur has a special talent. Once it enters the combat state, it will fall into a frenzy state, and its strength will be significantly improved. This is why he is confident that his strength is 10 times stronger than the pangolin. Don't worry, now is the time to test my training results, and let me see how strong the so-called 10 times is. Killua sneered. His hands were instantly covered with black armed color, even including his legs and neck. Seeing this scene, Chen Nuo couldn't help but be slightly surprised. I didn't expect that Killua's armed color training progress during this period was so great. According to his perception, it seems that almost all of his body has been covered. It must not take long for him to truly achieve full body armed color. Be careful. This kid has the same strange black thing as the previous kid. Don't fight in the wild, you must not lose to this kid. Kill him immediately. The many monsters standing behind him, including the army captain, also spoke up, looking very nervous. Because Gon had just demonstrated what it means to tear a monster apart with bare hands. Now the black armament color on the kid in front of them seemed to be more than the previous kid, which made them inexplicably nervous. Roar, roar, roar stinky kid! Don't be so arrogant. I'll kill you now. The Minotaur was angry. Roar. His muscles swelled up again, and his skin appeared a layer of hot red like steel, and even spit out hot breath. 10 times, as if he was in a frenzy, he rumbled towards Killua. Boom! The sharp bull horns hit Killua directly. But what was surprising was that the opponent did not dodge directly, but grabbed his twisted foot with both hands. The terrifying force made the ground beneath Killua's feet quickly cracked. Even his legs made 2 deep grooves on the ground. But what was shocking was, this bulldozer-like Minotaur actually stopped the little ghost in front of him with his hands. Roar, roar, roar! The Minotaur also felt something was wrong, because he found that he could not push the little ghost in front of him at all, as if he had hit a huge iron mountain, and the other party did not move at all, no matter how hard he tried. The faces of the army captains present all became abnormal, and they looked at Killua with unbelievable eyes. They couldn't believe that the seemingly entangled human little ghost in front of them could actually hold up the Minotaur made of strength with such slender arms. Once this guy enters the charging state, his experience is comparable to that of a legion leader. Amazing! Killua! Killua actually blocked it. Peng Si's face was also very excited. Killua's power was so great that it was beyond expectation. Or it could be said that she was amazed at the power of armament Haki. Is that all? If that's all, you're almost done. Killua had a sarcastic smile on his face. He suddenly used his hands to lift the Minotaur in front of him high up in front of everyone's shocked eyes, and then hit it hard like a hammer. Boom! The teeth-grinding explosion roared, and there were also the sounds of bones breaking, and even the sounds of internal organs being smashed and blood gushing out. In the shocked eyes of everyone, the Minotaur made of this power was actually smashed to the ground, and a human-shaped hole exploded on the ground. In the hole, the Minotaur had twisted limbs, broken bones, and blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, lying on the ground half dead. Suddenly, the whole place was silent. All the weirdos looked over at the same time, but no one said a word. Their expressions became extremely interesting, and their faces turned pale. There was even a fine layer of cold sweat on the forehead of each weirdo. What on earth is going on? I swear I've seen a ghost. Why are the humans we saw today so strong? Are these guys really humans? I must be dreaming. The Minotaur actually subdued it. How is this possible? This guy is very strong among us. Is this kid even more powerful than the Minotaur? They exclaimed in disbelief. Both Gon and Killua's performances were completely beyond their expectations. In their minds, humans are the representatives of the extremely weak and cannot withstand a single blow. But now the two extremely weak little ghosts in front of them actually killed their army captain. This is a being of the same level as them. Gurgle gurgle. The army captain Minotaur, who was smashed to the ground, was already foaming at the mouth. He tried desperately to stand up, but the serious injuries on his body made him unable to move at all. However, the look he gave Killua at this time was full of fear, and he no longer had the arrogance he had before. Killua walked to his side, looking down at his defeated opponent. "I give up! I give up! I give up!" The Minotaur screamed desperately in fear as if it had found a life-saving straw, and it moved its body with difficulty. But what greeted him was Gon's foot. The black weapon was wrapped, and the foot stepped heavily on his head. With a click, it was like a watermelon breaking. In an instant, the red and white things exploded, and the whole head was directly stepped on and exploded, and the Minotaur's scream stopped abruptly. His body was pulled out of two items and no longer moved. Even if the head was crushed as a monster, this fatal injury could not be recovered at all, not to mention that he was only a military captain. "It seems that you monsters are best at bragging, that's all." Gon crossed his arms and sneered at the monsters in front of him, with great confidence in his heart. The power of armament Haki has exceeded his expectations. All this is thanks to Chen Nuo's training. If Chen Nuo hadn't taught him armament Haki, he would never have been able to defeat the army captain in front of him so easily today. It can be said that with armament Haki, his combat power has shown a breakthrough growth, and his future achievements are limitless. Damn it, damn it, damn it! As the leader of these army captains, the toad monster also behaved very badly at this time. He held the lottery tube in his hand and handed it to other monsters. These weirdos who were eager to try, when they saw the lottery tube, they instinctively retreated as if they saw half of the poison. They had witnessed the death of the centipede monster and the Minotaur monster. No one wanted to be killed by the two devils in front of them. Even as a weirdo, they were full of fear of death. "You go first. I have something to do. The gas in my house is not turned off. I'll go turn it off first. The signal here is not very good. I'll make a phone call. The clothes I just washed at home are not hung up yet. I have to go back." These weirdos showed fear on their faces, and they found excuses to escape one by one, which immediately made the toad monster, who was the leader, look very ugly. His face no longer showed the previous self-confidence, but was a little embarrassed, because even as a leader, his strength did not reach the level of Legion commander. It was just that his IQ was much higher than that of other army commanders, so everyone recommended him as the leader, but now the situation is completely out of control. If facing these two when the two little ghosts were killed, other monsters were not killed instantly like the centipede and the Minotaur, so other monsters might still have the determination to compete. However, the results in front of them told all the monsters that the strength of the two little ghosts in front of them was far beyond their expectations, and even far superior to them. Some monsters even said that these two little ghosts had reached the level of Legion leaders. And you have to know that even these two little ghosts are just part of the opponent. There are still many humans standing in front of them who have not made a move. Especially the two adults who commanded the little ghosts, their strength must be above the little ghosts. If they face such a few devil-like guys, their team has no chance of winning. The identities of hunter and prey have been replaced. Originally, they were going to hunt these humans for fun, but now they find themselves like lambs standing in front of lions, trembling uncontrollably, and becoming prey instead. This is an unprecedented feeling for a monster. Even the toad monster, the leader of this group of monsters, couldn't help but want to find an excuse to leave. But just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt the air around him getting colder, and an unprecedented killing aura enveloped him, as if he had instantly arrived at the edge of hell, making all the monsters' hair stand on end. There was a sense of nervousness and fear. In front of him, the thin, long-haired man suddenly stood up. It seems that I overestimated their strength. These army captains are not to be feared at all. Is this feeling of uneasiness really my overreaction? Kate murmured in her heart. He walked forward slowly, looked at these weirdos expressionlessly, and then took out the weapon in his hand. With a burst of white mist, his weapon drew a huge sickle. At the end of the sickle was a clown logo, and a number 2 was written on it. 2? Did you draw it? Kate couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Hey, why do you have so many complaints? No matter what appears, you should use it with joy. The clown weapon laughed strangely. Gon couldn't help but say. That sickle is very dangerous, do you feel it? Gon. Killua's forehead was covered with some slight beads of sweat, and he couldn't help but say. I feel it, it's a very strange feeling, Kate seems to have become a different person, especially the sickle, I even have a feeling that I doubt he can cut through our armed color. Gon agreed. Now the strength of the two has far exceeded the state in the original book, and their perception of the breath has become more and more acute. On the contrary, it is Peng Si. Facing this scene, he did not feel depressed at all. He was just surprised by Kate's summons. The weapon he summoned felt a little strange. This thing could actually speak. It was just a sickle. It didn't seem to be particularly suitable. The bulky body and narrow length did not seem to be suitable for fighting. It was not very convenient to use. It's Kate. Chen Nuo's eyes lit up slightly. Because he was surprised to feel that after summoning this sickle, Kate's breath had obviously exploded. If Kate was a harmless mountain cat before, then at this time, he was like a killer in the dark night, a cheetah in the dark night. The breath became extremely amazing in close combat. You all don't have to leave, stay forever. Kate whispered, like a rock, talking to himself. He held the sickle in one hand, and the breeze blew through his long hair. He had a blank expression on his face, and his eyes were filled with unprecedented indifference and calmness when he looked at the army commanders in front of him. At this moment, GTE seemed to be a different person, as if he was the god of death walking in the world. This guy. Damn it. This guy is too pretentious. He looks down on us with a broken weapon. We are army commanders. Yes, even if it is the centipede monster and the minotaur, those weapons are not the opponents of these guys, but as long as we go together, I don't believe they can stop so many of us. Yes. We have more than 30 army commanders. Kill this guy. Kate's speech instantly made the weirdos present angry. As army captains among monsters, they have their own pride and confidence. They are excellent ones selected from countless weirdos, but now they are ridiculed by a mere human. Even if he is very powerful, he is only one person. As a human, his body is very fragile. He only needs to injure it, and then he will definitely win. And the toad monster, the leader of this group of monsters, felt his heart beating wildly at this moment. He felt that the hairs on his back were counting down in waves. He felt an unprecedented fear, which made him unable to help but shrink his pupils suddenly. Unlike these other angry army captains and weirdos, he felt an unprecedented pressure of death at this time. The sense of urgency was even greater than when he faced an ordinary legion commander. How could this happen? He couldn't understand it, but his body's instinct told him that if he took another step forward, he would die. So he obeyed his instinct and took a step back. His eyes were no longer confident, but full of fear and even terror. But the next moment, his pupils suddenly expanded. Kate's figure was reflected in his vision. Kate moved. It was as if she disappeared from the spot, and only countless huge sickle figures appeared in the sky. It was like the arrival of the god of death. With unprecedented fear of death and cold killing intent. Waltz of the god of death. Maru. Chapter 147. What is this? The sudden sword shadows in the sky shocked everyone present. Gon and Killua instinctively took a few steps back. Peng Si opened her mouth in astonishment, her eyes widened, and she looked at everything in front of her with a dull look. Chen Nuo's eyes also lit up slightly. The sword shadows in the sky fell, and the previous isle sound disappeared completely. No more strange voices were heard. The jungle became extremely quiet at this time. A gust of wind blew and only a crackling sound was heard. All the huge trees in the area of 50 meters around Kate collapsed. The cut place was extremely smooth and flat. And the height was consistent. The monsters standing in the prototype area were all torn apart and turned into countless corpses. Some were either cut in half, beheaded, split in half, or had their limbs broken and fell to the ground with blood spurting out. There was no room for resistance at all. At this time, they had turned into pieces of corpses and fell to the ground, including the leader, the toad monster. His head had fallen to the ground, and his hands were still on his back. Obviously, Kate's attack was too fast, and even all the monsters didn't react, and the battle ended directly. There was a brief silence in the whole place, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. Gon and Killua opened their mouths in surprise and looked at Kate in front of them, as if they were seeing her again. Their pupils trembled violently. It was obvious that they still had a hard time digesting what had just happened. They even simulated in their minds whether they could block Kate's move if it was used on them. The answer given by their brains was that they could not block it at all. Even if they had armed color domineering, they might not be able to block it 3, 6, 7 because they did not notice Kate's attack just now. The opponent's attack was too fast and there were too many of them, so they could not resist it at all. $35. This is the most powerful swordsmanship I have ever seen. Lord Kate. Everyone present was shocked. This sickle can only be used for this move, sorry. It's too bad luck. If you draw this guy and don't use it, the sickle will not disappear. It may scare you. Kate said with a bright smile. This scene made everyone present a little uncomfortable. He was clearly the cold and cruel god of death in the last second, but he turned into a sunny boy in this second. Kate in front of him was really unpredictable. So why do you want to practice this ability? Killua couldn't help but complain. An uncontrollable ability training is really speechless. Be careful and move forward. We need to go deeper. As I said before, they won't kill us immediately even if they reach out, so don't let your guard down easily. Kate walked to the body of the frog monster, then crushed his head with one foot, and then began to finish off other corpses on the ground. This scene made the little girl Peng Si's heart beat wildly. But soon Killua and Gon also joined the ranks of finishing off. But Kate keenly noticed that Gon's expression seemed a little wrong. Are you okay? Is it because you can adapt to the scenes in front of you? If so, should we stop? But if you sympathize with the enemy, your spirit will collapse. Kate said softly. It's okay, but these guys treat their teammates as garbage, so I won't sympathize with them. Gon said bitterly. Because there is no human emotion in these weirdos, they have no sympathy for the death of their teammates, but only care about themselves, which makes Gon feel unprecedented indifference. Peng Si, you should also go to finish off the enemy, after all, you are also one of us. Chen Nuo said with a smile. Ah, yes, Master Chen Nuo. Peng Si's face was pale, but she still gritted her teeth and stepped forward to pluck up the courage to finish off the enemy. She warned herself in her heart that she was no longer an ordinary person, but a real professional hunter. Professional hunters should have the determination to kill these chimera ants. A few minutes later, the battlefield had been completely cleaned up. These monsters were dead and could not die again. Even if the King of Hell was reborn, it would be impossible to revive them. All worries were completely solved. Let's go. We haven't found the monster's nest yet. Now we have encountered so many powerful bad guys. I'm afraid the road ahead will be more difficult. Everyone, cheer up and stay alert. Kate urged. Just as a group of people were about to act, Chen Nuo suddenly raised his hand. Everyone stopped instinctively. Kate was a little surprised, but still stopped, staring at the surroundings vigilantly. Because in terms of personal perception, he thought he was not as good as Chen Nuo. Before this, he didn't find this group of weirdos, but Chen Nuo could find them. Aren't you tired of following me for such a long time? Do you need me to ask you to come out? Peeping is not a polite thing. Chen Nuo said with a smile, his eyes looking forward. No one answered, only the sound of wind blowing through the grass, and the smell of blood in the air. Boom! The next moment, the ground in front of everyone suddenly lifted up, and a hideous giant mouth suddenly jumped out of the ground, swallowing the ground in front of it like chewing a biscuit. Wait until the smoke and dust dissipated. Two figures appeared in front of everyone. Standing in front of everyone was a short weirdo with only a hideous giant mouth on his head, and a man who looked like a normal person, but with scars all over his body. Ah! Who are you? Get out of here quickly, it's not safe here. Gon couldn't help but exclaimed. I didn't expect to meet humans here. This is where monsters are reborn. The probability of ordinary people surviving here is very low. He couldn't help but kindly remind them, something's wrong, Gon, these two guys are not right. Killua stared at the two of them with a vigilant look and reminded them. Crack, crack. The guy's mouth was chewing non-stop on the short and huge head, and pieces of dirt fell from the corners of his mouth. Ah, bah, it's so disgusting. The big mouth monster laughed strangely. Chimera ant monster? These two guys are very dangerous. Chen Nuo, how about you deal with the big mouth and I deal with the man? Kate waved her hand, signaling Gon and Killua to retreat. It was not until now that he felt that the breath emanating from the guy in front of him was indeed the breath of a monster, but it was very weak, and it would not be detected if he did not deal with it carefully. Can it evolve to this extent? These monsters now. And unlike the army commanders just now, these two have definitely evolved to a point very similar to humans. From the appearance in their eyes, they definitely have extremely high IQs, and even feel the ability that only humans can practice in them. Ah! Monsters! These two guys are monsters! Gon and Peng Si were shocked. Because from their perception, these guys in front of them are no different from ordinary humans. But I never thought that Kate actually said that the two guys in front of him were monsters. Wait! Killua suddenly noticed the big mouth monster, and then looked at the ground, which seemed to be bitten by a huge mouth. There was a huge round pit of about 10 meters. He suddenly understood. It was definitely this monster in front of him that caused the scene just now. Then you should be careful. I will come to help you after the big mouth is dealt with. Chen Nuo smiled faintly. Kate walked straight forward and walked in front of the scarred man. And Chen Nuo stood in front of the big mouth. Yo, he, boss, we were deleted. These guys are actually preparing to fight one-on-one. We are really not smart. Compared with those idiots before, we are completely different. He. The big-mouthed monster made an unclear sound. Gon, Killua, do you want to practice? Chen Nuo suddenly looked behind him and said with a smile. Ah! Gon and Killua were stunned, and the eyes of the two of them burst into amazing fighting spirit. Yes! The two of them said loudly almost in unison. The monster who can avoid the perception of the two must be an extremely powerful monster. Well, I'll hurt him first, and then leave it to you to deal with. I'll take care of Kate. Chen Nuo said with a smile. His words instantly changed the expressions of the big mouth monster and the scarred man, especially the big mouth monster, whose smile quickly turned into a ferocious anger. Boss! We are actually looked down upon. The big mouth monster made a strange cry, and all his teeth rubbed like steel. He, it seems that, there are always people who don't know how to live or die. These guys are very strong. Let's take them back to the mother. If we eat these guys, I believe the mother will definitely give birth to a more powerful king. The scarred man licked his lips. But the voice had just fallen. Whoosh! Chen Nuo pushed the handle with his thumb and drew his sword to cut. In the eyes of the two weirdos, only a thumb-thick golden light flashed by in an instant. The trees behind him were pierced one after another. The golden light almost brushed against Scar's face. His pupils dilated instantly, and his heart couldn't help but beat wildly. It felt like walking through the gates of hell. What happened just now? Was it an attack? He couldn't even be sure if what just flew over was an attack, but as a powerful Legion commander, the weirdo clearly felt the fear of death coming at that moment. Just when he wanted to find the answer, he suddenly heard the big-mouthed monster's shrill scream. He only saw the big-mouthed monster, covering his chest miserably, and a thumb-thick hole appeared, punching 10 transparent holes in his chest. "Boss, boss!" The big-mouthed monster panted violently. This was obviously just a hole as thick as a thumb, but it caused him amazing damage. He swore that it was definitely the most serious injury he had ever suffered since he was born. Because of this wound, his ability could not even be fully exerted. For example, when he just swallowed the ground, as long as he wanted to activate this ability, the wound on his chest would cause him extremely severe pain, making him unable to even muster the strength. Just now, was it that guy? That guy drew his knife? What happened? How could this happen? The few remaining brain cells of the big mouth monster trembled violently. On the way here, he had swallowed a lot of corpses. As he swallowed more corpses, his IQ became higher and higher, and he gradually had this vague speaking function, but now, he felt that his brain was not enough. So fast. Kate was extremely shocked. Because he only saw a flash of light in the attack just now, which was totally unexpected. If it was him, he would probably find it difficult to resist it in normal state, unless he drew the number 2 and could summon his own death sickle to have a chance to compete with the attack of that level just now. This is Chen Nuo. He is worthy of being the most evil genius identified by himself. This kind of terrifying swordsmanship is not something that none can give. It can be said that this is completely obtained through his arduous practice and estrus. Gurgle. Brother Chen Nuo. Brother Arnold. Killua and Gon also swallowed their saliva. Because the attack just now by Chen Nuo was too amazing. In an instant, the big mouth monster in front of him was severely injured. If he wanted to, it would not be a problem whether he could kill the big mouth monster in the eyes in an instant. The scarred man's mouth twitched, and his expression was extremely ugly. He no longer paid attention to Kate in front of him, but stared at Chen Nuo, who looked young and had a frivolous smile on his face not far away. It turned out that this guy was the real dangerous existence. I didn't realize it at all just now. If I fought with this guy, I'm afraid the chance of winning would not be high. Why did humans have such a powerful existence? In terms of human age, this kid in front of me is definitely not old. How could a teenager have such amazing strength? This 1.3 growth rate has even exceeded the chimera ant. Countless thoughts emerged in the scarred man's mind, and he couldn't see any clues at this time. Your opponent is not me, now it's up to you. Gon, Killua. Chen Nuo smiled and stepped back. Since I have to take the 2 little brothers with me all the way, I naturally can't let them be flowers in a greenhouse. I want them to accept the initiation of the storm, and of course I won't let the storm be too strong to destroy the 2 flowers I have cultivated with great effort. So it is reasonable to reduce the degree of the storm appropriately. This BD. The big mouth monster finally slowed down a little at this time. As a monster, his recovery ability is indeed amazing, but Chen Nuo's attack is not so simple. Some of the energy of the light fruit remains on his wound, which hinders the surge of his mind power. It can't launch the giant swallowing effect. It can only rely on its own reaction and strength to deal with the 2 human kids in front of it. It can be said to be the best sparring partner. Human. We have no ill intentions and do not want to fight you. Let's separate here. The scarred man suddenly spoke. His words surprised the big-mouthed monster, because in his impression, the boss would never say such a thing. He has always been extremely arrogant and cruel, and even killed several army commanders on the way here as snacks. But now he actually took the initiative to ask for peace with humans. Kate did not speak, because he felt that the scarred man in front of him was completely different from the previous ones. The weirdo was definitely difficult to deal with, and even he was not absolutely sure that he could take him down. Unfortunately, our people do not accept peace talks. Chen Nuo smiled and took Xiao Pengxi to the back. Chapter 148. Damn it! This brat actually doesn't give you face, boss. I'll kill them all later. The big-mouthed monster growled. The scarred man's face was extremely gloomy. He had a bad premonition that he might die here today. Moreover, he had a familiar feeling about the group of people in front of him, as if he could feel the breath of the scorpion girl. You know, the three of them are special monsters born at the same time. They all have Nen at the same time, which is much stronger than other legion leaders. Could it be that his companion, the scorpion girl, died at the hands of this group of human brats in front of him? If so, then kill them all. The scarred man spoke coldly. He just didn't want to take unnecessary risks, but since the other party was relentless, he had no choice but to kill him. He was absolutely confident in his own strength. As soon as the words fell, the scarred man had already drawn a shadow towards Kate, and his speed was extremely fast. In an instant, 10 fingers turned into extremely sharp blades. Cut the air. A piercing sonic boom sounded. The knife lights intertwined like a net and fell directly towards Kate. Clang clang clang. A series of teeth-grinding collision sounds. Kate's sickle had disappeared after dealing with the previous monster, and what he pulled out at this moment was a rifle. This rifle seemed a little dwarfed by the opponent's attack. It was difficult to support. In just a moment of fighting, Kate's body had been covered with wounds, blood was flowing, and flesh was rolling. He looked extremely embarrassed. Brother Kate! Gon and Killua couldn't help but exclaimed. It was the first time they saw Kate in such a mess. You know, Kate would kill all the weirdos along the way, especially when she just killed dozens of army commanders with one move. Her strength was incredible. But Kate was suppressed by this weirdo scarred man who looked like a human. Moreover, after only a short fight, she had so many wounds on her body. She looked extremely messy. If she continued at this rate, it would only be a matter of time before Kate was defeated. Hey! Kid, where are you looking? If you still care about others, you might as well care about yourself first. I'm going to eat you up. Suddenly, a ferocious roar came from behind. It was the big-mouth monster who attacked. It didn't care about morality. As long as it got the right opportunity, it would kill the kid with one blow, because in its opinion, the real threat was not the person in front of him, but the boy who had just attacked and seriously injured him. That guy was the biggest threat. If he didn't get rid of that guy, he and the scarred man might not be able to get out of here. So at the beginning, the big-mouth monster attacked directly with his life at stake. Gon. Compared to Gon's distraction, Killua always paid attention to the big-mouth monster. As a genius of the assassin family, he was extremely sensitive and natural in his perception of the battlefield and would not be distracted by other things. At this moment, Killua had only one goal in his mind, which was to get rid of the big-mouth monster in front of him. This was Chen Nuo's test of him, was also his test of himself. Bang! Killua's armed hands smashed into the ferocious teeth of the big-mouth monster, sparks flew everywhere. Saved Gon! MV. The big-mouth monster was shocked at this moment. Because of the fight just now, he clearly felt the terrifying hardness of the opponent's hands, which was comparable to steel. What he was most proud of was naturally his sharp teeth. Not only was it extremely hard, but it was also covered with his own telekinesis. But the result is actually evenly matched. Now is not the time to be distracted. If we really want to help Kate, we should get rid of this guy first, otherwise Kate will inevitably encounter problems at that time. We can't wait for Brother Chen Nuo to take action at any time. Killua said in a deep voice. Understood. Killua. Gon also came back to his senses and quickly cheered up to deal with the big mouth monster in front of him. Hehe, it seems that your people are full of confidence in you. Those two little ghosts are very good, but they can't be the opponent of the big mouth at all. As for you, how about we bet for 3 minutes? Within 3 minutes, I will drain the blood from your body and let you lie here as a corpse. The scarred man grinned, licked the blood on his blade, showing a look of enjoyment, and even trembled all over. What a great delicacy! I haven't eaten such a great delicacy for a long time. The stronger the human's telekinesis, the more delicious the flesh and blood will be. Kate, who was cut all over her body, stared at this guy and took a deep breath. Armed color domineering. A layer of dark luster appeared on the surface of his skin, and the cut wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Oh! Kate is really good for being able to use armament Haki to this extent. Chen Nuo was slightly surprised. Because armament Haki is more used as a defense system, but Kate in front of him used a new trick. Apparently, he controlled the strength of his skin through armament Haki, so that the wounds were healed directly. Very good. Although this healing is short-lived, once the armament Haki is lifted, the wound will burst again, but at least as an emergency first aid method during combat, it is really very good, at least it can keep oneself from bleeding and maintain physical strength. Interesting, there is actually such an ability, but you don't think you can use this thing to deal with me, right? The scarred man was surprised for a moment, and then showed a more excited look. But his attention was more on Chen Nuo. Because in his perception, Chen Nuo, who stood in the back and did nothing, seemed to be the biggest threat. He could just easily hit the seriously injured big mouth monster, so if he faced that terrifying knife light, he would probably be quite difficult. Just try it and you will know. Kate snorted coldly, staring at the scarred man in front of him. This monster in front of him. He is definitely the most powerful weirdo his sister and sister have ever seen, no one. Even the previous Legion leaders are not on the same level as him. This guy's attack is attached with human characteristics, telekinesis. These chimera ants can actually use telekinesis? This is incredible. Kate was shocked. And according to the situation of the other party using this ability, it doesn't look like a novice, but more like a skilled veteran with many years of experience. But at this time, he has no time to be shocked by such things. The most important thing at the moment is to survive this battle. Chen Nuo watched the battle between the two sides with interest. Gon and Killua are facing endless crises in the battle with Big Mouth Monster. It was almost possible to barely see it with the cooperation of the two of them. If they had not been seriously injured before, they would not be the opponent of the Big Mouth Monster. The Big Mouth Monster lost the ability to use telekinesis and almost completely relied on its physique to suppress the two. But the two cooperated very well. Whether it was Gon or Killua, when they encountered danger, they could not perform emergency rescue on both sides. This was a manifestation of mutual trust. If it was any other combination of two people, once the two sides did not have this trust, there would definitely be no such rescue. Because many times when rescuing each other, they had almost no defense, which was equivalent to being completely exposed to the Big Mouth Monster. Once they were hit by the other party, it was very likely that the battle would end on the spot and they would die. But Gon and Killua trusted each other very much, and they dealt with the Big Mouth Monster like one body with two hearts. Damn it! These two little devils! If I hadn't been seriously injured by that damn guy, I would have been able to kill them all with just one telekinesis attack. The big-mouthed monster felt extremely aggrieved. He might be completely vulnerable to the two little devils in front of him. Even if they cooperated closely, the gap in strength between the two sides was too big, mainly because the boy before bumped into him, causing his ability to be completely ineffective. He can only exert less than half of his combat power now, thus forming this kind of restraining situation. And when it looked at the big brother Scar Man, it finally showed ecstasy on its face. Because the direction of Scar Man had completely suppressed Kate. Tear. Accompanied by the sound of a sharp blade slashing. Kate's telekinetic rifle was actually cut in half, and a hideous wound cut diagonally from his right shoulder to the left abdominal area. If this wound sank a few centimeters, it seemed that it could directly cut Kate in two. Blood gushed out of the wound completely uncontrollably. Kate! Gone! And Killua exclaimed. In a moment of distraction, the big mouth monster found an opportunity and went straight to Gon's head. Puff! Blood splashed. Killua was standing in front of him. The black-armed color's hands forcibly clamped the opponent's ferocious mouth. The terrifying power made Killua's arms spurt blood even though they were armed color. The blood splashed on Gon's face, and he was stunned for a moment, and then he came to his senses and was angry. Killua! Gon screamed hysterically. Even with the protection of armed color, Killua's arms were broken directly, and the whole person was thrown out like a broken sack, and fell heavily on the trees in the distance, breaking several trees before he stopped. Hee, kid, you don't think I'm at your level, right? The big mouth monster laughed triumphantly and licked the blood at the corner of his mouth. Gon was even more furious. Buzz! An unprecedented energy wave emerged. What shocked people was the terrifying aura centered on Gon. Unprecedented and shocking. This shocking aura made Kate and the weirdo who were fighting couldn't help but stop their movements. They looked in the direction of Gon's battle in astonishment. Gon was obviously still a child. At this moment, his body seemed to have grown a few centimeters, and the short black hair on his head moved without wind. He let out an angry roar, and the blood vessels and greens on his body erected one by one, and the whole person seemed to be in a state of great anger. Gon! Chen Nuo, who was standing behind, frowned slightly. A scene in his memory emerged in his mind. It was after Kate was killed by Mao Yu, Gon also fell into such an angry state, and directly activated the special blood in his body. From a teenager to a young man, his strength has increased by leaps and bounds. But this transformation is definitely not in the current situation, which can only mean one thing, that is, his arrival has changed the history of this world and changed the fate of Gon. 280 can actually promote the life cycle in the body. Chen Nuo was slightly surprised. He stared at Gon's direction, sensing the change in Gon's breath. After the rage, Gon's strength was definitely increased by about 5 times. This guy? What's going on? The big mouth monster felt the uneasy breath emanating from the boy in front of him. If the boy was like a puppy before, then the boy standing in front of him now was like a lion. Damn, how could this happen? The big mouth monster was extremely shocked. Go to hell! Gon roared angrily and came directly towards the big mouth monster. It was a very ordinary attack. But the speed and strength were unparalleled and far exceeded the previous battle, and it was completely different. Gon in anger was like a different person. This time he became extremely angry because of Killua's serious injury. Boom! The big mouth monster can only choose to resist with its mouth is the hard part. On the contrary, its hands and feet are obviously atrophied like the forelimbs of Tyrannosaurus rex. The terrifying force instantly made the big mouth monster spurt blood, and its extremely hard teeth were instantly broken apart, and the terrifying punching force blasted it out like a giant baseball. The sudden change made the Scar Man stunned. It naturally knew the strength of the big mouth monster. This is a telekinetic legion commander. Before the birth of the King's Guards, it was definitely one of the most powerful existences. Second only to his own existence. But Gon's anger has not disappeared. He suddenly disappeared from the spot with a burst of steps, and the ground exploded. Boom! 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 The deafening loud noises continued, and the battle at this moment has become completely one-sided. The angry Gon, like a Saiyan possessed, his whole body became extremely black, and the armed color has been fully covered. The attack of the big mouth monster could not do anything to him at all, but the fist of the counterattack hit the big mouth monster. The terrifying power seemed to have found a place to vent. The big mouth monster screamed miserably. Blood splattered. The sharp teeth were broken by the smash, and the hard skull was cracked. At this moment, Gon attacked like a devil. Finally. Boom! A black heavy punch stood on the head of the big mouth monster. The fist directly penetrated the extremely hard skull of the big mouth monster and hit its head through. The big mouth monster kept a dull and shocked expression on his face. Red and white brain matter flowed out of his head. Already dead, he can't die anymore. Chapter 149. Dead. The scarred man was stunned. Because he never dreamed that his companion would die in the hands of a little ghost, who looked so fragile, but was a human. How did the little ghost defeat such a powerful chimera ant? He couldn't understand. Although the strength of the big mouth monster was not as good as his, it was indeed seriously injured by the damn boy just now and could not use telekinesis. But even with his own physique, he could not lose to this little ghost. The death of the big mouth monster made the scarred man fall into a short stagnation. I didn't expect Gon to be one step ahead of me. Kate's voice sounded. The scarred man quickly came back to his senses. He was shocked to see Kate, who was covered in blood, walking slowly towards him. Damn it! Since the big mouth is dead, you will be buried with him. The scarred man was extremely angry. But his eyelids couldn't help but beat wildly silently, and his heart seemed to be pulled by something. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged up, and this feeling came from a strong intuition. Wait! He then noticed that Kate's rifle had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by the huge sickle he had seen before. He had indeed seen Kate use this thing to clear out dozens of army commanders before, but those army commanders were cannon fodder for him, and they were not worth worrying about at all. Even if they could be easily killed by the other party, they were of no value at all. But now, when he personally faced this terrifying sickle, he felt an unprecedented sense of crisis that made his hair stand up all over his body, and he felt like a yellow thorn on his back. Even though the man in front of him had cut off a lot of his long hair, the remaining numb wounds on his body looked even more hideous and terrifying. It seemed that he would die at any time because of a lack of breath. Don't be too proud. I'm not that group of trash. The remaining self-esteem in his heart was aroused, and the scarred man roared and rushed out. His 10 fingers turned into hideous blades. Not just 10 fingers. And all the scars on his body have blossomed into amazing blades. The whole person looks like a monster covered with blades, like a blade demon. A monster covered with blades. It is definitely the strongest attack. Countless blades rushed towards Kate. Kate, holding a huge sickle, seemed to have not seen it at all. His eyes were cold and terrifying. It was like a completely different person without any emotional fluctuations. He walked step by step. The blood flowed along his wounds and his sickle, and gathered into small cells under his feet, but he didn't notice anything. At this time, Kate was like the god of death coming out of prison. Death. Full moon. Dance. From the most beautiful dance, extremely sad, but full of the breath of death, the huge sickle in Kate's hand drew a perfect arc in the void. Colliding with the dense and endless knife shadows and sickles, it was surprising that there was no sound, not even any energy fluctuations, as if countless phantoms were intertwined and overlapped. The scarred man and Kate crossed each other. The two stood back to back. It was terrifyingly quiet. A gust of wind blew by. The trees and rocks behind the two men collapsed as if they had lost their support in an instant. The giant cuts of the nuclear explosion were extremely smooth and fell to the ground one by one. The rocks were even split open with shocking cuts. Crack! It was like something, very light during exercise, but it seemed extremely crisp in the quiet scene. In the surprised eyes of the crowd, the blades of the scarred man's 10 fingers all broke. Puff! The scars on his body were like children with their mouths open. Blood burst on the spot, and a fountain of human blood gushed out from the wounds. The whole body broke into pieces and fell to the ground. Only the head seemed to be relatively intact. He looked at Kate blankly, opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything. The whole head was like a ripe fruit. With a click, it broke directly from the middle, and he was completely dead. Scar Man. Death. The bloody smell filled the air. Gon also came back to his senses from his anger, and Killua climbed up from the ruins with great difficulty. Peng Si, who had been watching the battle, was dumbfounded. She felt like she was dreaming. Whether it was Killua, Gon, or Kate, their performance today made it hard for her to believe and become her fierce self. They were completely different in strength and dimension. Peng Si knelt on the ground while mumbling. Gon. Are you okay? Killua's hands fell weakly, and a smile was forced on his face. I'm fine, Killua, brother Kate. Gon's body had gradually returned to normal, and his sanity returned directly, and he finally noticed Killua and Kate not far away. Brother Kate. The two wanted to go over to celebrate, but were shocked to see Kate fall down. There was a hideous cut on his abdomen, almost cutting him in half. Ah! Brother Kate! Lord Kate! The sudden change shocked everyone on the field. Everyone thought Kate won the battle, but they never thought that both sides would lose. Kate was almost cut in half. He fell to the ground and gasped for breath, with loneliness and unwillingness in his eyes, and smiled bitterly at Chen Nuo. I'm sorry. Brother Chen Nuo, I can't accompany you and watch the two little guys grow up. It's my biggest regret. My life ends here, and the rest of the road depends on you. I will bless you in heaven. Kate looked at Gon and Killua with care. These days of getting along have made everyone have a strong sincerity, not to mention that Gon is the son of the master. Brother Kate. Kate. Gon and Killua burst into tears. Even Peng Si couldn't help but have red eyes. It was so painful to watch his teammates die one by one, especially since Kate had taken good care of him these days, but now he died in the hands of these weirdos. Brother Arnold. You should think of a way quickly, you can definitely save Kate, right? As if he had found a life-saving straw, Gon grabbed Chen Nuo's sleeve and begged desperately. Killua was also in tears. It's useless, I understand my physical condition, this kind of wound can't be healed, and I don't have any chance in this place. You don't need to make Chen Nuo embarrassed, the next road still needs Chen Nuo to lead you. I am a warrior, and dying here is my greatest wish. Kate smiled. What a touching scene. Chen Nuo suddenly came over with a smile on his face. Master Chen Nuo, Master Kate is about to die, why are you so happy? Peng Si sobbed. She couldn't understand why Chen Nuo watched Kate dying without any worry on his face. What was going on? Don't worry, he won't die, Kate, our team still needs you to be the leader, I don't have that patience. Chen Nuo said with a smile. Brother Chen Nuo, you are really kidding, how can I be the leader of you in this body now? Kate didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was about to die, but Chen Nuo was still joking with him, but it was good this way, at least everyone wouldn't be too sad after knowing that they were about to die, and maybe recalling themselves in the future would be a happy process, not a sad process. You won't die. Chen Nuo chuckled and put his hand on Kate. Just as Kate was about to speak, he suddenly noticed Chen Nuo's hands seemed to be covered with a layer of light golden light. This layer of golden light was very strange. These lights seemed to have spirituality and rushed into his body, as if they were reweaving blood vessels and meridians in his body, quickly connecting the seriously injured body. Especially the abdomen that was almost cut in half, under this golden light, it was repairing rapidly with the naked eye. This is... Kate was dumbfounded. Because he clearly felt that his vitality seemed to be recovering rapidly. The previous second he seemed to see the god of death waving at him, but this second he clearly felt the recovery of his vitality. And the recovery of his body, the god of death is about to leave him. And on the shocking interface of the abdomen, this after the golden light faded, it was still intact, without even a trace of scar. It was incredible. Not only that. In addition to these wounds, the other wounds on his body, those cut by the monster before, had also disappeared, replaced by intact skin, if it weren't for the blood and the torn cloth strips still remaining on his clothes. I'm afraid even he himself wouldn't believe that he had just experienced such a tragic battle, as if he was dreaming. This. Kate was dumbfounded. Not only him, but everyone present was dumbfounded. It's unbelievable to look at Kate who was recovering from the horror in front of him. This feeling is just like a dream. Brother Kate, is it okay? Gon's nose was almost dripping, and he was dumbfounded looking at Kate who was intact on the ground. Killua was also very confused. As a professional assassin, he naturally knew that Kate's injury was almost irreparable, and it would be difficult to heal even if she was placed in a hospital with advanced medical methods. But just now, in a dreamlike scene, Kate, who had obviously suffered a fatal injury, was forcibly picked up by Chen Nuo. Put it down, you can't die, you are the leader of the team, why don't you move your body and try it? Chen Nuo smiled and patted Kate's shoulder to make way. Ah! Kate looked at his intact hands and body in astonishment, he slowly stood up, jumped and hopped. 173. Unbelievable! Even as the owner of this body, his nervous mind was blank at this time. He couldn't believe that such a terrifying and fatal injury could be completely healed in just a few breaths. Does that mean Chen Nuo also has the ability to heal himself? Amazing! Too amazing! All right. Even the old illnesses left in my body by the battle with you were perfectly cured in the strange golden light just now. There is no hidden injury in my body. It's amazing. This is the man that President Netero has chosen. This young man in front of me. In a few years, he will become the most powerful human being in the entire continent. He will lead all mankind to a higher light, and he will create an unprecedented history book. Kate shouted in her heart. Kate! Thank you, Master Chen Nuo. At this moment, this proud disciple of Jin, the top professional hunter, slowly knelt down on one knee towards Chen Nuo, expressing his inner gratitude and also expressing his recognition of Chen Nuo. He naturally understood. In this dark era, how great is it to be able to stand by Chen Nuo's side. It is an honor that he will be a witness to history and a witness to miracles. Get up, Kate, we are a team, it's too polite for you to do this, just lead the team well, he can't do it without you. Chen Nuo said with a smile. Yes, Brother Kate. We are so happy that you survived. Everything is thanks to Brother Chen Nuo. Qian Ma Zhao, Gon and Killua were also very excited. Maybe it was too excited, Killua's broken arms made him groan. Killua, come here. Chen Nuo ordered. He also treated Killua directly. For a genius assassin, his hands are everything to him. If Killua is not treated here, he will be exposed to the outside air pressure. Even if his hands are treated, they will leave some hidden diseases. So Chen Nuo treated them together. At this moment, Kate witnessed the golden light that could heal her fatal injuries for the first time. It looked very strange. They were released from Chen Nuo's hands, gentle and warm, flashing with light yellow light. These lights entered Killua's body. Then his broken hands were repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 2 breaths, Killua's hands were intact without any scars. He moved his hands, without any hindrance, exactly the same as before. Awesome! Thank you, Brother Chen Nuo. Killua was very excited. 0138122223 Falcon 2100704770 This message was completely transmitted. Her own outlook on life was completely overturned. Are the theories about professional hunter that she learned in school still applicable? She felt like she was in a different world. At the same time, in the cave of the Chimera Ant Queen, under the anxious waiting of countless Chimera ants, the slight rise and fall of the real king's guards, it seemed that there was a life about to be born inside. The so-called energy fluctuations in the past, with the insect egg as the center, spread in all directions. Under the impact of this fluctuation, the faces of the legion leaders present changed wildly every minute. An unprecedented death crisis loomed. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads one by one, and their faces were extremely pale. Chapter 150. Gurgle, why do I feel so horrible, as if I'm going to be killed by something? Hi Aku, shut up. Be quiet. Welcome, sir. Under the nervous gazes of many chimera ant monsters, the eggs representing the king's guards finally cracked. A beautiful girl with cat ears stretched out and stood up. Catwoman. King's guards. Several legion leaders stared at the cat-eared girl in front of them with some reluctance. The other party seemed to have no fighting power at all, and was generally no different from ordinary humans, if you ignore the other party's cat ears and cat tail. But at the moment they wanted to kill this woman. The Catwoman's eyes looked at them. An unprecedented terrifying aura enveloped them. In an instant, these legion leaders felt as if they were suppressed by a mountain. The terrifying pressure made them even feel that breathing became extremely difficult, and they did not dare to look at the Catwoman in front of them. My lord! They could only bow their heads respectfully, and involuntarily call the other party with the greatest and most humble attitude. Different from the human world. The world of chimera ants is simpler. Strength is king. Whoever has more aura means stronger strength. They don't have as many twists and turns as the human world, and they don't need to hide their strength. Instead, they prefer to bloom their aura. The stronger the aura, the more recognition they can get from their peers, and the higher their status will naturally be. This has almost become their instinct. And now the newly born Catwoman naturally releases her aura instinctively. And the aura of the Catwoman, it surpasses all the previous chimera ants. Even the Scar Man can't reach half of the other party, or even 1/3 of the other. You have to know that it is just a new generation that has just been born. As time goes by, the aura of the Catwoman will become stronger and stronger. Oh? You are very smart, and I also like smart subordinates. She smiled at the corner of her mouth, and learned human language in just a short silence. Then Catwoman walked to the front and saw several humans imprisoned not far away. Regarding ordinary humans, these humans are all professional hunters. Now the territory of the monsters has been greatly expanded. They have invaded many human cities and directly defeated the professional hunters stationed there. 787 And these guests in front of them are one of the spoils. Including the fact that such a powerful existence as Catwoman can be born, it is because the mother of these ants devoured a large number of professional hunters. Interesting, it turns out that there is such a special ability in the human world. They call it telekinesis. The most important thing about individual abilities is the degree of fit with the system to which they belong. For example, the ability user belongs to Conjurer, but has a strong interest in the corresponding operation items, which may become an operational ability that they are not good at. If your nails and the system happen to fit, the chance of discovering more powerful abilities will increase. So that's it. So how to distinguish the 6 systems? Mizumi style is the simplest and most common method. Catwoman stepped forward and took out the probe and stabbed the heads of those humans directly. These professional hunters of these humans, the former elites, are now incomparable. They screamed like pigs being slaughtered, looking like experimental subjects. They struggled desperately but to no avail. Their eyes rolled back and they foamed at the mouth. Soon, all these humans have been consumed by Catwoman as experimental materials. In just a few dozen minutes, Catwoman completed the research that other chimera ants could not complete in the past few months. She successfully extracted the way to practice telekinesis from the minds of these professional hunters of adult trophies. And it was improved in an instant, and it developed into an ability that can clearly awaken the calendar. Oh! A very good way to get greater power output through limited energy, which is also a very big improvement for us. Then, Yorma, you try it first. Catwoman spoke to a lion monster. The latter trembled. He definitely didn't want to rush to such an experimental subject, but when facing Catwoman, he had no capital to resist, so he could only stand up. Don't worry, if you die, it's for our entire chimera ant army. Catwoman comforted. The lion monster trembled all over. What does it mean to contribute to all the chimera ants? He didn't want this kind of contribution. He could only bite the bullet. Just walked in front of him. Catwoman suddenly attacked. Bang! A heavy punch hit the lion monster's heart. His bones broke instantly, and the sudden pressure almost made his heart collapse instantly. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The lion monster screamed and was smashed against the wall, but he didn't dare to resist at all, because he knew that if he resisted the Catwoman in front of him, he would die. Naturally, he had resentment in his heart. But when he struggled, he suddenly found that he seemed to have undergone some changes, an unprecedented energy in his body. Telekinesis. Or Catwoman has discovered that the most likely way to awaken this special energy is to avoid the crisis of death. The crisis of life and death will make the body achieve a breakthrough progress. She just controlled the strength very well and did not let the lion monster die on the spot. Of course, if the opponent cannot defect telekinesis, he will die naturally. Because once the telekinesis is awakened, there is this ability. The physique of this monster will become stronger, and the strength of the physique is naturally enough to withstand this death attack. Ah! Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! I also have this ability. I'm stronger! I'm stronger! The lion monster shouted excitedly. After awakening the telekinesis, his combat power directly increased several times. It was comparable to a frontal attack before, but now it can only be said to be a small injury for him, which is insignificant. Next, it seems that my theory is not wrong. Catwoman pointed at another one of the chimera ants. It was the first chimera ant to be born, the Birdman who swallowed the first human. Although he was the first human form, his strength has fallen behind a lot now. The only thing worth praising is his IQ. The Birdman was stunned for a moment, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He suddenly understood. Catwoman had obviously experimented with the lion monster just now, and he was the real beneficiary, and the other party was taking care of him. Yes, sir. The Birdman Neferpitou stepped forward. This time it was almost a similar attack. Sure enough. The Birdman also successfully awakened his telekinesis. This scene made the other officials present feel happy, because in their world, strength is king. And if you want to improve your strength, you can only make your body stronger by constantly devouring, but the strength of the body can only represent one aspect of strength. Now this newly born King's Guard has given them different evolutionary routes. They learn about humans and understand humans by learning from humans, decomposing humans, and thus obtaining the human practice method. All the chimera ants' previous dissatisfaction with Catwoman disappeared, replaced by heartfelt admiration and fanaticism. In their collective team, strength represents everything in the present. This Catwoman surprisingly has the key control to change their strength, so no monster is rebellious at this time. The ability of the Birdman Neferpitou is even stronger than the previous lion monster. Maybe he is a special monster born from human genes. The fit for this ability is higher. After that, Catwoman also upgraded other monsters. This led to the fact that after the monsters who were originally ordinary army captains obtained this human practice method, their strength increased greatly and almost reached the level of legion commanders. The appearance of Catwoman has improved the strength of the entire Chimera Ant Corps. As expected of the King's Guardian. Today, Penguin Monster Peggy sighed. His combat power is very weak, but his IQ is among the best or even the highest in all viewpoints. All division commanders and army commanders listen to the order. This is the order of the Corps Commander Neferpitou. The awarding ceremony will be held in the first lecture hall in a while. You must make full use of this power for Her Majesty the Queen. You will exchange a little pain for powerful power. Catwoman's voice resounded in the minds of all the monsters. Everyone knows her name. Neferpitou. Peggy, the next thing is up to you. Don't let me down. I have to do something now. Catwoman Neferpitou suddenly smiled, her expression was unusually cold. T.I. Penguin Monster Peggy was stunned. Go and confirm how strong I am. Catwoman Neferpitou grinned. Deep in the jungle, Chen Nuo and his group have slowly come. What is surprising is that no other monsters were encountered along the way. Other monsters in this area seem to have disappeared. Did we go in the wrong direction? Why can't we find any other monsters in this generation? No, according to the previous information, if nothing unexpected happens, the nest of those monsters should be not far ahead. Gon and Killua were shocked. My bees can't find any direction either. They seem to be afraid to go out. Pen said nervously. Because she found that the bees she raised seemed to be in great fear, huddled in their hats, and had no intention of going out. Even if it was her desperate secret, they were unwilling to move. No. Get out of the way. Kate suddenly exclaimed. He was about to summon his telekinetic weapon, but it felt too slow. He could clearly sense a terrifying breath, which was rapidly approaching extreme danger. Even if he avoided contact with the other party, the degree of danger of this breath gave him a very terrifying feeling. He even had the illusion that he was more powerful than Chen Nuo. Boom! A deafening explosion. Smoke and dust rose. Kate's whole body retreated more than 10 meters, and 2 deep gullies were plowed under his feet. Chen Nuo, who was walking carelessly in front of him, had already blocked him and pulled out his black long sword. Master Chen Nuo! Kate exclaimed softly. Because he clearly felt that if Chen Nuo hadn't been in trouble just now, then the previous episode could have even cut off one of his arms. Because a 10-meter-high boulder behind him had cracked. It was cut in half. After hearing Kate's warning, Gon and Killua also chose to retreat immediately. They were just hit by the shock of the aftermath, which gave them amazing power, making them extremely embarrassed. Peng Si was even blown away. But fortunately, no one was really injured. The dust cleared. Everyone realized that in front of them, there was a girl with cat ears, who was staring at them with 2 fangs. So strong. You make people feel a tingling sensation at a glance, and this feeling has never even been felt on the teacher. This guy is very dangerous. I am not his opponent. It only took a moment. Kate instantly judged the difference in strength between the 2 sides, which came from the confidence of her own fighting instinct. This fighting instinct has saved him countless times. Hey? Interesting, it was blocked? Did you block my attack? The one who arrived here was naturally Catwoman Neferpitou. She opened her eyes wide and looked at the person in front of her curiously. She ignored the others, as if in her perception. The other so-called strong men were not worth worrying about at all. Chen Nuo. This guy is very dangerous. Kate exclaimed. He finally summoned his clown weapon. But the result given at this moment was 3. An unusually poor result. Kate's heart sank. Because in his perception, the danger level of the Catwoman in front of him was even higher than Chen Nuo. If Chen Nuo fought with her, the probability of winning was not high. Gon, Killua, Peng Si, retreat. Kate, you will be the one to protect these 3 little guys. I will be the one to do the long-range work. Chen Nuo stretched his neck and walked forward with a smile. Chen Nuo. I will help you. Kate said worriedly. He could clearly feel that he was definitely not the opponent of the monster in front of him. If even Chen Nuo failed, the entire team selling clothes would be wiped out. So the only chance now was to join forces with Chen Nuo to defeat the monster in front of him. No, you just need to protect them and yourself. I will be fine. Chen Nuo smiled slightly. Kate was silent. After 2 seconds of silence, she finally nodded slowly and chose to retreat. If it was placed in the bottle, he would never allow this kind of production and assembly method, which almost put the entire team into a huge crisis. But now thinking back to his own life, after Chen Nuo was pulled out of the gate of hell, he also had a blind confidence in Chen Nuo's confidence. Understood, Brother Chen Nuo, you, don't die. Kate could only give her last request. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who will die easily, after all, I'm the protagonist. Chen Nuo said with a smile. So this is how arrogant humans are. It doesn't seem to be any different. Why are you so confident that you can be my opponent? But I will kill you with my own hands, and then let you admit that I am stronger than you. Catwoman showed a harmless smile, and the cat pupils looked at Chen Nuo. Chapter 151. A hotel in a certain city. Oh? Really powerful, I didn't expect these weirdos to be helpless against those guys, fortunately it wasn't us who attacked. Hisoka said with a smile. He could see the scene of Chen Nuo and his group fighting from the surveillance footage. However, the scene of the battle disappeared directly after the appearance of Catwoman. The puppet worm was destroyed by Catwoman's powerful telekinesis. That Catwoman is very powerful. The puppet controlled by Crollo took a deep breath and said expressionlessly. Yes, there are not many guys in this world who can destroy your puppet worm. That woman destroyed it directly with her own telekinesis, which is really incredible. Hisoka said lightly. He didn't go to the front battlefield to personally feel the different horror released by cat language. But he naturally knew Crollo's strength. The opponent can destroy Crollo's puppet worm simply by releasing his training power, so his own strength can be seen. Even if he has not reached the Netero level, he is probably not far behind. In terms of pure telekinesis, it seems to be above the two. For humans, those chimera ants are a disaster. Crollo Puppet said. Yes, but you are not a human now. Hisoka glanced at him. Crollo is now a dragon that can't be seen from head to tail. Even if the whole world is turned upside down, this guy can still hide in the crowd safely. As long as humans are not extinct, he has an inexhaustible supply of puppets, and each puppet can die in his place. I think this is the most enviable ability. Of course, as a puppet, Crollo's strength cannot be truly exerted. He is more of a remotely controlled puppet. Netero is also moving, let's wait and see. Crollo Puppet suddenly said. Hisoka narrowed his eyes slightly. Crollo is actually monitoring those ant monsters at the same time, and Chen Nuo and his group are still monitoring the president of the association? He is really ambitious. But only by being with this guy can you feel the wonderful process of the growth of seeds. I will kill Crollo myself. This dream and beauty are beyond words. He and Chen Nuo are both on my must-kill list. But now, they are on the same boat, so it is not easy to do it. A city. President, is it really that serious? But you have to go out too. I almost forgot when was the last time I gave you a mission. It really makes me old. Mo Lao, wearing sunglasses and carrying a huge cloth-wrapped soldier, grinned. A group of 3 people have already stepped into the land of NGL. Walking in the middle is Netero, the president of the Professional Hunter Association. Next to him is a handsome young man wearing black-framed glasses, one hand in his pocket, and a black suit. Looking young, but this man in black suit is now one of the youngest senior executives in the association. Yes, last time, Mo Lao, you were still a little kid, but now you have grown up so much, ha ha ha. Netero laughed. The atmosphere is a bit lively. It seems that skills are not like going on a picnic in the wild in the form of these missions. According to the information from the front, we have discovered a monster called Chimera Ant. They have attacked major cities and many of our bases. This time, our goal is to find their queen and completely eliminate them. The man in the black suit pushed his glasses and said coolly. Ha ha ha, with the old man here, there's no problem. We didn't see any chimera ants along the way. Someone must have walked ahead of us, right? Lao laughed. Who is Netero? This guy is the president of the association, and is now known as the highest fighting force of mankind. He was even more powerful when he was young. Even though he is old now, he is still as powerful as ever. Looking at the entire association, who can defeat this old president head-on? He still has the title of the highest fighting force of mankind, at least on the surface. I miss my silly apprentice a little. I wonder how he has practiced with Chen Nuo now. Lao sighed. Wait! What's that? Suddenly, the handsome guy in a suit exclaimed. Not far away. Everyone suddenly saw those weirdos lying on the ground. Hey? All dead? It seems that it was not solved by one person. To be precise, it was two people. Lao frowned and stepped forward to observe the bodies of these weirdos in front of him. It's Killua and Gon. I didn't expect these two little guys to have made such great progress during this period. Now they can face monsters of this level head-on. Netero gave a direct judgment. He keenly saw the wounds of the monsters lying on the ground and naturally deduced that it was Gon and Killua who attacked. Soon, as the three of them continued to migrate, they saw many monsters lying on the ground in front of them. The bodies of these monsters were getting more and more miserable. Especially the monsters torn apart by Gon. These two little guys. The handsome guy in the suit resisted the urge to vomit. Because according to the information received from hunter associations in various places during this period, the strength of these chimera ants is extremely powerful and quite cruel. The human camp is almost retreating step by step, but here they can clearly see these ant monsters falling on the ground one by one, looking extremely miserable. Humans rarely suppress ants. No, isn't Gon with Chen Nuo? Why can't I see Chen Nuo taking action? Lao muttered. Because another person appeared, and he and little Chen Nuo seemed to be bystanders. Netero said. Bystanders? The handsome guy in the suit was confused. What's going on? This is on the battlefield, how can there be such a thing as a bystander? Old man, what do you mean? Lao was thoughtful. Well, he is training Gon and Killua, which is really surprising. I didn't expect that in such a dangerous place little Chen Nuo would still have the interest to train his younger brother. It seems that he is very confident in his own strength. Netero said with a smile. But as they kept getting closer, their smiles became less and less, and their faces became more and more serious. Even Netero, the president of the Hunter Association, did not show a smile on his face at this time. Because the corpses of these ant monsters lying on the ground at this moment are becoming more and more peculiar, or they are becoming more and more like humans, even the structure of the body, including the structure of the internal organs, and all aspects. When they saw the first corpse of the telekinetic chimera ant big mouth monster, the three were silent. The previous scorpion girl was eaten, so there was no corpse left. Is this fake? The handsome guy in the suit was the most nervous, with beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. At this moment, his face was no longer calm and composed as before, and he showed panic in a rare way. Even though the ant monster was dead, there were still strong mental fluctuations on his body. As a professional hunter, he clearly understood how difficult it was to practice mental power, and it was even more difficult to improve his ability to a higher level. Being able to preserve such a strong energy fluctuation on the corpse meant that when they were alive, the strength of these 10 ant monsters reached an incredible level. First of all, Telekinesis is almost a way of cultivation that is exclusive to humans. When did it become possible for these ant monsters to practice it? It's like the physique of wild animals is far stronger than that of humans. The reason why humans can defeat wild animals is that they can use technology to develop guns and ammunition, but now these wild animals can also use guns and ammunition, then the advantage of humans will disappear. It's evolution. Unprecedented evolution speed. Or in other words, learning. These chimera ants must have extremely strong learning ability. Because it has only been a few months since these monsters appeared, and a few months have actually allowed these ant farms to be improved to such an astonishing and terrifying level. Isn't this incredible? You know, it takes at least 20 years for the Professional Hunter Association to train a strong professional hunter, but in just a few months, such a strong battle record appeared in the army of ant monsters. How will humans fight these monsters in the future? In addition, he was also surprised by the way this monster died. The other party still had strong telekinesis fluctuations in his body, which meant that when he was in love, he could not use his abilities completely, and there were two types of wounds on his body. That is to say, this guy was fighting with two humans at the same time, but the one who caused the fatal injury was a human who used fists. The head of this monster was smashed with fists. The hardness of this guy's head is comparable to steel, which is incredible. Could it be Killua and Gon mentioned by the president? How is it possible? I have seen the information of those two guys before. He is just a kid who has just been promoted to a professional hunter. Even if he is a so-called genius, his strength is definitely impossible to reach this level. The handsome guy in the suit was shocked. Yes. Gon and Killua. Laowa was also silent. He is a star hunter. Naturally, his vision is much higher than that of the handsome guy in a suit. He was keenly aware of the situation of the chimera ant monster, and even imagined the battle before the other party died. It was the two little guys who beat the monster step by step, and in the end, Gon suddenly burst out with powerful fighting power and smashed the monster? This is absolutely illogical. At least from Laowa's understanding of the two, they do not have the strength to defeat the monster in front of them. Moreover, this monster obviously has telekinesis, but it seems that it has never been used. Wait. That inconspicuous wound. Laowa suddenly noticed a thumb-thick hole on the chest of the monster's body. The hole was almost close to the monster's heart and froze it through, which was completely different from the ability of the two little guys. It's him. It's Chen Nuo, this guy sealed the monster's telekinesis with one move. It must be so. I didn't expect that Chen Nuo has suddenly become so powerful now. Can he seal the monster with just one move? And Laowa even imagined what happened before. After Chen Nuo sealed the monster, the two little guys went up to fight each other. Finally, for some reason, Gon broke out and ended the fight. Sure enough, Jin's son also has the same ability as him. Netero sighed in his heart. It can feel a faint dark breath on it, and this breath does not belong to humans. It's Jin. From the world of the Dark Continent. Jin's child naturally also has this peculiar ability. Sure enough, after being angry and losing his mind, this ability will burst out and cause a huge threat, but the situation seems. It didn't seem to be out of control. Or rather, all was under the control of little Chen Nuo. It seems that you guys are ahead of the old man. Let's catch up quickly. If we catch up, we may not even have soup to drink. Netero figured it out and couldn't help but smile. He put his hands behind his back and walked forward quickly. Although these chimera ants evolved very quickly, it did cause him concern, but now that he can work together with little Chen Nuo to deal with these money, even if he encounters more troublesome situations, there shouldn't be any big problems. Netero was inexplicably confident. At least, that's what he thought. Laowa was stunned for a moment, but quickly caught up. The handsome guy in a suit, on the other hand, was a little hesitant to speak. because he clearly felt that the threat ahead was much greater than here. Once he went deeper, the monsters he would face would be even stronger than the corpse in front of him. However, this time it was the President Netero who acted, so as long as he followed behind the President, there shouldn't be any big problems. The handsome man in suit gritted his teeth and followed. Deep in the jungle, Catwoman and Chen Nuo were confronting each other. She did not attack immediately, but stared at Chen Nuo with her eyes. She seemed to be observing Chen Nuo and trying to find a flaw in Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo also looked at Catwoman curiously. Indeed, the Catwoman in front of him gave him a very good feeling. At least in terms of the strength of her breath, it was completely different from the ant monsters he had met before. If the Legion leader he met before was like a candle in the dark, then the strength of the Catwoman in front of him was at least as strong as a torch, enough to illuminate an area. As for Chen Nuo's strength, it was naturally like the blazing sun, enough to dispel all the darkness. This boring life always needs some seasoning. Aren't you going to attack yet? You are not going to observe from that position for the rest of your life, are you? That would be too boring. If you don't attack again, I have tentacles. If I attack, you may not have a chance to fight back. Chen Nuo smiled and said. He didn't even put his hand on the hilt of his knife. This guy is actually looking down on me? And my circle is weird. I can't even sense him. Catwoman was complaining in her heart at this moment, staring at Chen Nuo. Because in her perception, everyone in front of her can be sensed, even the most powerful Kate is like a small torch in the world of perception, far less powerful than her own breath. But this strange boy standing in front of her, but there is no perception at all, as if he has completely disappeared in her world of perception, and there is no breath at all. It's too weird, this is unprecedented. Are you sensing my breath? I may disappoint you, your perception may not be able to detect me. Chen Nuo smiled and said. Damn it! Realizing that her thoughts were completely guessed by the other party, Catwoman suddenly looked ugly, and an unprecedented anxiety emerged in her heart. She screamed directly. Catwoman's figure disappeared on the spot. Be careful! Brother Chen Nuo! Kate exclaimed. Because he was shocked to find that even if his eyesight was extremely severe, he could not see the opponent's movements clearly, but only saw a residual image passing through the air. The opponent's speed was too fast, even far exceeding his own king. Chapter 152. Swish! The figure flashed, and suddenly Catwoman arrived in front of Chen Nuo. The sharp claws went straight to Chen Nuo's face. So fast! Killa couldn't help but exclaimed, because in her visual perception, she couldn't detect any breath of Catwoman. She appeared in front of Chen Nuo as if she had teleported. If this attack landed on her, there would be no room for resistance. Brother Arnold! Gon exclaimed. Similar to Killua, Gon also found that he couldn't detect Catwoman's movements at all. The opponent's speed was too fast, completely beyond her perception limit, or the two sides were not at the same level of combat power. As for Pence, she was dumbfounded. Her perception was much worse than Gon and Killua, and she didn't notice anything at all. Only Kate could see a little sign of the cat's movement, but she only caught the afterimage. Clang! It was like the sound of metal collision, and even the Mars event could be seen. Everyone was surprised that the sharp claws of Catwoman were blocked by Chen Nuo's long knife. Chen Nuo still stood there without any panic. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, and only the black knife in his hand was seen. The simplest move easily blocked the opponent's attack. Catwoman's face changed slightly, because she felt like she was holding on to a mountain of steel, and she couldn't catch the opponent at all. Whether it was strength or reaction speed, the little human in front of her was almost the same as her. Incredible! Not bad strength, compared to the few little soldiers before, it is indeed much stronger. I haven't tasted the taste of roasted cat meat yet, so I don't know how it tastes. Chen Nuo chuckled and said 310. Roasted cat meat. Catwoman was stunned for a moment, and then she realized what Chen Nuo meant. Her pupils suddenly shrank and her expression became even colder. Then if you have a chance to survive, say this in front of me again. She grinned. The movements of both hands became faster, and dense claw shadows fell in layers towards Chen Nuo. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal collision made people feel sore. What shocked everyone was that the attack speed of this Catwoman was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. But all her attacks were blocked by Chen Nuo, and even Chen Nuo had one hand in his pocket, holding the knife with one hand. Awesome! Mr. Chen Nuo is so awesome! Peng Si was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. Once upon a time, Chen Nuo and the few people in front of him were all his companions in the hunter assessment. Now, as the days go by, their strength has changed dramatically. Is it just like this? It can't be like this. It's really disappointing. Chen Nuo sighed helplessly. The movements of her hands were not slow at all. She only needed one hand to handle it, instead of two hands. This guy. What a quick reaction. If this continues, there will be no end. Since you are so eager to die, I will send you to death now. Catwoman Neferpitou screamed. Her claws actually swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! A claw fell. Chen Nuo, who continued to block with his sword, was actually slapped away. The terrifying force made Chen Nuo's body crash into dozens of huge trees before it stopped. Brother Arnold! Brother Chen Nuo! Gon and Killua exclaimed worriedly. Hehe, you are human after all, you can't feel my strength. We are not from the same world at all. If you surrender obediently, I will consider leaving you a whole body. Catwoman Neferpitou laughed excitedly. She just used her true strength. Was the arrogant kid killed now? Boom! But just as she said the words, she heard a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Catwoman Neferpitou's face changed wildly, and she grabbed forward with both hands almost instinctively. Her hands had directly expanded and turned into huge cat claws. What was shocking was that a 10-meter-high white chopping wave burst out from the smoke and dust behind and hit the claws of the Catwoman Neferpitou heavily. Boom! A deafening explosion. The visible shock wave almost made the people nearby stagger and be blown away. The Catwoman, who was hit by Chen Nuo head-on, flew backwards and smashed 5 or 6 small mountains before she stopped after 100 meters. Ah, it seems that I used too much force just now. If I accidentally hit my flesh, the taste of blood will be unpleasant. At the other end, Chen Nuo's clothes were torn. But there was no wound on her body. She had a perfect figure, enviable waistline in the sun, and healthy wheat-colored skin. Just now, with just a swing of the knife, the amazing slashing wave had directly slashed the Catwoman away. And on the other side, in the pile of rubble, I only saw that the huge rubble was turned upside down by something. Then the Catwoman, covered in mud and blood, climbed up from it, and she looked a little embarrassed. There were already many wounds on her body, and the most eye-catching thing was the pair of huge cat claws, which were actually cut open several times at this moment. The Catwoman Neferpitou's hands were shaking a little. She felt as if the bones in her claws were broken. Just now, she just used her hands to resist the guy's slashing wave, and she almost died on the spot. The problem is, on the other hand, Chen Nuo didn't have any wounds on the other person's body. He was clearly hit by his claws just now. Why did this happen? The comparison between the two seemed to be clear. This kid. How could a human have such a strong body? Is this guy really a human? Is he some strange monster? Catwoman Neferpitou was extremely shocked. Although she was born only a few hours ago, after she killed those humans, she absorbed their memories and many other things. Naturally, she knew that it was impossible for the human world to have such a terrifying body. If I hadn't reacted quickly just now and blocked this attack locally, I'm afraid that the attack would have been enough to seriously injure me. This can't go on like this. We must deal with it immediately. The longer this kid drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for me. Catwoman Neferpitou realized a serious problem. The next moment, her eyes turned into vertical pupils. Circle. Instantly open. This time, the circle chosen by Catwoman only covers 100 meters. After it opens the circle, the real limit that can be covered exceeds more than 2,000 meters. It is the absolute widest perception range in the entire weird group, and there is no other existence. Moreover, once the circle covers a smaller range, it means that its concentration is higher, its sensitivity will be higher, and its perception will be stronger. 100 meters can not only defend against sneak attacks from other humans around, but also perfectly control the area of 100 meters, which is equivalent to its own domain. You should feel honored because you made me notice you successfully. Although it has not been long since I was born, this is the first time I really fight seriously. Feel the fear before death. But don't worry, after you die, I will make you into my favorite work of art and keep it as a treasure. Catwoman licked her lips and grinned. Chen Nuo looked at her indifferently. In memory, this donkey killed Kate directly and made Kate into a puppet-like existence. It was completely a habit of abusing corpses. It was a pure pervert. So if he killed this pervert, Chen Nuo had no psychological burden. As for eating her meat, he still had some considerations. After all, no matter how disgusting this guy was, he looked like an ordinary girl, more like a cat-eared girl. Really? I feel like you weirdos aren't that strong, but your mouths have evolved quite well, and you all know how to brag. Chen Nuo sneered. Go to hell. Catwoman Neferpitou, who had activated the 100-meter circle, moved. Her speed was not much different from before, and she still maintained that level of speed, but her attack method had completely changed. Chen Nuo. Be careful. Kate couldn't help but open her mouth to remind him, because in her perception, it seemed that Catwoman's figure had disappeared in an instant, but the other party still appeared in front of her, which meant that the other party's training ability must have made some changes to hide herself. And this Catwoman's attack method was completely different from before. It was not so reckless, but instead had a strange feeling of integrating the natural way of heaven. It's a circle. That guy's circle is above mine. Kate realized something in an instant and couldn't help but change her face wildly, because she could also activate the ability of the circle, but there was no information about Catwoman in her perception, so there was only one possibility. That is, her circle is inside Catwoman's circle. I have seen through all your attacks, it's useless, you will definitely die. Catwoman smiled strangely. There was a strange light flashing in her eyes. But the next moment, this smile disappeared, replaced by an unconcealable deep shock. Because Catwoman was horrified to find that her attack was still completely blocked by Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo still acted very calmly, even with one hand in his pocket. The opponent still only held the black long knife. He calmly resisted the attack that she was proud of. No, absolutely not. Why is it like this? It shouldn't be like this. I completely sensed Chen Nuo's next move, and even noticed her attack route and evasion route. After opening the Nen circle, I can fully perceive what the enemy wants to do within this range, almost achieving the effect of premonition. But now Catwoman was surprised to find that all her judgments were wrong. This was absolutely impossible. How could it be wrong? But the facts slapped her in the face. All her attacks were still easily resisted by Chen Nuo. Isn't this the fighting style you are proud of? Why do I feel that it is worse than before? It's really sad that you are weird. Chen Nuo shook his head. Taking advantage of the gap between the opponent's attacks, her long knife suddenly drilled in like a poisonous snake. A flower of blood bloomed. The distance between the two was more than 30 meters apart. There were no wounds on Nuo's body, not even the rise and fall of her chest, but there were some white claw marks on her long sword. Catwoman looked a little miserable, her slightly curly hair was cut off, and then her chest was cut. If the knife went in a little deeper, she would be cut in half. What's going on? Why is it like this? Catwoman was extremely shocked at this moment, she didn't even realize that she had been cut. Yudao even forgot the pain in her body, and she was extremely horrified in her heart. Telekinesis is what she is most proud of ability, covering an area of 2 kilometers, completely against the sky. When compressed to a range of 100 meters, she is almost a god in this field. There is only one possibility to defeat her, that is to crush her with absolute power to prevent breaking all laws. But now, Catwoman can clearly feel that the power used by the opponent is not above her, but completely through prediction, find her flaws, and cause her to be injured. Even every attack of hers seems to be predicted by the opponent, which makes her extremely uncomfortable. This is like when she fights with others, other people feel about her. Wait. In a trance. Catwoman Neferpitu's face was wild and her eyes were shaking. She finally realized something. The opponent was able to completely suppress her prediction and predict her prediction. Then there was only one biggest possibility, that is, the range of the circle controlled by the opponent was far beyond her 5.0, and had a powerful perception ability that crushed her. How could it be like this? She was the guard of King Jing. Catwoman was a little confused. She suddenly pulled away, and only then could she feel the pain from her body. There was a wound on her chest that was a finger deep, and the flesh was rolling and looked a little hideous. I only saw Catwoman scratching her chest a few times, and then her wound was strangely sutured. I don't know where she found the silk thread, and then she began to release her circle as much as possible. 1,000 meters. 2,000 meters. 2,500 meters. 2,600 meters. 2,652 meters. Catwoman swore that this was definitely the greatest extent to which she had ever expanded this perception ability. But she was still surprised to find that she still couldn't find Chen in her perception from Nuo's perspective. Chen Nuo disappeared like air, but from the naked eye, he could clearly see that the other party was smiling sarcastically. Everyone seemed to be looking forward to his performance. 0138122223 Philo 2100800500. Could it be that this guy's perception range exceeds more than 2,000 meters? How can humans reach this level? Absolutely impossible. This thought flashed through Neferpitu's mind, but she quickly denied it. If humans could really be so powerful, then there would be no such thing as these weirdos. Then there is only another possibility, that is, this guy has something very strange that can conceal his breath. This thing is definitely a good thing, but it will belong to her as long as she is killed. Neferpitu thought about it. Chapter 153. Thinking of this, Catwoman immediately rekindled her fighting spirit, because she absolutely did not believe that the human garden would surpass her. This time, Catwoman became more violent and ferocious than before, and she attacked Chen Nuo frantically. But the more she attacked, the more Catwoman's heart sank. Unable to break the opponent's defense. The opponent seemed to be able to predict her attack. Generally, each knife was extremely simple and clear, with almost no skills. Sometimes it even stopped on the root of her own work period. This kind of frustration in the battle was unprecedented, and Catwoman had never experienced it before. But now... it's disappointing. If your limit is just like this, I'm afraid the battle should be over. Chen Nuo spoke lightly, and the voice fell. The black knife in his hand almost turned into a golden light and fell. Not good. Catwoman's face changed drastically in an instant, and she almost instinctively retreated, but the terrifying golden slash wave chased her like a maggot attached to her bones. With a loud bang, blood splattered everywhere, and an arm rolled down. It was Catwoman's arm, but her figure had disappeared. DB. This sudden scene made Chen Nuo stunned, because she didn't expect that this Catwoman, who was a member of the king's personal guard, would choose to escape. In her impression, this guy would rather die than escape. Escaped. Catwoman's escape surprised the others present, because with their strength, if they faced Catwoman, they would not have any chance of winning, and only in front of Chen Nuo did Catwoman look so embarrassed. That guy, escaped. Kate muttered absent-mindedly, with mixed feelings in her heart, because she felt that if she faced Catwoman, she would probably have no chance of survival, and even if she could resist, she would inevitably lose after more than 10 moves. But now Catwoman, who is as powerful as a member of the King's Guard, has no chance of winning in front of Chen Nuo, and even fled in panic with only one arm left. Chen Nuo's strength is simply beyond words. Oh, forget it, just escape, and wait until the next time we meet to kill her. 23. Chen Nuo gently swung his long sword, and the blood beads on it rolled down, showing a calm performance. So powerful. It's worthy of being Brother Arnold. Killa and Gon were amazed. At the same time, in another place, night has fallen. 3 figures stood on the hillside of a hill without any vegetation. Did you feel it? The breath just now was so strong, even stronger than me, but it seems to have escaped with injury. President Netero looked at the distance in surprise. President, you are joking. How could she be stronger than you? This is a bit of a joke. If that were true, no hunter would be able to defeat her. The black-suited young man Nob pushed his glasses. Mo Lao fell into silence. Half a century ago, I might have been the strongest Nin, but now I am just as strong as you. After all, I am old and my body can't take it anymore. Netero hunched his back and looked old and weak. President, that's already very powerful. Please have confidence. The black-suited young man Nob comforted him. My current strength is not even half of my heyday. I really don't want to get old, but I can't refuse to admit that I am old. Netero sighed. But we still have to fight, right? President, but you said that the guy with a strong aura actually escaped after being injured. This is a bit too incredible. Could it be that you sensed it wrongly? Mo Lao asked curiously. Her sensing ability is definitely not as strong as President Netero's, so naturally she can't sense the Catwoman at a long distance. The young man in a suit, Nob, was also stunned. Maybe I sensed it wrongly. After all, that guy is so strong. If he can defeat this guy, I think. I'm afraid that little guy Chen Nuo can't do it, right? After all, how long has it been now? Even if little guy Chen Nuo has improved, it can't be so fast. Netero sighed. Just now, she felt that the Catwoman was escaping from her mind, and naturally Chen Nuo's figure emerged in her mind. But she thought about it again. It has not been long since she and Chen Nuo parted. In just a few months, Chen Nuo's strength cannot have changed so much. Before leaving, Netero could clearly sense that Chen Nuo's strength was indeed very good, but far from the level of the Catwoman. I think we should try to avoid it. It is naturally best to pass through here in the simplest way. After all, our only goal is this chimera ant heroine. Netero looked at the distance and fell into deep thought. Her circle range is far beyond that of the Catwoman, which is very amazing. But it is extremely difficult to monitor the opponent through this method, and fighting is inevitable. How do you think the key is to win? Do you have any good plan? Tell me. Netero said. You are really mean. You will have the answer if you call us here. The best way is naturally to get rid of them all quietly, right? The young man in a suit, Nob, smiled. She suddenly squatted down, and then put her hands on the ground. A surprising scene appeared. A strange portal appeared on the ground. From this portal, Mo Lao could easily enter. Then she finally dismantled the long weapon she was carrying. What surprised people was that the weapon turned out to be a huge pipe. Wu took a deep breath, his chest bulged, and then blew hard at the pipe, but only saw white rabbits suddenly float out of the pipe. There were so many rabbits that they were densely packed all over the ground soon. Okay, go, find the location of those weirdos, and then tell me. Mo Laohu smiled. These rabbits were transformed from its pipe, and they could directly bring back the information they had checked. At that time, it was equivalent to opening the entire map directly. It would be easier for them to find the location of the group of weird queens. As for the person in charge of the battle, it was naturally the President Netero. After all, he was still in good shape. At the same time, Chimera Ant Nest. The 3 King's Guards had been born successfully. In addition to the previous Catwoman, there were 2 others, Shiapoof and Menthuthweopi. Their appearance instantly frightened all the monsters present, because they were surprised to find that even though their strength had been greatly improved and they had known that humans could relax, they felt a sense of fear from the bottom of their hearts in front of the 2 new King's Guards, and they couldn't help but tremble all over. Even the leader of the monster army could not avoid this instinct of life. The opponent's level was too high, and the existence of the King's Guard level was far beyond any leader of the army. Flutter. Suddenly, a staggering figure rushed into the cave. The guest was Catwoman, who had broken one arm. She looked extremely embarrassed at this moment, with blood all over her broken right arm. Even the bone fragments were exposed. Oh! Neferbitu, you look quite miserable. How did you end up like this? It was the butterfly man Pufu who spoke. Hehe, could it be that you were beaten into this state by humans? It's really ugly and embarrassing for all of us. The monster Jing Yupi, who was covered in tendons, was surprised and sneered. The other monster army leaders and other monsters present were terrified, because they had personally felt the strength of Catwoman before. Even such a powerful existence, she came back so embarrassed this time. What on earth did she encounter? Has the king not been born yet? But what surprised everyone was that the first thing Catwoman did was to ask about the king's situation. The queen is still giving birth, but it's estimated that she will die soon. What kind of trouble did you encounter? Why not tell me directly? For the sake of being a companion, Yuppie, and I can consider helping you solve it. Butterfly Man Pufa frowned slightly. As the King's Guards, their strength is almost the same. Since Catwoman is so embarrassed, if they encounter such a powerful opponent, I'm afraid they will not end up well. Catwoman did not answer directly, but was frustrated. A Legion commander next to her reached out and grabbed her directly in front of her. Ah! Lord Fibito, I. Kaka. Before the weird Legion commander finished speaking, Catwoman suddenly opened her mouth, revealing her ferocious and sharp teeth like a monster, and directly bit her head to pieces, and then swallowed this Legion commander into her stomach like chewing a watermelon. At this time, Catwoman looked extremely ferocious, not like a beautiful girl at all, and felt more like a ghost with long hair. After devouring the monster army leader, Catwoman's broken right arm was repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. Countless granulations intertwined and spread, and then formed 10 new arms. Catwoman moved her new arm, and after feeling no difference, her body slowly returned to normal. Only the monster's broken limbs and blood left on the ground proved that an unlucky army leader had just become her food. As the King's Guard, Catwoman has the characteristic of devouring other monsters to quickly recover from her injuries. This scene instantly made the other monsters present instinctively step back 2 steps, and the eyes of the Catwoman and the other 2 guards became terrified. In front of this guard, they are no different from fish. No monster will pity their death, and even think it is natural. Because in the world of monsters, weakness is the biggest original sin. It's a human, a terribly strong boy. I even suspect that the guy is probably not a human, but has a human appearance. I can't defeat her. Catwoman said. Hey? Did I hear it right? Even you are going to admit defeat? Neferpitu, this is the first time I hear it. Muscle Monster Yuppie was surprised. How big do you feel the gap between you and that person is? If we join forces, can we be the opponent of that guy? Butterfly Man Pufa was much calmer. She frowned slightly, as if analyzing the information provided by Catwoman. It's not safe here. If that guy comes, I'm afraid none of us will be able to escape. Her strength is far superior to mine. I even suspect that the guy's mind is superior to mine. I have no chance of winning a fight with her. If you guys come, maybe we can try, but the king has not been born yet, we can't take such a risk. Catwoman shook her head. As the king's guards, they are absolutely loyal to the king, and can even easily lose their lives to protect the king. What a joke, Phoebeto. You must have been sleeping. How can humans be so powerful? I just killed several humans. They are as weak as ants. They die with a pinch. How can they be our opponents? Meat Mountain Yuppie didn't believe it at all. Because there are still many humans imprisoned in this nest, among which those professional hunters are considered strong and powerful. But even those guys are servile and terrified in front of the monsters now, and even kneel down to beg for mercy, without the feeling of being so-called strong. That's why Yuppie felt that the Catwoman was lying. How could she say such empty words? Since you don't believe it, then you can stay here. I must take the king away. We can't stay here for long. The Catwoman Neferpitou murmured. To give birth to the king, we need more food reserves, but all our food reserves are here. If we change the place, it will take more time. Now humans have noticed us. It is even possible that a powerful expedition team has been arranged to come here. The butterfly man Pufa fell into deep thought. Among the three king's guards, her IQ is definitely the highest. The so-called food in her mouth is naturally the humans who are imprisoned and hoarded here, as well as human corpses, and some human professional hunters and spiritual men. In fact, all these monsters, including her, were born into this world for the only purpose of protecting the king. In order to give birth to the real king, only after the king appears can the entire Chimera ant race begin. The only value of the existence of these low-level monsters is to provide more food and nutrients for the king. But now, it has been a long time since Chimera Ant Queen was born, but I didn't expect such an accident to happen at this critical moment. King! The king is coming! Suddenly, just as everyone was talking, the excited calls of other monsters came from the depths of the cave. The faces of the three king's guards present suddenly changed, including Catwoman, and they all rushed to the depths of the cave. As if they were extremely excited, expectant and nervous. Chapter 154. The Chimera Ant Queen screamed heart-wrenchingly, and her belly bulged, as if something was about to come out of it. This scene made the other monsters present tremble with fear, and they wanted to go up to rescue the queen, but they dared not move when they saw the queen's bulging belly. But this process did not last too long. The queen's belly was torn apart in front of all the monsters, and then a hand stretched out from it, and then the whole body came out of the queen's belly. The person who appeared in front of everyone was a young man who looked like a human. She wore a strange hat, had strong limbs, covered with a demon-like muscle shell, and a strange needle-pointed tail. At the moment the king appeared, the three guards who rushed in, including Catwoman, could not help but kneel down in unison. The other legion leaders and ordinary monsters present were terrified and lowered their heads, not daring to look at the person in front of them. If the three members of the king's guard, Catwoman, etc., were considered very powerful and frightened these chimera ants, then the birth of the king in front of them was even more frightening. If Catwoman's level was considered a torch, then the existence of the king in front of them must be as scorching as the Sunday I'm hungry. The Chimera Ant King had a slight arc at the corner of his mouth, and his cold and ruthless eyes swept over the many monsters in front of him. The queen behind him was already so desperate at this moment. Obviously, after giving birth to this king, the queen had almost no strength to live. Oh no, the queen's internal organs have been destroyed. Hurry up and save her majesty. the penguin monster exclaimed. She rushed up to save the weird queen, but before she rushed to the queen, she saw that the king's tail moved and the penguin monster's head instantly exploded like a watermelon without a head, and the body rolled directly to the ground. The sudden scene instantly stunned all the outsiders present. This is the king they have been thinking about. Why is it a little different from what they expected? They think that the king who is about to be born will protect all monsters. But now it seems that this king not only has no intention of protecting them, but even the monster queen who gave birth to himself. He doesn't care about life or death and can kill any monster subordinate at will. The penguin monster is not very powerful, but his IQ is very high. Among the entire team of Legion leaders, he is also one of the more advanced Legion leaders. Among all the monsters, he is considered to be quite prestigious. But even at this level, in front of this newly born king, he was killed instantly like garbage. No monster dared to say a word for her. I don't want to say the same thing for the second time. Go prepare delicious food for me, and it's a little dirty here. Go find me a brighter and more spacious room. The Chimera Ant King spoke indifferently, and her foot stepped over the headless corpse of the strange monster. There was no expression on his face, but the single needle behind his head, like a scorpion's tail, made all the Legion leaders present feel cold sweat on their backs. Especially when this king passed by these weirdos, the weirdos couldn't help but sweat from their faces. Yes. My king. The three guards, including Catwoman, immediately spoke respectfully. Prepare food for the newly born king, their faces are full of absolute obedience. Wipe it clean. Suddenly, the Chimera Ant King spoke. This made the two monsters standing next to her stunned. The closest one was a turtle monster, and the other was the two people before. The monsters had obtained telekinesis through Catwoman. Their own combat power has increased by at least 10 times, but standing in front of this king, they still feel extremely frightened, and even fear from instinct. Ah! The bird monster was stunned for a moment, and didn't react for a while, not knowing what the new king just said. Not only her, but the other monsters present also felt frightened and cold, and couldn't help but slide down their faces. Even those troublemakers before were nervous like elementary school students standing in punishment at this time, and didn't dare to make any other movements. I just happen to have a handkerchief here. The turtle monster next to him had a flattering expression on his face, but the hand holding the handkerchief was shaking constantly. Swish! Bang! Before she finished her words, she saw a residual image passing by. The turtle monster's head actually exploded into a blood mist and disappeared, while her headless body was still in the same place, as if her body was still trembling. What happened just now? The bird monster felt that he was completely dumbfounded, because the turtle monster was still talking to him a second ago, but now it became a headless body standing next to him. After 2 seconds, a large amount of blood spurted out of the neck of the headless body. She fell down with a bang. Her extremely hard Legion Commander level armor was naturally fragile and was smashed to pieces like a pancake. It was too scary. You should know that the combat power of the Legion Commander level is also quite good in the entire monster team. The turtle monster's defense is also amazing, but in front of this new king, it was just lightly swept by the tail, and the person in the armor collapsed directly. What level of lethality is this? Is this the king of all monsters? It's really too scary, and this guy is so cold-blooded. Don't let me say it a second time, come here and control it. The king looked at the birdman and spoke coldly. The birdman, who was touched by the king's eyes, trembled all over instantly, as if facing a great enemy. She hurriedly stepped forward to pick up the handkerchief in the turtle monster's hand and carefully wiped the king's tail clean without leaving any blood. And standing next to them, the other monsters were also terrified and didn't dare to move at all. They were afraid that they would not obey the king's will and would be killed if they moved a little. Where's the food? The king spoke coldly. The birdman was almost scared to the ground on the spot, because the food here was almost exhausted for the birth of the new king of the land by the original queen. It would take a while to get those good foods again. But the new king in front of him obviously didn't have much patience. I'm afraid his head would be moved soon. Respected king, your meal has been prepared for you. From now on, the three of us will become your subordinates. We will do our best to serve you whatever you want. We will do our best to fulfill any of your wishes. You can tell us to do anything, respected king. Catwoman and the other two knelt in front of the king with great respect, guiding the new king to the restaurant at the back to eat. The so-called restaurant naturally means leaving this dirty cave. Including the Birdman, the other weirdos could only watch the new king leave here, and they dared not breathe. The other weirdos who had been watching the new king walk out of the cave finally dared to speak. Hurry up, help Her Majesty stop the bleeding immediately, Her Majesty is dying. The situation is quite serious. Multiple organs have been injured beyond repair. I'm afraid that if this continues, Her Majesty will not be able to hold on. But should I ask for help? Lord Neferpitu. Birdman called Catwoman with gritted teeth. Please save Her Majesty the Queen, she is dying. Birdman spoke with difficulty. Birdman was the first human monster born by the Queen, so he had more thoughts and even love for the Queen from the bottom of his heart. But now, the Queen who gave birth to almost all the monsters in this world is about to die. This ending is difficult for all the monsters to accept for a while. As the new master, it is not normal at all. Oh! Catwoman stopped, but the new king did not leave the cave. All the monsters looked at Catwoman, because they knew that Catwoman had the most powerful repair ability. Before, Catwoman's arm was broken, and it was also self-repaired. She must be able to heal the Queen's serious injury. The Queen's life is in danger. I hope you can help with your repair ability. You can definitely make the Queen healed. Birdman pleaded. Oh? I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. The King has been born. Then the Queen has nothing to do with our guard corps. We don't need the Queen anymore. Catwoman turned around and said with a smile. Her smile was beautiful, but it instantly made all the other monsters present feel extremely scared. Is this the new generation of kings and guards? So cold and ruthless. The Monster Queen is completely used as a reproductive tool, but after giving birth to a new king, the Monster Queen is no longer needed. After that, Catwoman left the weak monsters behind her and followed the new king out. My king! We have prepared rich food for you. Catwoman and the other two guards directly brought up the food they prepared, but to everyone's disappointment, the king seemed to be not interested in these foods. She tried 2 bites and threw them away directly, saying that these things were too bland and tasteless and she had no interest in them. Is it not to your taste? Or is it because there is no seasoning? Catwoman tried. It's not the seasoning, but when I was in that woman's stomach, I had eaten food with a strong flavor. The king recalled. Because she was in the stomach of the weird queen before, she didn't know what she ate, but the taste was definitely not comparable to the things she was eating now. The feeling was very strong, and she liked it very much. My body is craving that kind of food, go find it for me, that is the food that can satisfy me. The king ordered. Yes, my king. The 3 king's guards immediately answered respectfully, and the butterfly monster let the king's tail grab it, using it as an aerial moving tool, carrying the king to the place where the king had authority. And Yuppie also grew flesh wings and was responsible for carrying Catwoman. The 4 weirdos went directly in the direction of the human city. Not long after, under the guidance of Catwoman, they arrived at a human village. The butterfly monster put the king down. The king looked at the ordinary farmers who were planting vegetables with a cold look. Just as she passed by, her tail popped out like lightning, and then instantly smashed the heads of several farmers. Asterisk ha 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 ha, what? These people died before I even made a move. The taste is really bad and disappointing. The Chimera Ant King picked up the piece of meat on the ground, tasted it, but soon spit it out in disgust. This was not the taste she wanted at all. King. Ask your subordinates to tell you that the human brain is the most delicious, so please keep it intact when you are under the armpit. Catwoman recommended. She often performed surgery on the human brain, so she was quite knowledgeable about the human brain, and the taste was naturally the most delicious. The death of the farmers left only a little girl at the scene, who started crying in fear. It was her parents. The little girl screamed in fear, but the cry stopped quickly. Stop! Because the Chimera Ant King has taken action. Her righteous tail directly pierced the little girl's chest, and then lifted it up high. Then she peeled the little girl's head open, took out your brain, and put it in her mouth to taste it gently. I see, this tastes much better, but it is still much worse than the other tastes. This thing doesn't taste very good. After trying a few bites, the Chimera Ant King threw the rest of the little girl's head directly on the ground, as if she thought the little girl didn't suit her appetite. Let's go and see if there is anything suitable somewhere else. The Chimera Ant King turned around. The cup said directly that there is a way to identify special humans. If you use that. Catwoman flattered. But before she finished her words, she was hit in the face by the king's tail. The heavy blow caused her face to be scratched instantly, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, but there was no pain on Catwoman's face. Instead, she was extremely respectful. Are you looking down on me? Just observe the energy wrapped around the body and then judge according to the amount of energy. Don't I know this? Do you need to remind me, Zhao? The king said coldly. I am sorry for talking too much. Catwoman said respectfully. Find it first and then eat it. This is too boring. It's interesting to judge whether it is a special human after eating it. I'm full. However, Peter, your strength is indeed very strong. Just now, I attacked you with the intention of trying to take your life. The king was surprised. Thank you for your kindness, king. Catwoman said respectfully. At this time, the cave where the monster queen was before was in a panic. Many monsters had gathered around, and they seemed to be still digesting what had just happened and felt incredible. In the past, it was normal for these monsters to quarrel with each other, but it would never develop to fighting each other or even taking each other's lives. After all, in this environment, everyone is a monster and will not oppress each other too much. Look at this new king. Not only did he almost kill Her Majesty the Queen right after he was born, and killed these monsters at will, making everyone terrified, but they also seemed to understand a truth. This new king does not seem to need these ordinary monsters like them. If this continues, Her Majesty the Queen will die soon. I can't believe that she even wants to eat her subordinates and companions. It's not like that. The Queen is a completely different creature from us. I'm afraid that all creatures except herself will be treated as food. What should we do next? If Her Majesty dies, there is no point for us to stay here. It doesn't make any sense now that Her Majesty has lost her reproductive ability. Since the Queen is no longer able to establish a kingdom, why don't we each become king? Seeing this seriously injured and dying weird queen lying on the ground, the legion leaders present actually started an internal fight. Chapter 155. What nonsense are you talking about? Who allowed you to do whatever you want? A Minotaur cursed. He absolutely would not allow these guys to betray the queen, especially when the queen was seriously injured. Now was the most dangerous time for the queen. How could these guys be so heartless? Haha, do you think we are the only ones who want to leave? One of the guys in the group of monsters sneered. These monsters, who were originally mixed together, suddenly slowly spread out and formed two queues. One of the queues was naturally led by the Minotaur who was willing to stay to protect the queen, but more people stood on the opposite side. These guys wanted to leave and become kings of their own mountains from now on. Me. The Minotaur was stunned and stared at these guys in front of him in disbelief. Almost half of them chose to betray. Now you know who is the minority. The lion monster sneered. Now the new king has abandoned all their monsters, and the previous queen is now in danger. They don't want to waste time here. As born monsters, they have almost no humanity, so they don't care about the queen's life or death. They just want to have a new life. Damn, you guys. The queen treated you well in the past. Now is the time when the queen needs help the most. You guys actually choose to leave. Do you have any conscience? The Minotaur couldn't help but curse. You treat us well? Haha, don't forget that we are chimera ants. As for conscience, don't you think it's redundant? The lion monster laughed wildly. Yes, we were born just to find more food for the queen. She has no mercy on us. How can she ask us to protect her now? Yes, even the new king doesn't like us. What are we doing here? This world is about to be in chaos, it's better for us to go out and have fun. As for the life and death of the heroine, it has nothing to do with us. Since you are so loyal to the queen, then you stay here. We won't interfere with you, but if you want to interfere with us, it will kill people. The monsters on both sides are already on the verge of a fight. According to the current situation, once these conservatives led by the Minotaur want to stop them from leaving, a fierce war will inevitably break out. According to the current situation, the people of the Minotaur 850 monsters are no match for these guys on the other side. They have an absolute advantage in both numbers and combat effectiveness. Damn it! So, the final result is that the Minotaur and others can only watch other stone captains choose to leave. You bastards! You stay here to protect Nuo, I'll go find help. Birdman Corrido gritted his teeth. He was the first weirdo born by the queen with human genes, but he was not relatively outstanding in terms of strength. Looking for help? Who? Minotaur was stunned. Humans. Corrido gritted his teeth. Humans? Are you crazy? Corrido, if you go like this, humans will definitely kill you directly. Yes, humans and we are mortal enemies. If it doesn't work, let's go and ask Lady Catwoman for help. Come on, if Lady Catwoman really wants to save the queen, she won't choose to leave. Since she has left, do you think there is any point in asking for help? Then humans are even more impossible. We have killed so many humans, how can they save our queen? The weirdos who stayed behind couldn't help but have internal conflicts, because none of them believed that humans would lend a hand to their so-called queen. Before this, these weirdos didn't know how many humans they had killed, which was a blood feud. It is very likely that Corrido will never come back, and may even be killed by humans on the spot. I understand, but in this situation, I can't find any other way to save the queen except humans. Whether humans are willing or not, we have to try. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will not give up. Corrido gritted his teeth. Go, Corrido. I swear to us that as long as I am alive, I will protect the queen's safety. Go and come back soon. The Minotaur said solemnly. Among the monsters they left behind, only the bird monster has the ability to fly and the speed and strength to take on this mission. Both parties left. Outside. With Nob's ability to travel through the gate, Molau and he have arrived at a cave. It's really strange today. There are very few monsters. Did something happen to those guys? Molau said in surprise. Because this area is already a relatively deep area for monsters, according to reason, you can meet quite a lot of monsters with good strength here, but after they arrived here, they found that there was no movement, and the silence was a bit scary. Maybe there are some changes in the monster's nest, but this seems to be an opportunity for us. The handsome man in a suit, Nob, pushed his glasses and said. The two carefully lined up around and looked into the distance, but they did not find any strange people wandering around. There! Suddenly, Nob in a suit called out softly and pointed to the sky in the distance. Suddenly, a black dot was approaching quickly. From the breath emitted by the other party, it was not human, but the breath of a strange person. Finally, you are here. You only arranged one person. You really underestimated us. Mo Lao laughed strangely and couldn't help but tighten his huge pipe. Master Mo Lao, be careful. The other party only arranged one person to come. I'm afraid they are very strong. Suited Nob pondered. Mo Lao only said that he looked down on these weirdos, but he was extremely alert in his heart, because he had never seen a monster that evolved so quickly before. If it continues at this speed, it won't be long before a monster comparable to himself or even stronger than himself will be born among this group of monsters. Soon, the two finally saw clearly that the guy in front of them was a birdman with wings. But what surprised them was that the other party was holding a white flag in his hand. What's going on? Are these guys crazy? Does holding a white flag mean surrender? Weirds surrendering to humans? Both were a little confused. Everyone. I am the weirdo you are looking for, but I am willing to surrender to you. The person who came was the anxious Corridor. Surrender. Mo Lao and the other man looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. They had fought so many monsters and knew clearly that even the lowest level monsters were almost all very violent in character and would rather die than surrender. But the monster in front of him actually chose to surrender to him. What was going on? I am the Division Commander Corridor. I ask you to rescue our queen. Time is running out. If the queen dies, the shackles of the division leader will be lifted. Then it will be out of control. Now there is an internal conflict among our monsters. Many division commanders have chosen to leave the nest and go to various places to be kings. Corridor explained. Chimera Ant Queen is dying. This news immediately shocked Mo Lao and the handsome guy in a suit. I didn't expect this to happen inside the monsters. However, the one who surrendered was still a monster, and it was not easy to believe the words of a monster. What will happen specifically? Nob said cautiously. There are at least 4 or 5 people among the division commanders who have this idea. And not only that, once the command system collapses, there will be a large number of monsters at the level of army commanders with such ambitions. They will inevitably spread out to all parts of the world and destroy the ecosystem. By then, the whole world will be a kingdom established by monsters and their offspring, and the order of the whole world will collapse. Corridor explained. Hearing this, both of them were shocked. If this is really the case, once those monsters lose their restraints, like wild horses running wild, then the seeds of monsters will be sown all over the world. Isn't it? It will turn the whole world upside down. Do the soldier ants of the chimera ants also have the ability to reproduce? Mo Lao was a little stunned. In this regard, he is not very good at it, although his level is higher than Nob. But this young man is knowledgeable in the association. So this time I brought him here specially. Well, they will also force a female creature to mate and reproduce the next generation. Generally, the soldier ants are not responsible for reproduction in the nest centered on the queen ant. But if the queen ant dies, the soldier ants will leave the ant nest and disperse to various places to maximize their reproductive ability. This is also based on research. Nob pushed his glasses. His expression was extremely solemn. If this situation really continued, the situation would be very bad. That is to say, the guy in front of us did not lie. It seems that the problem we have to deal with now is more troublesome than what we considered before. Once these weirdos spread all over the world to reproduce, the situation in the whole world will be out of control. I am afraid that it will be difficult for our descendants to solve it. Mo Lao pondered. So the question we have to consider now is whether to rescue their so-called queen ant. Once we rescue that guy and bring him back to life, we may also be betrayed by these ants. Nob said. By the way, what is your name? Mo Lao suddenly said. Corridor. Division Commander Corridor. Corridor said nervously. Because he clearly sensed that the two guys in front of him were much stronger than him, especially the guy carrying the huge pipe. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would be easy. But now he had no choice. Only this decision could save the queen's life. Okay, Corridor, we can't make a decision right away, but we can take you to see our president and repeat what he said to us. But we don't know whether the president can believe you. And even if the president believes you, we can't guarantee that you can get away unscathed. You may die at the hands of Wyron. After all, you are a weirdo. Even so, are you determined to go? Mo Lao said expressionlessly. Cold sweat broke out on Corridor's forehead, and his heartbeat accelerated. He naturally knew who the president was. Netero, the president of the Hunter Association, who is known as the strongest professional in human beings. Including now that the Hunter Association has issued a comprehensive hunting notice for monsters. Once this monster goes to see the president in person, even if the other party agrees to rescue the queen ant. But there is a very high probability that he will die there, but for the queen, all this is no longer important. Of course. Please take me there as soon as possible, please. Corridor gritted his teeth. Alas, things are really endless, but won't your apprentice come this time? Nob opened the portal. That guy is now Chen Nuo's disciple, and is no longer under my control. If Master Chen Nuo wants that guy to come over, I naturally have no objection. Mo Lao smiled. Then can we declare my disciple the winner of our disciple's written test this time? Nob smiled. His disciple Xiu Tuo and Mo Lao's disciple Naku Lu agreed to compete in the next few days, which is also a traditional tradition. That may not be the case. If Naku Lu can come over, Xiu Tuo should not have any chance of winning. Mo Lao said. So confident. Nob was a little surprised. Hey, hey, hey. Corridor, ready to go. Mo Lao smiled and called the birdman Corridor. On the other side. According to the request issued by Mo Lao, the disciple Xiu Tuo was already on his way. According to the plot of the original work, Naku Lu should actually be accompanying this time, but because this guy has become Chen Nuo's disciple. So now it is not a large scale, and the only one who came to the martial arts hall this time is Xiu Tuo. Very quickly. Corridor followed Mo Lao and the other two into the portal, and soon they appeared in a clean room after a flash of light. Not far away. Although it was the old man who was known as the highest fighting power of mankind. The moment Corridor landed, he clearly saw the old man in front of him who looked like he would die at any time. He could not feel any trace of the breath of a strong man on the other person, and he could not even feel the other person's energy, as if he was just an ordinary old man. If it were not for Mo Lao and the other two's respect for this old man, he would probably not know that this guy in front of him was regarded as the highest fighting power by humans. Could it be that this old man in front of him was because he had outstanding wisdom, but what was the use of wisdom? Corridor found it difficult to understand. His understanding of Netero, the president of the Professional Hunter Association, was still based on the understanding of ordinary humans, because this was the first time he saw the president of the association. Wow! I didn't expect that we would have such an amazing guest this time. Netero was also stunned. He immediately realized that the guy in front of him was a weirdo, but the other party's aura was a little unexpected. It seemed that he was not full of hostility, but full of fear and awe. Tell us about your affairs with us. As for whether a decision can be made, it depends on the president. Mo Lao said. Corridor walked forward hesitantly, his voice even trembling a little. He nervously explained the previous explanation to the strongest human in front of him, and emphasized that once the queen died, the other monsters would be uncontrollable threats. After these words, Netero, the president of the Hunter Association, fell into contemplation. He didn't seem to expect such a big change among these monsters. And what surprised him even more was that the so-called Chimera Ant King had actually been born, and it seemed that the situation was quite dangerous. I am afraid that in the entire Professional Hunter Association, except for myself, no one else can be a match for that weirdo. Wait. No, maybe Chen Nuo, that kid can do it. But the most urgent thing is to solve the problem. Should I deal with the matter of the Ant Queen, or deal with the person who raised this question? Chapter 156. Cold sweat broke out on Korido's forehead. He knew that this choice would directly affect his life and death, as well as the life and death of the Queen. Even the future of the entire monster unity. After waiting for a few minutes, the old man in front of him finally made a decision. It's me. Call the Chimera Ant research team immediately. Yes. The Chimera Ant King has been born. I also contacted Drive Li from Fanlin Medical University, as well as the skilled and enthusiastic surgeons, and mobilized the artificial organ experts. Please arrange for these people to gather immediately. We need to go to the monster's nest to rescue the Chimera Ant Queen. Netero ordered. The person on the other end of the phone was obviously shocked by the news, but after confirming that it was the Hunter Association President Netero himself, he made a unified decision directly. President Netero has unparalleled authority in the Professional Hunter Association. Even if such a seemingly incomprehensible decision is made, no one will question it. Because its existence has at least saved the entire association, and it has a very high prestige in everyone's heart. They will be ready to go in 4 hours, and we will do our best to help you save the Queen. However, Korido, I also need your help with something. Netero used scissors to cut off his ponytail. I have forgotten when was the last time I cut my ponytail? Generally, Luo will only cut his ponytail when he is fighting with all his strength. This thing will naturally not have much impact on your strength, but it will have some slight impact. Perhaps this slight impact on the victory or defeat between masters can directly lead to changes in the later ending. Netero doesn't want to fall on such a small matter. Alas, this should be the last time I wear this piece of clothing, right? Netero stretched his arms and legs, then took a set of t-shirts with a heart on them from the closet and put them on. This kind of exclusiveness really makes people feel powerless to complain. The t-shirt is paired with black shorts, sports socks, and then paired with Netero's muscles and old man's hair and ponytail. It's a magical combination. If it was on another old man, Mo Lao would have laughed out loud, but at this time, he and Nob felt that this combination was not flattering. I heard that the president only wears this set of decisive battle clothes when facing a strong enemy. It seems that this is true. Yes, I'm afraid that the Chimera Ant King is very powerful. I don't know if we are opponents. Nob and Mo Lao discussed. Kolido, you can also use mind. Netero, the president of the association who changed into a battle suit, said solemnly. With your close perception of the Ant King, please don't have any scruples and say your truest feelings. If I and him, what will be the result? Netero suddenly clenched his fist and burst out with a more terrifying aura than before, as if the whole world had changed color. The whole room was shrouded in an unprecedented terrifying pressure. It even makes people have an illusion that as long as there is any wrong thought, it will be directly crushed into powder by this pressure. Dense beads of sweat appeared on Korido's forehead. What an amazing aura! It has rained. If it is only this degree, I am afraid there is no hope at all. The sudden explosion of the association president Netero also made Mo Lao and the others couldn't help but be shocked. It felt like they were caught in a storm in an instant. It was as if they had become a lone bead in the storm, and they would be overturned by the terrifying aura of the president if they were not careful. So powerful! Only President Netero can burst out such an amazing aura. His aura that has been tempered for thousands of times is as sharp as a needle tip. Even if I stand here, I can feel a pricking feeling on my skin. Mo Lao said in shock. Yes, this is the first time I feel such an amazing aura. I'm afraid there is no second person in our entire association who has it. Nob was also shocked. Yes, the second person. Oh, not necessarily, maybe that guy can also have such a powerful aura. Mo Lao seemed to remember someone. That guy? Nob was stunned. Because he didn't expect Mo Lao to give such a high evaluation to other people. The person standing in front of him was the president of the association, who was known as the highest combat power of mankind. And in his memory, except for the president, no other professional hunter could reach such a high level, but Mo Lao seemed quite sure. My new master who was not up to the task. Mo Lao laughed. It seemed that he was not ashamed of losing a disciple, but rather quite honored. This scene made Nob a little incomprehensible. Obviously, Corridor in front of him was also shocked by the breath of the president of the association. But that was all. How about it, if this level of breath, can you defeat your new king? Netero smiled. He hasn't made a move for many years. Although the overall breath has declined, he has reached a new height in the pursuit of martial arts. His current aura may not be as strong as his heyday, but his fighting power is stronger, because the road of Tao is not about the strength of aura. It is the perfect fusion of spirit, energy, and spirit, which has reached a new height. If it is only this level, I am afraid that you will be killed by the direct guards before meeting the king. Corridor was silent for 2 seconds, and finally spoke slowly. His words instantly made Mu Lao and the others feel like they were struck by lightning, and they were stunned in place. What nonsense is this guy talking about? If even the level of the president can't deal with the so-called king, how can humans survive? And he said that our president would be killed by the direct guards. Are the guys who guard the king so strong? Mo Lao and the others were extremely shocked. Because the aura released by President Netero just now has far exceeded imagination, but even this level of aura can't defeat the monster king. This is a bit ridiculous. But looking at Corridor's expression, he doesn't seem to be lying. After all, this guy is asking for something from me now. If I offend humans here, their queen will not be far from death. Is what this guy said true? But if this is the case, then I am afraid that the situation of humans is far beyond my expectations and much more troublesome than the current situation. Oh, hee, that's great. It's really a happy news. I can still become a challenger at this age. I can't help but get excited. The president of the Hunter Association, Netero, showed an excited smile on his face. Mo Lao, the result of your disciples should be concluded today. Yes, Mr. President. Mo Lao replied. He didn't quite understand why the president suddenly brought up this. If possible, you will lead the winner and the research team to the ant nest with Corridor. The president said. What about you? Are you going to kill the Ant King alone? No, I'm just going to see an old friend. The president, wearing a heart-shaped combat uniform, turned around and left, waving to the two. Half a day later. Kolyalur Mountain. Zoldyck family. The president arrived. Ah! Dear President Netero, I don't know what gust of wind brought you here. If there is anything, just let us know. There is no need to come in person. It would be a waste of your energy. Kikyo Zoldyck was startled and said in surprise. The servants accompanying her were also shocked. After all, Netero's authority is here. This guy is now known as the highest level of human combat power. Even the old man in the family is much weaker than him. After all, according to age, the strongest Xeno Zoldyck in the family, Killua's grandfather, had to call Netero grandpa when he was very young. Netero is a monster who has lived for nearly 200 years. Now he suddenly visited the family, making everyone present a little flattered. Hee, because there is something very important, I have to come here in person. Netero smiled. Chairman. Just as they were talking, a greasy voice came from behind. It was the current head of the family. Silva Zoldyck. This man with short wavy hair and a strong and powerful appearance. The current head of the assassination family who is well known in the entire black market. But now he behaves very respectfully in front of Netero, even bowing politely like a primary school student. Oh, it's Silva, he has grown up so big now, time really makes people grow old. Netero's eyes lit up and he looked at Silva kindly. He has lived for nearly 200 years, and the young man in front of him is only a few dozen years old, so he is naturally a younger generation in front of him. It makes people sigh. Time is really a good thing. He was still a baby in swaddling clothes back then, and now he has become a famous assassin king. President Netero. Very soon. An old man with his hands behind his back and a somewhat lonely figure did not leave. It was Saiyan Zoldyck who came over. He stared at Netero with a dim gaze. Long time no see, Zeno. Netero smiled. Yes, I forgot when we last met, but after so many years, Netero, you still haven't changed at all. Zeno sighed. When he was very young, Netero was almost like this. Now, after so many decades, he is still like this, and I have become an old man. It makes people sigh. Ha 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 ha. I am old. Although I look the same, my strength is much weaker now. That's why I came to you for help this time. Netero said with a smile. Serve tea to Lord Netero. Silva Zoldyck ordered the servant. Several people went directly into the hall to talk. Soon. Netero told them the purpose of coming here. Silva and Zeno naturally did not refuse. Moreover, from Netero's mouth, they learned that their genius, grandson, was also in the depths of the Chimera Ant crisis. It seems that they have to go this time. I just never thought that from Netero's so-called corridor, even the aura that Netero is exuding now is not as strong as the guards of the Ant King. If that's true, how strong is that guy? However, the Zoldyck family will never give up a mission just because the opponent is too strong. On the contrary, killing strong enemies is the only way for the Zoldyck family to verify their self-beliefs. Silva, you stay at home, I will go with President Netero. 00. Zeno Zoldyck arranged. At the same time, the expert treatment team of the association is ready. However, the person in charge of leading the team is naturally not President Netero, but Mo. Under the guidance of Corridor, everyone quickly arrived at the place where the Ant Queen was, and the human medical expert team also arrived with various valuable items. However, now the nest of the Ant Queen has become dilapidated, and the number of monsters left here has also decreased sharply. Only a few people stay here, and most of the division commanders have dispersed. What's going on? Corridor was stunned. Those companions have left, and most of our soldiers have left with them. Of course, other soldiers are willing to stay, such as the koala. The minotaur and mole monster who were born said. In comparison, perhaps this is the best result, at least there is no dispute between the two sides. Please stop the bleeding for the queen immediately, she is almost dying. Corridor has no energy to care about these things now he just hopes that the queen can survive. After seeing the situation of the Ant Queen, these human medical experts who admired her were also shocked, because the abdomen of the Ant Queen in front of them was almost completely torn, and the organs inside were also damaged. It seemed that something had struggled out of her stomach forcibly. When they received the task request, all the human medical experts present felt very surprised and had prepared themselves mentally, but when they really saw the scene in front of them, they were deeply shocked. I guess the so-called Ant King born from the Ant Queen's belly is probably not a good guy. To be able to tear his mother's belly into such a state, that guy must be extremely cold-blooded and very tyrannical. Once he grows up, he will inevitably become the mortal enemy of all mankind. So it seems that saving the Ant Queen is of vital importance. Otherwise, if the ants leave one after another, it will cause great turmoil in the human world. Did you do the hemostasis and suture on this wound? A human medical expert asked the octopus monster in front of him. Because everyone found that there were some wounds on the Ant Queen's body that were sewn, but they looked extremely rough. There was no medical foundation at all. Mo Lao was also very shocked at this moment. He was not like these ordinary medical staff. He was not concerned about the wounds of the Ant Queen, but the opponent's defense. He picked up a little of the Ant Queen's shell from the ground and found that it was extremely hard, almost comparable to steel. It can be imagined that the so-called Ant Queen's own combat power is absolutely amazing, but even such a powerful monster is now torn from the belly by someone. That guy is still a newborn baby. Looking at this scale, it is more like an adult crawling out of it. It can be imagined how powerful the so-called Ant King born by this guy is. I'm afraid what Corrido said is not false. Chapter 157. It was indeed me who did it. Apart from that, I can't do anything else. An octopus monster nodded. He was the only one among all the monsters present who had some medical knowledge, because before being stung by the ants, he was a veterinarian. It seemed that there was some professional correspondence, but when he really used it, he found that he could not remember much of the knowledge in his head. Because after being transformed into a monster, he only had some broken memories. We can't do much better, don't hold too much hope, and we will connect artificial organs for him. The captain of the leading medical team pondered. His eyes were heavy, because the situation in front of him was absolutely incredible. Even as human experts, the serious injuries that the medical team had encountered definitely did not include this situation in front of him. At least it was an ordinary human serious injury, but the Ant Queen in front of him. According to human characteristics, it must have died. The reason why it can survive here is nothing more than because the physical fitness of monsters is far beyond that of humans, so it can live. There is no experience or complete technology to treat this kind of injury. It can only rely on its first feeling and those basic medical knowledge. Ah! Can't I use my internal organs? It doesn't matter even if I give all my blood to the queen. Corrido exclaimed. This is the Ant Queen. The physique is definitely far superior to that of ordinary humans. If the human internal organs are used by the Ant Queen, it will inevitably lead to the absolute weakness of the queen. So in a hurry, he directly made a suggestion. Yes. You can use mine, my internal organs are extremely powerful, and I am also the commander of the division. Mine. 440 and mine. As long as you can save our queen, you can take my life at any time. All the weirdos present spoke up, and their faces showed eagerness. This scene shocked Mo Lao on the side, because before this he thought these weirdos were just ordinary monsters born from the swallowing of the Ant Queen. There is no so-called emotion or cooperation between them, but now it seems that everything is far beyond expectations. These weirdos not only have wisdom comparable to humans, but also have so-called emotions. You have to know that these monsters were born only a few days or even months ago. At this rate, human children are still babies in their cradles. If these monsters continue to reproduce, then humans will have no room to survive. The growth and evolution speed of these monsters has exceeded that of humans. Give them some more time and more gene fragments, and I don't know what kind of monsters will be born. However, on the way here, he has already asked these medical experts. As a group of ant monsters, the one with the most reproductive ability is naturally the Ant Queen, but if the queen dies, the division commanders must have the same reproductive ability based on the inference of the ecosystem and biological evolution. They are very likely to look for those other human opposite S*X or other animals to mate, and then give birth to new offspring. So in this case, the death of the Ant Queen will inevitably lead to the disaster of ant monsters will break out comprehensively, almost covering the entire human world, and it will inevitably cause turmoil in the world. It may even lead to the end of the entire human race. This is definitely what Mo Lao and everyone else don't want to see. In terms of personal strength, if humans want to grow to the level of professional hunter, they need a long time to practice, and only those with extraordinary talents can become an elite professional hunter through at least 5 or 6 years or even longer practice. However, these ant monsters in front of them only need to keep eating, and then they will have the strength comparable to ordinary professional hunters or even stronger after they are born. In terms of this evolution speed, humans are completely eliminated. Therefore, Mo Lao approved of his decision this time. I can understand your feelings, but it is a pity that not one generation of chimera ants will become another species. Even if they are of the same generation, you should be able to see that your companions are different. The words of the captain of the expert group instantly made all the monsters feel like they were poured with a bucket of cold water, and their mood instantly fell to the bottom. Yes. The most powerful thing about chimera ants is that their ant queens devour various animals, and humans obtain the gene fragments from them, and then combine the excellent genes to give birth to the next generation. This also leads to the fact that almost every individual is unique, and there are no similar ones. This also leads to the fact that their internal organs should not be replaceable. It is even possible that after replacing their internal organs with the ant queen, a rejection reaction will occur, leading to the faster death of the ant queen. The evolution of this super beast has given them a more forced body, but it also gives them this fatal flaw. Once seriously injured, it means that there is almost no possibility of recovery, and they can only rely on their own repair ability to bear it. So now, please let us do our best to treat your ant queen. Pray for her here. I hope that the connected organs can function miraculously. The captain of the medical team responsible for the operation took the artificial internal organs from the assistant's hands, and he had no confidence in his heart. Because this thing was completely made based on humans as a template, and the original target for replacement was naturally that humans and the ant queen in front of him had almost no similarities. But apart from using these artificial internal organs, there is no longer any excessive choice. Only this thing can bear the function of the body. Maintaining the life of the ant queen is nothing more than using more anti-rejection drugs to temporarily make the ant queen's rejection system fail. Save her life temporarily, and then make further considerations. Is that the only way? Is all I can do praying? Kurido's mood sank to the bottom. The other weirdos present also looked extremely ugly at this moment. Is there anyone there? Suddenly, Kurido heard a faint call, and he trembled violently. This was a call from the origin of the soul gene. He couldn't help but look at the ant queen lying on the bed, already dying. No sound was made, but the sound almost echoed in his head. Yes. The subordinate is here. Kurido said hurriedly. His sudden voice startled everyone present. And the captain of the medical team, who was the leader of the treatment team, also saw the strange energy fluctuations on the medical equipment. What's going on? Mo Lao I couldn't help asking. Because he didn't hear anyone calling just now, but looking at the situation of these weirdos in front of him, it was as if someone was calling all of them at the same time. Very strange. It's a special signal fluctuation. The instrument just showed it, said the medical team's expert captain. Yes, our queen can't speak like humans, but she can send us signals, and we can receive the heroine's information. The Minotaur explained. Can you translate it for us? Maybe through her words, we can know some ways to save ourselves. The medical team expert hurriedly said. Because the most urgent task is to save the ant queen. Once this guy dies, the entire ant army will be out of control. Understood. I will translate for you immediately. The Minotaur hurriedly said. She began to imitate the voice of the ant queen to translate for everyone. Son, is my son healthy? Is there any physical defect? The words of the ant queen immediately shocked all the humans present. The weirdo in the eyes of all humans is like a normal human mother at this moment, just wanting to worry about her child. Even if the other party completely tore the ant queen's belly and did something so close to treason. This guy, to this extent, he is almost equivalent to a human. Mo Lao couldn't help but be shocked. Including Nobu and others who followed behind, they were also extremely shocked. Originally, everyone felt that they were only fighting against some cruel and brutal monsters like beasts, but now after contacting these weirdos, they suddenly found that these guys seemed to have human consciousness and wisdom. To some extent, they were more like a mutated human being, not a beast monster. Your Majesty, don't worry. The king is fine. There is no problem. He is now taking the guards to find herbs that can heal you. Corridor said hurriedly. A trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He knew he was lying. But seeing that Her Majesty was so worried about her child, once Her Majesty knew that her child almost killed herself, this bad news would probably cause the Queen great pain in her heart and would directly end her life, so he had to lie. He could only pray that this white lie could be accepted by Her Majesty and make her feel relieved. Maybe it would be helpful for treatment. But the octopus monster who also wanted to save the Ant Queen would not hide these things. He whispered to the human medical expert team standing by. In fact, our newly born king killed the division commander and ate him, and then went to find a new world. The king may not come back. He doesn't care about the life or death of Her Majesty the Queen, even if there is a person with healing ability among the departed legion commanders. The octopus said softly. He looked at the anger emerging from his feathers. Obviously, as the offspring of the Ant Queen, he was absolutely loyal to the Ant Queen. He also had great respect for the so-called king. However, he never thought that the king would kill the Ant Queen after he was born. This was something that all the weirdos could not accept, at least the weirdos of the older generation. The humans present could not help but be shocked when they heard this. Because these ant monsters showed a human side, and even knew sympathy and compassion. Except for the appearance, they had nothing in common with humans. In essence, there was no essential difference between their core and humans. But he never thought that the newly born king would be so cold-blooded and cruel. No. You must get the king out of here immediately. He doesn't care about my time. That child has the potential to rule the world. I never thought about it. The Ant Queen exclaimed. She didn't want the newly born king to do anything for him. Instead, she cared about him and said, I hope he will leave soon. She looked like she didn't care about her own life and death. I don't know what the Ant Queen would think if she knew that the new king had made him look like this and completely discarded him like a piece of rag. Now the Ant Queen lying on the hospital bed is still worried about his future after he is born. I ask again, is the king really okay? The Ant Queen seemed to be worried and repeatedly confirmed. That's great. Because he was born too early, I was very worried. If that's the case, then I can rest assured. As long as he is safe and everything is fine, my mission has been completed. Hearing what Corridor said, the Ant Queen smiled with relief and seemed to stop struggling. Energy fluctuations also appeared in the instrument panel next to her, as if the Queen's life signal was disappearing quickly. Your Majesty! You are our target. Without you, we will lose all our direction. You must hold on and cannot fall here. Corridor exclaimed. The other weirdos present showed their worries. I know my body very well. I have lost my appetite, but I have nothing to regret. The Ant Queen was relieved. Since the king she gave birth to has no problems, the rest of the things are no longer within his scope of handling, and he has completed his mission by giving birth to the king. Please don't give up, you must survive, use my body immediately, use it now, throw my body away immediately, give my internal organs to the woman, maybe it will succeed. Corridor was anxious. Because he saw that the signal of the Ant Queen on the instrument panel next to him was getting lower and lower. If this situation continued, he would probably die soon. He had no choice. It's useless, you should listen to the Queen carefully. The medical team expert shook his head bitterly. They have used almost all medical methods available to humans, but they couldn't save the Ant Queen in front of them. Because the two sides are completely different species, and this serious injury can still persist until now, thanks to the powerful body of the Ant Queen. Ordinary humans would have died 100 times. Even if the internal organs of other monsters are used, these dead ant queens cannot be saved. The genes of the two sides are completely different, and there is no possibility of fusion. Finally, I want to ask you for one thing. I have named the child. Please tell him for me. The trembling voice of the Ant Queen sounded in the minds of all the monsters, including Corridor. All the monsters couldn't help but show miserable and weeping looks on their faces. Everyone knows that the Sweater Queen has already explained the funeral affairs. But as the subordinates of the Ant Queen, they are powerless and can only watch the Queen die. This feeling is extremely uncomfortable. His name is Miruem, which means to illuminate all light. My lovely son. After saying this, the Queen of Sackcloth raised her hand and trembled and fell down. Her life finally came to an end at this moment. Chapter 158. Ah! If this is the case, then the way to deal with these weirdos may have to change dramatically. Of course. It's just that the degree of memory varies from person to person. The personality of the previous life has a great influence on them. Some guys even remember their names so we can communicate smoothly with language. But no matter how many memories there are, they are only fragments of memory at most, which can only affect part of our personality. Raccoon explained. He was a good kid in his previous life, so even if he was eaten, and then as a weirdo, he still retained part of his previous life's personality after he was born. Your Majesty. You didn't treat Her Majesty. It must be you humans who deliberately killed Her Majesty. Corridor almost collapsed. He witnessed the death of the Ant Queen with his own eyes. At this moment, his eyes were scarlet, and he almost lost you. The surging and amazing energy spread in all directions with him as the center. Then he turned around and attacked the human expert. Boom! Amid the deafening explosion, everyone was surprised that his attack was suddenly blocked by a huge pipe. If this is your sincerity towards your benefactor, then it seems that we have wiped you all out again. Molaohu said coldly. Because of the existence of the protagonist group, Kate did not die in this plot line, so they did not find the reincarnated Kate from the body of the Ant Queen. The Ant Queen died just like that, leaving nothing behind. Being hit by this sudden attack, he was in great pain all over, even in the exposed state. Corridor was not the opponent of the one-star hunter Molaohu at all. In addition, there were other professional hunters present. The pain made him sober up and realize how bad he had just done. Sorry. I just lost my mind. The death of the Queen is too hard for me to accept. But now that the other division commanders have left here, they will definitely be in other places of human beings in the next step. Each of them will become king and cause chaos in the world. 1. Corridor stopped attacking and said bitterly. If that's the case, then just wipe out all those unruly guys. Molaohu grinned. At the same time, Dongguotu Republic. In the extremely prosperous and luxurious capital, those gorgeous buildings can suddenly be seen. Led by the 3 guards, the Chimera Ant King and others arrived. What are those guys? I'm also at the masquerade. Especially the guy wearing a hat, and the syringe-like tail, looks really funny. I don't know what kind of aesthetics. But the Catwoman next to him looks pretty good, with a good figure, she's my type. Great minds think alike. If possible, ask this girl for her contact information, we'll be blessed tonight. What are you guys thinking about? Is your head full of shit? Get them all out quickly, this is the king's restricted area. Yes, Captain. Just after landing, I saw a bunch of soldiers standing in front of this magnificent capital, each holding a weapon. Please leave here immediately, you have entered the restricted area, this is the king's territory, no ordinary civilians are qualified to enter. Did you hear me? Stop right now, or we'll start shooting. Are these damn bastards deaf? Didn't they hear us? Shoot now. What was hard for the soldiers to understand was that they had warned loudly, but the guys in front of them continued to walk towards them as if they hadn't heard anything. With no other options, they had to draw their guns and warn them at their feet. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. The gunshots rang out, but they still couldn't stop these guys from approaching. Those serving in the back were like deaf ears, not caring about the bullets at all. After these guys stepped into the bottom line, the captain of the soldiers in charge of the guard had to order the soldiers present to attack them directly. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The dense gunshots rang out. Hey! You are really looking for death. Bad luck. Someone was killed early this morning. It seems that today's luck is not very good. Deal with these guys, otherwise His Majesty the King will be furious when he sees it. Looking at the smoking muzzle, the captain of the soldiers ordered. Just when several soldiers were about to deal with these things, their actions suddenly stopped. Idiot! Why don't you move? The captain of the soldiers couldn't help but scold and curse. But the next moment his voice stopped abruptly, and he opened his eyes wide, as if he had seen something incredible. In the almost dull eyes of all the soldiers, they suddenly saw that the guys who were previously targeted by everyone were still standing in front of them intact, but a lot of twisted and deformed bullets fell under the feet of these guys. But the torn clothes on Catwoman and the other guys showed that their attacks just now were definitely not dreams, but really touched each other, and even penetrated each other's clothes. Then these bullets. These guys are humans, it seems that their welcome ceremony is indeed quite unique. The Ant King spoke coldly and ruthlessly. Before he could move, the three guards behind him had already taken action. Insulting my king is unforgivable. You ants, ordinary guys would atone for your sins with death. Hee hee. The three guards took action directly, and the king stood in front of them. These densely packed soldiers didn't even have time to issue maternity leave, and were swept by the afterimage in an instant, and then their bodies broke and shattered, and blood splattered. The three guards seemed to have a telepathic connection and deliberately saved the brains of these soldiers. Catwoman even took out a few brains and knelt down in front of the Ant King. Pa! Another solid slap. The Chimera Ant King's tail slapped Catwoman's face fiercely, but it just made her mouth bleed. Such a lowly and despicable thing, you also want to give it to me to eat? The Chimera Ant King said indifferently. It is my fault. You, the king, are punishing me. The cat girl was stunned for a moment. Suanji bowed her noble head respectfully, and crushed the brain in her hand. It seems that after tasting the child's brain, the king has disdained these ordinary foods. He has higher aspirations. At this time, inside the royal capital, this scene of singing and dancing, a fat man with a fat intestine is sitting in front of a gorgeous dining table, winning a lot of money. Behind him are dozens of servants who serve him food, and in front are all 18-year-old girls dressed as bunny girls, singing and dancing to please him. An extremely enjoyable scene. Even if it were placed in the feudal era, he would definitely be called a tyrant, but in this country, no one dared to tell him that it was not because those who had opposed him had all been killed, but now the whole country was controlled by this fat man, who could do whatever he wanted. Your Majesty! There are invaders outside, but don't worry, we will get rid of them all. Suddenly, a voice came from the satellite phone he carried with him. The so-called king picked up the phone with an impatient look on his face. He was eating a chicken leg in his hand. His mouth was full of oil. You don't need to report this kind of thing to me. If you dare to disturb my interest again, you'll be ready to get out. Pa! The fat man slammed the phone on the table fiercely. It seemed that he was extremely angry about his subordinates disturbing him. Now is the time to enjoy delicious food and beautiful women. Anyone who dares to disturb him will die. And in the hall of the royal capital, all the soldiers and guards on the periphery have been killed. However, under the leadership of the Chimera Ant King, everyone had no intention of hiding, and walked directly from the main hall, and was naturally discovered by the palace guards who were responsible for guarding here. These so-called palace guards are powerful mercenaries. And the price is very high. Haha, although I don't know which country's army you are from, those who dare to enter the palace without permission will only die. A group of people surrounded several weirdos. Especially the guy who looked like a wretched captain, exuding a strange aura. After seeing this man, the eyes of the Chimera Ant King Miruem changed slightly. Catwoman hurriedly said, "Your Majesty." Before she finished her words, the Chimera Ant King Miruem started to organize. Even if I don't look closely, I can feel that this human is a special human, which really makes me hungry. The Chimera Ant King Miruem finally showed a vigilant and cruel smile on his face. Then let's all stop, since the king wants to take the meal himself. The butterfly man Pufa suggested. The beauty and the muscle monster Yuppie both stopped. As the king's personal guards, they knew clearly that once they disturbed the nature of the king's eating, it would be unforgivable. The captain of the palace guard in front of him also clearly felt that he was being looked down upon and could not help but feel a surge of anger in his chest. He was the most powerful person in the vicinity of Dongguochuo Kingdom, no one else. This guy in front of him who looked like he was attending a dance party did not look as strong as himself. He must be a weak person. He actually dared to look down on me so much, so I must kill him to completely establish my position. Otherwise, how can I survive in front of these team members in the future, and where is the prestige of the captain? Haha, it seems that you look down on me. Don't look down on me too much. I will beat you to the ground and let you see how powerful I am. The captain grinned. A strange aura emerged from him. After seeing this aura, the team members behind him took a step back and showed fanatical expressions on their faces. This is it. Reading. In the captain's words, it is something that only the strong have. Ordinary people like them are not worthy of it. Moreover, they have seen the captain's strength with their own eyes before. It is with this strange energy that he can block the attack of bullets. That is a bullet. In their eyes, this captain is like a Superman. The guys in front of them look thin and weak. The only one who looks more threatening is the monster with muscles all over his body, but in front of the bullets, these guys have no possibility of struggling. Come on, Captain 503. Kill these guys and let them know how powerful we are. Don't let this arrogant thing go. The soldiers behind them shouted excitedly. They knew that the captain's personal show was about to begin again, but the next second, the soldiers' shouts had not yet finished, and they suddenly stopped. The expression was extremely horrified, and their mouths and eyes were wide open, as if they had seen something unbelievable. In their extremely shocked eyes, it could be seen. The captain passed by the monster in front of him, and the proud captain was stunned in the same place. Just when they were about to call the captain, they suddenly saw that the captain's head seemed to be missing a piece. To be precise, the top of the captain's head had been completely shattered at some point, and then the white brain inside. I don't know what stole it, and it became empty. When they looked in the direction, the soldiers present almost vomited. Because they were surprised to see that their captain's head fell into the hands of the monster, and the guy actually bit the captain's brain directly. Swallowed it quickly like chewing tofu pudding. Madman. Monster. Devil plus. Countless thoughts came to the minds of these soldiers. Their faces turned pale in an instant, as if they were whiter than the wall. The hands holding the guns were shaking constantly. Shoot! Shoot! Kill these monsters and avenge the captain! Blow him up! Reacting, the soldiers pulled their buttons and fired dense bullets. They poured down on the monster, and even threw grenades. They couldn't imagine how powerful it was. A little Superman like the captain was killed instantly by this monster. How terrifying was this monster in front of them? It was a pity that their attacks had not yet landed on the Ant King. The three guards behind them had already taken action. They would never allow these lowly humans to tarnish the king's dignity. As if between lightning and flint, 3 after images flashed through the crowd, and all the bullet sounds stopped abruptly. All the bullets were hit by the Chimera Ant King. Standing the Yuppie in front of him blocked it. This muscle monster actually grew thick flesh wings, and used them to block all bullets and grenades. All the attacking soldiers were killed without exception, but this time Catwoman and her friends obviously did not take out the heads of these unlucky soldiers because their own. The king does not like the food of these ordinary people. Then for them, the brains of these ordinary people have no value. After devouring the captain's boss, the king's aura changed at an astonishing speed. In the shocked eyes of Catwoman's 3 guards, they could clearly feel a terrifying aura bursting out. Chapter 159. Ha ha, ha ha ha. That's the taste I miss, the taste I tasted before. The Chimera Ant King Meruem was extremely excited. Here it comes, it's coming out, ha 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 ha. This feeling of being filled with power, finally appeared again. He was surprised to find that he felt more comfortable than ever before. After eating the other person's brain, he felt that every cell in his body was activated. The brains of ordinary people he had eaten before tasted like chewing wax. There was no feeling at all, and it was extremely uncomfortable to eat. At most, it was just ordinary rice. But now after tasting this wonderful food, the feeling he felt in the womb a long time ago reappeared. It was this kind of taste that made people miss it very much and like it very much. At this time, the 3 guards kneeling on the ground were extremely respectful. Those soldiers had all turned into broken limbs, and the smell of blood filled the air. Catwoman couldn't help but have clear pupils. She instantly understood what the king wanted. And she felt it clearly. After her king devoured the human brain, his breath obviously gained explosive growth. It can be inferred that the king has the ability to eat the prey's breath and then convert it into his own breath. That is to say, as long as the king devours more of these human strong men with breath, it will become stronger. In the future, the food you give me will be based on this standard. Don't put those low chain and cheap things in front of me again. Chimera Ant King Meruem still had blood on his mouth, and a perverted smile appeared on his face. Yes. King. The 3 guards, including Catwoman, saluted respectfully. Dear King, according to the human system, this is the capital of their human race. If we can become a king-like existence, we can order these humans to provide us with more food continuously. Butterfly Man Pufa suddenly said. King. Chimera Ant King Meruem was stunned. He was born to the shortest time. Although he is the king of ants, he does not know much about many things. His strength is indeed very strong. Knowledge is not related to strength. Especially for the understanding of human system, he is obviously not very good at it. However, if there are these shortcomings, the 3 guards will all consider them for him. Yes, King, the human system is very strange. We are willing to obey the orders of the so-called king. As long as we become the king of this country, we can order the people of this country to continuously provide us with wonderful food. Catwoman added. How can we become the king? Chimera Ant King Meruem smiled pervertedly. He just ate a very good meal, so he was in a relatively good mood. According to the knowledge in my brain, we only need to kill the king in this capital, and then call ourselves the king to command the entire country. Of course, this method is the most effective and the easiest to provoke rebellion. But, Pufu explained. That's enough. No, when he finished speaking, the king had already given the order and walked towards the palace. Meruem, the Chimera Ant King, doesn't care about the so-called human villains in his field of vision. These so-called humans are all ants. Even if they are all killed, he won't feel any pain. As for rebellion, even if there are more of them, they can't cause any essential harm to him. If there is no harm, then is there any meaning in this thing? There is no meaning. So there is no need to care at all. If you are worried about this country being destroyed by yourself, it doesn't matter, because there are quite a lot of human countries. Even if this one is destroyed, there is another one. All he has to do is get the food he wants. Catwoman and the other guards hurriedly bowed their heads respectfully. Deep inside the inner court, the fat king who was enjoying the food and beauties also noticed that someone suddenly pushed the door open, which made him furious. He had repeatedly issued orders and prohibited anyone from disturbing him while he was enjoying himself. A bunch of idiots actually ignored his words. I must make sure to get rid of the so-called captain of the guard. Idiots! Who are you? Where are all the guards? Didn't I say that no one is allowed to come here without my order? The fat man suddenly stood up and punched the dining table hard, scaring the servants in charge of the food behind him to tremble all over. The fat man's rude behavior instantly filled Catwoman with hostility. Just when Catwoman was about to take action, the Chimera Ant King Meruem suddenly raised his hand to stop her. He was very curious. In his perception, the fat man in front of him was a pure waste, even worse than the captain of the guard he had just killed. Why can such a waste become the king? Chimera Ant King Meruem was confused. Some of these things did not conform to his logic, because in the army of ants, strength is king. Whoever is strong is naturally the king. He has absolutely strong strength, so he is the king of ants and can give his subordinates life and death. This is natural. But in the human world, he was surprised to find that the fat man in front of him had no wisdom. In terms of his own combat power, he had no combat power. He was obviously a waste, a worm-like existence, but he could own the entire kingdom and even fight against humans who were obviously stronger than him. It was really unbelievable to think about it. Damn idiots, didn't you hear the Great Majesty talking to you? Damn, you! Do you know who I am? I am the super leader of this world, Quanren. The famous Great Father, the King of Kings, Masadwadage. The fat man stood up instantly and patted the pure gold badge hanging on his chest. He couldn't help but yell at the guys who broke into his private life. Can this kind of trash be king? The Chimera Ant King Meruem was very calm without any anger at the other party's suitability. This feeling was like an ant constantly clambering under the feet of an elephant, trying to challenge him, and he couldn't get any interest at all. In the human worldview, this phenomenon is actually not uncommon. Some people who have neither brains nor talents can stand in an undeserved position just by inheriting or going through the back door. Puff stroked his chin and said. He only learned this knowledge recently after reading some human books. Of course, it also includes eating several human brains and extracting some desired information from the other party's brains. When he first came into contact with it, he was a little confused, but as he came into contact with it more, he gradually understood this situation. What kind of reason is this? Puppetry is harmful and has no profit. It is the behavior of stupid creatures. Meruem, the Chimera Ant King, could not help but say. None of the three guards dared to give their opinions. Because they clearly felt that the king seemed to have entered the stage of thinking, and it would be unforgivable to interrupt the king's thinking. It's better for us to receive it. Meruem, the Chimera Ant King, stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. Yes, in terms of the quality of the meat, it is considered to be of high quality and can be managed by the people themselves, so that it will be easier to rule. Although it is not a special human, it can still be used as food for soldiers. Catwoman suggested. She didn't care what this guy was called the king. In Catwoman's eyes, he was no different from a waste. Are you idiots listening to me? I will use my divine power to put you in the punishment of heaven. Get out of here immediately. Guards, guards! Kill all these guys for me. The fat king with big ears and fat head cursed loudly. He didn't finish his words, but stopped abruptly. A claw flashed across his neck. It was Catwoman who did it. She would not let such a lowly thing attack the respected king, which would be a desecration to the king. The fat man's head was separated from his body in an instant, and his head was completely cut off. The sudden scene frightened the dancing women and the servants in charge of catering. They originally thought that they were just ordinary intruders, but they never thought that these guys actually did what everyone wanted to do but didn't dare to do, and killed this fat pig. King, let me deal with his body. I can use it to manage humans. Catwoman suggested. Hernan can control corpses. In this way, with the fat man's corpse, they can rule the entire country from behind the scenes. It is definitely more convenient for them. After all, if they force their way to the top, it may cause dissatisfaction among some other guys, but it will be different if they have this corpse puppet. Whatever. Chimera and King Meruem was not interested. His eyes swept from the front, and the dancers who were swept by his eyes trembled instantly, fell to the ground one by one, and showed extremely terrified expressions on their faces. Please. Don't kill us. We were all forced. We were caught by the fat pig and forced to dance for them. You must be good people. Please let us go. Yes, we are willing to do anything, even dancing for you. We are willing. The dancers begged for mercy in fear. They had clearly seen the death of the fat emperor. The other party killed the king easily, so they, the insignificant dancers, had no bargaining power. They could only survive if they begged for mercy and the other party showed kindness. Ha ha ha. Humans are really a bunch of idiots. Think about it with your intellectually defective brains. Will you let them go when you kill pigs and sheep? The Chimera and King Meruem laughed wildly, with an arrogant smile on his face. King, lock them all up. Although these women are not as delicious as the food you just had, they are also quite rare and top grade compared to other ordinary foods. Pufu suggested. Meruem, the king of chimeras, did not answer, which was considered as tacit agreement. The dancers who heard the news of their final death fainted in fear. The few people ignored the ants. Instead, they walked slowly to the front of Wangting. The view here was extremely wide, and you could see the vast royal city and the mountains in the distance. The view here is very wide, so let's name it the Meat Tree Garden. As a place to deal with humans. Meruem, the king of chimeras, smiled coldly. Forest. In a village. Chen Nuo and others were sitting around the fire, holding roasted delicacies. By the way, Kate also took out her portable radio. At noon today, 7 people were killed by a mysterious creature on the outskirts of Pata City. The creature also attacked and seriously injured the explanation inspection that arrived later, and now it has fled into the Mayela Mountains. According to the testimony of the on-site surveillance, this creature turned into black mist and disappeared when it was clay, and claimed that it would come back and destroy the entire city next time. From this, the police inferred that the possibility of this creature being a new type of magic has increased. The police have issued an order for nearby residents to evacuate. The news came from the radio. Because of long-term hunting, the radio Kate carried has almost become one of his few remaining pleasures. Ah! Brother Chen Nuo, has the monster spread to the periphery of the government? Is it to find food? Impossible, it has almost escaped from the monster's nest for more than 500 kilometers. According to our previous information, the monster cannot leave here. It's so far away. Killua and Gon were shocked. Pence, who was sitting by the bonfire, was also nervous. Unbelievable, this is incredible. Our range of action cannot be so large, because they must be protecting their queen now. If the queen is attacked, they will not be able to come to help. Could it be that? Kate was stunned. Just as the two were talking, Chen Nuo's portable communication rang. It was Mo Lao. Bad news. Mo Lao's voice sounded. No good news. Chen Nuo curled his lips. Not yet, the Chimera Ant Queen has been confirmed dead. If nothing unexpected happens, the leaders of the monster divisions have spontaneously dispersed and become kings. Soon, the human world will usher in great turmoil. Things have become very troublesome. Mo Lao said, Mama. Hey? The monster queen is dead. The weird people have left their North Korea one after another. If this is the case, doesn't it mean that we only need to defeat all those weird people to maintain stability in the future? Gon and Killua said. Pens couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If this is the case, we just need to keep hunting monsters, then this disaster can be over. I'm afraid it's not that easy. If the queen dies, other monsters will definitely have the ability to reproduce. If they disperse, more monsters may appear soon. Kate fell into deep thought. That's right, Kate, President Netero has arrived in person. He is going to deal with the king of the Chimera Ants. Chen Nuo, if possible, I hope you can go to assist the president. Because I feel that the strength of that thing is probably far beyond expectations. If you can go, then I can rest assured. Mo Lao expressed his worries. Before this, he originally had no worries. After all, President Netero is the most powerful existence in the entire Hunter Association. But now he has witnessed it with his own eyes. After the death of the Ant Queen and the performance of these monsters present, he deeply doubted his previous judgment. Chimera Ant Queen died, Kate didn't reborn. It seems that the plot is still developing towards the most troublesome place. Chen Nuo murmured in his heart. Put it down, I will go there, and you can inform the old man by the way, don't walk too fast, that guy is not easy to deal with. Okay, that's it, we are ready to start. Chen Nuo smiled and hung up the phone. In front of several people. Catwoman's hand was roasted. This thing has been made into a delicacy. It just looks like Hannibal. But since these weirdos have no guilt in eating humans, then humans should not feel guilty about eating them, right? Chapter 160. Then let's start. This is a very rare guard-level delicacy. Chen Nuo smiled slightly. Peng Xi's pretty face was pale. She stared at the grilled Catwoman's arm with her beautiful eyes, and felt an inexplicable chill on her spine. It looked no different from a human hand, but now she had to eat it. This feeling was too weird. But Gon, Killua, and Kate seemed to be used to it. These guys even took a piece of it and started to feast on it. Wow! Anno's cooking skills are still as good as always. This feeling is really wonderful. I haven't eaten such a great delicacy for a long time. Gon was very excited and his eyes were shining. Compared to those ordinary monster level, the meat of this Catwoman is much better. Killua also made a comment. Incredible. I even felt that after eating this thing, my mind seemed to have been improved to a certain extent, especially in the direction of the circle. Kate was amazed. He clearly felt that his roundness had improved significantly. Peng Si swallowed hard, and there was still shock in her beautiful eyes. She still couldn't muster up the courage to try the Catwoman's arm, which was almost the same as a human hand. There is no need to be too kind to these monsters. Since they can choose to be human, then why can't we choose to eat them? Do you want to consider trying it? Chen Nuo suddenly picked up a piece and handed it to Peng Si. Peng Si froze in place. She couldn't accept the idea of eating people for a while. After all, she is a girl. In terms of psychological quality, she is indeed much weaker than boys. I want to try it too. Finally mustering up the courage, Peng Si said with difficulty. Don't worry, it's not as bad as you think. Maybe you will like this kind of food. Chen Nuo smiled and comforted. Peng Si took the piece of meat from the Catwoman's broken arm, put it in her mouth, and bit it gently despite the discomfort. But at the moment when her tongue touched the meat, an unprecedented delicious taste burst out on her taste buds. She couldn't help but let her beautiful eyes shine brightly. Her heart stopped beating. It's so delicious, how can there be such delicious food in the world? Peng Si exclaimed in his heart. He even forgot that what he was eating was the meat of Catwoman. He just felt that he had never tasted such a pleasant taste in his life. This feeling was really indescribable. Almost instinctively, he no longer restrained his taste. Peng Si also joined the ranks of feasting. Chen Nuo nodded with satisfaction. Being able to eat the meat of Catwoman. At least it means that psychologically, he has been immune to the physiological resistance to these weirdos. Just like a soldier is willing to eat his own urine in a critical moment to save his life. This is definitely a great progress for Peng Si. Chen Nuo is no longer polite. He directly picked up the meat on the grill and put one in his mouth. Instantly, the indescribable deliciousness exploded on his taste buds. Chen Nuo's eyes lit up. Indeed, the quality is much better than that of other monsters. It is worthy of being a strong man at the level of the King's Guard. And the moment he ate the meat, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations on tasting S-level food and getting 2W4829 food points. Ding! Because you tasted S-level food, points are automatically exchanged for you and the target is the Catwoman Neferbit agent. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the special ability, Telekinesis Puppetry, rating S. Ding! Congratulations on the improvement of the range of the circle, plus 500 meters. Like the sound of nature. Chen Nuo was stunned to find that there was an additional level 5 ability in his attribute panel. Puppetry S level. Description: an efficient telekinesis development model comes from the King's Guard Catwoman Neferbit. Use this ability to puppeteer the target. Or if you use it on yourself, you can surpass the limit of nerve reaction speed to enter combat, and this ability can heal yourself or others. It's a very simple description, but Chen Nuo, the master of this ability, can clearly feel the power of this ability. This thing is equivalent to a variant of Catwoman's ability, and it doesn't have the cumbersome and ugly puppet appearance of Catwoman. Just some transparent silk threads will appear in Chen Nuo's hands. Once invaded by these telekinetic threads, the opponent's body will not be controlled by himself. In addition, this puppet thread can not only control the opponent but also perform delicate treatment. It's equivalent to delicate surgical operation. Very good. This feeling is like the devil fruit thread fruit. Chen Nuo is very satisfied. Somewhat surprised is that this time, after eating such amazing points, it was not a point lottery, but because the quality of the food was too high, it directly absorbed special abilities from the food. It seems that if I want to achieve higher growth and more abilities, the fastest way is to hunt these beings at the top of the food chain. Of course, these ant monsters are not really at the top of the food chain. After all, they are just mutants that are about to be eliminated because they can't survive in the Dark Continent. It's just that in the human world today, the threat level of these ants is almost the highest level. Compared with humans, they are indeed at the top of the food chain, which is very dangerous. At the same time, in another place, Mo Lao and Nob were riding on a green train. Also sitting in the same car was Nob's disciple Xiu Tuo. Is Nico Lu really not coming? Xiu Tuo said with some regret. Because he had agreed with the other party a long time ago to fight and see who was stronger, but he never thought that such a good opportunity would not be resisted. This made him a little disappointed. Alas, that guy is now guarding Whale Island for Chen Nuo. Even if I sent a message to him, it was directly rejected, ha 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 ha. Mo Lao laughed. This has never happened before. Although Nicolo is a bit rebellious, he listens to you the most. Nob said. Now he is not under my control. He is now Chen Nuo's disciple. Mo Lao said. Chen Nuo. Zihuchuo was a little surprised. He felt that he had not been away from the Hunter Association for a long time. He had been practicing hard during this period, but it was the first time he heard of Chen Nuo's reputation. What are you doing all day? Why don't you even do some important things in the association? Pay attention to Chen Nuo, but he is the most outstanding genius in our association over the years. Even the president of NIT has a new look at him. And this time to fight these weirdos, he is the absolute main force. Mo Lao explained. You didn't lose Nicolo, did you? Nob suddenly looked at Mo Lao with contempt. Mo Laohu's face was not red. What do you mean by losing? This is called keeping a promise. Anyway, I am not a match for Chen Nuo. That guy is definitely a rare group in 1,000 years. I feel relieved when he is around. But then again, if these damn ants have been scattered all over the world, even if Chen Nuo is powerful, he can't split himself to solve them, so in the end, we still need to deal with these troubles ourselves. Mo Laohu's words were full of awe for Chen Nuo. This scene made everyone else present feel incredible. You know, before this, Mo Laohu was a very unruly existence. Except for showing respect to the president, he would not be too polite to other guys. But now he actually showed great respect for this so-called Chen Nuo, and it was the kind that came from the heart. This really made Zihuchuo feel confused. It really makes people look forward to it. I really hope to see Mr. Chen Nuo as mentioned by adults as soon as possible. Zihuchuo shook his head and said. The final stop of this green train is a city in Dongguochuo. It was dusk when Mo Laohu and his companions arrived. They had no choice but to choose a hotel to stay. It doesn't look like there have been many changes. It doesn't seem to have been attacked by those ant monsters. Everyone seems to be quite normal. Zihuchuo asked curiously. It's strange. According to the news reports, those ants should have invaded this area, and according to the scope of their invasion, this is not a safe area. Why does it seem that there is no change? Nob was a little surprised. Because according to the statistical chart he made, this area is completely within the scope of the invasion of ant monsters, and it is even a very dangerous area. But from the scene, the lives of these people do not seem to be disturbed too much, and they still maintain their original lifestyle. Even the surrounding streets and various places do not seem to have any fighting. Mo Laohu also didn't quite understand. Did his group make a wrong inference? He was also prepared to explore this area before the president arrived, but if he was wrong, he might need to adjust the direction. Just when several people were confused, the latest news came from the TV in the hotel. What does the recent frequent political actions of the East Godo Kingdom mean? Today, their handsome boss personally gave a speech on TV, strongly calling on the people of the country to participate in the founding commemoration meeting to be held in the capital Beijing in 10 days. All people arriving in the capital will get a special surprise. The latest news was being broadcast on TV, and the head of state showed up in front of everyone. To go. Wow! Is it another founding convention? I don't want to go. Last time I went, I stood there awkwardly for hours. There was no point. This time is different. This time I've said that if we go, there will be a big surprise. Maybe His Majesty the King will give us money directly. Just dream about it. How could that BD give us money? It's good enough that he doesn't squeeze some oil out of us. After the news was broadcast, the guests in the hotel started to talk about it. Mo Daohu and others sitting aside also frowned slightly. They seemed a little surprised that the so-called leader had such a bad reputation. Hello, has there been a precedent for such a large-scale rally? Nob asked a guest next to him. Of course there has been. There have been several rallies with the participation of the whole people in the past, but the previous activities were only one day, and hospital staff and service industry workers were allowed to be absent with special permission. In fact, the attendance rate is generally around 70%. But this time the conference lasts for 3 days, even babies and patients have to attend, and the attendance rate is almost 100%, which is very rare. A hotel guest explained. Yes, I really don't know what's wrong with our king. He actually requires everyone to attend. I'm really busy now, so how can I have the time to attend such things? But if you don't go, His Majesty the King has said on TV that anyone who doesn't go will be treated as illegal, and I'm afraid you will go to jail. Well, what else can I do? Then I have to go. I really don't know how to live now. Other guests also talked about it, obviously feeling a little incredible about this decision. It was almost very inhumane, and almost forced requirements were still very rare. The TV continued to broadcast the news just now. During the national conference, public transportation such as trains and buses are all free, so please be sure to arrive at the venue. The news broadcast is over. Normal, the faces of other guests also became unusually complicated. It's incredible. In the past, all public transportation has never been free. This naturally makes people think that the purpose of this conference is different from the past. An old man said in a deep voice. Oh? Old man, what do you think? Mo Lao asked curiously. They are new here and don't know the specific situation of this country. They only know from the outside information that this country seems to be not very impressive and has developed well. But after entering here, they found that everything seems not as expected. Well, if the transfer of power is announced at the same time as the successor is announced for the first time, it will have a strong effect, but I don't think Digi will step down automatically. Of course, this may also be his strategy to deceive the enemy in order to cover up his tracks. The old man explained. The guests present only complained about the news, but no one was stupid enough to really resist. As a ruler, this guy is a well-known tyrant. Even so, those who opposed him have been completely imprisoned. It seems that the situation is more troublesome than we expected. Mo Lao pondered, this country has been completely controlled by those ants. Yes, Digi has become a puppet of the other party and is dead, but he can still give orders to the people of the country. According to the information I have collected, those chimera ants have even known how to awaken and for their subordinates. Nob also looked solemn. Chapter 161. Nob's words instantly made Zaihujuo a little uneasy. Don't be so surprised. On the way here, we met ants that had awakened Nen. I have to say that those guys are absolute geniuses in this regard. They have only been alive for a few months, but they can have a chi comparable to ours or even stronger. Mo Lao said lightly. This so-called national gathering is probably to select more suitable seeds and materials. I don't know what they will do with those awakened people. But 99% of people will be killed in that selection. We must stop them before that, and we don't have much time. According to the meeting schedule, there are only less than 3 days. Nob said with a heavy face. A nationwide opportunity will be held in 10 days. At that time, it must be the best time for those weirdos to select materials from humans. And this time the order is for the whole country. I'm afraid that people all over the country will gather at that location. By the way, what is the president doing? Zaihujuo suddenly asked curiously. Because he has been here for so long and has not seen the president. I received an email before. The president said that he had lurked in the country, and there was no news after that. Nob said. Could he be killed? Zaihujuo was surprised. Just after he finished speaking, Mo Lao's huge pipe hit him on the head. What a crow's mouth, can't you think of something good? This is the most powerful existence in the Professional Hunter Association of the President, how could he die? You guys should be more careful with your words in the future. Mo Lao snorted. He is the most loyal fan of the President. Zaihujuo covered his head with a painful expression. According to our previous agreement, today is the last deadline. If we haven't received any news from the President, it means that he has died. Then we have to implement the second plan. Nob said calmly. Zaihujuo was a little stunned. Because he didn't expect his master to be so calm in the face of such a thing. As expected, he is his master, and his heart is extremely strong. But he can still remain calm even after the president died. In this respect, he is still much stronger than Mo Lao. As expected, his master is the strongest. Just when several people just talked about this, Nob's mobile phone suddenly rang. It's a text message. It's a text message from the president. Speak of the devil, the old man must have a sharp ear. Everything is as expected, let's prepare for action. The president knew you would come a long time ago, and he didn't even know that Lao would say bad things about him. Nob threw the phone to Mo Lao and the others. What do you mean by saying bad things about him? I've been helping him all the time, this old man. Mo Lao was furious, but his eyes were still focused on the phone, which was clearly marked. The person who sent the message was called the Old Man with the Wind Hearing Ears, which was naturally a temporary name given to himself by the president. One person, one group, 3 routes to lead the guards away from the Ant King and make temporary arrangements before the meeting. In addition, if there is any news about Chen Nuo, please let me know. One person in a group? The old man's decision is really a bit bold. If we let each person in a group, it will be okay for you to show off, right? Mo Lao said. What do you mean I have no problem, Master Mo Lao? Don't underestimate me, I have been through special training, I am not the same person as before. Zihuchuo snorted. Although he was still a little nervous, he must not weaken his morale in front of his master. If one person is one team, that means 3 people must be divided into 3 teams. There is almost no one to take care of each other, and they need to handle problems on their own, and they may even encounter the so-called guard-level monsters. Ha ha ha, I really didn't misjudge you, kid, but then again, if the strength of those monsters is far beyond your expectations, running away is not a shameful thing, and surviving is the most important thing. Mo Lao patted his shoulder. Zihuchuo, you have this awareness and have not let me down. I hope that in this battle, I can see your growth. Nob pushed his glasses. The businessman is also a familiar existence. There is no need to make the next test, so each of them has assigned tasks. At the same time, in a certain city. At this moment, the place is in chaos and the site is in a mess. A large number of surrounding buildings have been destroyed. The hospital's ambulances and police cars have arrived to transfer the wounded here. There are also many TV reporters who have come here to report on the scene. The following is a news report about the follow-up report on the frequent unidentified organisms, riots in various places. The decisive difference between this riot and the previous ones is that the number of victims continues to increase. Therefore, according to multiple pieces of evidence, it is confirmed that this kind of creature does exist. On the TV station, a beautiful female reporter with short hair was broadcasting the latest news. The point is that most of the witnesses are on-duty police officers. They are very lucky to survive. According to the description, more than half of their colleagues who rushed to the scene with them were killed by the unknown creature. Now let's interview the surviving police officer Jinju. A journalist handed the microphone to an injured police officer on the scene. The police officer was wrapped in bandages and looked a little dazed at the moment. I didn't know what happened at all. When I woke up, I was lying on the hospital bed. Yes, it was the size of a giant lobster. I saw this guy kill a lot of humans with my own eyes. The creature argued that it was killed by its fellow colleagues. I'm sorry, I can't remember anything else. The patient recalled painfully, and it was obvious that everything that happened before was a little difficult to accept now. They were originally ordinary police officers who maintained public order and peace, but now these monsters suddenly appeared. It was hard to accept that bullets could not penetrate the other party's shells at all, but the other party could easily take the lives of himself and his colleagues. Whenever he thought of this, he felt like he was having a nightmare. These guys were too scary. Even his colleagues who were agile were as fragile as paper in front of these weirdos. Okay, this part of the interview is temporarily over. According to the current report, similar incidents have occurred in various places recently. Many strange creatures have also been filmed. What they have in common is that they behave wildly and brutally, speak human language, and have no fear of humans at all. The most obvious example is the Lion Man in Nipasgar. He even pretended to be interviewed in front of the camera and described the content. The TV suddenly showed a scene of the lion monster being interviewed by humans. Regarding other monsters, the lion monster actually took the initiative to accept the interview of humans, and told humans openly that it was about to establish a kingdom. Are you really as powerful as you say? Can you show it? The female reporter in charge of the interview asked curiously. As soon as she finished speaking, the lion monster stood up, and then suddenly opened his bloody mouth and bit off his upper body in one bite, and chewed and ate him whole in front of everyone, feeling as relaxed and comfortable as eating crispy sausage. After eating the female reporter, the lion monster showed an expression of great enjoyment on his face. He even slowly picked up the lower body of the female reporter and tasted and chewed it slowly. This scene instantly made the humans watching TV couldn't help but exclaim. Damn, this guy is really a monster. He actually ate humans, kill this guy, and must kill him completely. Is the news so big now? Such a bloody and violent scene can be broadcast live, which is incredible. I said it a long time ago. I said I saw a similar monster 3 days ago, but none of you believed it. Now you all believe it. It's over, the world is going to be destroyed. We humans are too vulnerable in front of these monsters. Where should we escape to? The humans who witnessed this scene even fell into a brief panic. But everyone also made clear an iron-blooded fact, that is, the world is no longer safe, and these monsters do exist. And these monsters have been integrated into human society and are constantly threatening human life. We originally did not intend to make this news public, but because there have been too many similar incidents around the world recently, we have to make the footage public to inform our fellow human beings around the world. We are now in a very dangerous environment. Please give me flowers, 0. For now, most of these alien creatures appear in the European continent, and there is a high possibility that they will spread to the surrounding areas in the future. The relevant departments are also helpless about this. Please, fellow human beings, if you find similar creatures, please do not approach them blindly. While ensuring your own safety as much as possible, evacuate as quickly as possible. This is our only best option at present. The TV news was broadcasting. At the same time, another place. Meteor Street. The members of Phantom Troop have been moving forward one after another. If the time and place of the recruitment report and the victim report are symmetrical, they should come from the Balusa Islands, where there are many unknown strange countries. But after all, these guys are ants, shouldn't they live around ant nests? They won't come here. Maki with long pink hair frowned slightly. Could it be that they walked here accidentally, or were attracted by the smell of garbage? This doesn't seem like accidental behavior. Whether it is NGL or Dongguochuo, the information between the two countries is almost not leaked, which is very similar to the environment in the fashion industry, so those ants are confident and bold to act in these places. Shizuku took a deep breath. It may be the case. After all, if you die here, no one will care. Shulnark said casually. The scene in front of them felt very familiar. In front of everyone were mountains of garbage. 0. Many people wearing protective clothing were picking things up in the garbage dump. The air was filled with a foul smell. In these garbage dumps, sometimes you can occasionally see human limbs and even dead babies. This is the place where Meteor Street is abandoned by the whole world. It is used to dump garbage and let go of people without any identity. There are no laws here. Gangs are rampant. And most of the people in the Spider Brigade were born in Meteor Street. This place is particularly kind to them. No one will feel disgusted with this place even if it looks very dirty and messy, but this sense of familiarity from the depths of memory still makes the few people present feel extremely kind. This time they came back for only one purpose, because according to rumors, the popular street was also attacked by those monsters. As strong people born here, they naturally want to come back. It's just a pity that it was a group of people who left here at the beginning, but now it's not a group of people who come back here. There is no news about the leader Krollo. Yuvajin died in the battle, Finks died in the battle, and there is no information about Nobunaga. The spider troop has actually been split up. But Maki, Shizuku, and Shulnark think they need to come again. I haven't been to this place for a long time. I remember that I picked up a lot of good things in the garbage dump. Shizuku sighed. Yes, at that time Finks even fought with other gangs for us. Maki recalled. Chen Nuo. I will kill him with my own hands in my lifetime to avenge our members. Gongku's expression instantly became hateful. The appearance of Chen Nuo completely destroyed the harmony of the Spider Brigade. Forget it, that's something we can't deal with for the time being. The most urgent thing is to get rid of the monsters that invaded Meteor Street first. This is our base camp. Shizuku said. On the surface, Meteor Street seems to be a place where no forces are managing, but in fact, many gangs and even countries secretly provide weapons and firepower support for these people in Meteor Street, and even let them fight here. Just like raising Gu, they will select the most powerful and most suitable members to be trained, and then join their own organizations. It can be said that Liuxin Street provides a steady stream of combat power for major gangs and some nearby countries. Even because of the long-term life and death situation, the number of masters in Meteor Street has exceeded that of other training organizations. In addition, this place is not subject to the jurisdiction of the law. As long as a genius is discovered, it will be robbed by major gangs and forces. Over time, this place has also become a place that the 10 masters do not care about but attract much attention. But this time, the 3 of them kept walking on the street, and their expressions became more and more serious as they saw the scenes. Chapter 162. What's going on? The total number of victims and criminals killed has exceeded 300, and the use of bombs has no effect at all. We are currently studying countermeasures. Maki was a little surprised. Because this number of deaths is a bit unusual for a place like Meteor City where people die every day. There is no consensus within the council on the definition of the dead. A staff member on the side introduced the so-called council. In fact, it is the so-called 10 Elders Council that secretly rules Meteor City. Of course, that kind of thing is now dead in name only, but in order for the various gangs to conduct mutual advances, the so-called parliamentary system was still proposed. What does this mean? Shizuku asked curiously. What do you mean by not being able to reach a consensus on the definition of the dead? Is it difficult to tell dead from alive? You will know once you take a look. The staff who received the few people took them to the morgue. As soon as they entered the room, they could see the ground was filled with corpses covered with white cloth. The staff walked forward and lifted one of the white cloths. After seeing the corpses under the white cloth clearly, the people present couldn't help but look around. Even the members of the Spider Brigade, who killed many people, felt a chill on their backs and were terrified. Because what appeared in everyone's sight was a strange monster that didn't look like a human at all. This guy was covered with hideous hair, and had many tentacles on his body, but his mouth was like the mouth of an insect, and there was even a disgusting tumor on his head. The only thing that can be said to be like a human is that its shape is similar to that of a human. 2 hands, 2 feet, and a head. Except for this, there is no point in finding this guy to be a human. 447 A few days ago he was an ordinary human, but now he has become this ghost. The staff explained. Is this a chimera ant? It's incredible. They are humans, but they have become like this. Could it be that they were directly transformed by a short period of genetic invasion? Although this is the case, it should also be considered as a dead person. What's the problem? The 3 were stunned. They have killed many humans, but this is the first time they have seen such a monster. If you judge from the surface, it can indeed be classified as a dead person, but some dead people can be resurrected in strange forms. They will assist the chimera ants and endanger humans. The staff explained. All the staff present wore protective clothing and oxygen tanks. Obviously they have not found the source of infection so far. They were worried that there seemed to be infection in the air, so they protected themselves very closely. Can they be resurrected after death? And they can also help those weirdos. What is this situation? This sudden news made the three people present feel a little worried. This is definitely major news. At least before this, they had never seen a guy who could be resurrected. The key is that from the appearance of these corpses, after being transformed into weirdos, their physiques showed different degrees of growth and their physical fitness was significantly improved. If it is really as these people say, once humans are infected, they will become puppets of those monsters and help those monsters to kill humans. Then this disaster will become extremely difficult. Whether there is a way to restore them or not, the parliament now has different attitudes on whether to regard mutants as dead. And even if they want revenge, they still have to sacrifice for their companions, and they are still arguing about being transformed. So we can't tell whether they are dead or alive now. The staff member explained. As expected, humans are still the same, not changed at all, and they are at a loss when they deviate a little. Let's solve it with our own methods. Whoever hinders us we will kill them. Shulnark sneered. This so-called 10 is nothing more than a puppet regime. Those guys are most concerned about their own life and death. They never care about the existence of these lower-level people in Meteor Street, let alone their life and death. On the contrary, it is very likely that those guys are preparing to extract the benefits they want from this huge disaster. As for the life and death of those humans, it has nothing to do with them. The situation is also unexpected. Let's gather other people to solve it together. Shizuku murmured. I agree with Shizuku. Phaeton and others are still in another place. We need to wait for them to answer all the questions before we can proceed to the next step. The current situation is more troublesome. Maki also agreed. Because the incident happened suddenly, the whole team was slightly separated, but they never thought that the situation of humanity has become so bad now. Of course, these things are not a big problem for the team members. Long before joining the team, each of them had already prepared for death. As for the destruction of the world and their own death, these things can be said to be irrelevant. My lords, the biggest trouble in this generation is the Queen. That guy has almost solved all our teams. If this situation continues, it won't be long before the entire Meteor Street will be completely destroyed, so. The staff standing by insisted tremblingly that they had no choice but to choose the notorious Phantom Troop. And this is Meteor Street, where no one cares about reputation and the like, and most of the people in these teams were born in Meteor Street. It was almost the same as they expected, and the team accepted their commission. The weak should be humiliated by the strong. You rubbish should just shut up. Shulnark said bluntly. Leave the rest to us, Shizuku, contact Phaeton and the others. Maki said. At the same time, 50 kilometers away, many armed forces on Meteor Street have been trapped here. I am the Queen, repeat again, surrender quickly. Those who do not obey will be punished with deformities. I will ensure that the person I choose will live in paradise forever. A loud trumpet sounded. All humans of this generation have been made food snacks or transformed into monsters. And now the one who rules this generation is a brand new Scorpion Girl. Unlike the previous Scorpion Girl, she has awakened her chi. And her strength has made amazing progress. Hehe, the biggest failure of my mother is to increase the number of cases by laying eggs, which is both troublesome and inefficient. The only success she has made is giving birth to me. The Scorpion Girl sits high on the throne, and beside her are two transformed female monsters. Unlike the Ant Queen, who needs to eat and then fuse gene fragments to be born. He can directly infect the next generation with his own toxins and forcibly transform humans into monsters. This kind of efficiency is more superb and more deterrent. Let me go. You monsters, I will not surrender even if I die. We humans will definitely destroy all of you completely. Kill me quickly. Not far away, several weirdos were pushing a muscular human towards them. This guy was the most powerful human leader who had resisted him. He was very strong. But his will was also very firm. The scorpion girl didn't waste words with him. She pulled out her dark green tail instantly and then stabbed it directly into the other person's body, and an incredible scene appeared. After the human in front of him was stabbed by the scorpion girl's tail, his body swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his expression and limbs became distorted. He was no longer a human before, but a hideous monster with bones all over his body. "Welcome to paradise, the chosen one. Please swear to Her Majesty the Queen that you will always be loyal to Her Majesty the Queen." The two transformed human girl monsters showed excitement. Now they have completely lost their original human side. Compared with the original ant queen who gave birth to offspring by swallowing genes, the offspring still retains human memories, but the fragments are different. The monsters who were directly and forcibly transformed by the scorpion girl will not have any previous memories at all, and they are extremely devoted to him. "Your Majesty, I will always be loyal to you." The human with a skeleton like a zombie dog knelt down in front of the scorpion girl, and then kissed the other's toes with his mutated dog-like mouth. Showing great submission and excitement, without any previous resistance. "He, I will dominate the whole world with the injection of aesthetic reincarnation." The scorpion girl was extremely excited. She thought that her plan was far better than the previous ant queen. If she continued to evolve at this speed, it would not take long before the entire human world would be her believers, and then she would become a well-deserved king. The spider brigade gradually arrived in this cave area. At the same time, outside, in an unknown hotel, a man with a strange cross mark on his forehead was looking at something. "The situation is unexpectedly good," the man murmured in a low voice. "Then, I will give you a bigger gift." He smiled strangely. If Hisoka were here, he would definitely recognize that this guy was suddenly Crollo's puppet. But after the battle with Chen Nuo, Crollo seemed to have changed his temperament and became a little crazy, doing things without considering the consequences. Rhine City. A perfect city like a utopia. It seems that it has nothing to do with the war, or the invasion of those weirdos outside has not affected this place at all. A large number of weirdos appeared in this city, and the scene that made people extremely bizarre and weird was that the residents of the entire city seemed to be controlled by something overnight. They became zombies. The association arranged a lot of professions. Hunter came here, but there was no news in the end. Inside the mayor's office. At this moment, it was full of all kinds of weirdos. Different from ordinary weirdos. These weirdos all exuded extremely powerful auras, and the weakest ones were at the level of division commanders. The number of them was almost as many as 10. If combined with recent news reports, the association arranged more than 10 professional hunters here, but all of them had news. If there were staff members of the Hunter Professional Association here, they would definitely recognize these weirdos in front of them, and they seemed to be very similar to the previous professional hunters. "The Great King has given you a new life. From now on, you will become the king's most loyal believers." The man in a black robe was grinning. "If you get closer, you will be surprised." This man looks about the same as Crollo, but there is a mark on his forehead that is obviously controlled by puppetry. Not only that, the other monsters present were also controlled by puppetry, and strange thoughts were inserted. "According to the king's instructions, we need to kill that man here, so follow the order." The black-robed man grinned. Yes. All the monsters present were different from other ordinary monsters. These monsters in front of them were as obedient as corpses. They did not show any self-awareness. And after they opened their mouths, the guys who were obviously monsters were changing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and they actually returned to their previous human form. 10 division commander level monsters dispersed to their own side. On the other side, Chen Nuo direction. Everyone who tasted Catwoman's barbecue felt unprecedented satisfaction. The physical strength and injuries consumed before were quickly recovered, and they also made great progress. Even Peng Si awakened her mind. A. Peng Si was extremely surprised. She didn't expect that she would awaken such an amazing power after a meal. Of course, this power is extremely weak in the eyes of others, but for her, it is definitely a gift from God. Peng Si belongs to the control system. Her mind can be attached to bees, making these bees as hard and fast as bullets. If all are released, it is equivalent to directly releasing a large number of drones around, which can quickly obtain visual images and sound transmission of the entire surrounding area. These bees can fully share this information. In addition, the toxins of these bees have also been further improved. Their sharp mouths have become sharper and can pierce the skin surface of the opponent. It can be said to be a real attack and defense. It looks like an ordinary ability. The defense of this bee is not very strong. Gon asked curiously. No, this should be the most suitable ability for Peng Si. Killua put forward a different view. Yes, tactical layout is very important for the whole team. With Peng Si's ability, it will be convenient for us to find these people. Kate also explained. And popularized the importance of perspective to the two. Very good. Peng Si. Chen Nuo said with a smile. Thank you very much, Master Chen Nuo. If it weren't for your delicious food, I'm afraid it would be a long time for me to awaken this ability. Thank you for everything. Peng Si said hurriedly. Now she can be regarded as a real professional hunter, and she can be regarded as an elite-level existence. I didn't expect that my future would change drastically in a meal. After this awakening, my ability to save my life will be much stronger. Just when Chen Nuo was about to speak again, the hunter communicator he carried with him rang. It was a strange caller. Rhine Hunter Association Branch. Chapter 163. Rhine Hunter Association. Chen Nuo was slightly surprised. Because this was the so-called Hunter Association branch that he had hardly had any dealings with. Oh, it's a beautiful city near Dongguochuo. It seems that it has also been attacked by monsters this time. Are you asking us to go over and help? Kate looked at the map and said. Everyone also saw that the map was about 200 kilometers away from Rhine City. It's not too far. If a few people travel quickly, they can arrive in half a day. Chen Nuo simply answered the phone. Sure enough. There is a big difference. The reason is that Rhine City has been attacked by many ant monsters. Now, the whole city is in danger. The nearby professional hunters have also been arranged to go out. But there is no response. So the message of asking the nearby professional hunters to come to support is not targeted. To be precise, it covers the entire area. Now that the Ant Queen is dead, many antlion leaders have invaded the human world. If we get rid of this thing, it shouldn't affect the subsequent itinerary. Brother Eno. Gon said. From the map, it's on the way to our destination. Killua said. Everything is arranged by Mr. Chen Nuo. Kate said. Chen Nuo thought for a moment. The current situation is indeed a bit special, because the plotline of his appearance in this world has changed a bit. Mainly. The time is around here, which is more than half a day's journey, and it's in the right direction. It is likely that we will pass through this city when we go to Dongguochuo. Since Rhine City has invited us so warmly, let's go there. Chen Nuo smiled. Now Catwoman has made him a lot of money. If he can hunt other powerful monsters, then his points will definitely increase more amazingly. 23 for him, this is actually a harmless thing for 100 years, so there is no need to refuse. It didn't take long to arrive. This is a small city near the river. Because of the irrigation and nourishment of the river, the whole city is lush and green. These buildings also give people a feeling of a dream town. But now it is a pity. Such a utopian city was destroyed in the war. In front of the Netherlands are many displaced people who are fleeing and screaming in fear. Ah! Help! Just when the few people arrived, they suddenly saw a little girl not far away screaming in fear, and in front of her there was a hideous chimera ant monster biting her. Boom! Before the protagonist took action, Gon rushed out in one step and punched the monster hard. The terrifying force instantly smashed the monster like a cannonball. The whole chest shell was completely shattered and collapsed, and it seemed that there was no way to survive. Bang! A little bee of Peng Si shot out like a bullet, instantly piercing the head of the monster nailed to the wall, finishing it off. This scene made Killua, Kate, and Chen Nuo's eyes light up. At the beginning, this weak little girl, Rujing, had grown up to be truly independent and knew the importance of finishing off. Are you okay? Where are your parents? Gon looked at the dirty girl in the ruins. The other party looked only a few years old, and her body was covered with wounds. Obviously, she had suffered a lot. Woo. My parents are dead. They died at the hands of the monster. The little girl's eyes were red and tears were streaming down her face. What about your home? Gon's heart sank, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. The city in front of him had been completely destroyed by the monsters, and he didn't know how many humans had suffered the disaster. Sosis ret. The little girl cried very hard. Or, you can go with us, Arnold, she is so pitiful, take her with you. Gon asked. Chen Nuo frowned slightly at the little girl in front of him. And the whole destroyed world, this place gave him a sense of weirdness, but he couldn't tell why. Okay, take her with you, but this generation is not safe, let me take you. Chen Nuo said lightly, without waiting for others to object, he directly reached out and held the little girl's hand. The other party was obviously stunned for a moment. Killua and Peng Si on the side finally breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Peng Si. She had a natural liking for the little girl in front of her, and she was a girl who suffered such a disaster like herself, and her family and relatives were all dead. It was a great sorrow to live alone in this world. Ah! Everyone! Are you professional hunters who came here to support? Please leave here immediately, the danger is coming soon. Let's go and talk in detail. Suddenly, a man with a Hunter Association badge suddenly appeared not far away and waved at several people. Danger! Killua was a little surprised. This place is not very dangerous, because the whole city has been almost destroyed by monsters, and there are many monsters of all sizes left here. It's the Grand Duke of the Blood Clan. The little girl suddenly said. The Grand Duke of the Blood Clan. Chen Nuo was a little surprised, and Gon and Killua were even more confused. Did I walk into the wrong set? Did I walk into the world of vampires? Let's talk while walking. My name is Lenore Isolde, just call me Lenore. The staff of the association hurriedly came forward to invite. From Leno, we can learn that the most serious intruder in this city is a weirdo who calls himself the Grand Duke of the Blood Clan. This guy actually has the ability of a vampire. All the weirdos bitten by him can be assimilated into the Blood Clan, and his body can transform into countless vampire bats. Very difficult. Even the strong men of the entire association at the time found it difficult to deal with this guy. You still need to do this? But since this is the case, there is no need for us to leave. We can just wait here for him to solve it. Chen Nuo suddenly stopped and smiled. Ah! But, gentlemen. Seeing that the few people in front of him seemed unwilling to follow him to the branch of the association, the man who called himself Leno was also stunned. We have sorted out a lot of information about the monsters, but if you don't wear it on your hands, I can't show you this information if you don't go to the association. Leno said with a bitter face. Yes, Brother Arnold. If we can get more related information, it will be relatively easier for us to clean up. Gon said. Because each of these monsters has different abilities, if we don't know each other's abilities, it may be a lot more troublesome to deal with them. Gon also agreed. If we go to the association, there should be more of these Blood Clan monsters besieging us, right? Lino blood clan. Chen Nuo suddenly laughed. His words instantly made everyone quiet down, and they widened their eyes and looked at the association staff in front of them who came to greet them and seemed to be a little honest. You, what did you say? I don't understand. Lino was stunned and said in astonishment. Snap. But what answered him was a finger gun. Chen Nuo had a small stone hidden in his hand at some point, and it was ejected directly, instantly piercing the chest of the association staff in front of him. But what surprised everyone was that this was definitely a fatal injury for ordinary people. But the so-called association leader in front of him did not react at all, but blood flowed out of his chest. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to find out. When did you find out? My disguise is obviously very good. The association staff laughed wildly. His figure was actually lifted up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his clothes were torn apart by his muscles. What appeared in front of everyone was a monster that was nearly 3 meters tall, with scarlet muscles all over his body and exuding a strong aura. The aura of a division commander. Do you think everything is too coincidental? It feels like a script specially arranged for us. I don't like these coincidences. The most important thing is, can you wipe your mouth clean after eating? I can smell the strong smell of blood even from 10 kilometers away. Chen Nuo suddenly laughed. In the horrified eyes of Killua, Gon, and others. He actually grabbed the little girl's hand and smashed it to the ground like a hammer. Boom! A huge pit with a diameter of nearly 30 meters exploded in front of the protagonist with a deafening explosion. This sudden scene made everyone present dumbfounded. My dear protagonist, what happened to Chen just now? Why did you suddenly attack this little girl? Peng Si was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. She couldn't understand why it was like this. Brother Arnold. Not only her, but even Gon couldn't believe it. That was a harmless little girl. Why did the protagonist kill her? But when the smoke and dust cleared, everyone's expressions became more exciting. What is incomprehensible is that the little girl before had been completely smashed into a pool of minced meat, deader than dead. Chen Big Brother Nuo. Killua also had a confused expression on his face. He couldn't understand what was happening. That's not a human. Kate exclaimed softly, her face slightly changed. He pointed at the little girl's flesh and blood. Gon and Killua looked over and saw the pieces of meat on the ground. It was obviously very broken meat, but at this moment it was slowly wriggling like a worm, as if trying to piece it together. What kind of human is this? It's not a human at all. It even made a painful roar like a beast. The 3-meter-tall giant muscle monster in front of him suddenly changed his face and became particularly ugly. He didn't expect that the trap that everyone had carefully planned and arranged would be easily seen through by the main fish. Moreover, he could not understand what he did wrong and why the other party could see his flaws. You must be very curious, why can I see your flaws? Want to know? But I won't tell you. Chen Nuo laughed. As early as the first time he saw the little girl, he felt something was wrong, and after holding her hand, he was more certain of a fact, that this little girl was not human. With the light fruit, he could not only heal the other party, but also invade through the faint light emission, and even feel the situation in the other party's body. The other party's body had no internal organs at all, and was completely a pool of flesh and blood. If it must be a human, it is nothing more than a little girl who looks like a little girl made of plasticine on the outside, but in essence it is completely not human. And the strength of this little girl has reached the level of an ordinary division commander. Even Gon and Killua may not be her opponents. Damn it! You guy! The scarlet muscle monster's expression suddenly became ferocious, and he turned around and wanted to escape directly. The protagonist slowly dealt with some rotten meat. Although this thing looks like rotten meat, it has been rated as a good food, which is a pretty good ingredient. In this world, food is everything. Although it looks a bit disgusting, it might be okay to cook. How about making mapo tofu or something else? Is it too late to run now? Gon and Killua also reacted and blocked this guy's retreat. Leave it to you to practice, Peng Si, you also go over to help. Chen Nuo yawned, looking a little bored. Just let them practice with this kind of monster. In fact, the energy intensity of this muscle is not as good as that of this little girl. It should be a second-level existence. Peng Si summoned these bees of her own, and after wrapping them with her ability, she shot at the monster like a bullet. But soon there was a dense sound like steel, and these bees could not cause fatal injuries to the monster at all. Tiny human! You actually killed our division commander! Damn it! Damn it! The monster roared angrily. Apparently, the little girl who was just killed by the protagonist was their division leader, the so-called Grand Duke of the Blood Clan. Poor guy! Before he had time to show his abilities, he was killed by the protagonist and only left dregs. It was so pitiful. But his screams stopped abruptly. Because although Peng Si's bees could not cause fatal injuries to it, the sharp tail needle still pierced into his skin. Instantly, an unprecedented pain came from under the skin, making the muscle monster wail and scream. Gon and Killua naturally went up and attacked with fists and legs. Only a series of mixed beatings were heard, making the muscle monster scream continuously, and finally the screams disappeared completely, and it completely turned into a pool of meat paste, and was killed by the two people directly. At the same time, in a room of a gorgeous 5-star hotel in Rhine City, a woman with a charming figure, no clothes, and a beautiful face, with an extremely ferocious expression. Behind her was a big bed. There were several bodies on the bed that had completely turned into mummies. The mummies still had an extremely excited look on their faces. You ruined my life. You damned humans, we will all become my puppets. The woman called out. If there were other division commanders here, they would definitely recognize him. This is the real Grand Duke of the Blood Clan.